is, what is your standard of evidence? Is it calculation, or is it demonstration, or is it both?
I guess it would be a mix of both.
Okay, so science requires adherence to scientific method, which is based on experiment. By definition, it's based on experiment. If you adhere to scientific method and you experiment and you manipulate your presumed cause and you get your desired or your perceived effect, then that is scientific, if you can demonstrate it, yeah? But there's no requirement to do any calculation. You could do if you wanted to, but it isn't in the method. So really speaking, the answer is you only need demonstration. So long as it complies with experiment and it adheres to scientific method, you only need to do experiment, yeah?
That's a bare minimum base level of looking at. When you factor in calculation, calculation allows you to do things like predictions, which even further verifies things.
Experiment is the standard of science today, and it's not calculation. That's correlative only. Experiment is denotion of the cause and effect relationship by demonstration. So if you manipulate your presumed cause and you do get your effect, then you accept your hypothesis. If you don't get your effect, you're forced to accept your null hypothesis. What I thought was going to cause this effect did not happen. So that is the standard. It's not the bare minimum. It is the standard of science today. Now, the key point why I'm stressing that is because it's got nothing to do with maths. There's no maths in scientific method. So, based on that, if I was to demonstrate to you an acceleration by changing the density of an object or the medium it's in, if I was to demonstrate it, and I can show you it real world, or I can explain it to you real world, like a submarine, for example. It's got a fixed volume.
Okay, now hold on. Wait. And the only reason I'm going to interrupt you is I'm just going to let you know you are about to have this conversation with someone who served 5 years in the United States Navy on board a submarine. So
excellent. You are the perfect guy. Okay, so in your submarine, okay?
Wait, hold on. I gotta go to the live stream and I gotta grab that soundbite of being called the perfect guy. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna catch that one saying you're not the smartest one.
Yeah,
that's what I figured somebody would do that.
Put those together.
Anyway.
Yeah, let me just give you a piece of information as well as regards G.E. Platypus. He ain't the smartest. He was asked about submarines. He hadn't got a clue about buoyancy when he first came in and the server. That was over a year ago. So, Platypus, I don't know what your job was on the submarine. You keep mentioning submarine, but it became a rolling laughing joke, dude.
It kind of sounds like false valor, stolen valor.
You didn't know anything about how a submarine goes down and goes back up, and float tanks and all the rest of it. So, what was your actual job on there?
No, let's not go there.
Yeah, well, the point I'm making is that he's not the smartest. He also thought that a pine tabletop was Jupiter because I stuck a NASA logo on it. This is the same guy, and then he's back in the server, obviously trying to spout his nonsense again. That's all I wanted to say, guys.
I understand Breaking Bad. He definitely when he says, I'm too lazy. It's not really I'm too lazy to understand the to go with Newtonian just because he's too dumb to understand it. That's all it was. But
I am too lazy to get smart enough to understand it. There, we'll go with
so
that
you just want to be ignorant. Okay.
I got 3 kids and a job, man. I got other shit that I got to do, like in the real world.
Well, that's honest of you to say you're willingly ignorant. That's honest.
It's not willful ignorance. That's different.
Dude, you just claimed it was.
Can we talk about submarines?
If everybody else is done, sure.
Well, I just wanted to go back because you're an ex-mariner, right? So you're the perfect guy if you understand science and you understand a little bit of scientific method, the basic steps that you said, the bare minimum steps, then you will accept that when the submarine floods itself with water and it dives, or it exhausts the water and replaces it with gas and it surfaces. Notice I didn't say down and up. I said dives and surfaces. We can describe that with a vector. We can put a big arrow going one way and then a little arrow going the other way, and that would be diving and surfacing. So we can demonstrate. Now, what was the cause? When he flooded it with water, was that the cause? Or was there a little hand that came out of the ground and pulled it down called gravity?
Well, the cause is the cause. All you're doing is changing, because when you blow down or flood the MBTs, you don't change the dimensions of the ship. And part of calculating buoyancy is the surface area. It's the amount of water you're displacing as a volume against the weight of the object that's displacing it. Okay, so without changing without changing the dimensions or the volume of the ship, you are changing the weight of the ship. And when you make it heavier, and you are no longer neutrally buoyant, then you will submerge.
So I've listened to what you said, and we agree that we didn't change the volume, but we did change the amount of matter that's inside that volume. Doesn't that have a name?
Density. Huh?
Yeah, so if we change the amount of matter
he'll skip over that.
But he has to confirm.
First of all,
density.
I don't need somebody else putting words in my mouth. 2, if you'd let me have 3 seconds, you would have heard me agree with him.
Yeah,
that is literally what you're doing. It is more.
Yes, Platypus, stop. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Please stop interrupting. They're having a conversation. This is a one-on-one. Anybody else speaks over, I'm just gonna mute them.
Yeah, so if we've got a fixed volume and we change the amount of matter inside that volume, we've just agreed that we can call that density, right? It's the amount of matter in a given volume. That would be the submarine. Now, in scientific method, the definition of the cause in an experiment is the thing that the experimenter deliberately manipulates to prove the cause of the effect. Now, I'm going to suggest that when you do something with your submarine, be it fill it with water or exhaust the water and replace it with air instead, I'm going to suggest that that's an independent variable that the mariner will deliberately cause a change in. And when he does that, an acceleration is resulting, right? And I'm going to say that it's got nothing to do with inferred or calculated other causes that are substituted. It's the thing that the valve, he opens a valve, it floods, or he shuts the valve and exhausts it and then fills it with air instead. I'm going to say that that's the reason why the boat either dives or surfaces. Would you disagree with that?
Now, for what you've said so far, you're spot on. That is what you are doing, is you are changing ultimately you're changing the weight, but I guess the way you're looking at it is also correct. You're also you're putting more matter into a given space. That would technically make it more dense. So yes, what you're describing is true, but you're glossing over the part where absolutely none of that dictates a direction.
It does, because the magnitude and the direction, which gives us the vector, is caused by us messing around with the variable, the thing that we're doing, either adding water or removing. But because it causes an acceleration, if it causes an acceleration, a force must be present, correct? And because there is a direction with that acceleration, and we called it surfacing or diving, we could call it up and down if you want, or you could say to the sky or to the seabed. I don't really care the noun that you use to describe that acceleration, but so long as it does accelerate, then when we did that manipulation within scientific method, the definition of the cause is the thing that is deliberately manipulated by the mariner, which would be the valve that allows the water in and out, or whatever it is that he does to make it do what it does, right? That would be the cause. But you guys say, well, it starts to accelerate, so we can apply F equals ma, and we can calculate a force. And I'm saying, no, there's a bloke inside turning it. But you can't see that from the outside. But you say, well, we can calculate it because it's accelerating. And I'm saying, no, there's a bloke inside. So when we see anything accelerating, you instantly apply F equals ma, and we all know which F you ascribe to it. But in the real world, the mariner inside the submarine is the one that's making it dive or surface. And I'm saying, we know why it's surfacing, and it's got nothing to do with the Newtonian concept that's been replaced by Einsteinian since 1915.
The problem is what the mariner is doing is changing density or buoyancy.
No, he is adding or removing matter from a fixed volume.
tomato, that's the same thing. If you take away
no,
or if you take away or add matter to a volume, then you're changing density.
Right. So
and by consequence, depending on the medium that volume is in, you would also be changing buoyancy.
Right. So it's not tomatoes and tomatoes, because when the guy does whatever he does inside the submarine, he is adding more matter to the unit volume, right? And that is that is how density is defined and explained, and we all understand it. The problem is, because you don't want to accept that it is changing the density, even though you know that it is, because you insist that it's a force that's doing it, you start changing the terminology to make it warp into this magical, mysterious force, but forget about the bloke inside the submarine that's doing it. And I'm saying, well, just because the submarine's diving or surfacing, and we can observe that from the outside, it seems to rise up and it seems to drop down, because that mass is accelerating, you simply apply F equals ma, and you therefore denote gravity and buoyancy. The problem is, gravity and buoyancy rely on it being a force, but it isn't a force by definition, it's an effect. And I'm saying that means you can't explain your submarine. Now, I know that you say, well, I'm a bit lazy and I don't really look into general relativity, but you can't explain, even if you did know general relativity, you can't explain the submarine with general relativity, because gravity is defined as an effect. It doesn't accelerate submarines.
This is stupid.
This is science.
But it's something a child can understand. This is not difficult.
Yeah, but the mariner here seems to be struggling, though, because he knows that his boat's accelerating, it's surfacing or diving. He knows there's a mariner inside doing it, but for some reason he still wants to calculate a force applying F equals ma, even though he knows there's a mariner inside doing it.
I see what you're getting at here. You are attributing the force literally to the change in buoyancy or density.
Would the submarine accelerate if the mariner did not open the valve?
It would remain buoyant, or vice versa.
So the answer is no, it would not accelerate, it would remain buoyant. So the answer was no, it would not accelerate. So when I'm attributing my acceleration to the mariner, that is actually true, isn't it? It's factually true. The biggest problem that I still have, and it's starting to get a little frustrating that it's the thing that's not getting addressed here, is it still does not dictate a direction. We've just had that. The mariner, the direction. It does. It surfaces or dives.
Yeah, but there's absolutely nothing about changing the density or changing the buoyancy that dictates the direction that's going to happen.
If
there
I
isn't.
add more seawater, the direction is dive or down. If I remove seawater and replace it with gas, then the direction is surface or up. That is the direction. It's adding and removing the matter.
And what dictates that direction? Not the result. It's the changing your density. Changing your density affects your buoyancy, and that will dictate whether you're going to float or sink. But it doesn't dictate whether you're going to go up or down.
So the thing that dictates the direction is the mariner, and whether he decides to open the valve or not. That is the thing that gives the direction. The mariner.
Because the other problem that you have is if something were to happen, and we're going to invoke some magic here, that submarine that's floating on the surface, tank's empty, if the volume of water that is underneath it were to suddenly disappear, the submarine is going to continue falling down, and it's going to accelerate while it does so, even though you haven't changed its density or its buoyancy.
Okay, so let's
that That
Stop.
downward direction is the only reason that a buoyant submarine would stay on the surface of the water in the first place.
So let's deal with that by two examples to give to compare and contrast. If the volume of water directly beneath the submarine immediately vanished, that would mean that the submarine would then be in the medium of air and it is more dense than the air. However, by contrast, if the volume of water immediately beneath the submarine was replaced, and it was replaced with mercury, we know what that submarine would immediately do. It would rise up. Why? Because the medium it's then in is the mercury, and it would rise up. So there is the direction. It's the medium in that instance. We manipulate the medium and give the direction.
But you're still implying that, and correctly so, that even when the sub is buoyant and it's sitting on the surface, that force that wants to make it go down is still present. It simply can't because of how buoyant it is.
Nope. I'm not implying.
It doesn't.
I'm not implying. I'm expressly stating that there is no force and it isn't still present. The force has been removed because it's hit the surface and it can't go any further because it needs to change its density. You'd need to fill it with copious amounts of helium and massively increase its volume if you wanted it to continue to rise, because it's now in the medium of air. So I'm not implying that the force is still there. I'm saying that there's no force anymore because he's got to the point where he can't go any further.
No, my friend, that force is still there. It's the reason why everything within the sub is still moving toward the deck.
What force?
You know I'm going to say gravity.
And I'm going to say it's not defined as a force anymore. It's defined as an effect. So what force is still there?
Whether you want to say it's the thing or it's the thing that causes the thing, it doesn't change the fact that that's still the thing that is doing it.
Okay, so now you're presenting symptoms of something called cognitive dissonance, where you presented evidence that doesn't support your assertion, it conflicts with your assertion, and you don't want to accept that it might not be the case.
What was the evidence presented that conflicts?
The definition of gravity is an effect. It's not a force, so it can't still be present.
And what is your alternative?
Well, Newtonian, but that's been replaced. Oh, you mean on my side? What would we say? We would say that the submarine is now less dense than the water it's in, and it's surfaced. Or you could say up, if you'd like. And we can prove it. We could flood it with water, and we could make it change its direction. And depending on how much water we put in it, we could control the magnitude, and we could get it to dive fast, or we could get it to dive slow. But nonetheless, we would control the direction and the magnitude by adding water, opening the valve, and letting it flood.
You could show me, I would guess, a multitude of examples of, and what you're going to be showing me is a change in density or a change in buoyancy having an effect on whether something floats in a medium or sinks in a medium.
See, here's the thing, though. You can't have a change in buoyancy because buoyancy depends on gravity being a force. And we've just had the conversation that gravity isn't a force. So what does that do to the maths when you calculate for buoyant forces? I'll tell you, it invalidates the maths.
I want you to show me where your density thing dictates a direction. I want you to show me that.
The Mariner. If the Mariner doesn't open the valve to let it flood, it isn't going to accelerate. It's going to stay where it is. Why? Because
all the Mariner is doing is ultimately changing the weight of the ship, but that translates to changing the buoyancy of the ship because you're not changing volume, but you're changing.
We've got a problem with the definition of weight as well. We had a problem with buoyancy. That requires gravity to be a force, but weight's a problem as well because that's weight times the acceleration due to gravity. But we know that gravity's not a force, so gravity can't cause acceleration. So what does that do to your definition, for your calculation for weight?
It'd be easy to walk away from that one if I had an alternative explanation for the direction that things move based on their density.
It's the Mariner opening the valve.
That doesn't
the cause of the direction.
No, it's not.
It is.
The Mariner is not applying a direction. The Mariner is not applying a vector. No, the Mariner is just changing density.
Yeah, he's changing density, and
and then you have to come back to why does him changing the density of the ship dictate a direction?
Because it becomes more dense than its medium, or it dives, or it becomes down. Whatever noun you want to describe that acceleration
all you're doing is explaining density again. That's not explaining.
You asked me to explain down, why that direction, and I told you the mariner is the reason why. Not gravity, not buoyancy, not weight, the mariner.
That's incorrect. The mariner is the explanation for the change in density. It is not the explanation for the change in acceleration or the direction or the vector of motion.
Okay, let's accept that just so we can progress the conversation, right? I accept that what you've just said is true. But do you accept that gravity, by current definition in science today, is defined as an effect? So that can't be the reason for it either. Yet, in contrast, scientific method defines the independent variable as the thing that is deliberately manipulated by the experimenter, in this case the mariner that opens the valve. That would be the cause. Do you disagree with that?
So that's where we stand. So for both your things, on one hand, I have you agreeing that doesn't dictate the direction, and on the other hand, I have me agreeing that the modern definition of gravity doesn't explain it either. The problem that I would have standing at that point would be that on one hand, I have no explanation, just an agreement that there is none. And on the other hand, I have a proposed explanation.
No. So
what I need from you is another explanation. That would be
I can. I only agreed to that to progress the point. I wasn't conceding. I was only doing that so we could progress the point. And the point we progressed to was that we haven't got an acceleration due to gravity because it's not a force. So let's go back. So now we're at the point where I don't agree with you, and I'm going to give you your alternative. There's a little bloke inside. We'll call him Maxwell's demon. He's inside the submarine, and he's going to open a valve, and an acceleration will occur, and we can call it down or we can call it diving. But he's going to do it, right? But you don't know that he's in there. So from your perspective, you don't know there's a man inside, but I know that Maxwell's demon, the mariner, is going to open a valve and it's going to accelerate, and then all of a sudden it starts to accelerate. You would calculate for a force that you know is not a force. You'd still calculate it anyway, and you'd call it gravity, right? And then if it accelerated the other way, Maxwell's demon's inside, he shuts the valve, he changes it, or he exhausts it, or puts new air inside there, it starts to surface or go up, whatever. And then I know that he's in there doing it, right? You're going to see that it changes direction. You're going to apply F equals ma. You're going to say the submarine's now accelerating the opposite direction, so buoyancy, even though that requires gravity to be a force, and I've got a mariner on the inside that's doing it all.
Again, all he's changing is the density. That's it.
Yeah, so he's the cause.
Which directly affects buoyancy.
He's the cause, isn't he?
But you still don't have an explanation for why that dictates a direction.
Because he's adding and removing mass in a fixed volume. He's changing the density of the submarine.
Right, that's the thing he's changing. That's all he's changing.
I know, and that's the cause by scientific method definition. It's the thing that is deliberately manipulated by the mariner in this case. It's not a little magical force.
There's nothing magical about what you're saying. You're explaining how he is changing the density of it, which as a consequence changes the changes the buoyancy of it.
Does that mean that you agree with me then?
No, because you're telling me that he's also what the thing he's directly manipulating is the direction and the acceleration, therefore, which is not what's happening.
No, he's adding and removing matter in a fixed volume.
He's changing density.
Changing density. Yeah. So you do agree with changing density.
What can flatter his platypus?
I've agreed with you the entire time that what he is changing is ultimately the density and even more so the buoyancy of the ship. You and I have agreed on that the entire time.
So the issue
what you and I are disagreeing on is that causing or not directly causing the change in direction, which doesn't make sense.
There is a way we can settle this. Like we can settle this within scientific method, and it's by accepting the definition of the independent variable. Now, what I'm going to say is I'm going to contrast it. I'm going to tell you the definition, and then I'm going to contrast it with what you're saying. The definition is the thing that is deliberately manipulated by the mariner in this case is the cause of the effect. So the cause is opening the valve and shutting the valve. The effect is an acceleration. Now, the direction, you want to ask why, and it's because of him. But here's the thing. You're going to go against what that definition is and say, no, it's not the bloke inside the submarine. Something else is doing it instead. But we've both already agreed that the boat would not accelerate if the mariner did not open and shut the valve. So the definition in scientific method says it's the thing that the guy does, and you're saying it's not though, is it? It's something else. So you're working outside of scientific method, and by definition, that is pseudoscience.
You are trying to draw a correlation to.
Nope. I'm not. I'm deliberately manipulating the presumed cause. I am not correlating. Correlating is when you would calculate the effect and you wouldn't put it into practice and experiment. I'm literally opening and closing the valve, and it's causing an acceleration.
And this is where we need Creation Bear, but he's not here.
Old platypus at it again, huh?
Holy fuck.
Holy shit, man. You've been missing around this neighborhood.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You've been gone so long, you're not even Gold Plus anymore.
I only come here to.
Oh, so that just changed. I just clicked on your name and looked at that.
Yeah, Chris M.
I only come here to listen to you, Miggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the other way around, Anthony. We listen to you, man.
So have we got a conclusion then, Platypus? Do we accept that the valve opening and closing by the mariner is the cause? And if you're going to say it's something else, you're outside of scientific method and into some other mumbo jumbo. That is by definition pseudoscience.
It is absolutely the cause of the change in density. 100%. There's no way around that one. You and I agree on that one.
So why do you reject the definition then?
Because you're trying to take that and you're trying to run with it further than you need to.
No, I stop at the cause. The manipulated thing that the mariner does is open and close the valve, and then an acceleration occurs.
No, opening and closing the valve is a direct cause, and the direct effect of doing that, the direct one, is changing the density of the ship based on the volume not changing, but the weight or the mass increasing or decreasing.
So let me contrast what you're saying to what's true. What you're saying is true. It changes the density of the submarine. It changes the amount of matter in the volume. But density is a ratio, isn't it? It's explained mathematically, right? The real term that we use to describe that is density. But when he's doing that and it's causing an acceleration, is the cause the concept called a ratio, or is it adding the mass to the volume?
No, we're a little incomplete here because that explains density, but in the context of our what's the word I'm looking for? In the context of your example, the submarine on the water, either on the surface going under, then you also have to throw buoyancy on top of that because now we're not just describing the density of the submarine, we're describing how the density of the submarine interacts with different mediums.
Stop. I don't mean to be rude and interrupt, but you can't throw buoyancy into it because that requires gravity to be a force, and we know it's not a force in science today. So no, you can't do that.
Buoyancy is how you figure out whether something is going to rise or fall in a given medium.
Opening and closing the valve is how you figure out what it's going to do.
Opening and closing the valve changes your density. That's the thing that you are manipulating and nothing more. Anything else that happens is just an indirect cause of that.
So you said that buoyancy is how buoyancy is how we establish whether something's going to sink or float, right? But in real world, we don't use buoyancy as a mathematical calculation to work out whether the submarine's going to dive or surface. We open the valve. So when you criticize me for correlating, you're actually correlating right now. You're going to substitute mathematical calculation to predict what the submarine will do, even though there's not a bloke in there doing anything. So, like, you need the bloke in there to do it, not a formula for buoyancy.
I believe you were taking what's the word I'm looking for? Hold on. You're taking an observed effect based on something that you are controlling that is not the direct thing that you are controlling and automatically associating those two things together. For example, and it's, again, not a quick thinker. Off the top of my head, the best example I can think of, sticking to the submarine, and this is a fact, the submarine does not move anywhere near as quickly on the surface as it is capable of moving underwater. So by changing the density of the sub, I could make the argument that making the sub more dense allows it to move quicker, since increasing its density is going to make it sink, and then it would be capable of moving faster.
Right,
but that would be an incorrect parallel to draw, because that's not the reason why subs can't move as quick on the surface.
I'm going to take your second point as a red herring distraction. Your first point was what I'm going to focus on. Your first point said something to the words of, what you're doing is you're taking the actual cause of what actually happened, and you're saying that, I can't remember exactly how you worded it. Fill me in with what you said. I'll deal with that.
I would, hold on. Bad short-term memory. I believe I said that you were taking an observed effect and making a direct correlation to your cause.
But I'm not.
Even though, like, okay, like,
I'm opening.
You word it differently. When that man opening and closing that valve, that's the direct cause. That is the thing somebody is manipulating actively.
Agreed.
The direct result of that manipulation is simply a change in density.
No, it's an acceleration. Density is a mathematical concept, a ratio that we use to describe, not cause, describe the real world. Sometimes it matches, sometimes it doesn't. Either way, when you open and close the valve, an acceleration will occur. So that when you change, I agree with you, you are changing the density, but that's abstract. It's descriptive. It's not causative. It's not real world. It's abstract by definition. When you open and close the valve, it does cause an acceleration. And we want to know why. Well, we know why, because he's adding more mass or he's removing mass from a fixed volume. And we describe that as density, and we use ratios to describe it. But fundamentally, the cause, as you correctly point out, is adding and removing mass per unit volume. And we describe it mathematically, conceptually, and abstractly as density, right? But the effect of doing it is acceleration. It changes its position. Yeah?
I think you and I have hit the loggerhead point where you and I are going to disagree about whether or not that change in density is directly the reason why there is suddenly a change in the direction that object is moving.
The only reason why we've hit loggerhead is because
the only reason I'm speaking as though I want to put a bow on it is because it's almost 3:00. It's time for me to head to work.
That's okay, but we can conclude by saying this. If you look up the definition of mathematics, it is described as a concept, an abstract concept. It's not abstract concepts that cause accelerations, it's forces. And when we open and close the valve, an acceleration does occur. The mariner causes it. So have a great day in work. I really enjoyed that. And I'm hoping that we've made enough progress for you to at least question whether or not the mariner causes the acceleration. And that is the cause. And it's not to do with little magic hands pulling out the ground and grabbing up the subs, pulling on the submarine, or little magic hands from the clouds pulling it up, because that's not what it is.
I will do you the courtesy of spending my 40-minute drive to work thinking about it. The whole drive.
Very much. I'm done.
And could I give you 20 seconds in closing as well?
Sure.
I would encourage, based on our conversation, I would encourage I'm big on visuals. I love them. If you could make some sort of because I didn't quite get a handle on your reasoning for the change in direction. I don't know if that's because I'm not smart. But if you could first grade level that stuff and make some sort of a drawing, that would be amazing, and I would actually ask you for it in the future.
The reason why the direction occurred was because he opened and closed the valve. As you correctly pointed out, it changed the density of the object in its fixed volume, and we described that mathematically, abstractly, and conceptually as density. But in real terms, he added more mass or removed more mass from the fixed volume. That gave us an acceleration. We call that an up or a down or a dive or a surface. We denote a direction to it because we're humans. That noun is just a noun, but it did cause an acceleration, and it was the reason for why the boat accelerated. He opened and closed the valve.
I think I'll have to ping on you on this for. I don't. First of all, are you the sleeping warrior that I hear about, or are you just another guy with the name Sleeping Warrior?
I don't know, because I don't know what
Sleeping Warrior.
He's the infamous one? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't say
Understood.
infamous. I prefer to say the guy that debunked Einstein and Newton and proved what caused acceleration, where they just calculated correlations. They wanted to know why things accelerated on Earth. So did I. Well, they just calculated it because they applied F equals ma. I demonstrated it by manipulating the presumed cause, and I caused an acceleration, bit like your Submariner, where he opens and closes the valve. I just changed the density of the medium, and I caused the same effect.
Hey, real quick before you go, can you guys hear me real quick?
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me? I was just going to say that I think that the problem is for the person we're talking to here, I don't see his name, but the premise of your reality being a layer cake where reality has layers to it, all of reality. If it's not a ball that's flat and reality is a layer cake, then all of this makes sense to you all of a sudden. The directionality is inherent in the ball concept.
You still have to have an explanation for that direction in the first place. That was my ultimate point in the Sleeping Warrior.
The intent was the explanation and proven to be the cause.
Yep. RD equals substance over
He's assuming
reference.
something. That's the whole problem. He's already assuming something. That's the issue. It's just so annoying.
Can't keep getting sucked back in. I got to get out of here.
All right, Platypus.
Yep.
See you later, man.
Nice, Platypus. Sleeping Warrior, great. Miggy!
What's up, buddy?
It's gonna be a Miggy night.
Good to hear your voice in here. Right,
Where
right
have you
on.
been, man? I feel like a jilted lover, and you've just forgotten about me. I only came here to listen to you ask your questions.
No, man. Yeah, I took a sabbatical for a while and just kind of hung out. But yeah, I'm back, dude. So,
yay!
What's
right on? I hope you're
somebody kind of give me a summary of what I missed? Is there anything interesting?
Not today yet.
Not really, man. Globe's dead, man.
No curve.
I mean,
no rotation.
I hear Platypus in here, but I mean, it's just I know him already. So.
Nonsense. That guy is full of nonsense.
Really?
His own. This cockness doesn't want to accept the truth. He has, even though Super Mario just showed him, and he agrees with it. Like, no,
Right.
there has to be a force.
Listen, that's why when Platypus's sub was broke, they had me come and fix it.
There you go.
Flat Earther. It's true what I said, though. The conclusion of the point is true. What they do is they see the submarine accelerate, and they apply F equals ma, and they demand that there is a force, right? But they ignore the fact that the Mariner's on the inside playing Maxwell's Demon. They completely ignore that real cause, because we all know the submarine would not accelerate if it wasn't for the Mariner opening and closing the valve. He completely ignores that. Why? Because he wants to correlate mathematics to get that. He wants to calculate into existence a force. That's the reason why he ignores it.
He literally is in love with space. Like, he's all about it. So anything to keep his dreams alive, he's gonna do it. Even if it's heavy on the mental gymnastics, he's gonna do it. Yeah, Platypus. We've had numerous conversations, so yeah, I know all about it.
See, they can't allow for a fundamental force in nature that is just down. That's like us asking them, what was the force that created balls to spin? They don't have an answer for that, but they're asking us the same kind of question.
Yeah, what came first, the orbit of the Earth, or the rotation of the Earth, or the orbit of the Earth in the Sun?
Because, in my opinion, they cannot have a creator with natural that made a creation with natural fundamental laws that we know, like water always sits still and flat on the top, or that there's a fundamental nature of Earth, that there's a fundamental down. They want to answer for that doesn't include a creator. That's my opinion.
Listen, dude. They want us to disprove something that they cannot prove. That's insanity. You understand? They want us to disprove something that they have not proven. How does that fucking make sense?
Right.
That's the reason why
Yeah,
when they
don't.
say, "Well, you have got any evidence for flat Earth, Riley?" Well, we don't need evidence for flat Earth to prove who killed right. If there's a murder charge, you don't have to prove who did kill someone, right? You just got to prove that you didn't. So the claim of the prosecution is that you did kill the guy. You don't have to prove who did. You just got to prove that it wasn't you. That's all you've got to do. It's the same thing in this topic.
Any big names go through your neck of the woods there, Anthony? Anybody?
England beat Germany 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Is that what you mean?
Is the U.S. still in it? Is the U.S. still involved?
No, it's the European Championships, isn't it? US is not in that one.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Specifically, any numpties that decided to actually debate you guys?
Oh no, they can't come in. They claim that they're on strike because Nathan's a bully with his mute button. The problem is, like we just seen with our friend, the Mariner guy, when they come in, they always assert and demand and insist and won't move away from gravity being a force. Well, when we get them we bring up the definition and we ask them to go through it, they agree all the way through to the part where basically you start applying it in the real world, and then it starts getting a bit muddy. And then when you realise that there's not a force pulling it or pushing it at all, we're doing it, we're causing it. They can't accept that because the consequences of that, the ramifications of that are so stark on their model, they just can't accept it. So they flip back to Newtonian gravitation, and you can see it. You can literally see the moment where they flip back to Newtonian because they can't accept that the current position in science does not say that it's a force, it's an effect. They all do it as well.
Here's something new, Miggy, that's happened. Here's what's occurred.
Cool.
We used to assume that there was white swans, right, until we had the black swan. Well, what happened is we discovered that there was not any white swans in the first place. They would need to show proof of the globe and in any kind of topic about the globe itself, like, for instance, the 3 points. They have not shown anything that proves that there is any white swans. So I hereby dub all swans are black. Now they need to show that there's proof of a white swan. So this new BM SLB, 19 miles to Platform Grace from Bow there up in Santa Barbara. That's another black swan. Now we have everything we have. They're all black swans.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, here's the thing, right? Sherlock Holmes, he would work out who killed who by working out the guys that, like the suspects that couldn't possibly have done it. So like he wasn't in the right location, or he was unavailable at the time, or he didn't have an axe to grind with him, or whatever. He would work out by a process of elimination the ones that could not have killed the guy. Well, when it comes to applying that, if you apply that notion to the claim of the ball Earth, you only need that one thing to rule out that model, and then the whole model's done. And there's about 10. So it's like, gravity's not a force. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum in a container. There's no measured curvature to water anywhere on Earth apart from a droplet that's surface tension. There is no evidence of axial rotation. All of these things are all things that destroy their model. The problem is they just don't accept it. So what they do instead is they group up together in chat on soccer accounts and start doxing people and trying to get people sacked and causing problems as any way they can to try and scare people away. And it does work to some extent. There are some people that don't want to get involved in that. But why do these people exist? It's because they don't want the ball Earth narrative to fail. But it does fail. They just don't like it.
I see what you guys doing. You got them on the run. There's nowhere to go now.
Yeah, it's interesting. To see the progression of it has been really interesting.
Yeah, for those of us who have been there, like at the beginning of the movement, that what we would consider the movement, that's quite a change. I mean, now it's like nothing that they can do. It's just they come in with this nonsense that they're trying to keep the dream alive, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, any way they can. So it's a red herring here, obfuscation there. They're never really going to get you.
Don't forget
the heart of the matter. So.
They've always got an insult in there somewhere. So they always substitute the argument on point for an insult in some way. So they'll just call you a name, and then they'll think that replaces the need to respond to the cornered question that they've got against them, where they're getting battered in the corner against the ropes. They think that the insult gets them out of it, and we all see the insult and go, yeah, you've not answered the question, and they just completely ignore it. Why? Because they lose. What you should do with that Mariner guy, I've not spoke to him before, but every time he comes in, the only topic you should talk about with him is his submarine and why it is the cause of the acceleration. Don't talk about anything else with him. Don't let him take the topic anywhere with satellites or Himawari.
He didn't come in that often. That's that platypus guy. He didn't come in often.
Yeah, let's make a note. I'm gonna tag his role, and I'm gonna make a note on that.
Yeah, pin him on the submarine, pin him on the cause, which is opening and closing the valve, and the cause is not little hands coming out of the ground pulling it down or little hands coming out the clouds pulling it up. It's not that. It's the open and closing the valve, because he can't accept the independent variable definition within scientific method because it excludes that there's a little magical force doing it instead. That's his problem. He doesn't accept the definition of the independent variable because it removes his force bit by exclusion.
Any other ball earther to jump in here? Anybody else want to get on the chat? Think the Earth is a globe, that it spins, the vacuum of space exists? Anybody in here think like that?
Yeah, come on in. We have somebody here by special appearance. We want to have a discussion.
I just want to talk, man. That's all
Isn't it interesting that my reputation precedes me? He's just got absolutely whitewashed by a flat earther, right? But then he found out my name, or he realized who I was at some point, and he realized that I am the Sleeping Warrior. He's never had any interactions with me before, but by description, he's already got it in his head that blah, blah, this or blah, blah, that. Doesn't accept that he's just got dicked. Like, yeah, you'd rather respond to me by saying, you are the Sleeping Warrior? It's like, yeah, just accept that the cause is the submarine being open and closed, and that's the reason why it accelerates. I'm happy with that. I don't care about the name calling.
Yeah, it was a gunfight, and they were already measuring him for his coffin. Ain't that right, Platypus? Undertaker already got your measurements, dude. They were just waiting for the outcome so they can wheel you away. So no good rousing conversations with any globe earthers in here trying to prove that the Earth is a globe? Well,
no.
There's got to be one out there. I know you guys are out there.
Yeah. Did you know about QE having the discussion with the PhD astronomer from Princeton?
Oh yeah. What the heck was his name? It was interviewing him. Is that right? I think.
Yeah, it was in the arena, and once asked for the questions about natural science, can you have an experiment, and astronomy, to provide valid hypothesis with the inherent parts of that hypothesis in cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics, and then oops, all of a sudden there was technical difficulties, and they never returned.
Yeah, no, I tell you what, that guy right there, you ever remember the part in the movie The Matrix when Neo was dodging bullets? That's what that guy was doing. He was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, man, like, yeah, every time he would get into a real sticky situation, he would obfuscate. Like, he would try to get away from QE's point, and QE would have to ring him back in, and it just, yeah, he never really stuck to his original point. So he would always kind of leapfrog to another one. I was thinking in my head, man, I wish I was there. I would have put cement on his shoes, and he would have not gone anywhere. He would have stayed right there on that point until he fizzled out or rage quit. One of the two. There's not going to be.
I think we've got to credit the mods in that, because the mods brought it back on topic and stopped John from losing his temper. Because ordinarily John would have lost his temper, called him numerous names, which would have diluted away from the devastation of the point that the guy was losing on, which was that he doesn't understand any of this stuff, right? But because the mods were there and they brought it back on point, that meant that John didn't lose his temper and that it didn't get diluted. So they've got to get a shout out as well. No.
Yeah, these guys are coming up with some crazy things to kind of keep the dream alive. Some of the videos I see that keep coming up with different ways to think that their quote unquote science is proving that the Earth is what it is, and
Hey, Miggy, I was saying to the guys before in here, just before you joined, when they talk about gravity, it always flips to Newtonian. It never flips to Einstein because they always think that it's a force, even though it's defined in current science as an effect. So what I was suggesting is that we should start conflating the word gravity with refraction, because they always squawk refraction, right? Refraction, right? They always do it. Well, if we start conflating gravity with refraction, because gravity is defined by the bending of space-time, and it's an apparent acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration, and it's caused by the bending of space-time, right? That apparent acceleration is no different to looking at the horizon and watching a boat shimmering up and down because of the heat haze or whatever it is that's causing it. That refractive effect that we perceive, that's essentially what bending of space-time is. So if we deliberately start conflating refraction with gravity, and every time they say gravity, you mean refraction, get them to just start calling it refraction, because that's what it is. It's an apparent acceleration. It's not an actual one, but and that's why it's not a force, because you don't need a force for an apparent acceleration. But they can't explain Newton's apple falling off the tree. So basically, if we start conflating gravity with refraction, and then force them down the route of addressing Newton's apple, then it's all sorts of poetry listening to them try and do it, because you can't explain it. It's not a force, but we do see something moving. So F equals ma requires a force, but what force is it? Gravity? No, it's not. It's an effect. So they can't explain it. So they tie themselves up in knots. What ends up happening is it ends up being like imagine art, but in verbal form. They start talking poetry in such a way that you can just sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy it, because they've got to try and make a non-force accelerate the apple, and it's just brilliant. So I'm suggesting that we conflate on purpose the word refraction with gravity to force them into accepting that it's an apparent acceleration that's not a force, and therefore they can't explain Newton's apple.
Yeah, definitely, dude. And what I'm thinking is that if we do get another happy-go-lucky Glober, and you're in here, man, I'd like to set it up to where you can have a good discussion that way, because I'm all up for a show, man. Dinner and a show. Maybe let me get some popcorn and before you start in on somebody, because what I think is that a lot of people haven't been down that road. So if they thought about it that way, maybe they would be like, oh yeah, maybe you might open somebody's eyes. I don't know. Like, I still have hope for these Globers that are out there.
Nah, they're all dishonest. But I want to give kudos to the guy that shut the mics up for everybody else, because like we were moving off points and whatever, and there was a mod that just said, "Listen, these two are having a back and forth." Whoever said that, thank you, because it did progress the point and it got him to a corner and he couldn't get out of it. And then he obviously had to leave for work, which I would say he was saved by the bell. But thank you for that, because it did get closure to the point.
No problem, man.
El Boricua.
Shout out to Boricua. El Boricua.
Yo, how's that crypto going, man?
Really good, man. I found a really good passive income crypto.
Nice.
It's amazing.
Frost Knight is a resident Glober, man. If y'all want to talk to him.
Who? Oh, Frost Knight's back again? Ask him ask Frost Knight how many horizons we have, wherever he is. Are you here, Frost Knight?
Yeah, I'm here.
How many horizons do we have? Well, that ain't what you told me last time.
Well, I mean, if you want to get into specifics, there's the geometric, there's the apparent.
So how many do we have then? Oh, you're cutting up, man. I didn't hear what you said.
I guess it just depends how you want to quantify it.
Well, how do you quantify it?
It is a defined term, though, isn't it? The horizon, it is a defined term.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there are a few different types of like horizon, right?
Yeah, they're not defined as the horizon. They're defined as things like the astronomical horizon, the celestial horizon, the marathon bar horizon, the sneakers. You name it. There's a horizon for it, right? There's the Ford Taurus horizon. Just because they give it a name that precedes the word horizon doesn't mean that it's an actual thing. But the word horizon, that is defined. We do have a definition for that. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, the apparent location where the ground meets the sky.
Perfect. The apparent location, right? So it's not an actual location. It's not something that we could like put a flag on and say that's the horizon, right?
Right.
So then what do boats go over at the beach?
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Mickey, I didn't mean to hijack your point.
Go ahead, Frost. Tell them when do they go over the horizon? How far is it from point A to point B when you're standing at the beach? Is there a distance to the horizon?
Well, if you're at a 1 foot observer height, it's what was it, 1.9 or 2.7 or something like that?
0.22.
Is that where boats go over?
Physically, yes, but optically, no.
What the
so
hell?
can you-
I think we
So-
go ahead.
So
Go ahead,
physically,
Anthony.
you could measure this then, right? Over 1.22 miles, you could measure that the water would start to curve to form the physical horizon. Where is that evidence?
Hold on, let me get my popcorn before you start in, Anthony.
Geodesic surveying.
We're not talking about surveying. So is the geometric horizon visible, Frost Knight?
I mean, you can see the light from it.
No, I'm asking you a direct question. Is it visible?
On Earth, no.
Then how would you measure it? Wait, then how would you measure it?
From space.
You're really going to go down this road? Okay, so how would they measure it from space? How did they do that?
I don't know if they have, but I guess that would be the only way since there's refraction.
Oh, okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Love it. The thing is, if you don't have an answer, why would you give them an answer that you don't know, Frost? I mean, I don't get that. Like, you should just say, "Well, yeah, man, you got me. I don't know."
Yeah, that was easy.
Well, I mean, the only way you can see the geometric horizon is if you're not looking through an atmosphere.
And when are you not looking through an atmosphere?
On the moon.
Okay. So the moon doesn't have an atmosphere? Are you gonna stick to that story?
Well, it's very, very slight, I guess,
So it does have an atmosphere.
but not enough to really change or create refraction.
But wait, you're looking from the moon to Earth. Now you're saying all of a sudden there's no atmosphere? If you're on the moon, there's no atmosphere.
No lunar atmosphere.
What about on Earth?
Oh, there's an atmosphere.
So there is, but there isn't.
Well, it just depends on which
Kind of, but not really.
You said you could measure it from the moon, and so that's the only place you were saying. You just made a statement that that's the only place you could measure Earth without an atmosphere. Now you're saying there is an atmosphere on Earth.
I'm saying you could see the moon's geometric or lunar horizon or whatever you want to call it from the moon.
We're talking about measuring Earth, remember?
Yeah, we were on the moon now, Sonny. You got to keep up, man.
Oh, we got
On Earth, there's refraction, so we can't really see it.
So we're going to measure the moon's horizon. That's how we figure out the Earth's geometric horizon.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, seems to fit with the rest of the story.
No.
On Earth, you can't.
Oh, okay.
And that's because light always bends towards the denser medium.
Interesting. You gotta stand on the moon to measure the Earth. Got it.
Yep, that's the new thing. That's the new hotness right now is the bendy crane space-time refraction.
Can I just ask, why would we not measure it with surveying? I mean, you only need a quarter of a mile, and because the Earth curve is defined, it is therefore quantified, and we know that over a mile it's 8 inches, right? You only need a quarter of a mile, and I'm sure with the precision engineering tools that we've got in surveying these days, sure we could measure it. Why would you need to be on the moon when we can do it from Earth with some basic engineering equipment?
Well, you can approximate it pretty close with surveying.
Measure, not approximate, measure.
Well, the problem is when you have atmospheric refraction, you're never going to get perfect precision.
Why would you need atmospheric refraction over a quarter of a mile?
Well, from what I've heard, you can actually take some theodolites, and if you put 3 of them up in like a triangle, what you'll find is that the triangle forms more than 180 degrees.
From what you've heard, all right. So if we force the datum point to be a straight line, and you can do that with a variety of tools like lasers or plumb bob lines or whatever, you can force the straight datum. You can measure the amount of falling away from that straight line, because the straight line would be a tangent if the water was curving, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a circumference, because a straight line is straight, and we're forcing that straight line. So that would be the tangent to the curvature of the water curving below it. And you should be able to, and need to measure it to prove your claim that water curves. But that evidence doesn't actually exist. It's believed that that's what happens, but it doesn't actually exist. Nobody's ever measured curvature to water, ever. Yet you would expect that evidence to exist, especially with all the funding that science has had. They'll fund things like research into plants or the breeding patterns of birds or this, that, and the other on Mars. But nobody's ever thought to measure using rudimentary equipment the curve away from the datum point forced over just a quarter of a mile. You'd think that that would be what you need to do to get your engineering exams, wouldn't you? Like your what's it called, surveying exams. You'd have to show that you could measure a straight datum point and show curvature of water. You'd think that that would be something that they would do because that's their job. But it doesn't actually exist, and we're saying we need to see that curvature measurement, not calculation, not approximation. We need to see the measurement, but it doesn't exist.
Why not?
Because it doesn't curve. They can't tell you that it doesn't curve because it means that we're not on a ball, but it doesn't exist, and that's why that measurement doesn't exist.
So someone's tried to measure it and wasn't able to find any curvature?
I don't know whether they've ever tried to do it, but if they have, they've never released it in peer review papers. But wouldn't you think that that would exist in peer review papers, given that we're supposed to live on a sphere? I would. That's what I would expect to see if the claim is that water curves. There should be a measurement to it.
And what tool would you use to measure it?
You can force the straight line datum point with a variety of tools like a laser, for example, or a plumb bob straight line. You could force it with a theodolite. There's a variety of tools that a surveyor could force the straight line over just a quarter of a mile. That's their job. So it's like asking a surveyor, could you suck that egg for me? And the answer is, yeah, of course I can. I'm a surveyor. That's what we do. So they could do this. But the issue is that it hasn't been done. And we're saying, can we see that evidence? And it's not there. Well, why is it not there? This is what we're supposed to live on, is it not? And the answer is yes, we are meant to live on it, but the evidence doesn't exist. And we're saying, well, why not? Can we see it? No. Why doesn't it exist? So you're prepared to chuck all that money at NASA and JAXA and all that kind of stuff, waste loads of public spending money on stuff, but you'd never actually thought to measure the curvature of water on any lake anywhere or even in a canal where it's nice and still. It doesn't exist.
It's worse than that, because when we actually do try to measure to prove the numbers to be correct, it's off by wild amounts. It's not even close.
Well, from what I've heard, geodesic surveyors have confirmed the curvature of the Earth.
No, they calculate it. They take the flat measurements of the surveyor and they calculate it by applying it to a geodesic or a WGS84 or a geodesic model, and they calculate it into a ball, but they don't measure it. So we're saying calculations aren't measurements. You understand that, right? Calculations are not measurements, but the claim is that water curves. So we don't want to see the calculation. That's geodetic surveying. We want to see the measurement. That's what planar surveyors do. And they measure it flat. Geodesic surveyors calculate it into a ball by applying it to a model. Well, that's not good enough if you're claiming that water curves.
Sorry to interrupt. Frostnut, you just said that you'd heard it. Where did you hear it? Was it like whispered to you by somebody, or?
Yeah, Jim Panda's server told me.
Did they give you a link?
No,
Or just
they
tell
just
me?
expect to believe without any evidence.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Jim Panda's server is the one that thinks that the breeding patterns of birds is science, though, right? Have you heard that claim made by Jim Panda's server?
I haven't.
He believes that the breeding patterns of birds, which, let's be honest, there is a thing called the breeding patterns of birds, and they have a cycle that they migrate to and from, or what's the word? What's the word that they do? Migration. Birds do migrate and they spawn and all that kind of stuff. There is a breeding pattern to birds, but that's not science. That's an area of research, and it's respectable if you're into birds. No one's dissing the breeding patterns of birds, but it's not science. Why is it not science? Because it's not establishing a cause and effect relationship. That's the definition of science. It's the physical. It's the study, the practical study of the physical nature of Earth through experiment and observation, or words to that effect. But the key bit is the experiment and observation bit at the end. You've got to have experiment. You've got to have observation, right? So we do observe that birds have breeding patterns, but there's no experiment there. So researching the breeding patterns of birds might be a worthwhile observation, and you can get a thesis on it, but there's no experiment in it. In the same way that there's no experiment possible with Einstein's theory of general relativity, but that's coined to be science as well. But no experimental application. Why? It's based on observation only. It's like astronomy. It's just observation based. It's not based on experiment. It's based on what you can see. So when you're basing stuff on what you can see, it's not actually science. But again, we're saying, well, where is the science for this stuff that we see? The Newton's apple falling from the tree. Where is the science? And all we get is correlative maths. We get explanations. We get correlations. We get mathematics. But we don't get the cause of the effect, because they don't want us to know that the reason why the apple falls from the tree and accelerates when it does. They don't want us to know that it's relative density. They want us to apply F equals ma and calculate a force into existence and then infer that that force is gravity, when we all know it's to do with the density of the object relative to the density of the medium it's in.
So it's a fictitious force?
No, it's not a force at all. By definition, it's an effect.
Let's say I had a theodolite and I was, went out to a big body of water. What exactly would I do step by step to confirm whether or not, there's curvature?
You'd force your datum point. You force a straight line measurement to which you can then measure whether or not water curves away from that, from your point of observation. You can force your datum to be a straight line, not a curved straight line, a straight line. And then from that datum point, any point along there, you've got a reference point that you can then reference. You can measure whether water curves away from it. And on a sphere, all points away from that point that you set your datum point curve away. So the further away you go, the more that curve should be there. And it isn't there, because surveyors measure it flat. It's only when geodesic surveyors then start extrapolating the geodesic model onto that data, then it becomes a ball. But they measure it initially flat.
So what do you mean by force a datum point?
Force a datum point. So when you want to know whether something's straight or not, you'll pull a ruler up to it, won't you? Is that line straight on that bit of paper? What are you going to do? You're going to pull a ruler up and see, does it match it? And that ruler is your datum point to which your line is then going to be measured or interpreted to be whether or not it's straight or not. You'll look at the ruler, you'll put it next to it and say, yeah, that's straight, that. Or you'll look at it and say, nah, it's actually curving. Look at the beginning here, it's flat, but then by the end, it's curved away. So your datum point is your reference point from which your observation or your measurement is going to be taken from. So if you force your datum point to be straight, which is what a theodolite does, or a laser, or a bit of string that's pulled taut, or whatever, you can create a forced datum point that is straight. That would be tangent to a sphere, and all points along that line, the further away you get, the water would be curving away from the datum point. But it doesn't do it. We know it doesn't do it because that's what planar surveyors do. It's only when geodesic surveyors get involved, they start curving it by applying maths. Well, they measure it as flat. We don't need geodesic surveyors.
Well, I saw a video where this gentleman did a measurement using a theodolite. I'll try to find it and see what you think.
So what was the claim, that he used a theodolite to what? Measure curvature of water away from the datum point that he created? I don't think so. That's never been done.
Yeah, there was one. It was advertised quite a lot, and he actually got a worse result than somebody a few hundred years ago got. His margin of error was quite significant, and he also did some dodgy stuff with his dropping the top and bottom outliers. He removed all the outliers from his measurements. So, and he used equipment which wasn't designed for going any further than a few hundred yards. He was going a lot further.
So, about that bendy water, can we agree that we at least need some measurements for it and not calcs, not assertions, measurements? Can we agree that we need measurements?
I don't know enough about planar surveying to know how a measurement would even work, to be honest.
Is that the only way you can do measurements?
I don't know.
How about lasers over known distances? How about observation over known distances?
So
well,
is essentially no. The answer of curved measurement, you don't think that that's necessary. I would say that that's fundamental. And if you say that you don't think it should be or don't think it is necessary, I would say, well, why not? Because if you don't measure, then you can simply correlate instead. You can invent the ball mathematically and insist that because of maths, then we live on a ball. I would say that's not good enough.
Well, I would need to understand measurements more before I assert one way or the other. But the issue is if the answer is, well, because of refraction, we can't take any valid measurements, well, then we'd be back at square one and not knowing what shape the Earth is.
What do we do with assertions that can't be evidenced? There is a way that we establish, like, how to deal with assertions that don't have supporting evidence.
Well, and all the proof that like Alberoni's calculating the angle to the horizon, that is supposedly who was the OG in knowing the radius of the Earth. But you just said it yourself. If the horizon is being refracted, then how do we know that his calculations were even to the actual horizon and not a refracted one? So if the origin of the radius can't even be, trusted, then there's really, and what we observe at face value, we don't see any curvature, then there's no reason to think that you live on a ball. You have no foundation.
Well,
because we do have a way to establish whether or not we should accept a claim or not. Assertions made without evidence should be dismissed without evidence, applying Hitchens' razor. So we do need some evidence of these things that are claimed, because otherwise we have to dismiss them because they're just assertions, baseless assertions, made without evidence. Sorry.
Evidence is important, but also an absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
No, but it is a baseless assertion for which we can dismiss it without evidence because none's been presented. It's called Hitchens' razor.
So we observe the world to be flat and stationary. Now that doesn't mean it's true, but someone who's saying that it is the opposite of what we perceive has the positive claim. And then when the evidence, the quote unquote evidence that they present to substantiate that falls apart, then we go back to what we observe as face reality. And then the laser tests actually do support that the Earth is flat. So we have everything we need.
But how do we know the lasers aren't refracting?
But even if it is, it's still not curving at the rate that they claim it to be by orders of magnitude. They're not even close to being right. It's not like if they were like in a mile or so off or 20 miles off or something, maybe. But if you're off by, an order of magnitude, it's not worth talking about. You're wrong,
We'd know if it was refracting, because if it was, we would know that at any datum point, because we're using a forced datum point, any point along that datum point, right, we would know that if it was refracting, the water level would appear to be up and down, because that's what refraction does, doesn't it? It varies continuously throughout the day. So if the forced straight line was actually bending, and it was acting like it was sometimes more refraction, sometimes less refraction, the effect would be that the water would be continuously changing its perceived or measured height above that datum point. Do you think that water is going to constantly fluctuate, or do you think that it's going to remain, as long as it doesn't evaporate quickly or whatever, it's going to stay in that same position? It's not going to fluctuate at all. Then you could rule out the assertion that there might be refraction, because if there was, it wouldn't be doing anything. Sorry, it wouldn't be maintaining its position. It would be continuously varying. And I mean varying, I don't mean curving down and remaining constant. It would be fluctuating continuously, point to point to point along that datum point. And we know that it's not going to be doing that, because lasers or straight lines, forced straight lines, are straight. They're not curved. They're not subject to refraction. They're forced datum points that are straight.
Sleeping Warrior, do you mind turning your volume up a little bit, please?
Turning my volume up, am I a bit quiet?
Yeah, you've gone quiet all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Funny, because Nathan always tells me I'm far too loud. Is that any better, by the way?
No, not really.
Sounds good. Sounds perfect for me.
It sounds perfect.
Maybe it's just a mine. You're coming through a lot quieter than you was when you was talking with Platypus.
You could individually turn up his volume, maybe.
He's on max for me, so I thought.
Oh.
I've turned mine up to 95% from 90, but I can't really go any higher than that. It's probably as high as I can go.
Yeah, that's actually a bit better. Thank you.
So, assertions made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence because, as you correctly say, that lack of evidence doesn't mean... do you want to say what you said again? A lack of evidence does not necessarily mean...
Yeah, so absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
But not having evidence does mean that you can't prove your claim to have any credibility to it, right? The merits of your claim remain unproven. So if they're unproven because you haven't proven them, do we have to prove anything if they're unproven in the first place? Or do you have to prove them?
Well, I would say both sides should try to prove their case.
But there is a defined burden of proof, and it's the one that makes the positive claim, not the one that makes the negative claim, which is what you're arguing there by saying your line. We're saying, can you prove the positive claim? So if water's bending, can you prove it? And you would say, well, absence of evidence. And we would say, well, that means that you can't prove it. The burden is on you guys to prove your claim.
Would you...
Just because I can't show you water bending doesn't mean that it isn't as proof of something? That's what you're saying?
No, but what it does mean is that you can't prove your claim is true, but you believe and teach it to children that it is true anyway, because pictures from space.
Do you accept a measurement of the drop in horizon to be indicating curvature?
No, because the drop in the horizon is caused by not being able to see indefinitely. There is an opacity element to the atmosphere. Some days it's very opaque, fog. Other days it's clear, crystal clear. But you don't see permanently. You can't see. Like the atmosphere is not completely transparent. It's translucent and it varies. But the more opaque the atmosphere is, the lower the horizon appears to be because you can't see far enough. The less opaque the atmosphere appears to be, the higher the horizon appears to be because you can see further. That's because perspective, everything rises to eye level, but the atmosphere is not completely transparent. Atmos plane.
And
kind of
and
a lens effect.
and if you can't see the geometric horizon, what would you measure to? What would you be measuring to?
The apparent one?
Or is it possible that you might be measuring to the convergent point?
That's possible.
How do you measure something that's apparent?
How would you distinguish it from being the curve of an Earth that you believe that you're on, from the convergent point to a plane that you could also be on? How would you be able to distinguish the two positions?
You wouldn't.
So then how could you apply a radius value in your maths?
It sounds like it's welcome to flat Earth.
It is. You can't, if you don't know either way and you can't contrast either way, how can you apply the radius value in your maths? You couldn't, is the answer.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not skeptical of the photographs that NASA supposedly took from space.
Supposedly. Use supposedly in there.
So what though? So what? You're not skeptical of them. So what? We haven't concluded that previous point yet though. So I accept that you're not skeptical of NASA's pictures, but how do you apply a radius value to your maths when you can't establish whether you're looking at the convergent point on a plane over a spherical radius to a horizon that is supposed to be geometrical but is apparent? How can you apply that radius?
Well, if I were convinced that it was a ball, then a ball would have a radius, and then I could, use whatever techniques I could to determine that radius.
So the answer is you couldn't without more. So when Alberuni did it, and he applied a spherical belief to it, he couldn't really do that, could he? Because he'd have to do more to be able to apply the radius. He couldn't just calculate it as though it was, because he doesn't know. He believes, but he can't prove it.
Well, he found the drop in horizon to be consistent with being on a ball of a certain radius, but that isn't, a guarantee that it's.
If he'd have gone up on a foggier day and the opacity of the atmosphere was less transparent and it was more opaque, the dip would be the horizon would appear to be dipped more, and the radius then would be smaller. Conversely, if he went on a better clarity day where he could see for further because the atmosphere was more transparent and less opaque, the dip angle then would be less. So then he would have a radius that was significantly bigger. But either way, the variable there would be the opacity of the atmosphere and the dip angle that's perceived as a result of it. So it doesn't mean that it's the sphere of an edge, or the edge of a sphere, because it can equally and contrastly be described as the amount of transparency the atmosphere has on the day.
But even on a clear day?
Even on a clear day, you're still going to have an atmosphere to some extent. And don't forget, he's looking down into a density gradient, right? So he's always looking down. When he's on top of a mountain, he's always looking down. So there's always going to be an element of atmosphere because he's looking into a density gradient, right? But even on a clear day, you can't. You don't know what you're looking at when you're looking at the horizon because it's still an apparent optical effect. It's not an actual physicality. It's still an apparent optical effect that is influenced by weather, by visibility on the day, pollution, whatever, you name it. And even on the clearest of days, it still isn't transparent. it's still translucent to some extent. So you don't know what you're looking at, and you can't tell the difference between the two.
What's funny to me is they like to think that Alberuni's horizon that he was calculating to is the geometric horizon. So whatever height he was at and whatever weather he was at, okay, anytime we do the laser tests, anytime we do the long distance observations, let's just make sure that we have the exact same things that Alberuni did, because apparently when Alberuni did it, refraction was not an issue. So it shouldn't be an issue if we're doing it at the same height, same weather. Because you're saying, oh, well, what if it was a clear day? Well, then if we do a long distance observation on a clear day and we see too far, then that should count because it counts for Alberuni.
Well, from my understanding, what
You guys want to pick and choose. You really do.
what Jim Panda's server told me is that you're only able to see the black swan at a 1 foot observer height because there's more refraction close to the water.
Then the apparent horizon our point is maintained. The apparent horizon is what we observe. We're not observing the geometric horizon that boats can't go over because the boats are going over the leading edge of a sphere. So he's admitting and accepting that what we actually see is the effects of refraction. So therefore, boats can either not go over the effects of refraction or do go over the effects of refraction, but it's a fallacious claim. Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, just the other day I was there and they said that you have to make assumptions. You're making assumptions based on observations, but observations alone can't give you anything until you can test it and play with it and manipulate it to see what it is. You can't, and all they do is have assumptions based on observations. And because it's taught in textbooks, they take it as scripture.
What is this server you guys keep talking about?
Gem Panda's, I don't know what he calls it, Jeremy's server. Is it Debate Flat Earth or I'm not sure what it's called.
Yeah, so the guy that did the Black Swan observation just dropped a new one. 19.6 miles at 1.5 foot.
Yeah, he's got 3 oil platforms in the middle ground, and he's got the horizon behind all 3 of them. And he shows a time lapse over a long period of time, and it shows that even though the bendy cranes get more and less bendy, the horizon doesn't change its position. So that's like, if they haven't got bendy cranes and bendy and atmospheres that are influencing the apparent horizon, then welcome to Flat Earth, guys.
Well, the thing is, on a ball, even though you can't see the geometric horizon, you're still seeing the curve. You're still seeing the ball edge. It's just you're seeing it from farther than you're supposed to see it.
So it's a bigger ball then?
Yeah,
but what I mean is,
that still proves our point that the horizon is an optical phenomena. It's not the leading edge of a sphere, the way that Galileo said when he observed a boat going over the horizon with a telescope, because that's where the claim of the boats going over the horizon comes from. It stems from Galileo's telescope observation, because he said that he saw boats disappearing bottom first. Well, if you ignore Rayleigh criterion, which is a calculated effect of the limitation of the size of the lens, or the diameter of the lens, that crops off the bottom because you can't resolve it anymore, that they call Earth curve, if you completely ignore that, and you accept that the boats weren't going over the optical phenomena, then you haven't got a sphere edge for the boats to go over. But Galileo's claim is that the boats were going over the horizon, and the horizon needs to be geometric if it's a sphere. They're still admitting and accepting that it's not.
Alberuni's radius is different from the modern NASA radius, so refraction definitely meddled with his results a little bit.
And that tells you that the opacity of the atmosphere on the day didn't match the claim of the radius of the Earth, because it is an equivalent and alternative explanation for why he measured the dip angle the way he measured it. He might have had a very clear day, but if he went back on a foggy day, there would be more dip because he couldn't see far enough because his visibility would be reduced. So the dip angle would be increased, and he would perceive the radius to be significantly smaller because he's assuming sphere. But actually, the cause of the dip angle is how far he can see on the day. It's got nothing to do with the radius at all. So he's correlating by calculation a sphere that he believes he's on, but can't prove it.
Okay, so let's say I have a theodolite and I'm on a body of water, and I point it out, and then how exactly do I force a line, whatever you called it?
Yeah, you force your datum by forcing a straight line, either with a variety of lasers from point to point to point, and you continuously correct any errors that you make so that you're getting it always dead straight. And if you have started to accumulate error, you're continuously correcting it so that it's bang on straight. You can use it with optical theodolites. You can use lasers. You can use literally a piece of string and twang it against a wall, and over a distance, if you pull it taut, then that string with chalk on it will give you your plumb bob line. It's not vertical, it's horizontal. But you can do that continuously over and over and over again. And other people could then verify and validate your claim that your datum point is straight, not curving, straight. And then from that straight, you can get a ruler and measure the height of the water of the canal that you're working in. And you can say, right, at the start of my datum point, the water height is X. And then by the end of it, it needs to be X plus the curvature of the Earth, according to the claim. And that evidence should be there, and it should be the basics for all planner surveyors, because that's what surveying is. But they don't do it. But that would be the basics, cat sat on the map position for a surveyor, to measure the curvature of water over a short quarter of a mile, because that would be the test that they're doing their leveling correct. But it doesn't exist.
So you make the theodolite perfectly level, and then you measure the line under it to the water?
Correct. Well, you can do it, like I said, you can use lasers, you can use string with chalk on it, you can use theodolites. There's a variety of ways that you can force the datum point. And when you force that datum point to be straight, your mates can then validate and verify that you did get it straight. And then once you've got your straight datum point, all points along that datum point's got to start curving away from your point source of origin, where your theodolite was or where your bloke was at the beginning, because water curves all the time, continuously in all directions, all the time. So it has to be getting further and further away from that datum point always. Doesn't exist.
And how exactly do I measure from the water line to the forced datum point?
With a ruler. Or a tape measure.
But all this is still optical, right? So how is this not affected by refraction?
No, it's not optical. That's the point. You're forcing the datum point with a variety of techniques that includes lasers, string with chalk on it. You can use what they call theodolites. You could verify. So if somebody did it with chalk and a string, and then they used a theodolite to check it, or they used a laser to check it, you could cross-reference and cross-validate using a variety of methods to make sure that the datum point did not deviate from straight. And I would encourage to use more than one, because if one guy perceives that he's done a good job with, say, a laser, and another guy gets his string out and said, I can get it straighter than that, and he uses it, and then the other guy with a theodolite measures it and he says, yeah, that's straight, then you're going to get 2 or 3 different ways to validate and verify the claim that the line is straight. Now, if the water's curving away, you just measure the continuously grouping, or the exponential drop away from that datum point. As long as you get your planner surveyor to get your straight line, your tangent line to the curve, as long as he does that and somebody else validates it and says, yep, that's definitely straight, definitely not curving away, it's definitely straight, that's a straight point, datum point that we can measure from, then you can tell whether or not water curves. And it can be done over just a quarter of a mile. Any canal, most canals have got stretches on them that are a quarter of a mile, because they're pretty straight. A lot of canals, I know they do twist and turn and stuff because they follow the contour of the land, but where possible, they try and go straight. And there's lots of places that it can be done. And it's an academic exercise for a planner surveyor to show that he can get his leveling sorted. And I don't know why it's not part of the textbook of being a planner surveyor, because that's how you would prove that you can do your leveling properly.
Well, a laser would...
The point across, you're establishing something that will always be straight in spite of any amount of atmospheric refraction. So therefore, you're establishing something you know to be straight despite what it might seem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so a laser would refract, and a string would droop in the middle because of, like, the weight.
Right. So how did you ever figure out radius?
But you can use the other surveying techniques to prove or disprove that claim. So you can force the straight lines.
Right.
If somebody's got a saggy bit of string, then the guy with the theodolite might say, hey, you've got a bit of droop there. And then the guy with the laser would say, yeah, you're both wrong. You've both got a little bit out here. Look, the laser's bang on. And then they would all cross-reference and validate. And that's how they would do it. You would make sure that your datum point is straight. That is the one thing that planner surveyors do. They level off, and they do it all the time. Look, speak to Bev, try thinking. He'll talk you through how they actually do it. But leveling off is something that's automatically done by most theodolites, and it's very easy to use. But it doesn't exist, and we're saying, why not?
Yeah, so I think what Sleeping is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, you're taking this this straight line datum and you're double checking it. What you're doing is you're making it a physically straight line. So it's verifiably, measurably a straight line.
That's right. You're making sure that nobody's made a droop in the middle with a string, or you're making sure that the laser didn't refract or whatever. You're making sure that it is dead straight, because you're not going to want to follow a straight line that's not straight and then claim that water's bending. You want to make sure, you want to measure whether the water is curving or not. And the only way to do that is to have a forced straight line and measure the drop relative to that datum point at all points. And then that way we could prove that, because that's how you prove it. If the Earth really was a sphere, that would be the way that they would demonstrate it. Real world, they would use planar surveying, and they would get a forced datum point, and they'd be able to show it all over the place. But it doesn't exist, and we're saying why? And the answer is because if they did it, it wouldn't drop away, and therefore we don't live on a sphere. Bev Try Thinking is probably the best guy to talk to about this topic, because what he describes is true. The ballers don't like it because they just call him an idiot, but they don't address his point. His point is that when they level off and they start measuring from that datum point, they measure it as flat. It's only when geodesic surveyors get involved and start calculating it into their model that it then comes out as a sphere.
This is why the oil rigs are so important in the Black Swan, is because it establishes a distance marker that is not movable. The oil rigs are not going anywhere, so you know exactly what, despite whatever horizon or refraction is going on, you know that the distance from this to this is not moving.
Yeah, that would be a good way to measure the curvature. However, I don't think it's possible to to force a straight line over a quarter mile.
Why not? They do it, or they measure it all the time with planar surveying. So why do you think that it's not possible when they do it every single day?
And they did it with the Suez Canal 100 miles.
Yeah. Why do you think it's not possible? Do you want to explain that?
Well, because lasers refract, strings droop, and a theodolite would be optics as well.
Yeah,
So that means
did you miss the part about we actually verifying the line to make sure it's measurably a straight line? You measure it, so that way you're taking it from the optical to the physical, a physically straight datum line that's verifiably and measurably straight. You can test it, you can check it, you can adjust it to be straight.
I'm having a hard time fathoming how exactly you would double check and
Like I said, you would get a variety of techniques from different people that are applying the principles of planar surveying, and you would get them all to check and recheck. Because the first thing that you want to do is, if someone's claiming that the line's straight, the other bloke's going to go, I'm going to check that to make sure, because that's their bread and butter, isn't it? That's like the footballer saying, I'm going to play football, and he's actually playing tennis. The guy claiming that the straight line datum point is straight, another guy's going to want to make sure that it actually is straight. So he's going to check his work to make sure that it is. And if it's not, he's going to say, yeah, look, you got a bit of sag here, or it's going a bit up instead of down, or whatever. So it is verifiable. So the original claim, you're right, it could be sagging line, or it could be a bit of refraction. But when you verify it with somebody else, they would then find that and say, hang on a minute, you're wandering a little bit off course here, look. And then he'd go, oh shit, yeah. And then he'd have to do it again. So you could validate and verify the claim being made that the datum point is straight. That is what they do.
Well, I would assume they probably do have a technique that I'm not unaware of to, verify that something is straight. But so if they have this technique, why haven't they done it?
Sorry, my dog was licking my face and I couldn't hear you. You would assume that they do have this technique. And what was the second part?
So if they have the technique, why haven't they measured the curvature?
They haven't measured the curvature.
it's
They've
not
measured
there.
flat.
There isn't any.
They've calculated the curvature based on geodesic surveying. But we're saying that calculating isn't good enough because we're saying they measure it as flat. It's only when they calculate it into a ball that people then believe that they're on a ball. But they ignore the fact that it's calculation only. They apply it as though it's real world. But calculating it to a model isn't real world. It's reification. It's abstract by definition. It's descriptive, but it's not actual. It's conceptual. Mathematics is conceptual, and that is what they do. But they think that because it's called geodesic surveying and it's got a pretty title to it, they think that that's scientific, and therefore it's true. But maths might describe reality, but it isn't reality, it's abstract. And we're saying fundamentally, it's still calculating a straight plane into a ball, and that doesn't make the reality a ball.
Well, what I mean is, why don't we find a planar surveyor to take this measurement?
Chris Van Matre, he's a planar surveyor, and he's not geodesic surveyor, and he argues against Jesse Kozlowski all the time. Jesse Kozlowski claims victory based on consensus majority, not based on actual measurements. So they do exist. We do have planar surveyors, and they know that the Earth's not a sphere. The problem is most of them won't speak out because their income depends on being a surveyor, which is a licensed practice, and they need that license to make ends meet. So they don't want to speak out, but they do exist. They are out there, and it is contentious. You're not familiar with Chris Van Matre, no?
No, I haven't heard of him.
He's Jesse Kozlowski's arch. Like Superman's got Zog, and all the superheroes, they've all got enemies. Well, Chris Van Matre is Jesse Kozlowski's enemy because Chris Van Matre knows that he's calculating into a ball, and Jesse Kozlowski doesn't accept it, and he claims victory based on majority verdict rather than actuality. And he's right. Chris Van Matre is right. He calculates it into a ball in geodesic surveying. He doesn't measure it as a ball. He calculates it into a ball, and he won't admit it.
I just can't believe that if this measurement is as easy as you say, why nobody has taken the measurement yet.
There is no measurement to have.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if the measurement is 0 inches of curvature, that would be a measurement.
Because do you think that they're going to admit that the measurement doesn't exist if half the world believes that we're on a spinny ball? I think balls, why would they admit that? What they'll do instead is obfuscate the hell out of it so that nobody spots it, and they have Jesse Kozlowski, for example, claiming victory, and everybody going, yeah, Chris Van Matre got his ass kicked, and completely lose track of the point that was being made was that you haven't measured it into a sphere, you've calculated it into a sphere. Now, if you go with the majority rule, you'll think that Jesse wins. But if you actually look for the point that is or is not being won or conceded, you will see that Jesse doesn't address the point. Claims victory anyway, and everyone jumps around doing hoops, like dancing around and drinking drinks and all that. But the point doesn't get addressed. It gets obfuscated. And then when Chris Van Matre loses his temper, or he says you're lying, you're obfuscating or whatever, yeah, mate, and it all starts getting very personal, but the point doesn't get addressed. Why? Because he can't accept that it's calculated into a ball. If he was to be honest about that one point, Geodesy would die straight away. He's never going to do that because he's got a family to feed.
What was Jesse's last name again?
Kozlowski. He's around. You'll find him. He knocks around with the likes of the main surveyor, Maine, the main surveyor. There's another guy that knocks around with him as well, but they're all in their little clique. But they'll never admit or accept that it's calculated based on a planar measurement. They measure it as flat, but they then curve that flat measurement into a ball using mathematics, not measurements.
I do surveying. I've never measured a curve.
Have you
Does
attempted?
this guy understand?
That was everybody. What?
Have you attempted to measure a curve?
You can't.
Do you understand the difference?
You don't measure a curve. You pull a straight line and then measure the difference of a straight line. You measure a deviation of straight.
Right. Have you tried that?
I've done that a million times.
And you've never once found any kind of dip in the water?
In the water.
Yeah, like over like a quarter mile of water.
What? How are you surveying a quarter mile away when the optical range, the accuracy of the level is only 450 foot?
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it's impossible to measure that far of a distance.
But yeah, you have your absolute maximum is 1,000-foot diameter for a transit.
Like even with other techniques, like using a laser or a string, you still can't get it perfectly straight line.
That is the laser.
Like theodolite, can that do farther than?
Nope, theodolite's the same limitation because your frame of reference is only 4 inches. Your level is only about 4 inches across. What are you going to do? Extrapolate 1,000 feet out of 4 inches?
If we wanted to force a straight line datum point, how would we do that with surveying?
Oh, that's a straw man.
Hold on, I got bad signal. You're going to have to let me get back to 3 bars. Okay. What was your question?
Yeah, so using surveying techniques, is there any way that we could force a straight line datum point?
Well, what they do is they go every about 500 foot, and they create a new benchmark.
See.
Literally how they do it.
And so then they would have to re-level it every 500 feet or so?
Yeah, you go 500 foot, and then you move. You do 500 foot, then you move. You just keep creating new benchmarks.
And is there any way to level something without having buoyancy interfere with, or utilizing buoyancy for your level?
Buoyancy.
Well, yeah, like like a spirit level, it has the buoyancy of the little air bubble and stuff. Like, are there any levels that don't use buoyancy?
Well, I mean, they just use like a spirit. It uses a spirit level essentially. Some of them use an accelerometer, like, and it will to level themselves. But those are the ones with the 500-foot range, with a 1,000-foot diameter.
A spirit level isn't using buoyancy; it's mimicking sea level.
Yeah. See, and the problem is outside of 500 foot, you lose the fidelity of your plumb line. So you're surveying, you're just pulling perpendicular to plumb. Outside 500 foot, you're losing your perpendicularity.
So if we keep remeasuring level every so often, then it doesn't really matter what the shape underneath the ground is because we're going to keep changing that line to whatever the new level is, right?
Yeah, essentially, you're just going to keep measuring level. That's why measuring level like this is not really. I've never seen the value of it for like the whole Earth discussion. I've never seen the value of it.
Yeah, because
it's the wrong tool. It's the wrong tool. It's not the right tool for the job.
Yeah, because the Globers claim that level changes. So what tool would you use?
I would just find a spot on the horizon with a known distance and see what we can see. I would just use distance. I mean, flatness is a little irrelevant. They've given us a model that we can disprove. That's all I'm really interested in, is disproving the model. I'm not trying to prove a flat Earth. I'm just trying to disprove the presented model, which is pretty easy.
But then, well, because the Globers will claim that it's atmospheric refraction. How do we debunk that claim?
Then that immediately invalidates their entire model, because their model is based on the idea that it's not, that the original guys didn't have to deal with the refraction, and that they got all their geometric lines without refraction. So they invalidate their entire model by claiming refraction.
We'll also say that if you go, well above 1 foot observer height, then the refraction is minimal, and so you get a roughly approximate measurement.
They can say whatever they want, but the lower you get, the less far you can see on any surface. And that matches exactly the Rayleigh criterion.
What's the criterion?
1.23.
What?
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to my refraction argument. I need someone to describe to me or explain to me or whatever the difference between atmospheric. No, let me take that back. I don't need an explanation. I need someone to show me which one they're using: atmospheric, terrestrial, or Snell's law. And then I need them to show me anywhere in any of the literature about refraction that it affects the actual horizon itself. Show me that.
Well, according to Andrew Thomas Young, refraction only deals with objects in relationship to the horizon, not the horizon.
Above the horizon or near the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Well, yeah, in relationship to the horizon.
Right.
So objects perpendicular to the horizon, because they're within the angle of view. So,
yeah, and since Atmo is only one medium, we need
Snell's law wouldn't apply. Snell's law wouldn't apply.
Right. So we also need to know if they're using atmospheric refraction, and there's a difference between atmospheric and terrestrial refraction. That needs to be delineated. They need to choose which one they're using, and how would they know the difference between the two? Thanks.
Yeah, let me just go back to that last point there about Snell's law. What they say, you're right. Snell's law doesn't apply because the medium, there's no hard medium change. But they say, well, the atmosphere is non-isotropic and it's non-homogeneous, so it's varying from point to point to point, and it's not, and it's because it's point to point to point. It's basically they say that the the vapor in the atmosphere is continuously varying. So they say that it does apply, but only at the molecular level. So just be aware that that's what they'll say. But then if they do say that, that means that the light then is not following a curved trajectory. It's varying from point to point to point. So sometimes it'll be less dense, other times it's more dense. So their rebuttal has a rebuttal to that, and they will not accept it. They'll always say it bends down, but when it comes back out the vapor on the other side, it goes away. It goes towards the normal first, but then it goes away from the normal. So basically, it goes up. So it goes down on the way in, and then up on the way back out. And they ignore that. They only take it from it goes down on the way in bit. So they just say it goes down all the time, and it's just not true.
So see, the problem is too, is vapor is a gas. So their argument is still, it's moving from gas to gas. So it doesn't matter.
And when the vapor is condensate and it's condensing water, that's opaque. So you can't even see through it anyway. So there is no ray for it then, because like you can't see through water. Like the water vapor, it's like.
But that argument goes out the window if you do a frozen lake. You see what I'm saying? So like they're cherry pick shit. So if you do a frozen lake with a distance with a where there should be visible curvature, if that were true, then what are they going to say then? You know, so I mean, they just cherry pick shit and they just make shit up.
They do have a claim of Rainy Lake at an observation over frozen water at Rainy Lake done by George Natchuk, but that's been superseded by numerous videos of people doing lake observations. And like Taboo Conspiracy's got a brilliant one where he's got, I think it's 4 lights, and one's red, one's blue, one's green, one's yellow, or whatever the colours are. And he basically puts them at like 4 different mile markers. So I think it might be like 1 mile, then 5 miles, then 8 miles, then 12 miles, or whatever it is. And you can see that they line up in a straight line on the horizon. There is no, because like if there was and obviously he's on the ice, so like he's less than a foot above the surface of quotes water, so it should curve straight away. So you should see maybe the first one, but you're not going to see the other 3, and you can see all 4 of them, and they're in a dead straight line. So that claim has been superseded, but they just ignore it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what they do.
And then they say that there's no evidence for a flat Earth, which I just find remarkable. But you're always better off not citing evidence for a flat Earth against Fundy, because they just dismiss it anyway. So there's no point. So when you've got a Fundy, then just attack their model. If you've got somebody that's genuinely asking questions, because they're like, well, how does the stars work on a flat plane and all that? If they're genuinely asking, right, and they're not coming across as a retard, then basically you can, what was I going to say? You don't have to attack their model. You can present the flat Earth proofs because they're genuinely they're inquiring about the nature of Earth. It's only to the fundies that there's no point making any positive claims because they just dismiss it anyway.
Yeah, that's an extremely good point.
Is the 24-hour Antarctic sun real?
If you look up Nathan Oakley's channel, and you'll see the confessions of an Antarctic plumber. He describes what he saw at night time, and he said that there was always direct sunlight. He said the sun never set. Confessions of an Antarctic plumber, I think it was. Robert somebody. I can't remember his name now. It's one of his most popular but oldest videos on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel.
So there is a 24-hour sun.
Wouldn't really
No.
matter because the sun is a celestial body and has no relationship to the shape of the Earth.
Sorry, let me just clarify what I said, and if I didn't say what I meant, if I didn't get it right, let me clarify. He said that there is always direct sunlight, but he said that the sun is never above the horizon, so it's always light, but it's not. The sun's not visible. So in other words, the sun sets, but it's still daylight, which we get in the north anyway. We get like the north is pretty much daylight in Norway for X amount of weeks in the year whilst they're in the depths of their winter. The same happens in the south, but the sun sets.
I've seen this myself in the north, out on the Aleutian Islands. The sun was setting at 12:30, 30 minutes after midnight. It didn't get dark until like 3 a.m., where it was dark enough that they could shoot fireworks. It never really got dark.
Yeah, I mean, in England, I mean, if you go to Aberdeen in Scotland, they get more daylight than what like London gets because that's in the south side. But even in London, like in summer, it goes dark, what, 10, 11 o'clock at night. But when I say dark, it doesn't go pitch black. There's still light in the sky. And it's like the sun's just over there. Like, and you can just kind of look to the direction of where the sun is. And it's like, you can't see it. It's too far away. But that's where it would be because that's where the light source is emanating from. Now, they tell us that when it's middle of the night, the sun's supposed to be underneath your ass. But it's not. It's just beyond that horizon point there. So you're pointing out laterally to the horizon, but it's supposed to be below your feet, 90 degrees from what you're actually pointing at.
Well, these are also people who think you survey incurved lines. So.
Yeah, it's funny when they always apply 7/6R and curve that straight line to explain why refraction is bending round the curve. But when they want to apply trigonometry, they always use straight lines, don't they? They never use bendy lines in their trig. They always use straight lines. So when it suits them, they'll use straight lines because they can use trig to make the claim that blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to not suiting them, they curve that straight line and then they don't use trig. And what they then do is they try and get you to do the trig so that you straighten the line for them and then they can apply the trig or how they want to apply it, but you've done the straightening out of the curved line.
They're guys who have never built anything and don't know how to use the equipment. And it shows.
Yeah, even Platypus was saying, like, I'll have to look in, like, more about measurement. I don't mean to laugh, but it just is...
My 8-year-old son, when I taught him how to measure things, I taught him feet and inches, and here's quarters and stuff, and I taught him fractions, and taught him how to measure a tape measure with a tape measure. He went around measuring everything and writing stuff down.
Right on.
He got real excited. There are 35-year-old men who have not grown up, who do not know how to measure things or how to use a theodolite. Like, all you're doing is creating a plumb line to measure so you can have a straight line to then measure a deviation. That's it. It's really simple.
Yeah, but they don't understand perpendicular to the horizontal. They don't understand horizontal. They don't understand plumb line. They don't understand the straight line.
They don't understand the use. They don't understand the practical use for such things.
Yeah,
like why you would even invent these things, and that's why they misapply it to everything, because they actually are dumb and don't know what the stuff is for.
Yeah, it's just fundamentalism, religious fundamentalism. That's all it is. It's a faith-based belief system.
They're like the apes in 2001 Space Odyssey, and they've got like pieces of a theodolite, and they're around the monolith, and they're beating it. Bunch of retards.
You guys are just arguing semantics, like words have meanings or something.
Yeah, I know. Like, isn't it terrible?
Yeah, but if we make an error in our semantics, they jump all over it. If you put a plus in your maths instead of a minus, they will jump all over that and they will major on that minor mistake as though you just shot somebody, right? But when we try doing that to them on something major, not minor, major, like gravity's not a force, that's pretty major, they completely flip past that as though it's minor and that it doesn't matter if gravity's not a force because we can calculate it as a force. That's how stupid it is.
Even Einstein knew that.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult because it's like basically the idea that if I think it, then it's true.
Yeah. Everyone's a victim when that happens. Do you know what really doesn't help? It doesn't help that people on our side push certain topics because it suits them, because they don't want to accept that maybe they haven't got any evidence to support their assertions and they've got to let it go. But they'll carry on pushing it anyway because it makes people think that there is something downwards when we know that things move up as well as down, and the medium that we're in, most things are more dense than it. They just don't accept that things do go up as well. It's just most things go down. But
because
by pushing the
they're still
narrative,
stuck inside the problem. They're still stuck inside the problem.
They are the problem.
They can't, yeah. Well, they can't get outside the problem, and that is thinking in modalities like reification, trying to fit things into boxes instead of just letting things be and studying them as they are. Instead of letting things just present themselves as they are, they're trying to fit them into a box to then study them. And I think that's wrong. I think that's a bad way of looking at anything. That's bad for any kind of problem solving.
What's the position with regards to that clip that I had with that Mariner guy? If I was to splice out that section and re-up it onto my channel, would anybody mind, or do I need permission off somebody to do it, or what?
No, I think
you're free to do it. Go ahead.
You could do it. That'd be great. I'll support it. I'll like it. I'll spread it around best I can.
And you have our permission to post share it on Oakley Show sometime if you want to also.
Yeah, I will do. Do you generally need express permission, or is it just? I mean, some people say you need permission. Other people just.
That's your express permission, just in case, because I know he doesn't share people's stuff without express permission, because I know he's really careful. So that is your express permission.
I know, but in future, if I was to re-up it, do I need express permission, or is it just accepted that we share it because we're all fighting the good battle? Do I need express permission?
It's accepted. You have permission.
Cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You could message Helio and just let him know, here's what I'm doing, but he's perfectly okay with it. I've done it.
Cool. So it's Helio's server. I didn't realize he was the guy that owned it.
Yeah.
No, that's his YouTube channel.
Right.
And
I love Helio. It was great. Like one time when I was in here, we were talking about, I can't remember what the topic was. Oh, it was about relative directions, up and down and whatnot. And we were talking about how there is no up and down unless there's a human there to denote it, to call it, to name it. And he was like, no, there is. And we were like, there's not. And we started giving all the explanations, like if you're a bat hanging off a tree and all that. And he was like, do you know, I see what you're saying. He said, I just can't accept it because up and down is so part of my vernacular. I can't let it go. And I says to him, chuck him in Cogdis for 5 minutes. And they all started laughing. I didn't know he was the owner.
No, he's not the owner. He has a YouTube channel that he streams to, but he's not the owner of the server.
Who is that, Indio?
Yeah, Indio's the owner of the server, but he doesn't really like to say that he is. So it's kind of like
I gathered that.
It's like the admin team are kind of the joint owners, but someone has to be like the owner, quote unquote.
Right.
Hello.
We're like the axis of evil.
Hello.
Who is that?
Unlike the axis of evil, you're actually pretending to be good. Sorry, go on.
So the second live stream I hosted, So if you need a link for that,
I was gonna try and hop in and say Roger R also hosts a channel that
Yeah,
records the live stream, and it's a good one too.
Roger, could you send me a link so I
Sure.
can get off that section? Did you hear all of that section, by the way?
yeah. It was awesome stuff.
Yeah, because that was what I was going to talk to you about. I wanted to suggest that we should conflate intentionally the word gravity with the word refraction, because Einstein's gravity is essentially refraction.
Oh, he did it himself, right?
Yeah. So, like, every
I
time they
thought
say
gravity
gravity,
was the cause of refraction.
yeah. It just bugs me how they keep when you say gravity, they always revert back to Newtonian, even when we're talking about Einsteinian and we're defining it and we're going through it and we're trying to show our bendy space time. There's always a point where there's a flick of the switch and they flick back to Newtonian, and it's usually when we say, "Well, what force is doing that?" And then they go, "Gravity." We've just spent 20 minutes saying gravity is not a force. They were with us for all of that time. They understood it, but when it came to applying it, they just don't seem to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's really interesting hearing that. Like the conversation previously, you know, he's like, basically what he's doing, he's saying, flat earthers, please tell me why there's a down. They're like begging. They want to know, but see, they have an answer for everything, and some things there's no answers for. It's just the way it is. Like the second law of thermodynamics. Like, why does hot go to cold?
Well, the reason why there's a down is because the human is there to name it down. If there was no human there wouldn't be a down.
Yeah. That's what I try to bring up now when they use gradients, because they wouldn't even know a gradient existed unless someone had measured it with the assistance of a container to create the pressure in the first place.
Yeah, I like it when the flat Earth claims that nobody claims that there is gas pressure next to a vacuum. And it's like, yeah, you do. And he goes, no, we claim that there is only a gradient and it tapers off to nothing. And only that top bit, that's the bit. But he completely ignores that everything that is behind that top bit is double the magnitude of the pressure that is the force that is dying to get into that vacuum. He completely ignores that. And he only looks at the top layer that's not actually a layer because there are no layers to the atmosphere. Complete idiot.
Yep. No gradients in open systems. Thanks.
Yeah. No gradient. That's literally what it is. And they ignore it. It's like, why? Because if they ever admitted it, they concede their own model.
True.
An outrage.
And the ridiculous part is well, the fact that it's such a basic thing that water always lays flat and level, right? It measures flat, and all these ballers want to go into gravity, bendy space-time. This ball needs to curve away.
No, ballers don't want to go into gravity and bendy space-time. They want to go into gravity with a force, Newtonian gravitation. They want to keep away from Einstein. Because the reason why they don't want to go into Einstein is not because he's right or wrong. It's because he argues that Newton's apple is failing to conserve momentum with the Earth because the Earth is accelerating up. So he says that the apple's failing to keep that momentum and appears to fall down to the ground, but actually it's the Earth moving up. So they can't accept Einstein for gravity, because if they do, they become that flat earther that the Flat Earth Society depict us and laugh at us. They then become that guy, and they don't want that, so they reject Einstein. Yet the rest of science accepts that general relativity is true, right? Even though they say it might be cracking around the edges, he's still considered an accepted position in science today. So they can't get rid of him. They can't reject him. They can't dismiss him. They've got to accept him. But that makes them the flat earther that the Flat Earth Society push on us. That's really them.
And like you've already just mentioned 3 or 4 glaringly huge inconsistencies, like you were saying earlier. When we put a plus or a minus, then suddenly we're completely wrong. But when they have absolute non sequiturs, like You literally cannot even put them in the same category. And then they look at you like, yes, makes perfect sense. Why can't you understand this?
It's an outrage. Like, they major on our minors. I mean, let's get it right. We all make mistakes. I've made plenty of mistakes, and I'm sure we all have. If we're all honest with each other, we all get shit wrong regularly because we're learning, right? But we could accept
it's the human condition.
Yeah,
it's the human condition to make mistakes.
And you learn by
illusion. The illusion that we don't is the fallacy. It's like I've got a computer programming friend, and he built a giant database for some retailer. And it took 18 months and 100 people and tens of millions of dollars to program this thing for one of the large, like your Mass Mart group or whatever, or Walmart over there. And at the end of it, it was full of flaws. And you'd had hundreds of people working on it for a year and a half. And they tell us, no, they wrote this program to go to the moon and it worked first time. And the programs for the satellites work every time. You never need to reset the Wi-Fi connection on your satellite.
Yeah. It's
and
funny
all these things, like, fuck.
When they talk about how they use maths to calculate how planes fly, because you couldn't have planes flying without maths to calculate lift and all that.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
You point out to them that the Wright brothers crashed more planes than they built when they first learned how to fly, because they were what's the phrase that suck it and see. They were learning by error. I don't know what the phrase is when you try it and it doesn't work, so you refine it a little bit and then it gets better, but it's not right, and then you still crash. So you try it again and you refine it a little bit more, and you suck at it and see what happens, right? They didn't calculate for lift and buoyancy and all that nonsense. They were just literally bodging it and banging it to see if they could get it to work. And if it did work, then they got a little bit further each time, and it was a little bit of progression each time. They didn't do any maths when they were doing all that. It was trial and error. That's the word. Total trial and error.
Absolutely. And some of those first designs had wings that flapped, and then they had like 3 or 4 layers of wings, and humans would run behind them trying to push this thing into the air. So there was certainly not a whiteboard with a mathematical calculation equals perfect flight.
Of course not. But they insist that it's true, and it's just an outrage. They drive me mad, man. I don't know how they get away with it.
Absolute bonkers.
No wonder the world is where it is, if that's how little proof people need to believe stuff.
Oh, yes.
Same like the gyro, from the first planes, those gyros had little compensation devices for the gravitational curve that would correct the gyro while the airplane's flying. You look back, there's none of that. But they're just making up all this bullshit. Well, because now we have pendulous vanes, so therefore they must have had that in the first Wright plane. You're like, no.
I actually had somebody pull pendulous vanes on me recently as the counter to gyroscopes and how they, because the planes don't. If the plane's flying around a curve, it has to change its attitude relative to where it took off at the beginning of the flight. It has to, at the end of the flight, it has to be showing the horizon, the artificial horizon, has to be showing it as like up, and the nose will be down into the ground because the plane's physically changed its attitude. And they always say, well, it compensates for it electronically or whatever. And I say, well, where is the compensation? Show us the compensation. And they always come back with pendulous vanes, even though they use accelerometers and it's software controlled. They always come back with pendulous vanes. And I'm like, that's like a 2017 argument. And you're flipping that on me in 2021? Come on.
Yeah, and that's been proven that it's mostly for pressure mediation. So it's allowing, as you're rising up and the pressure's dropping and you need to maintain the pressure in the cabin, that's going to start to affect the gyro's accuracy. So part of letting in some of that air is to like recalibrate it with its exterior as well. But they assume that that's repositioning it to the new gravitational plumb.
The pendulous vane was to try and mitigate or limit the effect of toppling during high-speed maneuvers if you're doing acrobatics or if the plane free falls out the sky. It was to because the turbulent air inside the device builds up as the gyroscope's trying to spin round fast. So basically, it causes a buffeting effect, and the gyroscope, it causes something called gyroscopic topple. And what the pendulous vanes does is it stops that buffeting of air, so that it doesn't topple. It carries on doing what it's doing, so that it's not because like if you think about the Wankel engine, how the piston spins inside a Wankel engine, the piston that's got the triangular shape to it is what the actual pendulum gimbal is doing. It's creating a pressure point as it goes round, which causes the gyroscope to topple, and it's to relieve that pressure to stop it from toppling, and that's all it is. But they think that pendulous vanes is some kind of gravitational magnet that it realigns itself to it, and it's demonstrably wrong in the documentation. It's that old, that argument. I don't even have that documentation anymore. If anybody's got it, it'd be great if you could pass it on.
What the heck?
Yeah, that is their
that's
claim.
weird.
Yep. It's a 2017 argument that I don't even have the source material anymore to counter it because it's that old.
Yeah. And then why would the pilot sit on the runway and calibrate the gyro before he takes it? Why would that process be so crucial if this thing can just recalibrate itself mid-flight? Like, just take off then and recalibrate it.
And the other thing is, like, they call that that calibration, they call that caging of the gyroscope.
That's
and
right.
They say, and it is part of their procedure of like when a pilot does his checks before he takes off, they do recage the gyroscope, or they used to on the mechanical ones, but it never needs to be done. So they do it as a matter of routine, but it never changes. But if we're supposed to be flying around a sphere, the nose has to change over the length of the flight. The longer the flight, the more it has to adjust. And then you would need to adjust it because when you land, it's telling you that your nose is in the ground because you've flown around a curve. So you would need to do the calibration. But in practice, they never do it because it doesn't ever need it. It's always the same. So yes, it is in the manual to do it. In practice, they don't do it. Wolfie will never admit to that because he doesn't do it. If he did admit to it, then he's proving that the attitude of the plane doesn't change when he flies long haul. And it needs to if it's a ball. So he'll never concede that he doesn't need to recage the gyroscope. He'll say, no, you need to do it. It's in the manual. Yeah, it's in the manual, but does that mean you have to do it because it's showing your nose down in the ground? No, it's in the manual. That's not what I said. It might be in the manual. Do you need to do it or not? And he says, well, it's in the manual, so you need to do it. And I'm saying you don't need to do it because it's not showing your nose down after a long journey flight because you haven't flown around a curve.
Yeah, and like you say, that in the older planes, the more analog version is kind of like your scale at home, where those very old school ones, that little needle could shift left or right off of the 0 position. And you would need to just fine tune it a little bit before you climbed onto it so that at least you were starting at the right point. And I've seen videos of, especially like the small, more like private planes, where the gyro is sometimes like maybe a degree off or so. And then the moment that they pull that caging button and press it back in, you watch it lock in. But like you say, it's not deviated by some substantial amount. It's always just like hovering the way that old scale used to just shift either side of the 0. It's like minuscule variation. So, but I think on the larger planes, like you say, the more commercial flights, yes, then there's no deviation. So the caging is just a very basic procedure.
Well, on the more commercial flights, they don't have mechanical gyros anymore. They're all accelerometers
Digital.
and they're all software controlled. So they don't have any moving parts because like they want less moving parts and more electronics. Less moving parts means less points of failure, but they accept that software failures never happen, it seems. But anyway, yeah, they don't have mechanical gyros on bigger planes anymore. They're all accelerometers. But I gotta go, guys. I've got to take this little boy out for a walk, so I'll be listening, but I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Later.
Laters.
Have a good walk.
Yeah, the first wind tunnel was made in 1920, several years after the flights of not only the Wright brothers, but other builders of gliders.
Snikes, I had a thought I thought was worth sharing earlier, but I was server muted, I guess, from earlier with the Sleeping Warrior and the Platypus convo. But now the thought escaped me. Maybe it'll come back later, though.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, that's a very interesting topic, the gummy bear. You know, because the Wright brothers, they were bicycle manufacturers and repair people, right? So they definitely knew about measurements. But the measurements they were doing and calculations they were doing were not about aerodynamics. Not yet, anyway. They were doing trial and error, just like Sleeping Warrior just mentioned, and Mimas. So they built something. I don't know exactly now. Someone may be able to correct me. As far as the design of a wing and higher, you know, causing lift because of the curved surface, creating a lower pressure, the higher pressure underneath, creating the lift. They probably started getting an inkling or little ideas of these things, but I don't think there was technical information available yet.
The way that I remember
it was
it being
trial
taught,
and error.
the way that I remember it being taught was that they measured, like when they wanted to take to the sky, that they looked at the bird and they started to measure the surface area of a bird's wing to its body ratio, its body weight as a ratio. And then there was all this extrapolation. So I think, you know, let's give them credit where credit's due. They did look at nature and try and copy it. And I'm sure there must have been some element of measurement, maybe just from like a length times breadth perspective. But like you say, the actual study of aerodynamics and those low pressure, high pressure, there's a term for it over the wing. There's a name for that whole cycle and the shape of the wing, why it's curved on the top versus flat at the bottom, so that effectively the air has to travel further along the top and it creates like this little vortex. And so once they were in the air, they could then start to refine once again through trial and error. And what's peculiar is like with a golf ball, they discovered that little divots. When you study insects are covered in little like patterns and little divots. So then they started to look at putting different divots on a golf ball. And then eventually they saw that this golf ball can travel through the air easier with divots than it could as a flat, solid object. So why have we never gone into the study of planes with those little divots to move through the air easier? But if you look in the last, say, 60 years, our cars still look very similar to cars. We're still using trains. We're still burning coal. Our airplanes still look similar. Like we think we're getting smart because we refine one little aspect inside the product, but we're not bettering the entire solution.
Yeah, Bernoulli's principle. About the wing and aerodynamics, yeah.
That's it. And I want to say something with a C. I don't know what it's called.
Force, drag, and lift. Kuta conditions occurs in flow number 1.
But you know, if the guys were considering wings that flapped versus rigid wings with like a propeller,
yeah,
they were so on 180 degrees apart. It's not like they had this unanimous decision. Hello? Someone was talking?
Might have been Nemo. I saw him lighting up a little.
Or Enoch, maybe?
It didn't sound like Enoch. He's muted.
Yeah, Enoch's muted and deafened, so not Enoch.
Nemo, you there?
Can't talk.
What do they call the tunnel that they test a submarine in, where they send water down and watch how the water is impacted? Because I'm just thinking that, like a wind tunnel, you're also pushing a medium around an object and studying the way that that medium flows around that object. And it's just so peculiar that the whole time they want to tell us air is like, it's nothing. It's just oxygen. It's the relationship to an object and its medium. And then they want to tell us that that has no bearing on anything. It's all gravity related.
Yeah, they still use some of Bernoulli's principles with fluid dynamics.
But I've never understood how anyone can argue against the water is flat. They can say, yes, they agree water locally is flat, but then they just believe at larger volumes it just curves. And you explain to them and you can show it to them and you describe it to them. They look at you and they go, no, you're wrong. Curves. And there's absolutely zero science that's ever suggested that large bodies of water, especially super large bodies of water, would curve, when all local small to medium ones are completely flat, having the same altitude above sea level, proving that they're flat. They won't accept it. That's just always puzzled me. I thought that would be the one thing that people would just scratch their head a little bit, you know?
Nah, man, they think they see curve. I don't know why they do. They think they do.
But they see curve in front of them called the vanishing point.
Right. Well, it's obviously level if you really look at it.
Yeah, even though that bottom portion of your view is ramping up and not falling away, like it would be required to fall away. So therefore, that's how they have this problem, you know. Everything we see out there in nature, we have this ramping up effect and ramping down and squishing in from the sides of refraction.
Of perspective.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sorry, I said refraction. Scratch that. Yeah, perspective.
So, do you guys think that my mic works?
Yeah.
Do y'all think if hypothetically it looks like it's never going to get done, but let's say something like this force of line gets done, which is an actual physical construct over 2 miles, and it shows there's no deviation above the water line, what would the Globers say then?
Too short. Needs to be
Too
longer.
short. Even though there should be like a 32-inch something deviation, if you use it precise measurements and machine tooling and everything, they would still say it's too short.
I think so. And then even if it was 10 miles, it would be too short. Because, you know, the Earth is so big. And like, okay, let me tell you this idea I've had. Imagine you were an ant on a basketball. Okay, this is my idea. Okay. An ant on a basketball would see the basketball flat. This is them quoting this stuff. And you just look at them shaking your head.
So no matter what way we show them literal physical reality, they will find a way to avoid it. Is that what you're saying?
Then if it was demonstrable that that area was flat, they'd say, well, that's just a flat spot. So then we'd have to move this thing. And then when we had 100 places that were flat, they'd say, well, you've only got 100. So it's just...
Yeah, it's the typical thing that happens in a discussion or conversation when they're losing the argument. They have to move the goalpost. So that happens. Definitely, I think you're right.
About the whatever structure we're talking about, I mean, there is already the Large Hadron Collider, which supposedly does account for the curvature of the Earth in its construction. So it's very easy to just point to that one instead, and that being probably larger than what you mentioned.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Curvature?
Oh, sorry, Dave.
Did he say they do account for curvature in construction?
That's
Yes,
what I
in the
heard.
large,
Be a citation for that.
in the Large
I was
Hadron
gonna say-
Collider.
I was going to say that makes no sense whatsoever because it is underground and they would want to make sure it's level.
And they're shooting a laser beam, which travels in a straight line. So the balancing of it would need to be absolutely precise. And that's why they took it underground and tunneled it and installed the casing for the tunnel. Because with that kind of tunnel work, they can choose a bend or a straight or a curve. And they chose to be straight and level.
Yeah, plus if you're going to claim that they use curvature, we need the standard that they used. There would need to be an initial measurement of said curvature.
I think what you might have been meaning was LIGO, because LIGO is placed on the surface, and they do make a claim that there's a 1 meter drop at the one end of LIGO, proving the curvature of the Earth.
Well, yeah, I've heard both claims that both have been. I mean, at the end of the day, to me, it has to still just be claims because I wasn't there when the engineers designed it. So, but I've heard claims that both of them do actually take the Earth's curvature into account when they were built.
Okay, but do you understand how we've just explained that the Large Hadron Collider wouldn't need to take it into account if it's partially submerged to ensure that it is completely level? Because at the point of impact, you can't have it off level, which would skew the way that the explosion would occur. You need this thing to be unaffected by any other variable, so you can just observe the particles colliding. So when you can pull up the schematics for both of those buildings, you don't need to be the engineer who was there the day the concrete was poured, but you can go and you can see the diagrams or the building plans, and there was a absolute importance for it to be level. Each piece was installed very specifically. If you watch the video of the Large Hadron Collider, they had to go deep underground and then position the next piece. And then they built it over many, many years because for many years they didn't have the technology available to them to actually complete certain aspects. So they were trying to develop new technology that would allow them to achieve that. But they used some of the state-of-the-art tunneling technology, which basically tunneled level.
Well, yeah. Now, one thing I don't know if the schematics would be like public knowledge or like released to the public. But even then, another
Google
part
it.
would be
It has been.
okay, yeah. But another part would also be even if the blueprints don't say anything, it's also a question of how did they measure level? Like what did they use? Because if it was a spherical Earth, then something like of course, you wouldn't use that for this, but something like a what are they called? The weight on the bottom of a, I forgot the name just now.
A plum.
A plum, yeah, like a plum would have the deviation of the curve because it would go to the center if it was a globe, and so you wouldn't be able to use that kind of a tool that relies on the direction of gravity, so to speak. For example. So in a way, you might want to call
let me
that
just
taking the curvature into account. But
let me just stop you there because no one's ever measured plum deviating. So plum is always plum, and it establishes a singular horizontal, what they denote as 0 degrees. So a plum always goes down, and from that we determine levels, and the baseline level generally is sea level, and then altitudes are taken from that level upwards on these horizontals, which are 0 degrees, and those 0 degrees are taken from plumb. Now, only in your mind do you see a plumb line sticking at 90 degrees on an equator, and then down on the North Pole, and then upward at the South Pole. In real life, the plumb always measures down. So we all have the same down.
well,
And
what about
water proves that.
what about something like the Schiehallion experiment, where they did a plumb next to a large mountain and measured a deviation from plumb?
I'm going to say that I'd like to see that. What was the deviation?
It's called the Schiehallion experiment.
Okay. Well, how can I replicate this thing? I live next to some giant mountains.
I posted in chat the Wikipedia page of it, so you know the spelling and everything. Well, again, this is supposedly because I wasn't there. I don't have any experiment notes or
All right,
anything,
cool.
but supposedly they put a plum next to a mountain and noticed that the plum was leaning towards the mountain a tiny bit more than it should have.
Like a tiny bit, like we're talking microns, or what are we talking?
Hold on. In the literature itself, it says it's talking about the density. So I don't know where you're getting It's an 18th century experiment to determine the mean density
18th
of Earth.
century.
It's to find the mean density of Earth.
18th century. Oh my. Okay. Yeah.
1774, y'all.
Can I go out and replicate this magical experiment? I want to do it. I want to do this because I got a plum and I got a mountain.
Oh.
What else do I need?
In the measurement, they apparently measured a deflection of 11.6 degrees. On the wiki page, that's what it says.
11.6 degrees from 90. Wow, that's a huge number, man. Wow. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah. Because as far as I understand, plums is, of course, that they go towards what of course globe Earthers would call the center of gravity. But you can also talk about the density of the Earth below you. If it's super heavy on one side of you, the plum will slightly deviate towards that part.
So every building on a mountain is crooked.
Well, no, it's just
no. So how would you then?
Well, you would use other. You could use other things to measure the actual plum.
Yeah, Newton himself rejected this, so there's that.
In what
17th
way?
century,
what do you mean Newton rejected this? What do you mean when you said Newton
It
rejected
says,
this?
listen, it says right here in the wiki that you posted. It says right here. It says the experiment had previously been considered but rejected by Isaac Newton as a practical demonstration of his theory of gravitation.
Well, he just rejected it as a practical demonstration. He's not
Okay,
rejecting
then.
the results of the experiment, or that's how I understand the wording.
He's not rejecting the he rejects the whole thing, but not the results.
There's someone with a lot of talking in the background. It's drowning out a lot of noise.
It's not that bad.
To me, it was. I'm not. Yeah.
Okay.
To me, it was slightly hard to hear what you said, but I got what you heard. It's just from the wording. That's what I got, is that he rejected it as a practical demonstration. He didn't reject the experiment itself, but it's
Is that how we do science? We reject the entire thing as a demonstration, but we still allow the results? Are you kidding me?
No, it was rejected as a practical demonstration. That's what it says.
So if it's not a practical demonstration, then what is it?
It's an impractical demonstration.
Meaning?
That is too specific of a scenario to be practical to demonstrate.
I got an impractical demonstration. If I take a piss, my pee bends like water, bendy water. It's an impractical demonstration of bendy water.
Is that the curvature of space-time?
It could be.
Maybe if you have a fat enough ass.
I guess if you're just making up theoretical things, you can just make up anything, really.
Well, yeah, of course, but...
Of course.
Anyway, I've got to go out for a little while. Nice talking with you guys this morning. Got to get some lunch.
All right, cheers, brother. We'll talk to you
See
later.
You a little later.
All right. Cheers. All right, it's Taco Tuesday, man. You guys get some tacos? It's good. I did.
Tacos, dude. Send me some, man.
Taco Tuesday, baby. Come on, Dave. You like tacos, Dave? Come on.
Tacos, dude. Let me tell you.
Or get some quality. Get some authentic Mexican tacos, man. Don't be going to Taco Bell. I'll be disappointed if you go to Taco Bell. Don't do that.
Around here, we have little trailers set up.
Perfect.
Cooking
Yeah.
on the roadside.
Roadside. Perfect.
Tacos, those are the best. Yeah.
Those are the best tacos. Exactly. Got a little kick to them. Got a little spice. Got a little salsa. Oh yeah, good stuff. Well, thank you. Anyway, it's 2:02 here on the West Coast, California.
Now, things going in Tommy for you.
We got
Tommy
total chemtrail skies here today. Total
Everybody's still wearing face diapers out there for no reason.
For no reason. There's some people that are still doing it. I don't know why. They are.
They're scared of the air, man. Dude.
Thank you, my brother.
Scared of the air.
Yeah, you too, man. All right, you be good. All right. Cool. I got to. Anyway, I'm just out running errands today, hanging out with you guys a little bit. You know, pissing on the globe occasionally. Actually, pissing on the flat Earth too. You know.
Deep water.
In all reality, you know. Right? All right.
Right, you'd be actually pissing up the globe. It's all real.
Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. All right. Doing a day, man. I'm going to get back on the road here.
You should have flat smacked over your hobby.
Yeah. That's it, you know. You got to grab your moments of.
Yeah, this information's hard to do.
Just like bam, you know. You got 2 minutes. Can you hit somebody with flat earth? Yeah. Yeah, you can do it. We got the skills.
Earth is flat. I'm out of here.
You're out of what?
Just telling me the Earth is flat. I'm not going to answer any questions. Later.
Later. Well, the problem is they can't answer any questions. They don't even know the first thing about what they think they live on, and that's what really, you know, got me so interested in going out and doing street activism and talking to people on the street and saying, "Hey, man, I want to know how much you think you know about what you think you live on," and they don't know fuck all. They don't know the fucking first
None of
fucking
them have
thing.
a clue.
They don't know fucking how far the sun is or the moon or fucking water on the surface. They don't know anything, man. They're all fucking like stupid fucking sleeping shits, man, that don't know fucking, like, they forgot to fucking go to school for fucking 18 years. And you know, excuse me. How far is the moon? I've had everywhere from 1,000,000 miles to like 10 miles, you know. They don't know what the fucking official story is. Because they don't give a shit. They want to know who's fucking winning the baseball game or the football game or the soccer or whatever, football. They want to know like the dumbest thing, like the Kardashians, how big their fucking butts are, you know. That's what they're interested in. Oh, okay. That's fucking important. But no, you study.
Yeah, if you've been
Go ahead.
If you've been watching any Witsit's live streams, he literally last night it's up to 200. He's about to go.
Flat Earth.
Hardly anybody will even come up there, and nobody will ever get the answer.
Yeah, I heard him. He was giving out $200 last night.
Yeah.
Answer 3 questions. I'm gonna fucking double his shit. I'm gonna give him $200 extra if somebody can answer those 3 fucking questions, man. Make it $400.
He even gives the personal. He even gives away the first.
I'm doubling the fucking. I'm going to We're going to $400. Come on, Witsit. I'm in. What's your PayPal? I'll send you the money if anybody answers the question.
Flat Earth, dude.
Because they're not going to answer it, man. That's how I'm so confident, man.
Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, when you were talking earlier about the moon,
yes,
I was, you know, NASA has actually backpedaled and admitted that the moon is in low Earth orbit, which is convenient because it also substantiates the fact that they've never been to outer space. And even though I truly believe it is in low Earth orbit, because I can just look up and see that with my own common sense in my own eyes, I still don't think they landed on it. But I don't think the sun is 93 million miles like straight away. And I've been thinking about that a lot because the sun and the moon are the exact same size, right? And we know that objects get smaller the further away that they are, right? I'm not a quantum physicist.
It's 400 times bigger.
Right, but do you understand? Like, I have a problem with the math on it. Even though I can't honestly say that I'm like techno geek enough to actually do the math, like just thinking about it in my head, I don't believe that we can fly through the universe at Mach whatever the fuck speed at 93 million miles times pi squared or whatever the fuck it is in 365 days. And the sun would have to be so much more massive than the Earth. And I know that they say it is, right? For it to be the exact same size of the moon, and you can just look up and you can see it. It's 93 million miles away, but you can just see that from that distance and it's the exact same size of the moon, and we know that because when the moon eclipses the sun, you can't see the sun behind the moon. So they are the exact same size. I believe the sun is also in low Earth orbit, just like the moon.
Well, it's
You can feel
definitely
the heat
local.
from it. Yeah, it feels like it's local. It doesn't look or feel like it's 93 million miles away. I don't believe that.
You could be standing in the sun and a cloud comes by and blocks the sun for 5 minutes, and you can feel the difference
still
in
feel-
temperature drop. I mean
And
that.
not only that, but the moon, its mass is so much smaller than the Earth. They say that you could completely submerge the moon in the Mediterranean Sea.
Right.
So how the fuck is the moon local and it's in low Earth orbit and the sun is 93 million miles away and they're just the exact same size, even though it's supposed to be like exponentially so much more massive? Like, this shit doesn't even make sense. Like, but nobody thinks about these things.
That's it, man. That goes back to like that's why I was so interested in going out on the street and talking to people, because I knew that they didn't have the answers, man, and I did. And I'm like, just like Whitsitt, just like everybody else, and Harry Globesmith, John Smith, Globe Lies, and Dell, and anybody that's gone out on the street and talked to people face to face, man, you might find like over 3 months, you might find one person that actually might know the distance of the moon according to the globe model. I could ask 100 people right now in Costco, where I'm going in, and I would be surprised if one of them got it.
Well, for the longest, they taught us that it was like 250 plus thousand miles beyond the Van Allen radiation belts. That's what they taught us when I was in school.
Right.
Now they're recanting that whole teaching and saying it's actually within low Earth orbit.
I love that.
They've actually gone on record and said that they've actually never been to outer space. Like, they just keep backpedaling on their fucking lies. One thing that's obvious to me with NASA is how much they fucking lied and CGI shit.
Oh man, we could go on for weeks.
What do you think about this Jeff Bezos space? Did you see how they worded this whole thing? Oh, Jeff Bezos is taking a trip. The way they worded it lets you know they're not going to outer space. They're going to low Earth orbit.
That's right. Well, Charles Bronson, whatever. Space. They've been trying to just send people up to float in space for 5 minutes and come back down to Earth for, I don't know, 20-something years.
That's
nobody's done it.
Richard,
that's it.
And if I'm correct, if you research that, a few people have died. Him trying to get them up there.
Yes, that's right. There was a couple people that crashed.
So he's made money killing people trying to get them up to the low Earth orbit. Because they sign a waiver first, right? And they pay. They sign a waiver. If I die, it's okay. Richard Branson doesn't have to go to court or go to jail. And they pay $750,000 or something, and then they die, and he's good. Again, he's royalty, though, right? That's Sir Richard Branson. He was knighted, wasn't he?
Yes, that's Sir. Yes, that's Sir Branson. That's correct.
Yeah, like so he can kill commoners, no problem.
Yep. There seems to be a big agenda to do that these days. Kill the commoners. Kill them. Kill them all. Yeah. Whew. Anyway. Interesting times we live in, boys and girls. Interesting times. I paid a lot to see this party, man. I want to see it through here. Oh, shit.
Excuse me, sir. Costco's doing a special on internet today. What's your provider at?
I use the Spectrum, I guess is what it's called.
Okay. How much are you paying for Spectrum?
It's about $100 a month.
Just to let you know, Costco offers internet for $50 a month, no contract, and in the first month we give you a free $50 gift card as well. All we need to do is have your Costco membership and sign you up in 5 minutes.
What's the upload download?
I can tell you that. Give me one moment. I need to check your area for availability. Sir. What is your zip code?
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Is it just quiet?
Yes, it's just quiet, Flat Man. Say something. Try to talk to Austin Powers. Is my mic working?
Yeah, we hear you. It's just quiet in here.
You all have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? Go.
I've got a point about planes actually.
Sir, did you want this card?
I need to put it away. I'll get it. You got it sharp with it? Okay.
I think it was Flat Earth Solar, or was it Get Beget? I'm not sure. I think it was Flat Earth Solar who was talking about planes and gyroscopes earlier. I came in on the tail end of that conversation now.
Continue.
Yeah, It was just actually in regards to how planes achieve and maintain a straight and level flight path. So I think the Globers will say something along the lines of, well, I came on the tail end of the part where they was talking about gyroscopes and how gyroscopes have, I think they were saying, more physical parts than electronic, or one way around or the other. And obviously the gyroscope is how the plane knows what degree, what angle it's flying at, and whether it's flying straight or not. And as far as I'm concerned, it's rigid in space, so it's not affected by gravity. So whatever the artificial horizon is at the point of takeoff, that's the measure of, so to speak, flatness that it will always refer to in reference to its whole flight. It's not going to keep adjusting to the gravity of a supposed curvature of the Earth. And if it did, it just wouldn't be a gyroscope anymore by definition. So my question would be to globe earthers: if a plane, because as we know, a plane flies straight and level, but they would say, well, gravity keeps it flying in a curve, so that would be a curved path. Gravity keeps it flying along to the curvature of the Earth, so that would be a curved path. So how would a plane achieve a straight and level path? Would it therefore have to dip its, would they have to yank the rudder up, so to speak, so that it can maintain a straight and level path? It's just I'm not really explaining it too well, to be honest, but yeah. Let me know if you understand what I'm trying to say. You can probably put it into better words than I can.
I think I know what you're saying, that flying across the ball is naturally a curved path, right? So how are they explaining that plane is flying level? Is that what you're saying?
Right. It's the gravity that pulls it down, Dave. Come on.
Yeah,
You know
gravity
that.
keeps the
Come on.
plane at the correct
Keeps the
distance, no matter
plane
what the gyro.
flat and level, flying on the ball. Flat and level on the ball. I love
Yeah.
that. That is one of my favorite
And
explanations of
don't
my
don't
favorite.
forget whales too. Keep it straight. And
And then my point would be to actually grant them that level of logic. And let's say, okay, the plane, gravity does keep the plane going round the Earth. So how would the plane physically achieve a straight and level path?
Oh, it's gravity, man. Come on.
No, I didn't. Let's say it genuinely wanted to. Unless we're saying that the plane has no capability of actually flying a straight and level path. I don't think that's what they're trying to say. So I'm talking about the actual physical path, the nature of the physical path that the plane itself is taking. Let's say we don't want it to take a curved path.
a better question is, it's funny thing, the only curved path a plane can take once it's above the ground is upward. If it was a curve downward, it wouldn't be very good for the plane.
Pretty much anything you ask the globe defenders about aviation and how it works, their answer is going to be nonsense. So it's hard to reason with them on.
I'm sorry if I talked over someone. I think I cut it.
Rumpus you, my bad.
Yeah, I was
just pretty much what you're going to expect from every topic you talk with Globers about. Aviation, add that to the pile, but you know, you can't even let them beg the question, because if like you said, gravity doesn't affect gyros. Well, you can't let them have that. Like, that's begging the question right off the bat. No, what gravity? What is gravity and why would it affect a gyro or not anyway? You can't, if you give them that little inch, then you're already in their paradigm. And Nathan Oakley talks about this a lot. If you let them assume something and then go with him in that conversation, like eclipses or whatever, then you're kind of already lost in their world. So I don't even give them that. I mean, gyros stay rigid in space, and in a plane, they always maintain the artificial horizon. If it was a ball, once again begging the question, if it was a ball, then you would have to constantly adjust to follow the curve. Period.
I missed I missed the majority of that, actually. I just come back to the phone now.
Oh, I hate physics. It's so complicated. So you fly on a ball, you have to turn. That's complicated. All right, I'm being funny. I'm trying. Is this ridiculous? If you're,
No, I got that, bro.
all right. It's just ridiculous.
It's interesting that once a fighter jet takes off and levels out above a flat plain, say a desert, the only way it could curve is upwards. If it were to curve downward, it wouldn't be good for the jet. Did anybody hear that?
Yeah, I heard. We got you.
Yeah, I heard you. I'm in Costco. I'm trying to, anyway, hang out with you guys.
Don't forget to pick up that cup of gravity you owe me while you're there.
They got a whole section of gravity over here. I think it's in the booze section.
I'm good. I'm topped up on refraction. I don't need none of that today.
Give me one jar of bendy space time, dude, please.
I'm gonna OD on refraction today.
I need one jar of bendy space time, dude. Grab me one. Might get the 8-ounce jar.
Hold on. That's over in aisle 27. Hold on. Bendy space time. Anybody? You got a price check?
The cognitive dissonance that people have when it comes to that, like we laugh about it here, and my friends think I'm fucking crazy, and I need to come here. I need to come back here just every once in a while and just like
check your sanity, bro.
Just not even that, just like around other people who know what it really is. Because, and I told my friend the other day, I said, like, you really think like the Earth? Like, I just try to make it so simple. I listen to you guys talk, and I can't bring that extra complicated quantum physics shits back to them because they're so goddamn remedial.
Right.
That you have to keep it simple, right? They don't even understand the heliocentric model that they believe in. And I just had a conversation with my friend because he's one of the few that's actually, I'm just so disappointed in him because he's so much smarter than that. And I said, look, bro, I don't have all the answers. I just have all the questions. Like, I'm just trying to get you to question this shit. And they flew to Hawaii. I said, bro, when you fly to Hawaii, just do me one favor. If you see the pilot, just ask him this question. And is he have to constantly adjust his cruising altitude so that he's not flying towards space and see what he tells you. And then even if you don't get to talk to the pilot, because sometimes they're there with the stewardess when you board the plane, I said sit next to the window and see if that horizon
Ever changes.
It's ever changing. Look at the ocean because you're flying from California to Hawaii, and then look how far you can look out, and that shit is flat as a goddamn pancake. And understand that the Earth is covered in 80% level water. Then you have a problem with your heliocentric Earth. It's covered in 80% level water. You think the ocean is curved? It's not curved. All bodies of water rise to their level, and they and the cognitive dissonance. I just cannot. For me, that was the simplest thing that broke me from the heliocentric model. Was when someone pointed that out, and I was just like, "Whoa, wait a minute!" Like that was the first time it cracked. It cracked my whole my whole shell of believing in that. When I was like, well, "Wait a minute." Like, because that actually made sense to me, and I was like, well, now we have a problem because math is an exact thing. Like, the one thing wrong, the whole equation comes out wrong. So I'm like, yeah, how can it be covered in 80% level water? Like, I understood that immediately. If it's a ball, that's no longer a sphere. Like, but I just can't. And so I just have to come back here and just reground myself with other people who know this. Like, I just have to come in here every once in a while and just replenish. Replenish with people who understand this,
Yeah.
And then I go back out there and I just try to bring them little gems, just try to drop them little. I just keep trying to crack their shit. Yeah, just little, just something, hoping it'll grow, hoping it'll
please grow.
An eyebrow or a question. Exactly.
Please just grow a little.
Conspiracy. We were all once upon a time Globers. I don't think there was anybody in this room
That's
that
right.
wasn't raised
That's the fact.
as a Glober. So
yeah,
fact.
when you were Glober and then you were introduced to this information, how long did it take you to be turned?
Okay, it's funny. I'm a hardcore gamer, right? And this is how it was first brought to me. This is how my whole world was just like literally changed. A buddy of mine was playing on Xbox and I was in a party, and he popped in the party, and he just started talking about.
Sorry, my bad.
He started talking about the Earth being flat. At first, I thought he was just trolling, and he just kept going. But then I was like, "Bro, what are you talking about? Like, are you trolling like right now? What are you talking about?" And they just started to go on, and then so he and I were like in a direct dialogue exchange, and I was just, I got angry, and I was like, "You sound fucking retarded! Like, what are you? Like, everybody knows the Earth is like a fucking sphere. Like, what are you talking about?" And then he started hitting me with like simple points, right? About satellites and none of that registered, and I was like, just about like communication. I'm like, yeah, because it's in satellites. He's like, no, these are radio towers and cables that run intercontinental like through the ocean and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, like, and so we're like going back and forth. Like nothing he's saying is like registering at all. The one thing that he did that fucked me up, because I'm a logical person, and I love a good conversation and an even better debate. But I cussed him the fuck out. I was really angry with him. Like I got angry, and I always have to remind myself when we come across other people who are Globers, because like I said, I was the same way. Like he said, well, which picture of the Earth is the right one? And when he said that, I took a pause because I remember that it just took me back to a time, like I remember being in elementary school and we got our new Earth science books, and I still had mine from like last year. And the first thing I wanted to do was flip through it and look through the space shit because I was so fascinated by that. And I remember seeing a completely different picture of the Earth and comparing the two, thinking,
yeah,
and it reminded me of that. And so he was like, Google it. And so I took my phone out and I Googled it. And there were so many different pictures of the Earth that NASA was claiming to be the Earth. Like, pictures of the Earth were like Africa is like smaller than the United States, which we know is just not even fucking true, right? And so I just got really quiet. And then like he hit me up with the whole ocean, like, water being level and 80%. And I just got offline. I was just like, you know what? I'll be fucking right back. So I'm like, I got offline to go to the source of where I thought all this information comes from that's in my Texas McGraw-Hill book, and I went to NASA's website, and I was gone for like 8 months trying to debunk flat Earth, and I turned into a fucking flat earther.
Yeah.
The first thing I found out was that NASA is just completely fucking full of shit. Like that was the first thing I found out, just trying to look for the truth. I just went down this fucking rabbit hole, but it's like a quest, like you play on a video game. Like you'd have to do it for yourself. Like no one is gonna take Ball Earth from someone in the span of one conversation. It's just not gonna happen.
You can
No,
only
no, no.
take ball Earth from yourself.
There
That
you
was
go.
the
You can
first.
only prove it
That
to
was the
yourself.
first level, like a NASA. Let's see what they did.
The real red pill is realizing that you never had Ball Earth to begin with.
Yep.
It took me about 8 months, and then I came back online and I found him and I apologized to him. You know, it's crazy.
Good for you.
I haven't seen or heard from him since. He just dropped off the fucking face of the earth literally after that. And I've always wondered because now I'm like a bigger advocate for the shit than he was. Like he was just trying to spread the seeds, like I try to do with my friends.
Yeah.
And I don't know, something happened to him. You know, he accepted my apology and everything, and it was just like right after that, he just never got back online anymore. No, and I always wonder what happened to him.
What's amazing is that we all had that same experience. Like as you were describing it, it was my experience. And it's almost like a birthing from the ashes, kind of like the phoenix. Like
Yeah.
you oppose your friends, and some of them get burnt and disappear, but some of them, that question sticks. And
Yeah.
once you are sort of renewed and you have this understanding and you've proven it to yourself or gone into the research yourself,
Right.
it's like you are a new person.
You are, and one thing that's really problematic with me with this is that it shifted my anger. Now I'm angry about having been deceived, like this whole time, you know. And people are like, well, why would anybody lie about that? For power, man. Like people only have power because people believe in that shit. Like fucking Santa Claus, like Ball Earth. You know, men can only rule over other men if they believe they have the right to rule over them. You know, it's like believing in some Santa Claus shit, you know. And I really just feel I really became angry that I was just so fucking deceived, and it's in everything, that Ball Earth, that heliocentric bullshit. It's in everything from like the time you are born. You know, it's on the beginning of like how many motion pictures you see it. Like I play this game called Destiny, and I laugh every time I see it when I go to orbit. And they show like they like that Destiny is so like these people, and they're so with Hollywood and everything that we see, they are determined to just upgrade the whole. And I can't tell you how many Neil deGrasse I call him Neil deGrasse Lyson master class things I've been bombarded with. YouTube changed their whole algorithm. I really feel sad because when I wanted to look for the truth, when you actually Googled it, you actually found people like Eric Dubay and just other people who had also been, collating data and doing research and stuff like that. You could actually find stuff that wasn't like stupid and hoaxy. Like it's just buried on YouTube now. Like I downloaded a lot of stuff from my hard drive when I was doing my own research a few years ago. But now, if you actually want to bring this information out to someone new, they're gonna have a hell of a time going on their own quest to do this research because they've actually changed Google. They've changed the YouTube algorithm because they don't want people coming to this realization. It threatens
They've really
the
upped.
power shift.
Sorry, go on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they've really upped the propaganda in all sorts of different ways as well. So I don't know if you've seen any of the Thor films from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but in one of the Thor films, and I forget which. Now bear in mind Thor and the kind of the way that story is put together is that there are these planes that sit on top of each other and that they converge at a certain time in history. And that's called the convergence. And that's when all sorts of shit happens, right? So there are these 9 flat planes that converge. They're 9 flat worlds that converge. This is the essence of the story. Now, when Thor throws his hammer and it goes through a portal from one plane to the next, you zoom out and you see the hammer flying towards a ball Earth, which doesn't make any sense because the cosmology is based on flat planes.
Right.
So even within that cosmology, they have to make sure it's a ball Earth, even though it doesn't fit the story.
At all.
It's mad. Absolutely maddening when you watch this shit.
And another thing that they do in those videos is since 9/11, in all the Marvel Superman movies or whatever, when a building gets knocked, it like turns into dust. So when they bash the top, go back and watch like the Thor movies or the Transformer movies or any of the things where they in CGI are damaging a lot of the cityscape. Then as they hit the building just like turns to dust and crumbles.
Okay.
And if you go back and look at the 9/11 towers, how they turned to dust and crumbled, that's what they're imprinting in people's minds. Like, you know, this is a common thing. This is how buildings do come down, you know? It's so transparent when you have the eyes to see.
When I watched September 11th happen, I was at work. So I actually watched those buildings fall down live. I never believed a plane caused that building to fall down like that. I was totally shocked when I saw that building just fall square down in its own footprint. It looked like it had been demolitioned. There's just no way. You know, like I'll never believe that a plane caused that building to fall down square in its own footprint like that. And a 747 actually hit the Empire State Building, and it's still standing there.
Have you researched Dr. Judy Wood?
Mm-mm.
Make a note of it because that's another tremendous rabbit hole. She's a scientist she was a scientist that was charged with investigating the remains of the buildings, and the day it happened, they started covering the entire site in sand, and then subsequently shipped out as much of the steel to China as they could to try and hide any of the evidence. But she coined this term called dustification, where she demonstrably proves that there's something which we as the public are not aware of, but they show how like a giant steel column starts falling off the building and it turns to dust before it hits the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's a massive I-beam. It's probably 2 times taller than a human, and it breaks off the top of this tower and it starts to fall towards the ground, and there's no impact with the ground at all. Now, nothing in our general understanding of physics can justify that. And she then goes into the work of, maybe someone in this room can help me. I think it's Schauberger, someone who works with that. When you found this right frequency, you could shatter metals and make things levitate and turn things into dust and departiculate it. And no, I don't think Schauberger is the right one. It's some other guy. But like I say, go Google Dr. Judy Wood. And her book was where did she said where did the towers go?
Solar Hutchinson effect.
Hutchinson, that's the thing.
I'm gonna look that up because I did a lot of research on that, and I found what I liked was 911 Loose Change before they had like the original one, and they did a lot of breakdown and scientific comparisons. They talked about how I've never seen in the history of plane crashes in anywhere in the world where when a plane crashes, they know like exactly where this fucking plane crashed in the earth, right? And they can't find any of it. It's like now there's this phenomenon where the plane just disintegrates in the jet fuel, like especially like the plane crash supposedly quote unquote in front of
Pentagon.
the
Yeah.
Pentagon. When the news went there, the first thing I said to my coworker, I said, "Where the fuck is the plane?" There was just like this hole in the building. There was no damage to any windows on either side of the hole,
None of the
or in the
street
front face
lights.
of the building. None of the street lights or parking meters were turned over. There was no damage to the grass in front of the building. And I said, "Where the fuck is the plane?" They said this was a 747. There's actually footage that was suppressed. But I actually have a copy of it on my hard drive that shows what hit that building from a security camera from like a opposite building, like a parking garage or whatever. And it's a drone. It's a drone that hits the building, and it's no bigger than a car.
And to think about it, like, once an airplane takes off, there's a certain takeoff velocity. Once it's in the air, it's picking up speed, and then only when it descends does it put on its air brakes to try and slow its speed down. So if an airplane flew at, say, 400 or 500 miles into a building, that airplane's coming out the other side of that building. If it's like a small little brickwork building or something, it's not going in there making a little punchy hole in just the exterior wall
and then disappear,
vanishing.
And they can't find anything. They can't find the wing, the left or right wing, the fuselage, either one of those titanium engines made by Rolls-Royce. And the only thing that can like break down titanium like that is fucking C4, because jet fuel does not burn at a temperature high enough to disintegrate fucking titanium.
But this is how the distraction happens, is that they put out multiple theories so everyone can be fractured and divided
exactly
in their answers. So there's also the thermite theory, where they found thermite burning through the columns when they were trying to find survivors. And they show pools of molten metal that are just like boiling red hot. And that's one of the properties of thermite. So some of the guys talk about a thermite demolition. Some guys talk about an actual controlled demolition of the building.
It looked like a controlled demolition to me.
But this Dr. Judy Wood shows how the vehicles along the streets leading up to the towers were completely melted, like completely mangled. But yet their interiors, like their leather seats, are fine. And it's for miles down the streets leading up to the building, which makes no sense for the fact that there was no super fireball or anything at ground level. There was just a little explosion up above, and then the building came down.
Right. And then the second building came down faster than the first building. It hadn't even been burning as long.
Which down these streets, when you see these vehicles that are completely melted, it suggests that some kind of a weapon, an directed energy weapon, was pointed down the street towards that building, and that it was melting these vehicles on the way towards doing something to the building, whether it's demolecularizing it or dustifying it. So she's termed this word dustification, and she goes through, like, seriously, this takes the research to another level, because she looks at all of the different theories. So the thermite theory, the controlled demolition, the dustification, the directed energy weapons, and she's very scientific, so she's providing citations, and literally she was banned. Her entire credibility was dragged through the mud.
The censorship is insane right now.
So now she started to like talk a little bit more carefully about it. So in the last year or so, she's been releasing stuff that almost goes against what she was saying 5 years ago, because it seems like they've actually gotten to her. But the information that she released in that, where did the towers go? Because they didn't fall. Where did they go to? Like, they disappeared.
Right, that was a massive amount of material. that should have been
200
everywhere.
stories. 200
Right.
stories. And then what was left at ground level
Wasn't a
on
lot.
ground floor. And then the highest pieces that were left standing were like 7 stories. But the entire 200 stories above that's just vanished.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the plane crashes were just a distraction because everybody was just focused on that. You know, but I did not think that was a 747 that hit that building because there was a group of firemen at ground level filming something, and they just happened to catch one of the vehicles that hit that building. And you could clearly see that it was significantly smaller than a 747 and didn't have any windows in it. There are no commercial 747s that don't have windows. None.
Yeah, I used to think Judy was onto something, but then I decided that yeah, she didn't prove anything, and I think she's another distraction like the thermite, and that's the.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I'm like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're good, Ariel.
All right. As to your point about multiple theories as to what happened, and in effect muddying the waters so that one can't discern clearly the actual cause of the incident, 9/11. Judy Wood, to me, was a part of that muddying of the waters, because her evidence as to this mysterious weapon that goes beyond anything that we've ever seen demonstrated by any government, to me, simply muddied the waters. And we are no closer to finding the actual cause of it, which was more than likely demolition. I went there about a week and a half after it happened because I was curious to see it. And there was a lot of debris before they carted it off. So what she says is that it was dustified is not true. I saw it. And there was an enormous pile of debris that they very systematically took out. So that's my contribution.
There's a general equation based on if a building was X amount of feet tall before demolition, that after demolition it'll stand at maybe 45% or 35% with all the mass. And the 200 stories that towered above every building in the city, proportionally there should have been at least multiples of percentages more. So I think that to me was a really compelling consideration.
I saw the debris. It didn't seem inconsistent to me. Not to me. I saw it with my own eyes. And it didn't seem at all inconsistent. Perhaps after they carted it all off. Yes. And Judy Wood didn't come in till quite a bit later into the whole scene. And she was the very suspect by the engineers who had done all the research on it and compiled their work into that document. They were extremely, I think his name was, no, I can't remember his name right now, but they were extremely suspicious of her. She came out.
I agree with you, Sue. I agree. It looked to me like the building was
what it was
systematically demolition. That's what it looked like.
That's what people weapon that we can never identify.
No, I think it was done with C4 because there was a security detail that was supposed to be in that building every day, and they actually pulled it off. And the research I did showed that they believed that it was planted at certain locations in the building to cause structural weakness when they had the security detail, and they don't even understand how they were able to get the security detail taken out. Like they came up with some bullshit ass reason to take the security detail out, And they went in there and they strategically put C4 at certain floors and certain structural points within that building. And then they strategically detonated that building. What do you think about the buildings that fell down in Miami? Because I remember watching that on the security footage. Those buildings fell straight down in their own footprint. And I'm like, either somebody needs to be in fucking jail. Like, or that building looks like it was also demolitions with people inside of it. Like, how the fuck does a building just fall down like that?
Well, I'm in Florida.
So am
and,
I.
Yeah, you too. We have sinkholes. We have, we literally are build buildings on coral.
I understand.
So it's not unusual for the ground.
It may have fallen down. I know, like we get massive sinkholes and land shift. You can hear the building cracking. It's just one building, like the whole front face fell off, but the whole goddamn building just fell straight the fuck down. Like I could see if there was a sinkhole and the building like fell over. You know what I mean? Like, but it just fell straight the fuck down in its own footprint.
Why? But you have to ask. This is a residence. It's not a building that has any political implications.
That's correct, and they had mass motivation to do that, and that was to hide the fuckery and the grand theft robbery of the whole American stock market. And then the backup building that had the backup records, which was several blocks away, was also demolitions, and then all the other buildings in between it were fine. But for insurance purposes, for profit, like because there was like insurance or something, extra insurance taken out on the World Trade Center, and then that shit happened. So it was like a win-win. They got rid of all the records of the theft. They got to keep they got the insurance claim. The taxpayers had to pay for all of that. We're still paying for it. And then like with this building in Miami, like that building in Miami needed $40 million worth of repairs.
Oh, I
so
see.
you'd have a reason to blow that motherfucker up and just take the insurance claim rather than make the repairs. Like I would put it past them that fucking blowing that building up, those people in it, to avoid having to make those fucking repairs because it wasn't gonna keep passing inspection. I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know. It's just the way it fell down just looked suspect as hell to me. It just didn't look right. And I felt the same way about the World Trade Center when I saw that. I never believed those planes or those drones. I never believed those were 747s that hit those buildings. And I never believed whatever hit that building will cause something, a building that massive, to just fall straight the fuck down into its own sub-basement footprint. Like, I just never believed that.
Well, let's not pretend that, number one, the military-industrial complex and their budget doesn't afford them some technology that we don't know about. Okay.
Exactly.
And let's also not throw out the possibility that there could have been and probably needed to be multiple methods of demolition, right? I mean, thermite, whatever perhaps technology could have just disintegrated a lot of material. And I know you say that you saw the ground zero, as they call it, but typically, even if you're knocking down a house made out of stick lumber, when you knock it down to the ground, it stands about a third
of its original height
it was originally. So those two buildings at 200 stories tall probably needed to be about, I don't know, 30 to 40 stories tall, even if they fell straight down, which doesn't make any sense.
Probably closer to 70 stories.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. 70 stories.
There wasn't that much debris on the ground. I remember watching that live. I remember thinking that, like, wow, did it fall, like, in the earth? Like, I thought maybe it fell, like, they're, like, subways in New York and shit. I thought that maybe the weight of the shit falling down, that a lot of it fell, like, several stories, like, down. Into the subways and all that.
Wasn't there 7, like, garage levels below the World Trade Center?
Right. That's what I assumed, that there was space underneath.
But that doesn't account for the amount of debris that had to be there. We're talking about
I
stuff that
would
doesn't
agree.
disappear.
And
So
that
I would
they
agree. I
they
remember
had
thinking
a
the same thing.
they were right on the Hudson Bay, and the foundation was set into the concrete there, so they had to demolish the 200 stories above, but not cause severe structural damage below ground. And the seismograph that picked up the earthquake from the actual impact of the building falling also only presented about 10% of what it should have, based on the mass that should have impacted the ground. So there was lots of supporting evidence that it's not simply a crackpot theory. There's many supporting pieces of evidence that lead to the fact that, like you say, perhaps multiple avenues were
Point at
employed
once.
here.
Yeah.
yeah, I fully agree that, you know, this is a problem. It applies to flat Earth as well, where we go, you know, gravity, or what we call gravity, or that causation, that falling, depending on the medium, you know, it has to be just one thing. It has to be the relative density idea, or it has to be the electrostatics. Well, it can be multiple things, but we can't just pretend like we know it all. If we can't narrow down the causation, then let's just leave it at, well, we don't know, and it's okay that we don't know. Same with 9/11. There's plenty of things that we don't know. We can speculate, and there's evidence available, but multiple, you know, methods of demolition could have been applied, and that's okay. That's a fine answer. You don't have to know exactly what happened. The probably more important is the who, right? Who or why, I think, is still the more important question to ask. How it happened, definitely interesting, but who and why is more important to me.
Yeah, and who has something to gain from that?
Yeah.
Right. That's a really valid point. When I think about gravity, I think of it in terms of things lighter than air will float and anything heavier than air will fall, but I don't know why that is. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. You know what I mean? But if you think of it in those terms, you don't really need the super complicated theory of gravity that you have to be like a quantum fucking physicist to like rationalize. No. It's just if it's heavier than air, it's gonna fall. If it's lighter than air, it's gonna float. And that's pretty much buoyancy. You know what I mean? It's simple. But why that is, I don't know. It just is what it is. Why does the sun get up and do what it does every day, and it's been doing it since the dawn of man? I don't know. It just does it. It's obvious that it's mechanical. It's intelligent. I mean, you can set your watch by it. But why does it do it? I don't know. How does it do it? I don't know. What propels it? Other than something divine? Of divine intelligence? I couldn't tell you.
Man is an interesting creature. We for some reason really have to know things. You know, we're inquisitive by nature, and we will accept explanations rather than evidence a lot of the time, just because we need to soothe this problem that we have. We need to know. And I think that's peculiar, but, you know, just knowing that can give us this, we need to kind of relax, right?
Yeah.
And be humble enough to go, okay, there's plenty going on around me that I just can't explain, nor could I prove. But it's more enjoyable, I think, now that I've kind of like embraced this humility. Oh, I don't have to know everything. But I better not be able to just accept what someone tells me because, you know, it makes enough sense, or I can fit it into my head good enough to kind of soothe that desire to know. So I'm okay now, not having all the answers, and it's a nice way to live. I recommend.
Yeah, if you can accept that, that's a really good point you made. Have you ever seen the movie Contact with Jodie Foster? What you just said kind of
Yes, I
reminds me of
have.
that movie.
Yeah.
I am so Jodie Foster. Like if I you know, and the compelling part of the drama of that movie was the Matthew McConaughey's character didn't want her to go because he felt like it was probably going to be a one-way trip and a suicide mission if it was at all remotely successful, and he'd rather her just not go and to just value the life and just not have those answers, those questions answered, and she didn't value her life enough to miss the opportunity to go to get those questions answered. And that I would so have gotten in that thing and just risk my life to get those answers, just to get a glimpse of those answers. But I see what you're saying. Like if there was a way that I could have like, if there was some way you could know like in that prospect, like if you're willing to, it's a one-way trip to get the answers, I would totally take it. Like I would just want to know like.
Oh well, yeah.
What the fuck? I would give my life to get the answers to those questions. Like I just want to know like that bad. And I know we're not supposed to have those answers. We're just not. We're on a need to know basis, and we don't need to know. I just want to know. Just want to know. How is all this possible? You know.
Well,
believing in God helps curb that appetite, which I'm God fearing.
There's a possibility that the answers to some of the questions that we have, we may not be able to handle that kind of information. That's another possibility. Some things
I think that's an extreme possibility.
Yeah, it is an extreme possibility, but
the answer alone might make you want to kill yourself.
If there's
it might be too much information. That's an extreme possibility.
But it's kind of like realizing that the puzzle is much larger than you initially anticipated. And you've now finished this corner of the puzzle, and you thought that was the extent of the puzzle. And when you realize that it is potentially so much larger and there's so many more pieces to fit together, to not be despondent and to just to look at that dustification and the Hitchinson's effect of levitation and merging objects and bending steel and all kinds of stuff. You've got to be kind of leaving half of your mind open to the possibility that there's much more that is capable that we are not taught about. And then it's kind of like start building the puzzle with the pieces you have, but understand that you're just building the corner because there's still many more pieces to even discover.
You know what I feel like the Earth is?
Yeah.
When you say that, I feel like you ever seen like an ant farm or like maybe something even kind of like an aquarium, right? Like if you get an aquarium and it's like nothing, it's just like an empty container, and then you're like God. You know, you build the ecosystem, you get the lights, you hook it up, you play, and you let there be lights. You throw some fish in there. And to those fish, they're just swimming around in the confines of that aquarium, living their little fish life, and the little fish, baby fish that they have, little baby sharks, whatever they have. They're oblivious to everything outside the aquarium, the fact that you are responsible for their existence, and without you, their whole existence would be obliterated. You allow it. You know, you might have to go on there and clean it up every once in a while so it doesn't, get so nasty that the whole thing is lost, I feel like that's what this space is that we occupy in the Earth. And we can't. I don't think we can get out of it. Like the fish can't get out of the fucking aquarium. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I look at it. I think that there's so much more like beyond the space we occupy because it's not really a big space. You know what I mean? But I think there's something beyond it, like beyond the ice wall. I feel like it encompasses the whole space that we occupy, but I feel like there's something beyond it, and there's something to do with the Antarctic Ice Treaty that is a boundary. It's not. I don't think the only boundary is straight up. I think there's also boundaries straight across. You know what I mean? And you could fly over that shit, but you would be shot down for whatever reason. All the superpowers in the world agree that you will not travel beyond this point, and it's just a barren, frozen wasteland. So I don't know why they would give a fuck if you go out there and fly out there to your death and freeze to death trying to explore it. Like, why is that off limits to be explored? I think it has something to do with another boundary that you might encompass. You know, Richard Admiral Byrd talked about that during the time, like after Hitler. Like, there's something else out there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's just boundaries. I know this is not a ball that we live on. So then my next question would be, how far across the plane can you traverse? You know what I mean? Because a lot of problems that ball earthers have is like, well, where's the edge of the earth? You know what I mean? And that's why I really don't like the term flat earth, because it implies that we know the entire shape of the earth. I've never seen the earth, and I don't think NASA's ever proven the shape of the earth from a distance outside of earth where you could see the whole thing from a distance. You know what I mean? Earth has mountains and valleys and ridges, so it's not perfectly flat. The only thing that's pretty much flat is like the ocean when it's still. You know what I mean? So, and the earth is covered in like 80% of that. And then you have the ice wall surrounding the whole thing, keeping it in. Like, I believe that's what we've got so far, because that's what we can see moving around in the earth, right? But what's beyond that ice wall? Like, nobody's ever hit anything to go left or right. You know what I'm saying? Like, across the plane, like, where's that boundary at? You know what I mean? And why aren't we trying to explore that? Huh?
Antarctica doesn't surround us. That's not reality.
Well, I'm not saying Antarctica surrounds us. I'm saying I believe there's a wall of ice that surrounds us.
No, I don't.
Complete wall of ice. I believe that. I believe that's what, because people have sailed the earth and have found no inlets to the oceans of the world. If you try, and then there's a wall of ice. If you go far enough in any direction, you will be met with a wall of ice.
I understand that's what you're being told, but that's not reality.
What do you believe is surrounding us, Primo?
What makes you think there's anything surrounding us?
So what do you think it's an infinite plane?
No.
We have to be surrounded by something.
Infinite. Why?
Water always needs containment. Like
Water,
a pond,
right? I was
it
just going to
needs
say
a
that.
shoreline that has a higher altitude to be able to contain that volume of water.
Exactly.
You can leave out the supernatural. You can try to use logic to explain everything, but that's not reality.
A pond is not supernatural. Just try and follow along.
Earth is supernatural.
Earth is a pond. It's a giant pond.
Prove it.
And then there's some land in the middle because water is always level.
I had a dream last night that I saw a true map of Earth, and the 7 continents were tiny, and there was all this other stuff outside it, like green, lush land and stuff. And it wasn't an ice wall, but it was just a dream.
Well, that's what Richard Admiral Byrd said. They said that they traveled out there pretty far, and that there were other continents that were uncharted.
But why would you believe that guy?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying I do believe it. I'm not saying I do believe it. What I'm saying is, you know, no one's been back to the moon. No one's allowed to go back out there. Why? Why don't they want to fly over it and just see how far they can go? Like, why is that not happening? What else is out there? How far can you go? That's man's whole thing. We know Mount Everest is the highest peak you can. That shit's like Disneyland right now. 300 people out there with Sherpas every day trying to climb to the top of Mount Everest because it's as high as you can go on foot. Right? So how come people are not trying to see how fucking far we can go in any direction in the earth? And when we can fly? Like, that's just how come there's a superpower worldwide treaty to agree no one will travel beyond this point? Why? Why is that? There's something past that point they don't want people to know about. And they have everybody fooled thinking there's no boundary because it's just a circle. You just keep running around in a circle on the earth. But that's out the window. So that means if it's not a sphere, and I don't think it is, how far can we go in any direction in the Earth? And why can't we go? Why is that the Icelandic International Treaty the one direction you cannot go in? Like, you absolutely cannot go in that direction. It's the key to something. I think at some point it'll come out, but that's it. I feel like that's a key to this mass deception. It's part of it. That's just my opinion.
Feels like a distraction to me, looking at Antarctica. There's answers there, don't get me wrong. I mean, you can study the nature of reality there and recognize it's different in the poles, so-called poles, right? We observe the sun and the moon differently there. The stars are different there.
When you say
I feel like it's
in what sense? As in, we don't observe different stars, do we?
I don't know what that question means.
Well, you said
I feel like it's another harsh boundary, though. Like the further up you go, it gets like unbearably cold. It's the same thing when you go too far in that direction. It gets just inhuman, like, and just insurvivably cold. You know what I mean? That there's something to that. Like, it's another mystery that I'd like
I
to
have
see
friends.
solved.
I have friends and family up north in Igloolik and Nunavut, and they have to take rifles with them when they're going from A to B because of polar bears and shit, and they can get lost and die. They've been found on their sleds, some never to be found because they don't know where the sled went.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they say like in a blizzard, a polar bear could be like 5 feet in your face and you wouldn't see it. So it's like
Yeah, but also because
late.
of the distances between like friends, if they like it starts blizzarding and whiting out and they get off course even just a little bit, they don't even know where the hell they are. They can't get back on course, and like I said, they just sometimes get found, never could never be
Yeah.
found, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's such a harsh environment out there.
Yeah.
It's fascinating though. I'm fascinated with it.
Whenever I'm interacting with them, I always ask about the hunting and fishing up there. I've tried caribou from up there and Arctic char and all kinds of stuff. I've eaten whale.
I bet you the salmon up there is really good. Because everything out there is it's just not messed with as bad as like in the warmer climates. You know?
Most
It's
definitely.
hard to maintain a lot of industry out there because of how harsh the climate is. So like there's just a lot of still like natural fishing and wildlife because you just can't industrialize a whole lot in that climate.
Speaking of that, I've got like a really interesting topic, at least to maybe you guys will find it interesting too, but like remember the whole Fukushima thing? And you know how so many people in this community will like to tell you that like nuclear is like a hoax, basically, like whether nuclear weapons or nuclear energy, and I don't know what to believe when it comes to all that stuff, and like if Fukushima, if nuclear is a big danger, and if Fukushima is real, which is all mainstream, by
Are you
now.
talking about Hiroshima? When you say Fukushima or Nagasaki?
I'm talking about. You don't even know
Tsunami.
what Fukushima is. I'm talking about where the nuclear power plant on the ocean has been leaking for over a decade, like millions of gallons of radioactive waste into the ocean.
Oh.
By now, everything is tainted. Everything.
I think I saw that. That's like out in the tropics out there, like in the Atlantic Ocean, like way the fuck out there.
Oh, it would be
And
the Pacific. It would be the Pacific
No,
by
it's
is it
Japan.
Japan.
Pacific? Okay.
Yeah.
And it's like they put it on an island, like there's some like native people out there, but the water level is maybe so high.
What I'm getting at is like, this is something we don't really talk about too much, but like nuclear. Now here's the question: like, there's a lot of questions to be asked that I'm unclear on. You know, like one, like how real is just nuclear in general, like nuclear weapons or energy? Is nuclear energy real, but nuclear weapons are not?
The
so
energy
on.
is real. The energy is very real.
Is no,
I would say, look, nuclear power plant is effectively a steam generator.
It's a steam generator, yeah. But
they're using
thing
uranium
that
and
causes the heat is
plutonium.
real. The thing that causes the heat is real. There is a reaction. It's named. It's just named nuclear. I get that, and there's some weird magic that happens that we don't understand.
So
the nuclear bombs and the fallout, that's all fake.
Splitting of the you don't think Hiroshima and Nagasaki were real?
Becomes, if nuclear energy is real, then this power plant is real, and now there's a lot of waste that they've been just talking about over the last. It's like 11 or 12 years, but now, like since Fukushima, like where they've been literally leaking radioactive waste into the open oceans for over a decade. Okay, like by millions of gallons a day.
Yeah, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were atom bombs, and it was to end the war, I believe. And that was during the atomic age. The nuclear age followed the atomic age.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
And if I'm correct, there's a gentleman that worked with nuclear generators and stuff, and he used to swim in the pools, and he said the radiation and stuff's not as dangerous as they say, and he used to come out of the pool glowing and stuff.
Radwin is right. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were paper and bamboo cities.
They were also atomic, right?
All the stone structures survived. And
they were also atomic bombs, right, Mimas?
Yeah, they were nuclear.
No,
You're correct. They were atomic bombs.
They were conventional firebombs. They just burned the cities down.
It did a lot of damage.
From my research, I agree.
I need to point out that Detroit, the entire city of Detroit, burned down in a night.
It was more like
napalm.
Now hold on. Detroit burned down in a night from a wildfire.
They made some giant explosives. Yes, megaton explosives, but out of regular TNT, not nuclear.
Yeah. Well, that's look. All you got to do, you send a fleet of gas bomb planes. One drop, the whole thing goes up in flames in minutes. That's it. The city's made of wood and bamboo. Or of bamboo and paper.
If it was nuclear, we're not seeing enough of the, like you will hear stories about mutation and shit like that from radioactive and stuff. But they repopulated those cities like after they got wiped out. They rebuilt it and they stayed right there. They didn't go
you could after something atomic because it wasn't radioactive. But what about Chernobyl?
Go anywhere. Like if it was radioactive, they couldn't have stayed there.
Hold on.
Chernobyl. That's what I just said. I agree with you. But Chernobyl was nuclear, wasn't it?
Here's the thing. Yeah, Chernobyl was nuclear. But here's the problem with Chernobyl. Do you believe anything the USSR ever told you?
I don't believe in a lot of the information that I got anymore because you got to consider the source. So I don't know what
anything the USSR has ever told me. So,
but their vodka's good.
I have a lot of problem believing half stuff our own government has told me. So I don't know what to believe.
So there's this guy named Galen Windsor. He went around and he would eat uranium. He would eat it on stage. And he would hold it up to the Geiger counter and it would go off the charts, radioactive, and he'd lick it and eat it.
Yeah, so I knew there was people like that, right? Well, I didn't know about the licking and eating, but did you hear about the guy swimming in the pool, Mimas?
That was him. He was one of the original
Oh, okay.
nuclear
Okay.
engineers. Galen Windsor was one of the original nuclear engineers. He was one of the guys who wanted the public to have access to nuclear power.
Right on. Okay. I didn't know he ingested it though. Cool.
Yeah, he ingested it. He would go swimming in the actual nuclear waste, quote unquote, water, because it's clean water.
As far as the nuclear concerns, is like waste spilling into the ocean. Everything in the earth, whether it's radioactive or nuclear, it's all local to the earth. Like none of this stuff that's in the earth is foreign to the earth. You know what I mean? Like the
Nuclear,
earth has a.
what we
Like,
call
even though it might have
nuclear,
been, even though it might have been put together, like and maybe shouldn't have been all mixed up or whatever. Like all these materials, all these things are from the earth. Like, and
well,
I
what
just
we
feel
call
like
nuclear is the cleanest energy that there is. It is the absolute cleanest energy there is. And you know what the most abundant uranium is one of the most abundant minerals on Earth.
Are you aware
I
that?
can go out and collect it in my soil.
Did you know about? I believe it was part of Russia, the Siberian part of Russia or something. Part of Russia, they bombed it with a bunch of those atom bombs or whatever type bombs. I think they claimed they were supposed to be nuclear with radiation, and now it's all lush, crazy. Like it's been a long, long time since they did that. Maybe the similar type bombs they use for Operation Dominic and stuff. But yeah, that's interesting. I looked at a documentary about that.
Like I said, they've always had big explosives, but they're conventional explosives. They're conventional, like 10,000-pound bombs. You know, a 10,000-pound bomb makes a really big boom. That's a big boom.
Yeah,
That'll
they
be
describe it
30 to
like
30 miles away.
1,000 kilograms of TNT is how they describe nuclear explosions. So
Yeah.
it's the equivalent of actually just using TNT.
Yeah.
So if they were using TNT, how would we know the difference?
Remember, do you know the explosion that happened recently in Beirut? Was it Beirut?
Yeah.
oh, you mean where they had those explosives by those fireworks and like somebody dropped a bomb on that city? That shit was crazy. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that
where
one.
they said they were welding a door and they had stored a bunch of ammonium nitrate in or something
Yeah,
like that.
and there was fireworks in there too. That's what set the shit off. Yeah.
So they said that was 15 kilotons.
That place.
That Beirut one, the nitrogen that was sitting there for years.
Yeah. That one was
Crazy.
nuts.
So if that measured at 15 kilotons, that means that was stronger than Hiroshima. Which one was the weaker one? Hiroshima.
Nagasaki.
Yeah, Nagasaki.
Nagasaki.
Yeah, so that was about the same as Nagasaki. And Beirut's fine. It blew out a ton of windows and wrecked that area.
I wouldn't say that was fine.
Well, yeah,
like not
some
at all.
people got fucked
Yeah,
up.
it would
No.
still really suck. Just so you know, if you were there, like that
The buildings that are still standing have to be demolition, like totally.
That is true. That is true. But when you look at
They were hold.
Hiroshima, you have to remember you're looking at pictures of a city that is
It's built out of stone,
mache and made out of wood, just wood buildings, bamboo, not even wood,
right.
Bamboo and paper. That was their chief building. Those were the chief building elements in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And so the only stone.
They're gonna burn at low temperatures. They're gonna start like chimneys. They're gonna just go up in fire really easy, like burning a dried out Christmas tree, basically.
They did the same firebombing on Dresden, but it took a lot longer because Dresden was made of castles.
I don't know if it'll matter, but I'd like to say sorry to any of the people of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Like would not have wanted that to happen.
They're all dead. Who cares?
No.
Some people are alive from that.
Either way, that's horrible. Look, the United States military is always committing atrocities, and those were no doubt amongst
Yeah,
them.
that was
You know,
totally uncalled for. That was the equivalent of dropping that shit on like New York or
Yeah.
fucking California or some shit. That was totally uncalled for.
No, now hold on, California. I'm not going to complain about California.
Yeah, you have to put a condition on that.
I
Wait,
can
you
get
have to wait till I
behind
get
around
out.
Yeah,
California.
wait till Sunny's out.
Yeah, I have to get out first.
I say we build a wall around California, kick it out, and then
After I
invade
get
it
out.
and then invade it for Atoya.
Yeah, after I get out.
That was a big Canadian joke here when Quebec wanted to separate Canada, and Quebec was like, "We'll build a wall around Quebec to separate." And the Canadians were like, "Okay, build the wall and fill it with water."
See, I could even be the Paul Revere, so I'll
Oh,
let
you
you know. I'll
mean
give you the
Quebec
signal.
boy?
Wait a minute, I'll give you the signal. Ding, ding, ding. Now it's time. Okay.
Surprised in talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I think it's probably because Meme is here, but I'm surprised we didn't get somebody talking about trying to claim that those things didn't even happen. You know, like it just didn't happen. They're hoaxes.
Oh, they were firebombed for sure. Because
Yeah.
I believe that happened.
tens of thousands of people reported that they were in school and there were fires that just started raging all of a sudden.
Too often you hear about any atrocity that happened, and there's a group of people in the conspiracy world who will always say, "Yeah, it didn't happen." You know,
Well,
like it's
we call those schizoids, and we ignore them.
So here's a little bit of gravy about World War II. You know, all those bombings where they went in and they bombed? You would think they would go in to bomb like the factories. No, they went in and bombed all the workers' housing, all the families, all the people that were working in the factories. So this massive industrial complex, they went to the workers, and guess who designed that whole thing? A committee of 300 department, Prudential Insurance Company. They're the ones that did the study to see how much damage it would do if they did bombing like that. Thanks,
Wow.
Prudential.
It's a special circle in hell for these insurance fucking people.
Yeah.
There's a special circle down there for a lot of motherfucking people. I don't like to call them people; they're more animals.
How about the people? How about the people turning liberties into that? You have to have a license for something that is a liberty. They're making like that's so far against anything as far as human liberty goes, right?
Does anyone know the condition of the people that live near places like Chernobyl and Nagasaki and such? Like, is there?
They're totally over that. I think in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but Chernobyl is still like just now. Like you couldn't live because it was so radioactive. Like that was like
you could grow
zoned
vegetables
off
there
for a
and it's not-
while.
Chernobyl was so bad that right now you can't even go there because the jungle is so overgrown and the animals have taken over the whole city. That's how bad it is.
Thank you, Radwin, for getting my point across.
I think you're right, Redwin. Once again, yeah, good job, man. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
Nagasaki and Hiroshima are completely like overgrown, like with population that's thriving.
Yeah.
You want to know?
And Chernobyl is thriving wildlife now, so
you want to know what the
yeah.
cause of this destruction
Very
was?
dangerous.
None of them have 10 toes or anything, or
You want to know what the cause of the destruction of this city was?
what's that?
Democrats.
Oh, I thought you were going to say firecrackers.
No, it's Detroit. Worse than a nuke.
Exactly. Worse than a bomb.
Kwame Kilpatrick, the mayor of Detroit, he was a big scandal. Pilfering public funds and
Hear about you, Rudy losing his law license? Anyway, sorry, that was off topic. That was from left fields. Never mind. Fukushima, they told us California beaches would be uninhabitable in 10 years. Yeah, it's 10 years exactly, right?
Flying Scotsman says that he's been to Chernobyl 7 times.
What?
But he counted that on one hand. That's the problem. So
It's a.
He
I
grew
saw a
2
doc.
fingers.
That's funny.
I saw a documentary on Chernobyl, and apparently it's a no-go zone. Like nobody's supposed to go in there at all. Like for a large radius around where it happened.
I wonder
Wait a minute.
why.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt just then. Flying Scotsman, remember what you're supposed to be bringing back, don't you? You didn't forget, did you?
So, what?
Chernobyl is
Why?
not guarded
Why?
by
Wait a
anything. You
minute.
can just
Yeah.
go
Flying,
there.
no,
No,
Flying
I'm not saying
Scotsman.
it's. Sorry, I'm
Why are
not
you
saying it's
even
guarded.
here? Flying Scotsman, why are you even here? I need
Not
the
as interesting.
paper. I need the paper from the general relativity experiment from
I
1915
like
from
all the
Einstein's
9/11
paper.
stuff.
No, I need the paper. That's what you need to bring at this point.
Okay.
I insist. You have to bring. You did some studying, right? Did you find
No.
that paper for me?
No.
An experiment that validates Einstein's general relativity. Yeah, we need the hypothesis and the variables. So I want you to go get that and tell us what the result of your investigation into that is. That's why I asked for it. That's why I put a note on you. So when you came in, I have my little note on you. That's what the conversation was. I need to see that paper. Okay?
Was it 1950 what?
1915, Einstein's
Okay.
paper on general relativity. We're looking for the experiment that tested the hypothesis for cause and effect. I need the independent control variable, the dependent control variable, and the null. You don't have to do the null, actually. I'm primarily concerned with the independent control variable. That
Okay.
needs to be definitive. That needs to be absolute. That has to be there. All right. But anyway, I digress.
Back to Democrats and Chernobyl.
I don't know. I kind of like Flying Scotsman, even though
No, actually, I
he's a
don't
pain
mean.
in the he's a pain in the ass on the. If we press him on the globe, he's like totally
Yeah.
indoctrinated and like willing to accept any bullshit
Yeah.
story.
You know what?
But
The
but
experiment,
he's a funny
the
guy.
experiment to prove space time is to watch an eclipse and see the stars around the eclipse.
You're right, Lou. And Scotsman, you do have a good demeanor, I have to say, and it has been a lot. It has been really good having these conversations with you. I look forward to it now. Like I'm turning over a new leaf. I don't want to chase people away. I want to be able to talk to people. So like, what you believe, like I've divorced myself. It's none of my business. I don't really care what you believe. It's okay.
Yeah, it is a nice place here. Yeah.
And even though we have proof, and you don't, all swans are black. So a white swan, being any definitive globe proof, would be the white swan, right?
Well,
but there
no. Here's the problem with the white. Here's the problem with the white swan. The way I see it, like a white swan is just what you see all the time, anyway. Like a white swan doesn't disprove a black swan. A white swan is just like you expect to see it, and that there it is.
Yeah. The only reason I say it the way I did, the only reason I say it the way I do is because we're not going to switch back to now that our black swan is the white swan, and that
White swan doesn't disprove the black swan. That's the point. A white swan does not disprove a black swan.
Well, that's because out in the natural world, most swans are white. Well, this is not
Show me
like
as many white swans as you want. What matters is if I can show you a black one.
No, I'm saying all swans are black now, bro.
No, they're not.
You're all, yes, they are.
No,
There's
not
another
all swans are black.
Listen. In Earth, BMSLB's new video platform Grace at.
I did see that last night. He posted that like last night. I actually meant to bring that up today. That 19 point something miles like on platform Grace. That's a great video. I love BMLSB. This dude is silent. Why doesn't he come in here?
I don't know, bro, but that's what I'm saying. You see, that's another black swan. The Mount Canahu infrared.
That one
that's
is
another black swan.
That one is not like the black swan. Well,
they all are.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
lasers, they're all black swans. Effie
it
core.
is.
It's all black
yes,
swans.
yes. That observation can be used
So
as a
see
black
what,
swan
you
argument.
see what I'm
Yes.
saying now, right? You see where I'm coming across, right?
I'll
So-
postulate this. Now that I'm aware that there are black swans, there could be a purple one out there somewhere, but I have no fucking idea what
Would
it
a
looks
purple swan be?
No.
See, now some people insist that there's only one, that there only needs to be one, but now it's gotten to the point in what
No.
we
The
have
idea with the black
known-
swan is that you only need one, but it all along we've like those of us who understand have been finding other black swans. There's black swans everywhere you look. If you're just looking out for them, you'll find them.
Right. So therefore, in the argument, I'm claiming myself, you don't have to agree with it, but I'm claiming that all the swans are black. Now the globe Earth has never shown a white swan. They said all of them are
What I
white
picture, when you say white swan, is I picture
you
that one. You know how there's like 4 different takes of the black swan like platforms that from BMLSB, and there's the one where it was on like a really shitty day with high waves, like a lot of clouds, probably
Yeah.
high winds, so on and so forth, and you couldn't see as far for the horizon. The horizon appeared to be in front of the first rig.
I saw that the other day. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
But that one, that is a white swan, which a white swan doesn't mean that you've proven the globe. It just means that you found the instance where, you know how the horizon can be no greater than, it can be shorter, but it can be no greater than. Well, you found the instance where it can be shorter with that image.
Yeah, but regardless, I'm still saying that now because, see, the Globe said they have all these proofs. Those are all white swans. Everybody believes it. 98%, whatever they want to say. The majority of people believe it. Okay, so there's white swans, right? No, now because of the black swan and all these
swans, I don't understand.
black
You're just using the term white
Bro,
swans in
bro,
a way
I'm
that doesn't compute.
Listen, I'm turning it over on its head. That's maybe why you don't get it. I'm like left-handed. I'm extremely right-brained. I'm turning it over. I'm toppling the whole paradigm over on its head. Boom.
Yeah, he's missing what your point is, I think.
No longer are we. Is there only one?
I think I know the point. It's just I just don't agree with using it that way. That's all.
Okay.
Like
okay,
I just
that's what I figure. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
But I think some people understand what I'm talking about.
I totally get you, brother. Until they bring us a white swan, they're all black.
Yeah. They need to show one white swan of any definitive globe proof. Curvature, rotation, gas pressure.
Has anyone ever done it with a gyroscope to see if it does 15 degrees?
That's not a definitive proof, bro.
Yep, a bunch of people, and it doesn't work. So
that's not the
there's your
definitive
answer.
proof of anything. Not rotation, not curvature. No, it's not a definitive.
What number do they get?
I don't care.
7, 33, 2,
Besides the point, because
15,
it's a
21.
Device. It's a device.
I mean, it's those like proper expensive ones they need anyway. Can't
It's
do it
not
with
a
a normal
measurement.
one.
If you're trying to measure a rotation of a physical body or a surface rotating body, why do you need a device that's separate? That's in another device, an aircraft that's flying over in a medium that's moving up and down, and all kinds of pressure differentials and temperature vectors, and it's ridiculous. It's not a measurement of anything.
It might just be.
It just keeps an airplane level.
I want to go back. So like the whole thing about a white swan or a black swan.
Yeah.
It's like you're calling it a red pill or a blue pill. Okay, like or like this. You're creating this false dichotomy, right? Where it's either this way or that way. Like that's not the point of the black swan.
No,
I
the
don't know.
reason,
Never mind.
Lou, the only reason you're
It's
thinking
not
of
what a
that is
black
because,
swan is.
listen, the only reason you're thinking of that way, Lou, of it that way is because in the real world, like here on Earth, we know that most swans are white. So that's why you can't, I'm saying throw that out. We're in the flat Earth realm as far as discussion goes, as far as proof and no proof. So what I'm saying is all the proof is on the black swan side, and all of them are black swans. You no longer need one. We have all of them. Why would we say we only need one when we have 1,000? So I just took it in my mind that
Yeah, but
that
no,
way
what
black
you're doing
swan, the
with
majority,
what you're doing with
the
doing
black
that
swan.
is you're defeating the whole point of the name of Black Swan. We might as well just
Am I?
abandon swans in general if that's the way you're going to paint it.
Okay, well, I could just use it colloquial in it. Okay, no problem.
Like the idea of a black swan is like where all I need to do to disprove you is just disprove you once. It doesn't
Yeah.
that, and I've done that. You like we can do it.
Well,
We can do it 100 times. We can do it 1,000 times.
but
But if
check it
we
out.
all we have to do is do it once, and
But
you
check
are
it out.
wrong.
Here's the reason why. Because I'm not going to ask the globe Earth to provide me one black swan for the globe Earth. That's why. I'm not asking the globe Earth, oh, we need one black swan. No, we have all the black
No,
swans.
they don't need a black
They
swan.
haven't
What
shown
they need,
one.
what,
They haven't shown one. So therefore, I think they need to provide the one black swan, the one white swan. They
no,
haven't
what
proven
they
that
need to
they
do
are
is to
swans.
change their. They need what they need to do is come up with an actual physical measurement. That's what they need to
Now,
do.
if P, then Q. If not Q, that. So they've provided no. If all the horizons, geometric, blah blah blah, are supposed to be curved, the white swan. If not, then it's just that's how.
Look, if my goal was to be a globe earther and try to disprove the black swan, all I would have to do is look for what you're calling the white swan.
I know,
Look
but
for observations. All I would have to do is just show you observations that had poor weather conditions where visibility was limited. I would go out and film during those days, and I would present those to you, and I would say, "Look, white swan."
yeah, you see that Agent Smith role I
And
have.
it doesn't do anything when you do that because you've
Yeah.
already seen past that. So what you have is
Because
nothing.
So did you hear that conversation with Sleeping Warrior earlier, Lou?
I might have missed that one.
Yeah, you might want to go back and listen to that. So there's a discussion where what would be the visible, since we know that gravity, the bending of warping of space-time, like what they're saying is that it's only an effect still, right? So it was a long drawn-out conversation. Sleeping Warrior is much better at it than I am.
I like it. I love it.
Yeah, and so
Go for it. Go
what
for
he's
it.
saying is what they're saying is the bending and warping of space-time here on Earth, what it is refraction. So, so I say I'm right there with Anthony. Start conflating that bending, warping space-time is refraction. So we actually have bending, warping, crane, refraction of space-time. Bending, warping, crane, space-time. It's refraction. If you don't get that, I'm sorry. Maybe you will.
Brandon says lose almost glory again. All I'm doing is fucking sticking with the QE argument. The whole idea of a black swan. You can't. What you do when you start talking about white swans is you completely devalue the idea of a black swan.
No, because I'm going to interject some
yes, you
funny.
do.
Listen. I'm going to interject some funny things into the globe Earth argument and conflate things that they're saying.
So Frost Knight thinks that when you have surface tension on water, that's gravity. But it only works on things like that. It doesn't work on clouds or fog or helium, just water. Good job, Frost Knight.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me further expound on that. So, do you know what water cohesion is, Frost Knight?
Yeah, so H2O, it's a covalent molecule, and so there's a covalent bond that causes them to stick together.
That's correct. So, you think that that covalent bond, water cohesion, can actually span itself for thousands of miles round a gigantic flying spinning ball? You're a maniac. Get a grip of yourself.
Water droplet, it created flatness within like 4 millimeters. You know, like it. All of a sudden, it was all flat from there to the other side.
Well, I was thinking maybe like sure, the effect would be less the bigger the body of water, but maybe there's still a minute measurable meniscus.
Yeah, we're not talking about a meniscus here. We're talking about flying on a spinning ball, holding water onto it, trillions of tons of oceans and seas. You're a maniac, dude. You're promoting a maniacal concept that does not work. It's not reality. You can come up with all the formulas you want for it, but it doesn't work. End of story. You're just crap.
Yeah, let me
There's
ask
one
a
way-
question to Frost Knight on the picture that Breaking Down the Wall of Lies posted. You see how it's curved like that, big curve? Does that mean there's super gravity in the middle of that water ball?
Yeah, just quickly, he said it could be measured. The only way to find out if something can be measured or not is to go and try and measure it. Have you done that, Frost Knight?
Well, I saw a Discovery Channel documentary posted on Facebook where they actually put a laser on a lake and they took a boat and measured it at multiple locations, and the farther they went, the higher the laser went.
When I did that test,
Yeah, no, it didn't.
It worked. It was
One.
even for me.
Yeah, no, I've seen that one. They didn't. It didn't work. There was no curve.
Well,
I'll get you.
I actually watched that video. It showed the helicopter going below the horizon too.
Yeah, that one's faked as well. Flying Scotsman.
So
Yeah,
that's
the one that Flying Scotsman posted. That's the one I was talking about. Yeah, they the boat. So you think that's a fake documentary?
I'll tell you this, just based off of I don't know what documentary you're really talking about, but every documentary that I've ever seen was not really a documentary by definition.
Why does that experiment work on my boat and not on the boat they used on Discovery?
Well, the one on Discovery, what they showed was that they went out a little bit of ways into the lake, and the laser was kind of in the middle of the boat, and then they went out
No,
even
it
further.
was totally the opposite of that.
Was the
It showed
laser on a tripod? Was it perfect?
I'm asking you why it works for me but not for them.
Did you have the laser on a tripod, like perfectly still the whole time, or was someone holding it?
Yeah,
Their boat. Their boat was smarter. So
My stuff is all set down and tied down, and you can't move it, and it's level. So I don't know how they did their experiment.
You can watch the video; it's posted there in the text chat. But yeah, the laser went 6 feet up higher than their first measurement.
Sounds
Well,
like
yeah,
they didn't level it.
When we move out of here, wherever we move, hopefully it'll be near water for natural swimming. But if not, we'll at least get a pool going
Wait,
on.
what test
Maybe
was this?
have it
What
indoor if
distance was
possible,
it?
or like a sunroom or something, and then
What test are you talking about? You said it went 6 feet up. Over what distance?
oh yeah, I'll buy
3 miles.
Over 3 miles?
Yeah, that's
but
what the
they
Facebook video claims.
They showed this plank with a bunch of different lines on it,
But at the same
What,
time,
can you show us this test? We want to see the data.
I know. I've seen some
It's
tests
on
like
the
that too.
Discovery
Because
Channel.
here's the
I've
thing. Yeah,
seen
here's
it.
the
I've
thing.
seen
Like
it. It
we,
doesn't prove anything. Proves they don't know how to level the. It proves they don't know how to use a laser. That's all it proves.
All it does is proves that you believe TV more than field engineers.
because that's the thing. We're gonna if it was the show that we think you're talking about, they presented you with no data whatsoever. Like you couldn't actually verify anything that they said. They just told you.
Yeah, and they made a conclusion and made a post-diction.
And you could see the horizon past most of the tests they were trying to, they were trying to BS you with in the first place.
You say, did they do CGI on the helicopter going below the horizon? I'll
Who
post a picture.
cares? Who cares?
Yeah,
Doesn't even
more
matter.
than
We're
likely
talking about
accurate.
actual measurements with data, empirical data,
Yeah,
such as setup.
Your next move is probably to go to like Netflix's Behind the Curve and like try to say that proved something also, and we're going to give you the same answer. Like, where's the data? The thing is that these media sources that you're going to, they're a bunch of tricksters. They love to gather video and cut it and clip it into certain ways that paint a picture for whatever their goal is. Okay, so like their goal is not ever to make flat Earth look legitimate. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and Flying Scotsman, you and I went through the 3 points quite thoroughly, and on all 3 points, you were quite honest, which is shocking, and they were all 3 beliefs. So it's okay what you're saying here, but you're only trying to support a belief, and you're not providing any base for your claims. So that is
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
foundational.
Yeah, I believe it's possible they could have done CGI on the
Your
video of the
belief,
helicopter.
well, you're
but, like,
believing it is the whole thing.
if you watch-
Everything you know about the
Look
globe.
at here.
is
He's
just
linked to
belief.
YouTube video.
Pardon?
If that video isn't CGI, how do you explain the helicopter going below the horizon?
Why do they
already
need a
told you-
helicopter again? I'm not sure how that works. Why do you need is that for dramatic effect or something?
Well, so you can see it up in the sky, and then you can see it disappear
But
below the horizon.
I think that we're talking about it's actually another black swan image. Because if you look at the target, this is the one. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the one that has like the striped target, right? And they claim that you have like a certain number of stripes missing over a given distance, right? Floating on like
That's
a
a
boat.
different one. That's a different one. No, you're talking about
I don't know,
Salt
look
and
at that
Sea.
YouTube. Yeah.
You're talking about the one on Salt and Sea. You're talking about the different one. The helicopter. But you're right that it's a black swan, the one on Salt and Sea.
Yeah, we don't have any empirical data about the setup of any of those things. You understand that, Scotsman?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And I
that's
believe
what we
others
need.
conspiracies. Yeah, I
That's
do
what-
believe it's possible they faked this. But like,
Well, yeah.
Go on.
If they don't have any empirical setup data as technical information on this whole setup, like we do on our laser experiments through FE-Core, then you can just throw it out. Right at its face, you can just throw it out because there's nothing technical that you can go by to make any kind of reference claim of anything specifically.
Frost Knight, did you see the link I put in there? That shows how they faked it on the.
holy crap, yeah, they faked it with the birds. Wait, let
The
me
helicopter?
the Facebook video again.
I'm watching it right now. I'm halfway through.
Yeah, check it. Make sure you can see that they really did fake it because that was one of the first things I saw when I looked into this stuff, and I could, it was really hard to believe that Stephen Hawking was involved in something so fake. Obviously, looking into things more deeply, you can see, you know why he's into fake stuff. But
How could a guy who has never moved a muscle as long as you've been watching him possibly lie to you? That's a good question.
Yeah, we know that
Stephen Hawking has a great imagination.
we even know that he's the guy who's speaking. Like, for all we know, he could be a vegetable and someone else is typing for him.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it is. Otherwise, I would be controlling everything with my mind right now.
Yeah, some interesting stuff with Hawkins. That's
Holy
another
crap,
stuff
they've
we'll
done the
talk together.
bird.
Yeah. And it's not. That's
There would be no, there would be no more worried about paralyzed people anymore. They'd all be just walking, wheeling around and talking with computers.
Opening
Everything
gates
would be
ahead of
great.
them and shit.
Yeah,
as they just,
all that fun
go on
shit.
by. Yeah. We'd all. Yeah, you're right. They'd all be doing it. No problem.
Yeah, you're right. This video's faked.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, is there? I looked at it a lot of times, and the Stephen Hawkins video is faked.
It might not seem related, but also so are all of those AI videos about like Sophia and shit like that. All of those are scripted. None of those things are actual artificial intelligence.
Same with the Boston Dynamic robots. I also saw that where they actually are CGI in a couple of their clips.
What a bunch of fakers. Oh my God.
It disappears from my line of sight.
So, Flying Scotsman, do you realise that atmospheric refraction answers all your questions there? Or is there any doubt to that?
Well, yeah, well, that's how the Glovers explained it when they say, as in like how you can see past the horizon, like the two oil rigs one. That's what the. So I just saw that video and think, okay, yeah, it's debunked or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
I acknowledge I don't know the science behind how that works. So,
Yeah, isn't it amazing that they're going to this length to try and prove curvature that doesn't exist? Though?
yeah, that's Stephen Hawking. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't realize the birds. Yeah, it was the same birds. What the heck? Okay, here's a question for you.
Oopsie.
If they faked it, so if that helicopter one's fake, so the same birds, why did they have the birds in twice? Why would they make that mistake? Not get
Because
rid of
they
the
think
bird.
you're that stupid.
Yeah, they're
Okay, I have a theory. They do it on
they're just
purpose.
sloppy. They're just sloppy. They either way, like they knew they were trying to forge something, but they did it fast and simple, and they made a mistake.
I think they do it on purpose.
Yeah, it's,
Okay,
it's not like they don't pay attention to detail. If you look at all the NASA bloopers where they're shown clearly to be on harnesses on the ISS doing the somersaults,
Yeah,
the
I've
back.
seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got the guy reaching out to straighten the harness. You know, it's easily seen. I think it's the case that they really don't give a shit. You know, they just think that the majority.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
it's
they.
more of a
Sorry,
Sorry,
misleader
man.
than anything. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Chad.
They never expected us to be doing like video forensics, but that's what this community has done. And so they didn't expect people to be doing forensics on their videos.
Yeah, but you would think over this amount of time, because people have been criticizing their shit since at least the moon landing, right? Like you would think by now that they would like be a little more careful.
Wouldn't you? I know.
That's why I
But people were critical of it at the time that it happened. That's why they put TVs in storefronts and said you can go watch it on the streets if you don't have a TV.
But remember, like Elon Musk told us, you know, they got way better CGI. So if they were faking it, then it would be way better than what we're seeing now.
Cat out the bag.
Wow.
It looks so real because it's what looks so fake because we know it's real.
We're better.
No, it's real because it looks so fake.
No, we don't.
That's why it's so flat. It looks so flat everywhere we look because it's.
That's
curved.
how we know. That's how we know it's curved. Yeah.
People since the 1970s, ever since the moon landing was faked, which there was lots of people absolutely did not believe that. And, you know, there was a movie, Capricorn 1, we've probably all seen it. For those who haven't seen it, you should watch it because there was people even back in the 70s, they were proclaiming that the moon landing was faked, you know. So we're just putting the pieces together as technology advances in social media and we can all be connected. We're just piecing it together bit by bit and moving forward. But way back in the 70s, they knew we'd never been to the moon. They were laughing at the moon landings even back then.
That's amazing.
Have you guys ever noticed how the ISS women always have this really fake, like 80s hairband looking hair, like they hairsprayed it too much?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't, like it barely
See
moves.
the
It's just like
hair?
Dude, when
How do we know
look,
you're in space? See the
yeah,
hair?
when we're talking to each other, we're all it's almost silly when we're just talking about the fakery of inside of the ISS. Like it's obviously wires and hairspray and CGI, what do they call it? Fucking
Yeah,
like virtual reality, like but augmented reality and shit
Underwater.
like that. And they're doing,
I think
they're doing tricks in zero G planes and all kinds of stuff. And like you can see what they're doing at one time. It's pretty clear. Like
I think the biggest thing that proves that is completely fraudulent is when you watch a woman with long hair underwater, the way that the hair moves when it truly is weightless. The hair can flop in her face and move to the sides. It looks quite organic. It's always flowing in some direction because it's entirely weightless. And then you see them on the ISS with those cow's licks that stand up for fucking 30 centimeters off their forehead and doesn't budge once. It's just so...
They use a lot of Aquanet. They're actually creating the hole in the ozone layer themselves.
I think they're probably sniffing that stuff. Too,
So every time now that I watch like a movie or something where they're underwater and you see how their hair moves, it just is so... It's such a glaringly obvious thing that the ISS should be identical in a weightless environment. It should move from side to side as they rock their head. It would go in their face. So it would be kind of like the military, that they would shave all the woman's hair because they also wouldn't want her molting and dropping these long ass hair fibers all around the ISS, getting clogged in the air filtration systems. And so every woman would have their head shaved like a man if they were going to go into that environment. But they thought that hairspray would convince us.
I know. Look at that. See that? Look at the image that Scotsman put at 2 minutes after. See, look at that. I'm telling you, man. Look at the faces on all those people. They're high on Aquanet. That's my claim.
It'd be great if like NASA not only created Velcro and memory foam, but hairspray.
Hairspray too. That's what they contributed to humanity. What I want to know, Neil, is what's pulling those eyelids down like that? You would think anybody wearing a NASA t-shirt, like, how could they go into public with that on?
Oh, they love it.
They're just stupid.
They're signaling that they are well indoctrinated and just as dorky as
more. Yeah,
like
more.
they because other people are like, oh, NASA, I like space too.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like space.
Virtue
That guy's-
signaling.
Man, I really need to get me one of those shirts. Oh, but they're expensive. They are kind of expensive. Like you get a NASA hoodie, you're talking, You're talking about a $40-$50 hoodie for a NASA
I
hoodie.
saw someone with a super fancy freaking leather coat with NASA. Like it looked like it was about a $400 jacket at least.
A $400 NASA
Yeah,
jacket.
man, I bet. Yeah, I mean, this was
Ouch.
like a motorcycle jacket, like a really sturdy looking one.
Damn.
I still have the picture of the NASA hoodies that are sheep wool on the outside. They're hoodies. They're sheep hoodies. They say NASA right on them.
So with a really good leather jacket, you're all in then. You're all in if you buy a jacket like that.
I was telling Witsit the other day for his channel, I want him to, since he's doing like the street thing, I want him to have a flat earth shirt, whether it's for his channel or not, that's up to him. But I want him to have a flat earth shirt to give away where it's never been worn, but somebody, when he comes across somebody on the street wearing a NASA t-shirt, I want him to flat smack them to the point where he convinces them to trade shirts. Where he gives them a flat earth shirt while taking off a NASA shirt. And then you could like burn it or something. I don't know what you do with it, but you know, I think it would be cool. Like
A,
to get that.
a ritualistic NASA
Yeah,
shirt.
Exactly. Yeah, no, if you could get a good real flat earther to street flat smack somebody, especially who's somebody who's wearing a NASA shirt, if you could get them to take it off and put on a flat earth shirt, that's symbolic, man.
But no fires, otherwise they'll think you're just being rowdy and destructive.
Okay, you're right. No fires. Okay,
No
we'll
fires.
Get rid of the fires.
Strike that from the server.
Fires for the after party. We're going to a barn and we're having a campfire, and we'll burn that shirt later, just with the cool people
after the karaoke or something.
Don't take any flags to that burning.
Yeah.
But come on, you guys, you agree, right? Like that would be if you could get a guy to take off a NASA shirt and put on a flat Earth shirt, that would be one to go down in history for flat Earth.
You should just mention that the Witsit could be, because I bet he could
mention
pull
it
it
to
off.
him. I did mention it. He said he likes it. I think he might do something with it.
Wow.
But he must tag that shirt like the way that the race car drivers use every spot on the outfit for brand marketing. It's like the shirt should have writing on the back and on the sleeves and on the front, and every single centimeter that someone could be looking at you from should be like little short
like a
facts
NASCAR shirt, like a
correct, yeah, like badges and patches and just like interest, so that you almost answer their questions off your shirt before.
I think it should be something simple. I think like it should say like on the front, like, I used to think the Earth was a globe, but I got flat. And then on the back, it's something like, or something witty. I'm just coming up with this on the spot, but like, the Earth was a globe, but then I got flat smacked on the back, like, give the link to this place, or a flat Earth resource place, or like Austin's channel if he were to be the one doing it, like whoever, like if somebody on the street's doing this, like I traded my shirt for the flat Earth, just something simple like that. That would be cool.
I think we should put like a giant QR code that links to some resource with videos, so that every person who takes out their phone, if their phone goes anywhere near the guy's shirt, instantly prompts them to go to that resource. Maybe like David Weiss's Flat Earth app or something like that can answer questions and, but use technology against them almost.
Do you think there are any undercover flat earthers working for NASA?
Working for NASA? I don't know if it's for NASA, but probably for
someone.
For the military in some way, like, because there's definite like budget money for the military for like trying to infiltrate like
There's a name
conspiracy
for it.
forums and stuff on the internet. There's like definite like they don't even lie about it. There's a budget for it. Like
There's a
there's
name.
people-
There's a name for the program. It's called J Trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a good idea on the T-shirt. On the front, you put, I traded my NASA shirt. You could have a little NASA on the front. I traded my NASA T-shirt, and then on the back for this, and then have an image
of the flat Earth or of the AE map or something like. Yeah, something like along those lines. That's what I'm thinking.
on the
Like,
flat Earth.
if you could get, I just think it'd be awesome. Like if you could be on the street filming and you're flat smacking, like that's like kind of like the ultimate trophy. If you could get somebody to trade their shirt off of their back, like I like if you could get a whole bunch of those and make like a strand of videos, like they're just trophies basically. You could get the shirts they took off, and that's what I was saying. The ultimate trophy would be to like take somebody's NASA shirt.
or dozens of them.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have to be, you don't have to necessarily go after all NASA shirts, right? Like that would be the ultimate goal. But the idea is to get somebody to trade their shirt off of their back. Like it's symbolic. Like I said, if you'll trade the shirt off of your back to promote Flat Earth, you've really done something. Now he's wearing that shirt, and how many people see that shirt? How many people see the video?
That's really
How
good.
many?
Would you not think for $150 billion that they could attach a couple of cameras looking towards space and show us the amazing things that are up there? Why is the camera constantly pointed towards a flat horizon with fake curvature, just to what? To show the general public that we live on the flying spinning ball? It's ridiculous. Where's all these of the universe? Where's all these images, close-ups of Jupiter, 24 hours on the ISS? There's nothing. There's zero.
Yeah, there would be like cams on all the satellites because that would be a feature. It would be like, how you can go to like beach cams, world city cams. You could have this cam. Okay, we're going to be witnessing the freaking X957643321 satellite go by another geocentric satellite. We're going to watch it whiz by today. Hold on, folks.
Yeah, here we're going to be looking at Jupiter in close detail, and we're going to film this for the next 24 hours so as you can see the marvels of Jupiter and Saturn and Mercury. And where's any of the footage? There's nothing. There's zero. They're telling us it's all up there, but it's showing us nothing. Yeah, it's a cheap magic trick.
If they're doing what they're saying, absolutely, I would think you're right. They could show the entire transit. They should be able to show the actual orbit of planets going around, especially the ones that are closer into the sun, right? Why wouldn't they be able to film that? Could see it going all the way around and coming back out the other side.
Yeah, and constantly giving us data problems as soon as the sun is emerging from one side of the so-called globe. They cut the stream and they move on to a different bit. Why can't they show that unedited footage of even a sunrise? We've got ND filters that cost $6 on Earth. So they just strap an ND filter camera and let's watch a sunrise. You never get to see it ever. They cut camera and they take you to another loop. It's ridiculous. It's so laughable. It's unbelievable. I mean, if you remember back to the video where the two astronauts are set, and I don't quite remember the names, but they're saying they were asked a question, what can you see from space? And they're like, oh, you can see the planets, the universe, you can see all these amazing things. So why are they not showing the people? Why can't we get to watch this live 24/7? You know, $150 million to show a looked image of what? Earth where fake curve on it. That's all it's to do. It's to
Right.
fill everyone into believing they live on the flying spinning ball. That's the whole concept of it.
That's true. Think about that, really. I mean, there's some supposed geocentric satellites, right? Well, they say there's something like 20,000 of them up there, but okay, never mind that part. They should be visible everywhere. But anyway, why can't they have on some of these satellites? Don't they have them there spinning around in an orbit around Earth? Don't they have those kind of supposed satellites? Right? Why can't they have a camera on one and be facing the Earth the whole time to follow that path of that satellite orbiting around Earth? They could have the entire thing streamed, the whole entire transit all the way around the orbit.
Instead, we get things like a little black dot with not even in HDMI. Sorry, it's the footage is of apparently Venus transiting the sun. Why have they? You know, they've got probes they reckon are around about Venus. So where's the close-up footage? Where's the 24/7 filming? You know, they can send a little rover to Mars, apparently, which is all ridiculous, and send that footage back 50 million miles away. But they can't give us a 24/7 live view of the universe or the planets from the ISS. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Flying Scotsman or Frost Knight or anybody. I don't know. Is Frost Knight a flat earther? Anyway, yeah, you're gladiator. Yeah, so Flying Scotsman and Frost Knight, why don't we have actual video live of an entire orbit around Earth from the platform of one of their satellites? Why don't we have that? Nowhere. Can you
That's a
answer
good
that?
question. We don't?
I just Googled one, and it's a fisheye camera. they're all
No,
fisheye.
I know. We don't have
can't deny
anything
that.
like that. I'm talking about the entire orbit being filmed all the way around, a camera from a satellite that's orbiting around Earth, a film of the entire orbit facing
The only
Earth.
one that they claim could do that would be the ISS, and it goes out every like 35, 45 minutes, whatever it is. I forget what it is. For like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, they should be able to show the whole thing going all the way around, the whole entire thing, like if you're in a little race car. Bzzz, here we go, ooh, going around that curve, ooh, and then just keep on going. Whoa, the whole thing. Look at that Earth going by. Wow, that would be fantastic. People would pay for that.
And I think that it's boring to show that.
There's nothing real going on in space. Everything that you think is going on in space has basically been given to you from TV shows and like movies. Like for the most part.
Yeah.
Like 90% of it has. The other 10% been given to you from NASA. You know, and that bullshit like is just enough to like okay, like they're just like, well, here's the real thing, and they show you some bullshit. They're never doing anything. They're never, but the rest is all in your head. It's all imagination. You see these movies, you see these TV shows, and you're like imagining what it would be like to be in space. And because you spent all this time imagining that, you think it's real. It's not. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, all of that, the movies, the books, all of it, all the storylines, all come from government agencies. From NASA all the way down to space novels.
But in 60s, 70s, you could not see bubbles. in the ISS 80.
Yeah,
Now
they
you can
hadn't
see
moved,
bubbles.
they hadn't moved into the pool yet, so they were still using like Arizona
They
freaking
weren't
test.
playing with the water yet. Yeah.
Nah, they were out in the desert in Arizona.
You can see strange hair. You can see colored bubbles. What else? You can see puppets. You can see instruments. What else?
But people, it's just what I was getting to is the point that most people don't realize. Like, even if they were to just be fair, like let's assume that space was real. Most of what they know about space or what they think about space has been formulated from fantasy, like from books and movies and TV shows, like from media and magazines. You know, like they just they buy it up as truth. They formulate their own idea of space in their head. And like what's amazing is when you sometimes we see where you'll have like two globers going at once and they both have two completely different ideas of what space is and how it works. And like they, you know, their stories contradict each other and they even sometimes argue with each other. And it's just like you're like you know, there is no actual like space model. You guys are all just living in a fantasy and you've all created your own fantasy. It's a similar fantasy, but like all you have a slightly unique one.
Yeah, almost endless variations on that theme. It's really quite incredible to hear people doing that.
Right, right. Because anything is possible in space, man.
I know.
You can get away with anything you want.
So it could be taken from some series, you know, freaking, I don't know, just name one, you know, like what is the one where they have the gate, Stargate? It could come from Stargate or Star Wars or freaking The Empire Strikes. I mean, that's a Star Wars. Battleship Galactica. Like it could go like all those different things they think they learned. Not that they even think. They probably just by osmosis, maybe. I don't know how that happened. Little tidbits of that what they think is reality crept in to connect dots, and they just stick with it. And when I spot it out, you're a freaking TV scientist. You're a TV astronaut fan. You're making stuff up, connecting these things that are not connected.
Yeah, we had a guy in VC check-in earlier who was talking about that he came over from Gem's server, and he was pretty cool actually. He's a Glober, but he was talking about how his basically his main reason, kind of just like how fascinating it is to look at the people in this community and the variation of like the things that they say and they get behind, they stand by, like the reasons why they do it. It really is amazing some of the things that you get. Like if that's your thing, like you've got just like an unlimited
know.
resource here for that.
Mm-hmm. And you'd think some of the more staunch Globers would like put their foot down and say, "Hey, stop!" Like some of them do actually. There's a couple in here that do. We'll point out those fallacies to Globers and say, you know what, you're being a bad representation of this globe thing. Like they should stop them. I don't get it. Why they don't stop them? They just let them go on, and then they're all like cheering them on.
It happens on both sides too, though. Like most of the day, I'm face palming at the things people are saying about that prove the flat Earth. It's like that doesn't prove shit. You're just making us all look foolish. I'm doing that most of the day. And the globe earthers, the real globe earthers, like they're doing that most of the day also. Like most of the things people say for the globe earth is wrong, and they're face palming also. But you know, with what we deal with, it's just like whoever can, you know, win the argument in the moment, even whether or not it's true. Most of the time, that's the way it works.
Yeah, and then
that's where it's great. That's where it's great when you have people like QE and shit like that who will come in and be like, no, hold on, back that up.
I know.
You know, like
But then again, sometimes we in here are just blowing off steam, and when we're joking with each other. Like sometimes I do that, and when you have like 1,000 wits that are sharp as a tack.
Actually, I just realized something.
If you're not following along and don't know the personalities, you will be totally lost with our conversation. I realized that recently.
I just had a realization. So if the sun, like NASA claims the sun is moving like millions of miles per hour through the Milky Way or whatever, if that's true, then why isn't there like a sort of afterburn trail of fire leading behind the sun?
Yeah, it looks.
yeah, I've heard that argument not that long ago. Actually, somebody brought it up a couple months ago, saying about like why don't we see a trail behind the sun?
Have you ever
I
taken?
think it was actually addressed in the mainstream. That's why, which is weird that you bring it up.
Have you ever taken pictures yourself of the sun and looked at those?
I looked through a telescope once with a solar lens.
Yeah. You ought to try taking pictures of the sun yourself and look at those images. Even with a phone. I think you're going to see something that'll totally blow your mind when you look at it a little bit. When you look at those images, like I've done. It's nothing like anything like you've ever could describe in the globe. Like you look at it, it doesn't match any of the story.
Look, they covered this really well about this time last night. I heard Witsit talking with a couple other people, and they were talking about the chances of us being here and experiencing, you know, like what it takes to be alive according to their story. You know, if you believe everything that they tell you, what it takes to be here is the most astronomical, like, freak of coincidence you could ever imagine. Far more unlikely than just being created. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Far more.
Now,
it's retarded what they think would have to happen on accident to get us to where we are now.
yeah, that's why it cracks me up when I hear people say that it's easier for me to believe or it makes more sense to me. I'm like, so really, rather than maybe 4 or 5 different fundamental things about nature are true, or 1,500 coincidences piled upon each other that all rely on each other to be this razor's edge of probability, that's easier. That makes more sense. That cracks me up.
Well, and so they acknowledge the incredible improbability of our existence, but yet they will also tell you that there's a high chance that we are not the only intelligent species in the universe. Like, in fact, we're probably nothing compared to the most advanced. You know, like, so we got super lucky, and yet the fact that we exist means that there's probably other species that were more lucky.
Yeah, it's interesting. They point their satellites at the sky looking for any like radio signals from extraterrestrials, and they never really find any. Like they've heard like a little blip here and there, but that there was nothing like communicating or anything.
Frost, now you sound like a flat earther, man. You really do.
I'm open-minded to both sides, I guess.
Well, I'm a flat earther, but I think evolution is still real.
Well, hold on, like the whole
Really?
story of evolution, or like
I think all of it is real.
What?
What?
Are you kidding me?
What's so crazy about that?
Because somehow your eye cannot be created from nothing.
I think it can.
Really?
How?
You believe in abiogenesis. We're gonna get straight to the point. Abiogenesis. Do you know what it is?
No. It sounds like it's life creating from nothing. If I'm
Essentially, yeah. Like,
yeah.
So there was nothing, but you would have to believe in like the Big Bang Theory in order to believe in this shit. You understand that, right?
Well, I mean,
Well, I will not.
I believe most parts of Big Bang, except for like the very, very beginning.
Are
man,
you
Like the part
literally.
of Big Bang where it says like the universe just spawned into existence out of nothing? I don't believe that, but like
That's essentially what this is, because you're talking about life out
Yeah.
of nothing.
Yeah, and like an eye
well, I
coming
don't
out
think
of
it's that crazy that life could come from nothing. Like if you think about it, all that would need to happen is a bunch of molecules clustered together in a way that they can self-replicate, and then from there you just have life.
Where's the proof of that?
Where would these molecules come from, and how would they,
Well, the theory is that they
how would they
originated.
organize? How would they organize?
Right. The theory is that they started at like the bottom of the ocean and like.
Why is that not happening now?
I mean, who knows? Maybe it is.
Really?
I mean, it's incredibly improbable, but I think that's.
No,
I mean, it still makes sense.
No, what Sasha said is very poignant and meaningful.
You're saying that some human being can come from the water or some creature will come from the water and then will start to I don't know what, and then will become the human again.
Basically saying like plankton basically is already like super evolved compared to some other single-celled like organisms that are in the
Right,
water.
well, after
Like,
millions and millions of years of evolution, we eventually got humans.
But somehow like plankton could like decide to grow legs and like move to Earth and like start to populate. Like
have eyes, liver.
It probably
Uh,
came from a space rock from outer space.
and then but listen this, then came the feelings, love, mind, intelligence, everything came, molecules made that for human. Animals not, they cannot express themselves, they cannot speak languages, but we can speak different language, we have feelings, we can cry, we can speak about that.
How could we be in a contained flat Earth and then have
came from
space rocks coming down and hitting the primordial soup and creating abiogenesis to happen when it's not continuing to happen, which is what Sasha was asking about. Why isn't it continuing? We don't see any evidence of this. If it was able to happen, then why would it stop happening?
Well, I said it's
I think
incredibly
it's skipping off
improbable.
the sky. It's just like completely.
And I don't think it came from space rocks, right? I think it started at the bottom of the
It's
ocean.
still inside the Earth. I think it's something man-made and skipping off of.
Right.
The,
So, I mean, well, when you then let's go back. You said you believe in evolution. When you say that, do you mean that we are related to monkeys?
Yeah, partially.
Partially, what part?
Part of our genetics is the same
Really?
as a
Which
monkey.
part? Do you know how many chromosomes all primates have here on Earth?
Could not tell you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Do you know how many chromosomes human beings have? And what is the percentage of the used strand? Like what part is used? How much percentage? You don't know any of that?
I think humans have 42, if I'm not mistaken.
No, all monkeys and primates on Earth have 48 chromosomes.
48, yeah, that's what it was.
Humans only have 46.
46,
There's a
okay.
fused one. There's a fused. Two of them are fused, which cannot happen by chance. It takes intervention.
Why can't it happen by chance?
There's no sign of it ever happening anywhere in
We
nature.
talk about chromosome.
So you guys just think all life was created by God, or what is
23
your
chromosome pairs, and then like people with like
have
Down syndrome, they have like an extra chromosome, which makes them actually closer to bees.
But you don't have two linked together. They can't even do this in real life.
For sure, it came from one source, but you can call
And
him
and
God if you want.
and
But
let
don't-
and I want to drive the stake into this one. As far as that goes, most animals and even insects use up to 98 or 99% of their strand of DNA. Humans only use 40%. They say 60% of our whole DNA strand as human beings is not even being used. They call it junk DNA. So how can we have 42 strands of chromosomes, two less, and only be using 40% of our DNA strand and be this much more advanced?
I don't see how that refutes evolution at all.
We're nothing like monkeys, is what I'm saying.
I honestly don't quite understand Sonny's
because
argument.
how I understand, evolution came after the Big Bang and everything.
Right. Yeah.
Sonny, are you saying that like aliens came and like genetically modified a monkey into a human?
No,
what I would say is
Well, you guys don't even
like,
believe in
because
space, but you believe in aliens?
He is right. Like most of our information is
you
not
know,
being used. So like,
where
but
is that
is
information
it actually
coming
useless?
from?
Is
Right?
it junk? Right?
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
it's not
This
actually junk.
information was Big Bang. That is chaos. How entropy can make order?
And who came from the Big Bang? Or
Well, that's what life is. Life is trying to evolve against
How
entropy.
entropy-
Life self-organizes against the entropy. You know?
Yeah, but I'm telling you how entropy order itself, because it was Big Bang, it was explosion, and now we have explosion, and we have chaos because everything is going in every direction or whatever, and now that explosion made the order.
It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
About the idea about
If anything, it actually
the idea
goes
about
in
junk
favor of the
DNA.
second law of thermodynamics because life is very complex.
Listen,
And it
about
gets
the
more
idea about
complex.
junk DNA, like the idea that just because scientists don't know the reason for DNA means that it's junk DNA is one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Okay, like we've evolved according to you for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. And that DNA is there for a purpose, according to you. Okay. To go in there and classify certain DNA because you don't understand it as junk DNA. And if we want to get into what's going on right now about like, you know, changing the with the RNA, mRNA injections that we're getting over some bullshit fucking pandemic, you know, to think that it's okay to mess with that bullshit because you don't understand it is the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody ever talk about. And that's what you're basically promoting.
Me? I never said anything about editing the junk DNA.
Man, this is like
you called it junk DNA. There's no such thing as junk DNA.
That was Sunny.
Yeah,
That wasn't me.
did. Yeah, I did. And so I'm just going by what they have said. Okay, you're right. That's true. Because they change it all the time. They change this shit all the time. So yeah, it's just more pseudoscience. That part shouldn't probably be used. But as far as the links of the two,
And I'm sorry, I did attack the wrong person. My bad. But the point
that's
remains.
okay. I've done it before. I've done it before too. But it's okay. So now they're saying, like, I remember it being 40%, but we could skip that whole thing except for the linking of the two. Like, I mean, I haven't seen that.
I mean, you guys took biology in high school, right? Like, don't you remember learning about evolution?
Is it biology science?
Like, do you guys just
Evolution, like it's a concept that you have in your head, but it hasn't been backed up. It's just an idea.
It's not. Evolution is not biology, bro.
Yes, it is. It's like one of the most fundamental parts of
Can I
biology.
ask a question? Is it biology science?
It's a theory.
Yes, biology is science.
Dude, my wife's saying that biology is not a science.
It is.
Nobody in biology has ever seen anything evolve.
Do you know why my
no biologist has ever seen anything evolve ever? Okay, so
do you know why Do you know why my wife's saying that biology is not a science?
Why?
She is biochemist.
Okay. Oh, so
Only because
she's better than them, I guess.
no,
because
she
the bio.
scientist.
Yeah.
She used the experiment for the science. Biologists doesn't use the experiment. They are observe.
Right.
You know.
So biochemists
I
can
mean, you can
actually
have
have
experiments in biology. I mean, there are plenty of experiments.
not with an independent control variable, but a biochemist has
Listen
an
this.
independent control
I
variable
mean,
that
there
can
are
vary.
plenty of
Listen this.
experiments. Maybe
Listen
not
this.
on
What
evolution
my wife,
directly, but
listen this. What my wife told me. You can watch leaf of the tree 1,000 years. You will not realize anything. But if you scratch that leaf, you can find out something.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of going to like trees, but we could talk about animals too. Like, have you ever seen a lion become another type of cat, or a maple tree
I have.
create another type of tree, like a new type of tree?
I mean, do you ever notice how like
Have you ever seen a new type of tree, or a new type of cat, or a new type of dog?
I mean, have you guys ever noticed how dogs look very similar to wolves? Like, don't you think dogs evolved from wolves?
They're not different. They're still the same species. We're just
You think dogs and wolves are the same species?
Yeah.
You guys are crazy. Are you
Not
serious?
It's not evolution, bro. It's not evolution.
Evolution. Yes, it is.
It's a man-made created. It's a man-made created through breeding.
Yes,
Selection through breeding.
it's called artificial selection, which is the same as natural selection, except it's instead of nature doing it, humans did it.
Are you saying that dogs didn't exist in the time?
Yeah, before humans, dog didn't exist because humans bred wolves into dogs. Yeah.
How do you know that?
I mean, I don't know for sure. It's just a theory,
But you can tell like that too.
No, look, you can domesticate a wolf though to behave just like a dog. It doesn't matter. They're still a dog. They're
So like dogs and wolves are so similar, but you guys don't think the dogs evolved from wolves?
They're still dogs.
They're genetically the same.
Lou, you mentioned Lou, you mentioned a different type of cat. Have you ever seen a liger?
When you're talking about these freak species that can somehow breed with each other, their offspring can't breed again. So like it automatically sorts itself out.
Yeah, but it's still like a different cat that came from another cat.
Only through genetic manipulation by human beings.
Yeah, here's the one thing that busts your theory right open. There is not one proof or evidence of anything in your lifetime or the lifetime in the past 1,000, 2,000 years of any monkey changing into a man. So get a grip of yourself. There's not one evolutionary change that has ever been proved in any species. So you're talking through your backside, dude. Completely rubbish.
Yeah, it's written in a books and with the pictures, but that's not the proof, you know.
Well, the evidence in regards to the apes and the humans and whatnot, the thing that convinced me, and you guys might be able to debunk this, but what I heard is that there are these things called endogenous retroviruses, basically these viruses that infect like your reproductive cells, and those get passed down from generation to generation. Well, they found the same viruses in the same genetic locations in both apes and humans.
I don't believe these virus hunters.
I think that you guys just
Good. Look,
Hey,
look,
Fauci,
look,
ouchie.
just because look, there's similarities between apes and humans. There's similarities between humans and pigs. There's also similarities between any mammal whatsoever, whether it be a whale or a human. Okay, like if you really want to do this, that doesn't mean evolution.
Wasn't there some island of like cannibals?
I mean, it kind of implies evolution, though, right? Because
I mean, you can if you want to, you could use it to help to support your argument. You could build a case around it on either side.
I think there's like some cannibalistic tribe on some island that calls humans long pig.
yeah, I think because you guys are flat earthers, you're quick to like distrust all science because they lie to you
Sorry,
about
but
the
we've
globe.
been taught the same shit.
The thing is
They
is
lie
that
to you
we're
about
very
the globe, but
We've
I don't
all
think you
been
should
taught
just
the
reject
same
all
shit.
science.
You're believing in what is pseudoscience, okay? You're accepting ideas that cannot be tested as science. Like you have to be able to test it and create the scenario that creates you have to prove a cause and effect relationship using the scientific method to prove it scientifically. So right now what you have is what they call scientific theory, which is not really science. It's
Why you speak
pseudoscience.
about science? You don't know what it's science. The guy, not you. Lunat.
It's a theory, but
No, man, you said that biology is science. You don't know anything. Why are you speaking that something is science? You don't know what
biology
science
is definitely a science, dude. Like just because you can't
Biology is
test
not a
evolution doesn't mean
science,
all of
man. Can
biology
you
is
hear me now? Listen, I will repeat you now. Biology is not a science.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's so funny. Listen, this biology, astrophysics, astrology, mathematics, that's not natural science.
Well, math isn't science. Yes, I agree
I'm
with
saying
that.
natural science. You need experiment for that stuff, to be natural.
I mean, you can't really do an experiment on evolution.
Sasha, you're trying to.
Which means it's unfalsifiable. If it's unfalsifiable, it's not science. It's just not tested.
Well, it's a theory. It's a theory, right, guys?
It's a theory. Good. That's not a science. It's a theory.
It's not even a
Right.
theory.
But biology itself,
Not
biology is
scientific
a
theory.
science.
Biology is not a science, man. Can I repeat you 10 times?
Okay, just because you say it's a science doesn't
No,
make
I'm not
doesn't make
saying
it
that.
so.
Go and research that on your own. And go and see any biologist, which experiment biologist did. If some biologist did experiment, he's not called biologist. He's called biochemist.
So if you do an experiment on a plant, say you manipulate the water intake as the independent variable or the manipulated variable.
This is biochemistry.
No, but that's not chemistry. That's biology. It has nothing to do with chemistry.
What? If you observe only?
No, so let's say you manipulated like the sunlight exposure or the water exposure a plant had. That's still science.
Hey, okay, let's be clear. He said earlier that biology is not science. That's not always true. What they call the field of biology is not always science. There are certain people in the field of biology who are conducting actual scientific experiments with living organisms, those are your true biologists, your true scientists. If they're having a control and
well, I mean, that's what most
and all that
biologists
stuff.
do.
If they're doing that, they're true scientists. But for the most part, people in the world of biology are more just doing the first part of the scientific method. They're observing. They're just, you're making observations. Well, that's a good start, but that's only the first part of the scientific method.
Yeah, but here's the other thing that Sasha Ivanov is trying to do. He's trying to show genetic differences and put that down to evolution. It's a whole different thing. You can't just say because a monkey is 2 chromosomes away from a man that we came from a monkey. That's lunacy. Yeah, that's mental. You're just trying to put evolution to answer things that you have no proof of at all.
Well, your guys' claim is that all things are created by God, which is just as crazy, if not more crazy.
No, it's more scientifically valid.
No, it's actually not scientific at all.
I will tell
It's
you.
actually religious.
It's not created. No,
It's
listen.
like the exact opposite of science.
It's not created by God. It's created by Creator from one source. Do you understand
Well, that's
that?
just another word for God, though.
Okay, great, but it is not the old man with the bird and doing that with the hands. We cannot perceive what is that, because if we perceive what is that,
evolution is a religion.
We are also creators. If I can perceive how Creator did this, that means that I know how the everything was created. That means I'm also creator.
I don't
You
think so.
understand? You don't think so? If I know how everything was created, you don't think that I will be like a
a plant
creator?
Well, just because you know doesn't mean you can do it yourself. I mean,
Okay, that's what Sasha is trying to say is like
creating anything.
the idea behind science is to try to become the creator, basically. Like you want to learn what it takes to create life the way that the creator did for us. You want to
mean,
be
even-
like, you want to be like him. You want to do it. You want to do what he did.
Yeah, like even if you knew how God created the universe, that wouldn't mean that you could create your own universe.
No,
You know what I mean?
it means that only God
That's
is
what the globe
righteous to
thinks.
do certain things, create certain things.
No, it means this, that there is no curvature, the earth is not rotating, and vacuum of space is not near to whatever it is. That means nothing else. And then we will see who made this, how made blah blah blah. Let's first see who lied about this, spherical shits, and then we'll see who made it, what made it, how it looks, or blah blah blah.
Well, I
Frostnite,
agree
have
with
a
you guys
question
on the
for you.
Earth
Can
is
you hear
flat.
me?
Like
Mic
I
check.
became a flat earther.
Mic check.
No, I'm
Can you hear
saying
me?
that's the point, because how we other things we will maybe we will not find out in
Mic
our life,
check.
but somebody I
Mic
hope will
check.
find out.
Mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you, get.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask Frostnite a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, that was sly. That's how you elbow your way in, isn't it?
Yeah. So, Frostnite, is cannibalism evolution?
That C word.
Somebody answer Dracula, please.
Is Frostnite even here?
What, eating another human? Is that
Oh no, you
evolution?
the guy who was talking about evolution and
Eating and
cannibalism.
what?
Oh, me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Cannibalism.
Oh, cannibalism? No, I don't think that's evolution.
Why?
Why not?
Why would cannibalism be evolution then?
Because it happened during the human history.
I guess you could say that's natural selection, but it's, I mean, I
Natural.
guess.
That happens. You had some people eat other people. That's evolution, man.
Right. I mean, you could argue that it's natural selection because they're less fit for the environment, but
Sasha, you and Get are fucking creepy.
I'm gonna show. Hold on. I'm gonna show how evolution is not even a scientific theory. So, in 51 minutes after, scientific theories explain the how-why mechanism process, e.g., germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses that have been rigorously tested. A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing over and over and over again. Repeated experimental testing, substantiated by repeated experimental tests. So it's not even a theory.
Thank you, Sonny.
so it's not scientific. Why? Because they didn't manipulate a variable or something?
No, it hasn't been validated by repeated testing through experiment.
Well, I mean, evolution's kind of a process that takes a long time.
A philosophical
Man,
process.
that is a story. Do you
Wait a second.
understand that?
Yeah, Sasha, hold on. A philosophical process only. Hold on. A philosophical process only, not a real process. Not
Well,
a
in
process
your
happening.
opinion, it's not a real process.
No, it's not an
Sonny's
opinion.
exactly right. Look, I want you to look back to the historical documents of what when science was wrong all through history. You don't have to go very far back to say they were wrong about this. Go a little further back, they were wrong about that. A little further back, they were wrong about that. Like, when you start dealing with philosophy as science, which is what you're doing, you are guaranteed to be proven wrong, given enough time.
And I tell you why it's wrong, because it's derived from the ancient witchcraft, which was all about the poisoning and killing of the man.
Listen, this get bad. I realized 5-6 years ago that the Earth is flat, but all my life I know that no evolution, no way, no way for that. And everybody in school was saying that. Nobody was believing in that. Nobody. And we were not. We were living in socialism. Also, most of us was like atheists, not religious. You know.
Yeah. It was very
And nobody of us believed in evolution. Nobody.
It was the communist religion.
I'm telling you, I know.
Yeah.
But I know I was living that system, and nobody was believing in that shit.
So you believe in the Big Bang, but it like made a flat Earth instead of a round ball?
Nobody believes.
Are you crazy? I told you. How from nothing you can get something? What's that? What
Well,
some
I
kind of?
believe that God created the Big Bang.
Oh wow!
You said you didn't believe in a creator, so like now you're saying that you believe in a God.
That
that
I never
created
said I
this
don't believe in a creator.
spontaneous-
I've always
That is
maintained that I believe in
Talmudic.
God.
That is
You said that
Talmudic
God
religion.
is preposterous not long
Yeah,
ago.
like
No, I
back
said it's
then it was
preposterous
binary.
to say that God just created all life. I think God created evolution, which therefore created life.
So you
Evolution,
don't
the
think
theory, not a theory, created life. A philosophical construct made up life. So,
God
really?
created something what will move like a
part,
3
and it's all
millions, 4 billions years from the water to the.
So that
to
means
make
it
the
only
DNA.
started. So, folks, that means it only started at the creation of evolution, because before that, it didn't exist because evolution hadn't been created yet by Darwin. So,
Do you believe in cause and effect?
Yes.
Do all effects require a cause?
No.
Wow.
holy cow?
I
sounds
mean,
like Big
okay,
Bang.
maybe yes. I would say, I was gonna say the universe doesn't require a cause, but I guess you could say God.
Yeah, but what
I
is
don't know if
universe, man? How you know that is universe?
How do I know what about the universe?
What is universe?
I don't understand the question.
Why you don't understand? You said universe. What is universe?
The universe is everything around us.
Really?
Yeah.
What is around us?
Earth, Saturn, the sun.
Yeah.
You know, everything like the Milky Way galaxy.
Have you ever touched Uranus?
Is that matter? Is that something what exists like Earth?
I think so.
Really?
Saturn's rings look different every time I see him. That's all I gotta say.
And you know that is the matter, like Earth, it's a planet?
Like I said, I think so. I don't know for sure, but I think so.
I think so also because they told me, but I don't know what is that. I know that
So
it's every
Earth,
time on the sky, but
so
I
Earth
don't
is
know.
a flat pancake spinning around in space, then?
I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Listen,
nobody
evolution,
here
the only
knows
place
such a
evolution
thing.
is happening is on the globe Earth, and that's not happening anywhere.
They
I
think
don't
that
know.
vacuum of space
Well,
cannot exist.
there's not life on other planets, so. I mean,
How do you know?
And
How do you know there are planets?
What do you mean? How do I know there are planets? Like
And you said other
I'm
planets. What
asking
do
you a
you mean by?
simple question. How do you know that there are planets?
I mean, if you look in a telescope, you can see them.
And what is planet?
It's the same thing that the Earth is.
How do you know that?
I don't know for sure. I've never been on another planet. I would just assume that a planet is similar to Earth.
But did that mean that you assume? Can I assume now?
If you wanna.
But maybe it will be ridiculous. But I can assume.
Well, I don't think it's a ridiculous assumption to say that other planets exist.
But you are convinced, you know.
I mean, you can see it. There are evidence of other planets.
But how do you know that it's planet?
With what evidence?
I mean, you can see it in a telescope. It's not that crazy.
It's a thing. It's a circular or whatever you
It
want.
is evidence. Like, unless you guys just
Listen,
reject everything.
listen, me, man.
reflecting light, dude.
Listen, man. When you take a
Reflecting.
telescope, and watch the
just
Saturn,
looks like
you see the circle with some ring. Is it?
Looks like a
Yeah.
light in water too.
Yes. How do you know that it's planet?
Preliminary.
I mean, it doesn't look like a star because it would be shining if it's a star. So
Okay. Another question. What is the star?
a star is gas that's burning.
How do you know that?
I mean, that's just what I was taught.
Yeah, and you believe.
How
Hold on,
I
don't we
know
gotta
that?
back way up? Didn't he say that the Earth was flat at the beginning of this? Did you?
He'll maintain that right now. He's claims to be a flat earther who believes in
Yeah,
evolution and
yeah,
Big
he
Bang and
did.
all that.
He did, but he did say the other planets
Yeah,
as
guys,
well.
So the
just
Earth
want
is
to
flat, but
tell
the
him.
other planets, which just means wandering stars, are round, like a
I
sphere.
never said that.
Okay, can you tell me this
What
question?
the hell?
Why you believe in? Why you think that Earth is flat?
I mean, you guys have all the evidence that you guys have given me.
What are our evidence?
The black swan.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere, the pressure without a container.
Ah, really?
Mm-hmm.
And did you understand that pressure without container?
Yeah, I did.
Can we
And
have a definition of what a planet is?
and what is planet then?
A planet is
Outside of container something? We never go through that container, but we know that it's planet
a
outside.
planet is like a cluster of matter.
How we know that something outside of container, because you're flat earther, it's a planet?
A planet is round.
Okay, what word do you want me to use? I don't know what other word I'm supposed to use. Like, do you guys not believe
What do
in
you mean by
Saturn?
planet? What does planet mean to you?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe. I would just say a cluster of matter in space, but that's not a star.
Ivanov, what do you know about fields?
Like field theory?
No, not field theory. The ground is a negative plane, yeah?
I don't know what you mean by that.
The ground is negative charge plane.
Yeah, that doesn't
When you
make sense
learn
to me.
about
Why would the
electricity,
ground be negative charge?
because that's what they tell you when you learn about electricity. Haven't you learned
Oh
about
yeah,
electricity?
okay, yeah, I know what you're saying now. Yeah.
You know, that thing when it's thunder, when it's lightning, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right.
So, if you take a vacuum chamber, yeah?
Mhm.
And you have a wire copper wire coming outside from that vacuum chamber. Can you demonstrate to me that you're pulling out a positive charge out of that vacuum?
I'm not really sure. I don't really know that much about like electricity and that sort of thing.
Okay, well, the ground is the negative plane, and that implies that above us there is positive plane. It does not work the other way around. If you ever studied a capacitor, batteries, everything, yeah, you need, this is what physics tells us. There is a positive plane. So tell me the construct of this positive plane above our heads.
I guess it would be like the clouds in the sky.
No, it's not that. It's much higher than them. The higher you go in altitude, the higher the voltage potential.
Okay.
Do you know
That's probably why if you know
the
like
vortex motion of the electrons in gases?
Not really.
you ever seen
No.
like the big
So-
red storms, the big red storms on the weather radar? The ones that are really powerful are the ones that are higher up in the altitude. Like they're at like 30,000 feet. Like those ones are the strong ones that create big thunderstorms. There's a bigger potential higher in the atmosphere.
Right, okay.
And even above that, there is a higher temperature drop, negative, like extreme cold, but the electric potential increases also. So can you tell me like how far up is this potential increases? Because it must increase all the way up to the positive plane. That thing which makes the positive plane, Gaussian plane. Yeah, we are talking about Gaussian planes here.
Well, I guess it would go to the edge of the atmo.
Yeah, and you're saying that we have vacuum beyond that edge, right?
Well, I don't know. I would assume, but I really don't know what it is beyond the edge.
Okay, that vacuum must generate all this positive charge. So show me a vacuum chamber that generates positive electric potential.
Why does the vacuum have to generate it? Why couldn't it just be like from Earth or something?
Where does it come from then?
Couldn't it just come from the atmosphere or the atmo?
Listen, when you have a battery, yeah?
So it came
do you
from the
have
water,
only the
right?
negative? Do you use only the negative side from the battery? Or
No,
do you
you
need
use-
to close the circuit with the positive?
You need both.
Yeah.
There's
to
a
make
reason why we have ground. You know, like negative and ground are pretty much the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a positive potential in the air above us, and there's a negative potential on the ground, which completes the circuit.
Well, the ground is the negative.
Right.
And in the air, we have positive. We have this negative and positive charges in between these two fields, planes, sorry. And this space between these planes is a field that we are in. It's magnetic, electric, and electrostatic.
Talking about atmospherics too. He's talking about like the energy in the atmosphere as though it is the cause, but it is dependent solely on the ground. Like it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the ground.
Yes, but the air is not generating this, is not the plane itself, like the positive plane. the air is the field between the plane where you have this voltage, and we are measuring the voltage potential in the air.
Okay.
So
So does this have to do with like flat Earth or something?
yes,
Yeah,
of
and
course.
we sort of
You
thought
cannot
understood
have
how it did.
electric positive potential out of nothing.
So why can't it come from the Earth? Like,
It does come from the Earth.
Well, I can tell you that you have not given this concept anywhere, but the higher you go in altitude, you have helium, which is being attracted to the positive plane from above. And the higher you go, once it leaves the air, which belongs to the negative plane, once it escapes it, it starts accelerate. And at high altitude, the velocity and charge of the helium gas becomes so high that they call it radiation. And even higher than that, you reach altitudes where temperatures drop below 5 Kelvin. So helium condensates and it makes a liquid plane, positive charge. It is a superfluid liquid helium. And because of the very low refraction index of this liquid helium, you don't see it from that distance.
Who was it?
Did anyone catch that?
Was it R?
I'm not sure.
You better speak up, R. I guess it was you, R. Yeah, it was him. He left.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
What did he do?
Sincere. He just went nigger, 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 right?
Inappropriate language. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a word, but, you know, we don't care for trolls.
We know how he meant it.
Plus, he left right after I said his name.
Yeah.
And you know they're Globers when they do it. That's the point.
It's amazing.
Who else is?
Anyways,
who
take
else
over
is
Sunday.
doing that?
I'll be back.
You think a flat earther is going to do that?
So Ivanov, did you
Mhm.
understood? Does it make sense?
right. So you talked about like helium turning into liquid.
Yes, super condensating into liquid, but when you talk about liquid helium, you are at super cold temperatures,
You got him
and
shit again, man. Oh my
you
god.
have also the
I want to
lambda
point out.
point.
I just want to point out what he's saying. Like, not everybody here will validate. Like that.
Heard him. There's one.
Callie.
Yeah, another one.
Callie Missa Malam. La 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 lamb.
Digger.
There you go, Callie again.
Oh my god.
These children, bro. I
The
swear.
Globers are going crazy
It's
today.
only the American youth that are this stupid.
I know.
It's so funny. Our country has the dumbest kids in the world. It's so sad.
You're right, man.
Yo, fuck it. Yo, let me at this guy, bro. Bring him back in here. I was like,
That's like a whole other topic. Like America is the center of hate.
No,
bro.
you know
Like,
what? You know what's funny though is actually, I think we get just as many British kids acting the same way.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even think they're stupid. I just think they're trolls. Like,
no, this guy's definitely stupid. I was like, I actually want to talk to him just to like prove my point. Like, this is a dumb guy. But like, you know, I'm the black guy here, so fine, I'll be the nigga. Back on the mic, bro. Stay around for a while. Have a chat. You know, let's figure out, like, you know, Are you dumber than a nigger or are you smarter than a nigger? Like, you either one or the other.
Why is that
I already know how this conversation is
Hold
gonna go.
on.
So
Why is that so much like?
Okay, everybody chill.
Listen, the majority of people here are white. How is that their default go-to hate rant?
Here's why. Here's why
yo,
they
I'm
do
not
it.
gonna front. I do have a nice jacket on, bro.
Dead serious. The definition of nigger is like an ignorant person, right? They think that we as flat earthers are ignorant, and they're coming in here and making a joke out of
No,
it.
I don't think so. I think they're trying to get.
I think it's a suit jacket that got him. I'm telling you, I was way too comfortable that day. Like, it's got to be the suit jacket.
I think they're trying to take the server down. That's what they think is going to do it. Like if they yell that, that's
No, I think they're just trolling. I don't think they're trying to do anything.
No, it's not even a comment on us or flat Earth or anything. They're against flat Earth, so they want the server taken down. So that's what they think they're going to do it with. And that is
If
really.
they're actually doing it for that reason, they need to be banned.
They are doing it for that reason, and I agree with you, Vagabond. It's funny. I'd like to know how stupid.
Listen, we can make this a learning experience for us all. You know what I mean? Like I can take it all the way down the road.
I like that.
How
Maybe we could
intelligent they
down to
pretend to
another
be.
room.
Bring them back, bro. Bring them back. Come hang out, senor. You know, I'll be nice. I won't even insult you straight off. Like I'll save that till the end. But I do want to have the conversation, though. Bring them back, yo, bro. Emotions are never gonna come out of me over some guy that can barely string 3 fucking sentences together. I'm like, yo, there's no fucking way you're gonna affect my day. No fucking like with all the shit I got going on. You think I give a fuck about some fucking mental midget dragging his fucking knuckles? You out of your mind.
They're children, though. That's why. It doesn't even matter. They have no intelligence level at all. But they come in here like the platypus guy that was in here, seemingly intelligent, can't figure out why a submarine goes down. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, it's bad. It's bad, bro. And I'm just sitting there like, yo, I was like, does he understand how dumb he is? I was like, I just want to put it into perspective for him. You know what I mean? Maybe change his whole life around, kid.
But wait a minute. Sorry, Sasha. Not only did he not know, he was the dude that was on one for 5 years. He didn't know how it went up.
The thing is, he thinks that the fact that he was on one somehow proves the ball, but doesn't understand why.
That's like saying, "Oh, Joe over there's smart. It only took him 12 years to graduate high school."
I think it's not so easy. It was so difficult. It is live, and listen, can you try it? Try it, nigger. Look, it's fucking difficult, and you know. And I want to encourage him. If he say that in 2 times in 1 second. That will be just some kind of record or something, because it's.
Don't say that word.
You know what I noticed the most, and the thing that really gets me, what I really observe. Hold on a sec, nigger. Basically, what I noticed the most is like those guys. Should they be in a situation where it's just tons of niggas there, they won't say a peep, not a peep. But on the server, now you're a super thug. I was like, it's just, I don't know. I just can't subscribe to it, kid. It's just too much lies are going on in this world. I know, too much lies. Enough.
No, seriously. Do you know what? I was in a war because of two conflicts. Stupid nation was fucking fighting for nothing. On the end, I think that guy. What do you want? Do you want weapon and 1,000 black people? Do you want to kill them? Do you want to satisfy your agony, that your hate? You know how we can satisfy you. You know? Do you want to kill 1,000 black people and you will be satisfied after that? And you will say, okay, now I'm okay.
Yeah, the thing is, they never think it through to the conclusion of the thought. Because think about it for a second. If you're so angry about the way somebody else outside of you behaves, you're actually pointing out an insecurity within yourself by trying to dictate their actions. Because if you were living your dream life and everything was going your way, you wouldn't even have the mental capacity to think about those people. But your life is not going that way. Hence, your focus is in a different direction. To take the focus away from yourself. I'm telling you, just what it is.
Yeah, you got a good point there. It's like projection.
Exactly, projection. Well said.
It's only ever the children that come in here and do that, though. None of the adults are that stupid. But
Yeah, that's true.
it's just funny, though, that
Yeah.
these kids find this is going to offend people, grown adults that are, and like I said, there's me and Vagabond, the only black guys out of 30 guys that are here. It's just so stupid, and they don't know we're black. You know, no one sounds like your traditional African American in this room. You know,
Yeah. I don't sound black at all, bro. I don't sound black. If anything, I think it's like that's the beauty of actually being an intelligent person. Like I went to Paris, I learned a little bit of French. I went to London, heard how the Brits used to talk. I went to my block. You know what I mean? It's like, why would I be so one-dimensional? Because the TV fucking told me so.
I know.
If
I
that's
don't
what you're
even-
doing, then you're a fucking people are morons.
I
They
know.
just
I
following
don't.
everybody else's lead.
I don't even sound black. Shoot.
Hey, yeah,
Wait, are you
you're,
black, Sonny?
you're not.
Took me. I was like, wait, hold on. You're not black. I was like, hold on.
No, but that is actually funny. Like, we have a lot of black people in this community that don't really have that stereotypical black sound and often get confused. Like, this isn't your average nigga's hangout. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. This isn't the what do you call it? The barbershop, like LeBron. You know what I'm saying? With the black, this is fucking flat Earth Discord, dude. I mean, you're gonna find very few black people here. That's just how it works. Simple.
Yeah,
I think it's actually really basic, man. It's just they don't see the whole economic divide that's being created, and it's being created based on language. That's why when you have an interview, like the first step is the phone screen. Then you got to actually go in. You know what I mean? It's like they're not going to let you go to like a British financial publishing company sounding like a fucking hood nigga. It's not gonna fucking happen. But you can carry on that vibe, and your friends will like you, and you get along. But the money will never come in your direction because you couldn't solicit it. But you expected somebody else to give it to you. That's always a losing strategy. Always.
Wise words.
These damn mosquitoes are out.
Any white there who proved the curvature? Any white guy who proved the curvature?
Anybody?
Chinese? Black guy?
I don't think anyone can prove the curvature.
Alien? Green man from Mars? Did you measure the curvature?
Wait, I actually have a question. If aliens came to Earth and they said the Earth is round, would you guys believe them or no?
Wait, no, because if there's anything like that,
Don't worry.
if they're here already, they came from here.
Don't worry, they are coming soon.
Take me up in your UFO and show me.
They're
You
from
will
here.
watch that on television, don't worry.
There's nothing. Listen, there's nothing here that is not from here.
Even those moon rocks aren't from here.
No. What part of the petrified forest on Mars did you get that from?
What's your opinion of the Pentagon saying that, confirming the UFO videos and stuff, and saying they have UFO wreckage? Do you reckon they're lying?
Oh, I think that's all bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
It's all fake. I think they're just doing that.
Sonny, listen this question. We are NASA, you and me. And we want to go into space in the 50s and 60s. And we built everything. And we go to space. And we find out that Earth is in closed system. What we will do? We'll tell all humanity or we will lie?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's my answer. Why would they lie? One of the reasons. They find out they don't want to tell us that for the first thing.
I know
If
they
they
already had
already
space,
know, maybe.
they already had space stories going back to the mid 1800s. They already had space stories back then. They're like, well, we can't go back now. Like, it's closed. Oh shit. we had all these novelists writing these stories and stuff before
Yeah,
movies.
yeah.
And then
Yeah,
they
yeah,
had
yeah.
movies. They had crashes before
And then you
Roswell.
have Cold War after that immediately.
They're like, oh shit, we can't go back on that now. What do we?
And then you have Antarctica Agreement immediately.
We just have to roll with this one, bro.
Everything is done that nobody can find out that we are in closed system.
Yeah, what did they do after they panicked? I bet, right? After shooting off 31, well, they shot off like
Yeah.
60 nukes. 60. Something like that.
Yeah, I think the reason the government's talking about these UFOs is just so they can get more funding for the military.
Yeah, for space farce.
Yeah.
Yo, they're just trying to speed up the extermination process. You know, they'd be like, the aliens are fucking killing us. You know, it'll be
No,
like, what's that?
no, man. Listen this. If aliens attack, that means that system is open again.
What system?
That's what
That's our closed system. You know, cannot be attacked from aliens because it's closed.
Oh,
But
I
if
know
aliens,
that. I know that. Yeah, I know that.
but if aliens attack again, it's open. You know, again, space exists. Again, everything exists. You know.
Exactly. But listen, I think we should always take that perspective because we know we're from a closed system. Like, you know, if there are beings like from some other part of Earth that's further out, remember that we cannot perceive or calculate, then fine, I'll accept that. So like if I see some giants like walking in the Atlantic, you know, ocean that are like 80 feet tall and like jacked, I'm like, all right, well, these fuckers were here longer than me. You know, they were clearly eating everything that fucking existed, and that's why they're so large. But aside from that, if I see some fucking gray fucking alien with black eyes, I'm not buying it, bro.
Yeah, if they did, they would come from extra territory, which would be horizontal to our location at the present.
But they will attack from the sky.
I just realized I'm actually walking to a cigar bar where I told somebody last time I was there about the flat Earth, and I had 5 people around me like, "What do you mean it's flat?" And I was like, "Fuck, I just realized I'm going back to the same place now." It just hit me, and I'm talking to you guys on the way there. This should be fun.
This sounds like myself in supermarket, man, and I and I think, what the fuck? And there are people thinking now.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Yo, I will make a suggestion to you, gentlemen. I would say if you try to crack through with the flat Earth, go do it at a cigar bar, because guys there are usually a little bit smarter, and they like to be challenged, right? So it's like they usually run businesses, or like they've done well for themselves. Not every cigar bar, but for the most part, I tell you, the conversation will go different there. You're gonna really find people that are either gonna get really angry at you or really receptive to you. But that's the dynamic, you know. Deal with it.
Fucking mosquitoes, dude. They're everywhere.
That's a drag. Too bad you can't just have a device that does a little like ding and makes them all go away.
That would be awesome.
Well, there are some anti-mosquito devices.
Yeah. But don't they fry them when they come in?
No. There is no anti-mosquito device that works other than spraying yourself with that stinky, disgusting spray.
Yeah.
There's nothing that fucking works. I'm sorry. I live in a mosquito-prone area. I know.
No, there are like a few lanterns that you can get that work, I think.
Unless you're gonna pay professionals to come out every couple of months and spray your bushes and shit like that, like to kill the mosquitoes, like, and that still isn't perfect, but it can make a big difference. Like, really,
that smoke is working, Luna. You know, it's working a little bit. You put smoke thing. I don't know how they call. I could buy in Italy, and you burn it, and it's making smoke.
Yeah,
It's helping.
we did that when we went into the southern seas in the Caribbean and Central America. A lot of mosquitoes on the coast. We had to burn coils inside the boat.
But that bullshit, you know, in the time they were selling, maybe in 80s, 90s, I will tell you a lie now. Some shit telling that it's waves doing something and you could have it around the neck or blah blah blah. That never
My
went.
dad has one of these propane fueled like mosquito eater, I think it's called. Like, and every night, if you go out in the morning, every night you can empty like at least 10, maybe 50,000 mosquitoes and dump them out.
Wow.
And it doesn't matter. You still get eaten up if you
Get
go
more?
outside.
Yeah. Does it zap them or it burns them?
Oh,
What is it?
it attracts them and they get like sucked into this thing and then
Yeah.
like gassed to death, basically.
Nice.
Like, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many you kill
Doesn't matter.
or how many bats you have flying around your yard. Like, you're still gonna get eaten alive. It doesn't matter.
The biggest mosquitoes I ever saw in my life was in Alaska, right near the glacier. That was freaking crazy.
And they are crazy in the morning and in the evening. I grew up with mosquitoes all my life. My daddy was going to fishing in the nature. I was going with him in forest everywhere on the water, and it was millions of them. But it's somehow with the time in the morning and something about 11 in the morning, 10 they are disappearing. You cannot believe in it, and then in the evening again.
Something to do with the light. So, like a lot of mosquitoes in Missouri growing up, they used to gas the whole freaking neighborhood.
Yeah, no, see that's not good too. Like, I mean, people all those mosquitoes, all of those bats and all those spiders and all of those birds that eat those mosquitoes, like that's a big part of what they eat, like that you don't want to kill the mosquitoes, but you don't want them biting you either. You don't want them in your yard, so you're in this catch-22.
Try a mixture of like of neem oil mixed with citronella and cedar.
There you
go. With a little bit of water.
No, we got a mercenary here. He does this for fun.
Neem oil, yeah. The giant mosquito things, those are called crane flies. Those aren't mosquitoes, but I've heard them called mosquito.
I've also heard like mosquito hawks, but aren't they just the
Mosquito
male
hawks, yeah.
mosquitoes? Aren't they just the male mosquitoes where they don't
No,
bite?
no, I don't think so. No, I think they're different. They're not even a mosquito. They're
No,
called
there are
crane flies.
mosquito eaters.
Are they really? They are?
Yeah.
No, like I'm saying, there are mosquito eaters like that. Look
Like big giant mosquitoes that
they just eat mosquitoes.
Yeah, crane flies. They grow these big grubs under your grass. They kill your grass. Like in Washington, I had to put poison on them because the crane flies would kill the entire lawn. They're harmless. Except for your lawn.
Apparently, there's a giant hole in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, yeah, I seen that on Google Maps. Not sure if it's still there now. I remember that.
I wonder what's really there.
So, since really nothing going on, we're talking about how mosquitoes, people act like they're the plague and just want to kill all mosquitoes. I assure you, you don't want to kill all mosquitoes, but you want to keep them out of your yard. So, how do you do that? Well, cut back your yard. I don't know what you have, like shrubs and tall grass and stuff like that. Clearly, if you get rid of that, any standing water, get rid of that. Hopefully, reduce your mosquito population. Keep your grass short. Make sure you're cutting it often. I don't know anything else. This has just been a PSA, a public service announcement. To trying to keep your mosquito population at bay.
I just downloaded that helicopter video from the official PBS website to verify for myself if the birds are fake, and they are. Like WTF, there's clearly fake.
It's just, in other words, it's the same frame running by on both.
Yeah, yeah,
like-
exact same
Yeah,
bird. Yeah, I
and
downloaded
so
all
the-
myself and checked it.
The sequence of the birds flying is it gives it away that
Yes,
this is the
100%.
same exact footage.
Yep.
One with the helicopter not there, the other one with the helicopter there.
Yeah, yeah, and I downloaded from the official website. Yeah, WTF.
Yeah. No, dude, the level of deception that goes into doing such a simple little trick. You know, like you knew exactly why you did that.
Yeah, but good for you. At least you're doing that much looking,
Yeah.
Scotsman. Shoot. you
Yeah, and
know?
I wanted to double check the person on YouTube didn't fake it themselves and like add in birds or whatever.
Mhm.
Made sure to get the source. Yeah. So yeah.
It's only going to be a matter of time, Scotsman. What's your confidence level like now? What's your confidence level like now?
I'd say it's gone down to about 98%.
Wow. Well, I guess. Okay.
Hey, is that
It
a
used to
whole
be
percent? Is
99.9.
that a whole percent
Yeah.
in the last couple hours?
Yeah, pretty much 2% down. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know, it may take a 100 days, but we're getting there. That's
100 days.
It's progress. That's in 2 days. You got two points in 2 days. Yeah.
100 days isn't that long. In 100 days, you'll be a flat earther at this rate.
You'll be one of us.
It won't take that long.
And once you're one of us, you'll never convert back.
Yeah, because it'd be like going back to Santa Claus.
It'll be too obvious. You're gonna see. You've probably already seen a lot of it, but you're gonna revisit a lot of the information that you've been given and go, "Oh my god!" Like you're gonna give it actually a fair shake this time, and after that, if you really see it, there's no going back. You're a flat earther.
Is Gold Plus, is that just like time spent in the server?
Well, yeah, I mean, the difference between gold and gold plus is like one permission. I think it has to do with like bans, like using the bot. So you get to actually, bot ban people. But yeah, I think that's it.
Interesting. But I was wondering, like, do you get that by being? Is that the time spent on the server, or does an admin have to
It
get
has
it
to
too?
do with your it time, but not just time, but like kind of like quality of content and just like it's really hard to actually describe, but just building relationships with people where they trust you and they think that you're like an attribute to the server.
I see.
Yeah.
Cyborg insect research. What? That's one weird looking bug, man.
How long is that documentary, Spyro?
Bugs are really interesting, actually. Like, I'm not one of those dorky. What do they call themselves? The guys who just study insects. What's that name?
Entomologists?
Yeah, I'm not an entomologist or anything, but I can see why some people are. Like, bugs are fast. There's so many varieties. Like the way that they're
Yeah.
built is incredible. Like,
I've thought about that for a long time too. Like, if there actually is an alien, that is like the closest I can think of to like some kind of weird alien creature. They're really bizarre.
Yeah, that's true. I think bees are really cool. Probably my favorite, like insect.
I've always been fascinated with like dragonflies, like the way that they hover around. And they have those big eyes like a praying mantis, where they just like look like they're staring at you. They like look you in the eye. They just come around and hang out.
Yeah.
If you're like rafting down the river, they just like sit there by you. They're like checking you out. Like, let's find out what this human's about. This looks fairly safe.
Yeah, they do. They just like hover right up on you and like check you out. They definitely look like they're stopping to take a look or something.
Yeah.
Like
Something feels alien about them and praying mantises. It's about those big ass eyes and the way they look around and yeah.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Good, pretty good.
Did anybody catch the podcast over there, the Chatterbox?
What's that?
Did anyone catch a podcast I did? The Ask Me Flat Earther, Ask Me Anything podcast?
No, didn't see it.
Yeah, it was supposed to be an hour, but we went for like 2.5 hours. It turned out it was really good actually. And the server admin said, "How about every week would you do a Flat Earther Ask Me Anything?"
Wow, that's killer.
I said,
I wouldn't mind.
Every
wouldn't mind
Tuesday,
watching that.
2 o'clock. 2
You got
o'clock Greenwich Mean Time will be
Do you have
Flat
a link?
Earther Ask Me Anything now.
Got a link for that?
Yeah, it's a VIP partner already.
I know I have their Discord Chatterbox.
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah, there's a third one. The first one was a shit show. Okay, but a lot of the admin and moderators got switched out after that. The second one was okay. It kind of turned into a weird sort of debate at the end, and this one was actually a lot of fun. It went really well. It was originally scheduled for 45 minutes, but we went almost a little over 2 hours.
Would I be able to find that in their announcements? Like I'm scrolling through, there are a bunch of links.
Yeah, if you go to they created a channel called Flat Earthers also that of all the flat Earth. Supposedly, like they're gonna make it where the Flat Earthers can talk there. But yeah, if you go to, let's see here, where's
Anyone want to watch the Bucks versus Hawks game?
yeah, in announcements, if you page up one, there's Flat Earther Ask Me Anything, and that will repeat again next week, 2 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, which is like 11 o'clock Central, or whatever, 9 o'clock West Coast. We'll see. Well, that's the plan anyway.
Wait, one channel above? Well, that says contact staff.
No, when you're in announcements, the current event is God's word, the Bible. If you go one up from that, one event up.
Is that all the way
It
at the
says-
top then?
No, just one event. Flat Earth, Ask Me Anything.
I'm lost in the announcements. I don't know. Let me see.
Okay.
I want to watch the Bucks Hawks game. I'm gonna jump down to Cinema One and put it up. I'm gonna be watching it. I figure if somebody wants to join me, they can.
All right, take care, Lou.
But
I don't really care about sports. The non-sports. Now, do they have freaking spectators back again now?
In sports? I don't know.
Yeah. I can't even believe I'm saying that.
Just to say, guys, we've got Chaos there. I don't know if anybody spoke to him. Actually spoke to him on the mic, but he seems to be a newcomer.
Yes, I am new to the channel.
Yeah, how you doing, Chaos? So what's your belief about what you're living on?
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Above all things, God is first in my life, so everything from there just falls into place.
So yeah, you're a flat earth believer now? Well, flat earth trust.
I just have lots of questions and few answers.
So you want to start off by asking some questions?
Just following along for right now. I mean, I have my own personal opinions. Moving away from globe Earth every day.
What's confounding you the most?
I mean, I guess the biggest part of for me is just the life and the amount of it, and to me, that's going to be the biggest. That's just going to, when it first started coming out, then, how are people going to react? I mean, people are just, no offense to anybody here, but people suck.
I like them, for the most part. But Yeah, I agree with you. That, there's a lot more to it than just picking any one proof that's going to make you lean one way or another. It's something. It's a journey.
Well, first of all,
Some
what sort
people.
start
Some
question
people
stuff?
quick.
Yeah,
Sorry,
what
Dad.
question and stuff? Chaos, you there?
I'm here. I didn't really hear that.
What made you start to question all these things? What brought you to the server? You're obviously here to learn and to find out more about the truth of flat Earth. So, what was it that sort of twigged your thinking into sort of questioning? Because you've been told on a flying
The
screen.
past 4 years was the ultimate turning point. Knowing the things that I was seeing and knowing the things that I was knowing, but then the reporting of those things was completely opposite to what I knew was fact. And I just kept leaning into it, and started cutting cables and
Kill it. I don't know. It will. I hate killing these things.
Yeah, Ryan, mute yourself if you don't mind.
Oh, my
dude.
bad, dude.
No problems. Thanks.
Using this weird electric
Yeah, I
fly
could hear
swatter.
you were swatting the flies with an electric thing. I could hear it.
My bad. Sorry, guys.
No, you're okay, bro. If you want to ask any more questions to this chat, feel free. I'll just carry on with the discussion then. Yeah, so obviously, how long you been in the server, Chaos? You're new to it. Have you been here a day, 2 days, or?
I haven't even been here 6 hours.
Right. Okay. So, have you learned anything from the time you came here? Like, you've had quite a few arguments about from both sides.
Well, I got a buddy of mine. He lives in the next trailer park over, and I had seen him on a couple of occasions streaming, and he has a channel that is really geared towards globe. I guess he was flat Earth, but now he's globe again. And just the arrogance, uh, the outright disrespect of the flat Earth community was just really off-putting to me. And I ultimately got into it with a guy over the LIGO sites. I spent a lot of time researching it. I probably know more about LIGO than he does, considering he thinks it proves curvature. And I literally just destroyed that. I mean, just based on the blueprints.
Yeah, you said about the disrespect from the flat Earth community. What do you mean by that?
Not from the flat Earth community, from the globe community towards the flat Earth community.
Of course, yeah, because I was going to say that's not the case. It's certainly not in this server. Like, we give everybody a free opportunity to speak in that. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you got people like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth and people like him going about flying, railing accusations against people who are trying to tell the truth about the Flat Earth, Yeah, that's all too often that happens. I think they can win an argument, with just railing accusations against people. You're stupid, you're dumb, you're not intelligent, you don't understand science, but that's not the case. So, what would you say is the main proof of lack of curvature to you then? What would say that it's not a globe you live on?
Just my own personal observations past my religious conviction. I mean, I'm all about Genesis. I mean, it's all there in black and white. All you have to do is read it. And once you do and you take it in and absorb it, and I'm not talking about read it once or even twice for that matter. I mean, you really got to soak it in and use your own discernment. And to me, it's the epitome of what we are on.
So you're coming from a Christian aspect then?
Yeah, I do believe so.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree that there's a lot of things in the Bible and probably a lot of other scriptures as well that indicate. I mean, most models of the Earth were flat Earth models. You know, it wasn't this globe flying, spinning through outer space. I mean, there's maps, old maps from every generation that show flat Earth. You know, so yeah.
One of the things that I had seen, even on all the previous flat Earth models, there were so many differences in even their models, in that, you know, the moon or the Earth was the center and everything rotated around us. Then there's other ones still on a flat plane where the sun is the center and the moon, but still on a flat plane. And it just, you know, and then all of a sudden Copernicus comes along and it's like, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah. So you realise all what's involved in when they've given us the radius and the curvature of Earth. Obviously, you've looked into that personally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I literally argued with a guy that, you know, he's trying to tell me that the sun's 93 million miles away, and if he can prove that to me, I can prove that it's half that distance away. I'll just divide by 2.
Yeah, just the point I'm trying to make though is you've obviously, because you've only been in the server 6 hours, so the very first thing we sort of say to people is that, you know, we can prove that there is no curvature because they've given us the mathematics for the ball, which is obviously the radius and the curvature. 3,959 miles radius, and then you've got the 24,900 circumference. So when you use simple trig, you should be able to see curvature at 8 inches per mile squared. You know, the further you look out, if you look out 30 miles, you should be having a drop. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of things. 300 foot should be missing, you know. And then the further you go out, that drop becomes an incredible drop, you know. And we've got footage, observations that are done between 30, 100 miles, 100, 500 miles, and over that, even 1,000 miles, that show there is no curvature. Now, if we live in a bowl, there has to be curvature, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So just to let you know that's where we come from, like the First Avenue. We try and point people towards is that if we live in this bowl, we've got the mathematics of the bowl, then there's got to be curvature, and there is none. We can't find it. That's hundreds and hundreds of observations that all indicate the very same thing. Laser tests that show that, you know, the light isn't bending over 50 miles, 60 miles and stuff, you know. There's lots of tests being done. Yeah, thanks, Sonny. Obviously, have you heard of the black swan?
That's new to me. I just heard those terms actually today, so I don't know anything about that at this point.
Oh, let me just take you through it. This was obviously an observation that was done, and it's basically a simple mathematical equation as regards what I was just telling you there. And I'll let you read through it if you blow up. Are you in the live stream voice text? So you can see.
I believe so. Yeah. That's what I'm getting here. I do believe.
If you blow that picture up, you've got FP, then Q, not Q, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you go through that and understand what that means, is that the horizon is way too far. So we cannot live on a boat, you know. It's a simple proof that there isn't the curvature they're telling us. You know, that there should sink the ship straight away. You know, the horizon's beyond 10 miles.
My personal experience is from being at 10,000 feet and jumping out of an airplane.
Yeah, well, you get a great view from that as well. Yeah, I bet you could see probably in a good day 500 miles in the distance, or maybe even 700 miles.
Another great place is the Grand Mesa over Grand Junction, Colorado, where you can literally see east into another state on a clear day.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the sort of observations that I'm talking about, hundreds of them throughout the face of the earth that show clearly no curvature, you know. The second thing we would say as well is that there's no proof of rotation. You know how they say we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
Ludicrous.
Yeah, absolutely lunacy, isn't it? Yeah, we don't feel motion, we can't prove motion, and they say that the atmosphere or the air above us is moving at 1,000 miles per hour as well. That's been shown several times that it's moving in all different vectors, all different directions, and it's not following the spin of the earth, you know, so that's ridiculous for anyone to believe that. But it's obviously just a form of brainwashing, you know, the brainwashed us with these images, these pictures, these videos from since we've been young children. Every book, every magazine, the news channels, the documentary channels, the space channels, even Ancient Aliens promoting this garbage that we live on a globe, and no proof of it. No matter where you look, no matter where you dig, you can't find proof of curvature or rotation of the earth, you know.
You know, why if I have satellite signal, why can't I get a signal in the mountain?
Exactly, correct. And but we can get we can remote control a little buggy 50 million miles away. That's ludicrous. That's ridiculous. It's the length of lies is unbelievable, and people just believe it. You know,
that's my biggest fear, is when that illusion is broken, what society does with that information.
well, I think if even every news channel came on and said that we've lied to you about the shape of the earth, we've lied about we're a flying spinning ball, we're actually a flat earth, I think that if they said that worldwide, they would actually, the people would think it was a hoax. They're too far gone. How can you actually tell people now the truth without them laughing at you, you know? But we've got to try somehow. Got to get through to them
Agreed.
somehow. Yeah, because otherwise we just give up, don't we?
I had to give up. I mean, I was pretty hard during Trump's administration, trying to, prove that he wasn't what they were saying he was, because obviously they were just misreporting everything. And I ended up having to give up. I had to stop. It was just too much. It was too taxing on me personally. I was involved in an accident at the end of 2019. I was hit by a dump truck, and I got some brain injury. Mentally, I'm okay for the most part, but I do have, I'm like in the 1 percentile for my reaction. Mm-hmm. So I'm not necessarily going to be able to work anymore in my field, construction, and but I can still think and I can still postulate.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, politics is another scam to me. Politics is just to sort of give you the idea that you can actually change things by voting. I don't believe any of us, our votes are worth anything. It doesn't matter what we vote, they'll still do what they want. It's just like gangsters in suits. They wear different color ties. Sadly.
Don't disagree.
Yeah. I mean, Trump was like, to me, I was sort of believing in Trump as well, thinking he would change the world. But we've had many Trumps. I mean, JFK was another one. They assassinated him. That goes back into the olden days. If they can kill a president, they can do anything. There's an organization that obviously seems to rule the face of the world. And
They did the same thing to Trump as they did to JFK. They just didn't necessarily take his life, but they destroyed him by ridiculing him.
Well, if you ever watch the interview with when Trump was there to obviously talk to some of the NASA administrators, Buzz Aldrin was there, and all Buzz Aldrin could do in the background is laugh his head off and pull funny faces at Trump, because Buzz Aldrin obviously knows that Trump's nothing as president. There's obviously an organization that is above the presidency.
Yeah, listen, there wasn't any ridiculing of Trump. He was placed there for a purpose. It was all planned, all of it. The two sides of that dichotomy, all planned. It was all orchestrated, every part of it.
Yeah, the only point I'm making from that is I don't think that Trump realised that no matter that he's got the tag of being president, he'll do as he's told. He's just another puppet. You know, there's an
As they
organized.
all.
Yeah.
Grew up in a family of the Club of Rome. You know, those cats. Yeah.
Yeah, if you another interesting fact is if you look at the worldwide assassinations and look at the coup d'états, you'll soon realise that there's a power above everything, that they will not let go of that power, and they will do anything to even a nation or a country that wishes to stand in their way. It's just there seems to be an overall power. And it's got to be a secret organization of some sort, because they're not out in the open doing it and declaring themselves as look at us, we're in control. So there seems to be a secret organization that is hand in hand to control every single thing that happens in the world. For those of you that watched the chap that's just went missing, apparently, I don't know if he's been found again, the American guy, who's obviously he's anti-government and stuff. I'm trying to think of his name because I've not watched him for a while. Any of you know that guy that's just went missing, you reckon? The anti-government, he's apparently missing for the past 48 hours or so.
Oh yeah, Alex Jones.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex Jones said on the Joe Rogan show, whether you believe him or not, but to me, I do believe him, some of what he says. And he said that the highest upholder of everything was NASA. He said it was above the government. And that makes sense if you think about it, because all the trillions of dollars that they've had from the beginning of way back in the 50s or the 60s, they're getting more and more money, and now they're turning it all into Space Force, you know? So space is like the final frontier they want everyone to believe in. And that is where all the money now and all the armed forces are being put under that banner of Space Force, you know? They're actually advertising for young men and women, and this is real. They're advertising for them to join Space Force. I came across an advert the other day about it's about like Star Trek protecting space from who? You know, is space even real? And they're going to protect us from some unknown terror. You know, it's all madness. It's absolute and utter insanity. And it seems to be just to deflect from the truth that what we're living on is not a flying spinning ball, you know? That they want to basically imprison our minds. If they can imprison our minds and keep us from thinking outside the globe, they've got us, you know? And that's what it all seems to be geared towards.
Yeah, it all seems to be accelerating too, like that whole thing. Now, here's an idea that I was having. I think at some point these people, whoever they are, in these back rooms were having this little discussion and a little like meeting where they're like, they had to have been talking about this. I think there's no way around it. Saying, well, they're going to find out someday, and there's going to be this group of people that are going to be flat earthers. What are we going to do with that group? Right? So I think they know we're here, and maybe we're allowed to be here at all because we're part of the transition team. Like they're gonna they just use natural process of human beings speaking to each other and allow that process to continue like it is in here, to direct this awakening in some way. So they can ease it in. You see what I'm saying? So they can ease it in, because I think breaking down is correct. I think people would just totally ignore it. Like they're completely brainwashed, can't think for themselves. Because the other idea is that they couldn't just shut us off completely, because we're already attracting enough attention as it is from the censorship that they're doing with us. But that could be purposeful too. That definitely is an idea.
Yeah, you know, one of the biggest milestones for understanding that people are just that they're not thinking straight, that they're just totally confused. They don't have a clue anything about what they're living on, was when they launched that car into space, and it cost billions. And it's like, just watch that worldwide. And I mean, what was the average Joe thinking when he's seen a car with a kid on spaceman launched into space, and now we can track it and it's heading to Mars, and Elon Musk is there, you know, he's sitting there. I mean, that's like something you would see in a cartoon, and then it's like to the world. That's
Or MTV.
yeah, that's the ignorance of the world, you know. I mean, everyone should have been saying, are they trying to tell us this is real? But instead, you've got people running about saying, wow, they just launched a car into space, you know? They're not even giving it a thought that billions of pounds for such a non-productive thing. I mean, what was the whole point of that? Launching a car into space? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely, and it just shows to me the level of brainwashing that the world is under, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think too, it's like you know how they say like there's gonna be all these meteors hitting the planet and shit like that. I'm like, well, if this guy's launching into space, what if you got the calculation off a little bit and it comes like hurtling back at us like a fireball? I was like, has this been calculated perfectly to your idea? People don't even think about that. They're just like, well, Elon did it. Fuck, he's smarter than me. Let me just put my head down. And I'm like, whoa, bro. It's like just like logically think through it a little bit.
I mean, this is the same guy that can't even put a sentence together when he was interviewed by the military. He was interviewed during the COVID lockdown. He couldn't even string a sentence together, and this is the guy that's all of a sudden on board with NASA, going to send people to the moon and build a base, and we're going to go from there to Mars, 50 million miles away, to a so-called dead rock, that even other astronauts are saying this is hocus pocus. I mean, what is going on? Why is the world believing people? It's
I think I finally just paid attention to like some details. Like when I look at Elon Musk, I agree with you on that statement. He doesn't strike me like a Rhodes Scholar type of guy. Like, and even though he puts on that role, that's not the vibe I get. But I'm like, clearly you're intelligent enough to see like how things work around you, and they've worked to your favor. But the way I see it is like he's probably just more aggressive, right? Because think about it, he's a Russian billionaire. You think he's out in Russia, like getting pushed around, and he would still make it there? No, his confidence to be up in that stage wouldn't have been there. To stand up there and like in front of all the cameras, like that means you just like you thought you were the shit. You really believed it. So that means you was probably a little more aggressive than the other kids. And what I perceive is like maybe he was the guy that was actually killing fucking guys left and right that were introducing his, interfering with his business. You never know. He could have just been that guy. He could have just been a shooter. And everyone's like, fuck, get out of Elon's way or you're going to die. And then that's it. He becomes what he becomes. Like, that's always an option, you know?
Yeah, if you watch the short interview where they took him to the top of how they've got the big rocket, NASA rocket, so it's pretty high up. They took him up there and they took him in the tunnel and they had a little interview with him. It was Jim Bridenstine and 3 of the SpaceX astronauts. He was shitting his pants. That's easy to see, man. He didn't know whether they were taking him up there to throw him off there or whether they were taking him up there to just do away with him. He was shitting his pants that bad that he actually said that for all these billions, all he wants to see in his lifetime is people go to Mars. I mean, if people believe that nonsense, that is ridiculous. So this guy spent all these years building up his billions of dollars, and all of a sudden, he's like in NASA's pocket. Yeah, he obviously had an offer he couldn't refuse.
Exactly. Because think about it. Let's say you were somebody else that was also like some connected person that really had like all of the details covered. So if somebody did get into your face, unexpectedly, you actually know like how you would contact them, how you would call them, and like be smart enough so that you actually don't get caught. Now, only a couple of people have to see you. Like, let's say somebody says something insulting to you, right? But in front of a lot of people. And then you just brush it off like it's nothing and you say nothing. But remember, like, I think that's why they have like that whole, that symbol of like the quiet lips, like putting your finger on your mouth. If you thought about it, if you're keeping quiet, what you're saying is that the person that acts off of emotion first is always at a strategic disadvantage. Because remember, now you said out loud what you were thinking. Somebody like, and I think about people like us, like we're just more, I'd rather say nothing and then do my research and then figure out what the answer is and then answer. But I realized maybe he was doing the same thing, but he was just on the killer level. You know what I mean? Where it's like people would say shit and people just start disappearing. And then he was like, oh shit. I remember that day when he tried to embarrass Elon and Elon just walks in like nothing ever happened. You would never know, right? If he was smart enough, and maybe he is smart enough to that capacity. And thus the world kind of bends to his will eventually if people talk about it, right? Because people talk. That's just a reality.
What's up, gentlemen?
Chilling. How's the night going, bro?
Good, man. It's daytime where I am. Midnight.
Nice. What you getting into today?
Just hanging out. Unfortunately, I have to renew my slave pass to drive, so I'm looking into that right now.
Nice.
Not a fun thing. I've been putting it off, and I start reading it, then I turn it off because I can't fucking stand it.
Can't stand it. You got the leash around your neck again.
Well, not yet. I don't. Technically, right now, I do not.
Well, you're about to. It's coming. It's hovering in the air.
I know, like lurking and shit.
Exactly.
And then every single one I go to, it's like COVID-19, this, that, and the other. It's like, fucking, gosh, gotta get off of this and talk to normal people for a minute.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, excuse the noise in the background. I'm walking down like this one road, going back to the crib.
It's a lot louder for you than it is for us.
Yeah, I can't really hear it.
I can't even hear it.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was coming through. Sometimes I see the thing light up, so I'm like, well, I don't know how loud it is for you guys too. So try to
Oh,
like
what?
mute in between and shit.
What'd you say? You're walking like on a cobblestone road or something? What?
No, not a cobblestone road. I'm coming back from yeah. So I went to the bar, had one, then I went across the street, got what I need to get from the store. Boom. Now I'm walking back to the crib, but I'm walking down some like, no, it's like a small highway next to me. It's like the one road that's the fastest way, like to literally walk back to the crib. So I was like, well, yep, it's the road I'm taking. You know, not too complicated.
Yeah, so I showed up at the motor vehicle too not long ago. And I had made an appointment, right? So I walk up and the lady's about to hand me a face diaper. And granted, all the people in line have one on. And like I had a stupid little flimsy one because I just had to get in and out. I'm like, okay, fine. She goes, oh, the first day, you don't need to. Don't need to wear one. Didn't wear one.
What the fuck?
Don't have to anywhere now.
Finally, yeah. You know, I think people were just get, you know, the sentiment, public sentiment was just getting a little bit annoying. People were just getting annoyed. And I think they were like sensing that. Just bubbling up. You could take people like so far to the edge of the cliff before this shit just is a tinderbox.
Now all
And
they
it
can
could be
do
over
is
something so small.
yeah, all they have to do is request. All they can do now is just request, and I don't pay attention to it. It's
Yeah, that's right.
It's just a request. Okay, great. Okay, good. Anybody that
You
wants
just
to?
hit them with the thumbs up, keep it moving. Done.
Yep. I don't care what they look, you know, what they are thinking when they're looking at me. I could care less. Like,
Yeah, where I'm at, it's a bunch of mind control slaves. So they wear it outside. They wear it in the heat. They wear it out in the water. It's fucking insane. Probably one of the few people here that, like earlier, I have earbuds, my phone, right? So I walk in to see if they had something. It was just straight for something in particular. And I walk in with my naked face, and I thought I heard someone saying something. I put my earbud in my ear and just kept doing what I was doing. I just ignore them, you know. And then if they try to come up to me and say something, you know, I'll be like, "What? Huh? Like I can't. What?" Yeah, it works because sometimes they give up, but you know,
Yeah, you got to
kinda
make it
like-
painful for them. Yeah, you got to make it painful for them. It's like, you're going to come. Yeah, I'm going to make you chase me down 3 hours before I fucking notice you're behind me. No, I saw you running as soon as I blew by you. I'm going to make you work for this thing. You want to come harass me? Come take a walk.
I like Kai's idea how she talks about just complete don't use a cart and just start filling your arms full of you know, stuff you're gonna buy.
Mhm.
They go to ask you, you're just like, my arms are full, man. What do you do?
I know.
Take it one step further and start opening them and eating them.
That's when you like no, you can use that to really fuck their day up. Because remember, they gotta pick the shit up that gets messy. Like you just open your arms and then you reach in your pocket and you take the mask out, but then you just walk out with none of the goods.
Yeah,
So
and if I drop it, I'm not buying it.
Yeah,
Whether
nothing
I-
breakable.
Whether I was eating out of it or not, eating.
Word.
I was ready to pay for it, and you made me drop all my shit. I'm sorry.
Exactly. You did this to us. I was in a great mood before you approached me.
I know. So stupid. Unless you don't want a customer, like that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna have a little security guard run people out of the store that are the customers that pay their salary.
It's so crazy when you think about it. But like, yo, you see how like this is literally just the financial economy just being crushed on a global scale. Somebody's tampering, because remember, on purpose, of course. But that's what this is. Like this is a like shutting down. It's like somebody went to like the hose in the back and like just turned off all of the power to all the hoses. And then we just got to sit here and deal with it. Everybody's just like sitting there Indian style, like kids in 3rd grade. They're like, the fuck? And like everybody's mad, but no one's going to do anything. You see, like that's how well trained we are. If you thought about it, we're all just sitting here like 3rd graders and we're like, we can't do shit. Like what type of people are going to organize, actually, you know, push back against this narrative? Nobody.
Yeah,
And if they
it's
do,
sad.
like it'll be marketed and played as if this group is coming from this direction. And like, remember, they cast any media narrative that they want to. So if you know that, you have to be cautious about the narrative as well. Like you can be branded as anything somebody else wants to brand you as if they have enough airtime and enough access to the media, which we don't have. So it becomes extremely difficult to get a positive message across, even if you are technically right.
Yeah, muddying the waters and just twisting things up. Yeah, providing that spin
Yeah.
and freaking every direction you look, there's a spin on it. Like that's been created.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's been created, bro. Of course.
So now I know I was right. All that time I was just like, I refuse to believe anything any of these people have to tell me. Like unless I see some sort of real actual proof. Like I was that for a long time, you know? And now I feel vindicated. I was right in not trusting them, not believing anything they had to say. And I was considered some kind of rebel or something, you know? What a bunch of
Yeah,
crap that was.
statutes and policies can kiss my ass.
Well, technically, they
And
only apply to
I
you if you
agree.
allow
I
them to.
agree with you. Yeah, the gentleman said earlier as well. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, while I was in elementary, he didn't, you know, but like I was treated like the bad kid because I don't want to fucking be here, and I just be like, you know, hanging out with my friends and cracking jokes all day. And then now that I look at it, I'm like, well, at least I fucking learned how to laugh. I was like, thank God I didn't take this shit too seriously. But then I look around and I'm like, fuck, everybody else took it so seriously. So you see, it's like I can't even go get them. I'm like, because they don't know. You should have been like a slack.
That's the only reason I thought there was to go to school. I thought with the people behind the desk were all whack. I'm like, I just want to go hang out with my friends and make connections, find out when the next party is. That was my motive back then, you know? I'm like, where's the fun at?
Like check.
Oh, I was just wanting to do that.
Y'all
You're
are
good.
I'm really wondering what's going to happen next. Like, I expect something to happen next. I don't know what.
Doesn't it just feel like a movie, like a thriller and a drama, like a superhero movie at the same time? It's all fucking crazy.
I know. I'm really captivated by it. It's like really interesting.
Who needs the movies?
A real life movie. Wow.
Real life movie. Wow, and I get to play any character I want to. Fuck it, let me let it rip.
Or I get to play the character that I really am, you know?
Ah, exactly. But who would you choose if you knew you had the choice?
No, I
think you got a reason.
I think it was chosen for us, man. I think or we
Perhaps.
just were these characters from the very beginning.
Perhaps.
Like, before we came here.
Perhaps. But I see it this way, right? Think about these fuckers in Hollywood that they pay like 20, 30 million for a fucking movie.
Yeah.
They write them a script to be whoever the fuck they need for that particular movie. And that person studies the lines, studies the lines, studies the lines, studies the lines. gets the emotions to go with the lines and just acts it out. And in that moment, they kind of become that person. So I said to myself, I was like, well, why wouldn't I just be my own screenwriter? You know what I mean? I was like, I'll set up crazy scenarios, crazy opportunities. I'll actually just like write a screenplay for myself, but then stage it in reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like the
That sounds
fact that
kind of
you
dramatic. I know it sounds kind of dramatic.
that
Hear
you've
me
been
out.
able to. Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I was gonna say I like the fact that your positivity and that you've been able to activate those things in your life. That's encouraging. You know?
Yeah, brother. Why not? Why not? Listen, we're all gonna die, right? And now that I know it's like there's a bigger picture, a bigger plan, I'm like, well, fuck it. You better have some fun while you're here. I mean, that's the whole reason I came here. To fuck this shit up one good time and then leave.
Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do, man. We're supposed to, supposed to actually come in here, fall flat down on our face, pick ourselves back up, keep on going, fall down again. You know, like.
Yeah, I believe in that though. Fall flat smack on your face, stand back up, dust yourself off, have a laugh, look at it. But you know, like I feel like every time you go through that process, like you should be like cultivating a new version of yourself. And I think with the understanding of flat Earth, it's like, well, now that I know all of this shit is bullshit, I was like, well, now I'm gonna fucking start dreaming and cultivating some shit. I was like, because that's the easiest way for me to leave my mark without really, you know, getting like thrown in the slammer or some shit. You know what I mean? How's it going?
Yeah,
So
for me,
might,
you know
might
what?
as well make people laugh and like, you know, like garner a lot of attention for me for a different reason, a more positive reason. And then if I want to like play stupid and scratch my head, I'll just act like I'm putting on a fucking meeting. Or like maybe I'll have like a little show where it's like I interview people for whatever topic. And then I'll start interviewing flat earthers like after I become super popular. And then I'm like, I'll just start scratching my head like, oh my God, this is kind of interesting. I was like, I don't really know. Tell me more. And like, I'll just play stupid. And then I'm also teaching the flat earth. Boom. To me, that's a good movie script. I'd watch it. I'd watch it. Fuck it.
Be like up all in your head. Be like all up in my head. Like, hey, Joe, you know, another character up there. What do you think about this? Let's have a little roundhouse meeting up here. Yeah, let's do it like a.
Tell you, if you want to create a movie, make a movie out of this bitch. You know, we're all gonna go anyways.
Advantages and disadvantages, a list, you know, left and right, like the positives and negatives.
Listen, if I had to choose a group to bet on, I think this is the group I put my money on. If I were a betting man, in terms of like crafting reality, I've got my money on this group.
Yeah, I think we may actually be right now as we speak. We probably are in some respects. I think that.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you know, like in my age, like I think it's moving away from me from this whole physical thing of careers and money and all this stuff. It's moving beyond that to a more.
I understand.
To a more non-physical realm where my concerns are more with the spiritual world, like in my life, how it applies to me, and the other things like the material things. They're there.
Mm-hmm.
They're like there's some things that are enjoyable. Some things are just day-to-day life, but they're not that they're mundane or any less important than they ever were, but I just have a different take on them.
No, I understand. I understand you, and I actually agree with you on that one as well. Yeah, have you heard of this guy called Rudolf Steiner, by any chance?
I've heard the name. I've heard the name.
He speaks a lot about those topics, how you're transcending between the different states of your being. You know, when you're more in your ethereal state, or you're more like your physical state, and he just talks about the different levels that one would be in. But what he tries to communicate is that, you know, the best feeling is to be able to go back and forth comfortably. Not just staying in one or the other, but just back and forth, but just getting to know what the back and forth feels like so that you have a stronger control over it. So it's less like you're choosing just one. You just choose 3, choose 4, choose 5, choose 10. You know, it doesn't matter. It's like that's the beauty of like your non-physical self. It could dream quickly without worrying about the physical labor that goes into it. But the more you just cast the dreams, and the visions are formed in your mind, you'll choose the one that you like the most. But you have to at least have those visions more often. But different, varying visions, I think.
Hey, I want to put a shout out to Me More Vet. He's like hitting it hard on the voice text. Maybe he can come up on the mic.
Always.
Nice. Too much to type, man.
No, I'm both. I'm the keyboard warrior too.
What's up, me? How's the day going, brother?
Talking about the difference between the Luciferian and the Satanist.
Very good.
Nice. So, enlighten me. Tell me the difference.
I was going to say, think of your human monarchies and your human secular governments. The human
Okay.
monarchy is the Luciferian. The human secular governments are your Satanist.
Got it. No, yeah, I know that.
So it's a real competition. They're really fighting
They're
each
actually, yeah, I can see it. I see it playing out too.
other. It's not a fake competition. They are really
No, it's
wrestling
real.
for power against each other. It's not a fake competition. It doesn't matter who wins for us, but it matters to them.
So is who's that one? Marina Abramovich. Is she a Satanist or a Luciferian?
Yeah.
Satanist.
I believe she's a
Yeah,
Satanist.
the spirit cooking.
So what I perceive is
Followers
that at the end of the day, yeah. So at the end of the
of
day,
Satanists.
what's going down is like, because remember, the Satanist thing had to come from somewhere, right? So when I look back, I saw some interview or some documentary a while ago that talked about how like, the Rothschilds were in London and like, the British aristocracy was just shitting on Jews back then, and like, they just weren't having it, and hence the whole fucking banking powerhouse that we have existing in the world right now. You start to
That's
see
really
it. You're like,
good,
oh,
huh?
because remember, the best things sometimes, I hate to say it, but it's like sometimes the best things are built under pure rage and anger.
Yeah.
Because that fuels you to a level that you wouldn't even understand. Pure rage. So the story kind of clicked to me. I was like, well, I could see if he was mad enough, like how he would take it to these levels. So when I'm seeing this thing play out, I'm like, wow, tell me this isn't over just some one misunderstanding. You know what I mean? And they've been holding it for so long. It's so deeply entrenched into all of the rest of our lives as well. When we ain't got nothing to do with this argument, we weren't even there. But now we're in the middle of this shit too. So it's like, that's my perspective. I do see both sides at play that you're talking about, me. But how we got here ultimately is like, that's the rough sketch of what I've got, and whatever else is whatever else it is.
Anyone? Oh, sorry for interrupting you. What's the opinion? What's the opinion on whose goal was it? Okay, guys. So I heard Meme say in text earlier that they don't have plans, they just have goals. So is it a Luciferian goal for the crown bug going on, or because if that's true, then that's hitting the Satanists a little bit.
No, so what I would say, I would actually think like the crown would be more like Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-Saxon Americans, or like the classic like good old boys club of like the Brits that don't want anybody else to play with.
Struggle of power.
Yeah, for the struggle of power. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So like, remember, you have like
that has to do with the reset.
Yeah, but you have the Luciferian. Yeah. So the financial reset, where they have like, I guess like there's a certain calendar period where like, everybody's finances get reset to a certain point where it's like no one owes any more money anymore. There's something about it.
Well, yeah, it was Catherine Austin Fitz that went into detail. I think it was her that said that it's a real estate acquisition. I mean, I'm sure there's multiple different angles.
Yeah. Overall, but I do feel the wealth grab, right? So when they feel like there's a grab of wealth, that's when you find more violence popping up because people are actually struggling, and like that
who's getting the
upflow of violence. Who's getting it? I think.
Hold on a second, Ryan, you're hot micing.
Who's getting it?
Ryan is hot micing.
Okay. So
by and large,
so Ryan should be getting it then.
Ryan,
go get the vaccine for hot micing.
Well, look at
and
what's
no,
going on in London. Is that a really big protest, or are they making it look like it looks
No,
big?
no.
I
Hold on.
haven't seen it.
Doesn't matter. Who is actually getting it? What kind of people are getting it?
Liberals.
Yes.
I think it's being pushed by liberal. Yeah, and I think the liberal
No.
media is definitely
Who's
pushing.
actually getting it?
Republicans aren't.
they're the
I
only
think
ones
the op-
getting it.
I,
The sheep. The
I,
sheep.
I,
By
no,
and
I think
large.
it's, no, I think the opposite are getting it actually. Like
By
I
and
see a
large.
lot of I see
By
a
and
lot of
large.
older folk. Remember, I'm in Florida now, so I'm just talking to them at the bar. You have no idea. Like they're all like, "Yeah, I'm vaccinated." Like they're proud to tell me, and I'm just like, I don't fucking know nothing about this, and
Let me ask
I'm
you.
not gonna engage
Hold on,
a 50-year-old in that
By and large.
conversation.
By and large. It's mostly your middle class liberals.
Yeah.
Who cannot build a new society who are getting it, isn't it?
Yes.
Cannot build a new society. Yeah, of
If you're
course.
gonna
They're not
reset,
building.
you're gonna reset. Who are you carrying through with you?
The builders.
Dude,
Who are you
I
carrying
love
through with
that
you?
angle.
Who are you carrying through with
Of
you?
course. The people that are thinking, they're planning, they're diligent, they're builders, the people that like do what they say and actually say what they're gonna do, and like that's
Okay.
always gonna be the defining point.
Is your
Always is.
is your 33-year-old feminist gender studies
No
who
way, he's
has
fucked.
gotten both of her
He's
who has
fucked.
gotten both of her
He's fucked.
doses,
He's
who
fucked.
has 4 cats, who voted the last 3 times Democrat, is she gonna help build the new world?
No way.
No.
No way. That bitch won't get off the fucking couch, bro.
Hold on. Is the 94 IQ construction worker who's not going to get the vax? He's going to help you build a new world, though, isn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I've known this the whole time, and like that's why I feel so blessed that I got to work with those Greek guys in New York, even just like, for the short periods that I did in the different disciplines that they taught me. I had like an old school Greek father like screaming at me like in Greek, and I'm just like, fuck. I was like, I'm trying, bro. And like, but it, like made me focus up and focus on the measurements and focus on getting it right, so he doesn't fucking come back and scream at me, right? It's like you can get screamed at just enough before you snap, and this is my boy's father, right? So I can't really snap. I kind of got to eat it, So it's like it was a good experience, and I realized that's taught me a lot that a lot of people still don't perceive to this day, and that's not even a color thing. That's just a international thing. Some people just get that and they do the work and they know the answers, or they don't know it and they don't know the answers and they're constantly waiting for somebody else to do it for them. But no one's gonna come fucking lay the tile for you. No one's gonna pitch the roof for you. No one's gonna nail the shit in for you. No one's gonna measure it for you. No one's gonna cut it for you. No one's gonna fucking do your math. No one's gonna do your fucking homework. Period. No one's gonna do your homework. And the people that don't want to do their homework, they're fucked. Sad to say it, but they're fucked.
Hey, man,
So
you're
Mimas,
smarter than a 94 IQ. Come on. Come on, man.
So Mimas. So as far as the Luciferian and the Satanic, so this is like the occulted battle going on, right? That's behind the scenes, behind the curtain.
Well, you got to remember the Luciferians aren't really religious. Their religion is themselves. Their elevation is themselves.
I used that term earlier for a lack of better one, actually. And Sonny, listen to that video, that I posted a little bit ago, by Rudolf Steiner. I don't know. I just can't help myself.
I'll pull that up. I will look
Yeah,
at that.
37 minutes after the hour.
Listen, so Jenny, you like that guy? Do you listen to him?
Not a lot. Every once in a while, it depends on the topic.
Sure.
I think that was a recommended because I think I have like subscribed to that channel. But yeah, there's just not enough hours in the day to listen to everything that I would really like to listen to.
I understand.
But
I understand.
I'm trying to think of the stuff that I've listened to him in the past. I think I remember he was talking about like metaphysical abilities and how your body functions. It's just been quite some time. But yeah, I think he has valuable information. I can't say as I agree with everything that he says, but It's
I
intriguing.
understand. So I found a correlation there that like I don't know if it's a strong correlation or just a soft correlation, but there's this guy Tim Ferriss. He wrote the 4 Hour Work Week, but he also wrote this book called The 4 Hour Body, and he talked about how like should a human just consume like a certain amount that's like steaks within a short period of time, the animal kingdom actually comes alive for the human as well, but we've been like so like stepped on and trampled on and so like manipulated with our diets because that's how people have always been ruled by the
Whoa,
diets
wait. What about?
because
Oh, go on.
no yeah so I was going to say basically because they know this, it's like what he did is basically showed you how to reverse it. So that's why I was talking about all
Yeah.
that thing, those little like regimens I was putting myself through just to see for myself, like, do I feel like this is accurate or no?
Well,
And I
my
will say
concern,
wholeheartedly, I think it is.
my huge concern with consuming, like industry food, like meat, dairy. I don't really consume much dairy, or much meat, but oh my God, I watched this. It's called Dominion. It's kind of like Cowspiracy, the documentaries on the industrial, um, animal processing and such. But
Yeah.
this one was called Dominion. Oh my God, it was like so scary. Um, so I didn't particularly know this about um, milking cows. They have to keep them constantly pregnant, so they're always producing milk. They take the calf away from the mother immediately after birth, and it gets sold off for veal. But the
I
mother
understand.
is taken. I mean, her baby's taken away. I mean, animals have feelings, so all that sorrow over emotions, doesn't that pass through the breast milk?
Sure, sure. Well, that's why I
I
typically like,
mean,
remember the way things have been built have not, like I said, ultimately, I believe not for our benefit in the first place. So the mass agricultural farming that goes on, it's like we know how those animals are being slaughtered and how they feel, and that's being fed to us in the supermarkets en masse. But
yes,
if you go to like a proper farm that has like cows on pasture and like you see like the
right.
owners of cows and like they're nice people and they're smiling all day, I'm like, I kind of trust these cows to be to
Yeah.
be all right. You know what I mean? And like when I consumed those cows' milk, I felt great, and I was like, something's different here. I don't know what, but
Well, yeah, it's a
like but if you
casein.
read,
There's two
yeah,
different types of casein cows, I guess.
say it again.
And I
They have
don't.
like Jersey cows, and the Jersey cows is the one they had at the farm I used to go to.
No, it's the chemical component of the milk.
It's
Oh, the
A1
casein.
and A2.
Yeah,
A1
yeah,
and A2, and you want A2,
yes.
it's actually more bioavailable. A1 actually induces white blood cell increase.
Generation.
And then when they
Okay,
pasteurize it and ultra pasteurize it, it just creates it even worse. And what that
I
does is
see.
it invites growth of bad bacteria. And then when you drink it, your white blood cell count spikes. So what you want is the closest thing to properly raised, properly treated A2 cow milk. And they're the ones with the big hump from Asia,
Mhm.
India, big in India. And that's what you want. So
Okay,
Wow.
cool. Well, thanks for the news.
and then
Appreciate that.
minimal processing. Yeah, minimal
Yeah.
processing.
But so the main thing I was trying to get to is like when men have measured like their testosterone rates, because remember, like men's testosterone has been dropping
Oh,
for like the last 100 years, like
smell.
plummeting. And like if you asked why, you're like, well, cholesterol is a precursor to hormone production within all humans. So if you want to jack up your testosterone, you got to jack up your cholesterol. But you can't just do that and still eat like sugar and carbs. That's where the heart attack comes in. Like it's not from the fats, it's from the glucose and the sugar. Because think about putting like sugar in your gas tank. The sugar
Oh
is
my
what makes
God.
everything
Sugar
sticky.
causes inflammation.
Exactly. But it's
Dude,
also the
I
most
stand on my
addictive.
feet all day long. I mean, I pivot some. I'm a cashier in a grocery store, right?
Sure.
So I'm fine all day long. But when I succumb to the temptation of a donut, I'm not shitting you,
It's
like an hour
so it's a
later,
wrap for
I'm
you.
fucking
So you
pain.
just you feel like you're gonna just knock people over and just beeline to the to the donut. That's
Oh
what's
no,
going
no.
on.
I generally speaking, I avoid even coming even close to that area. I avoid it like the
I
plague.
see. I
But
see.
because
But
I
if you
know what's
wanted
going
one and
to
someone
happen.
was in your
Right?
way, then like you're just like a freight train, is what you say.
I just know I very rarely will eat sweets at work because I know it'll make my body ache.
I understand.
I mean, I'm going to be 50 this year, so you know, it's my body processes shit differently anymore, or it's just that I'm more aware. One of the two or
I'm
both.
telling you, if you look at this guy's 4-hour body diet, you're gonna start to realize it's like literally the fountain of youth. You're going to be handed it in like one full serving. And I found this. I'm
Well,
gonna
can you
assume he's a
DM
Satanist because he
me?
drinks blood. Yeah, I can DM it to you. But like, there's this one Satanist that I found out of the Netherlands, or I forgot what country from. But he was talking about this. So he drinks blood, and he talks about like the feeling of drinking blood. And I was like, oh, I was like, but he's talking about animal blood, right? So I was just like, fuck. I was like, now we're in a whole different realm trying to understand the human body. Like, how does this organism actually function? Do I really want to know, or do I want to stop my research? And I was like, no, I want to know. I was like, I want to try everything for myself. I clearly don't trust
I didn't know
somebody
that's
else.
what you were referring to. I didn't know that's what you were referring to.
Oh no, I think that's the extent of it. But the one step before that is basically he consumes all of his meats raw. So that means he has to
Yeah,
find the
you know what
highest
I looked at
quality
that?
meat.
There used to be a member
He's talking
there
about
used to be a
beverage.
member
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
there used
Yeah,
to be a member in the server that would actually practice that. And he
Okay,
talked
wow.
about it a little bit, and yeah, that's in no way an interest of mine.
Okay, I
But I
understand.
don't know.
Well,
I
he's
mean,
not
I
talking
guess we
about
could
like.
review the material, but
Well, he's not talking
Yeah, for me,
about draining
I
blood
review all
into a cup.
material.
I
Wait,
didn't know if I was
Sferridge or
muted. Yeah, he's
yeah,
not
I
talking
can hear
about
you.
draining blood into a cup and drinking the blood. It's about the blood that's in the meat,
That's in
and
the
it's
meat.
actually it's alive, it's living.
Exactly,
And
exactly. Yeah,
when you like if you eat meat and you cook your meat until it's black, it's actually antithetical to what you're supposed to be
exactly.
getting out of it.
So
So
the
like
logic is the
fish,
protein's reformed.
I eat raw fish, right? And it's
Okay, yeah,
freaking
sushi.
amazing.
That's what I do. Me too.
Sushi,
That's how I
yeah.
got into it.
I kick the rice. I don't eat the rice. I just eat the raw
Me
fish.
either. Well
Um,
done. Me too.
yeah, and then also you learn that you don't actually have to eat 3 meals a day with snacks in between. You can keep it to 1 to 2 meals a day, highly packed in protein, collagen, and cholesterol is
Evening,
not a
guys.
bad
How
thing.
you guys
It's
doing?
actually
Not bad.
What's up, buddy?
How's everything?
Good.
Sorry.
Yeah, the cholesterol, they put the boogeyman logo on the cholesterol, and cholesterol is not the problem. You actually need cholesterol. It's something like 90% of the dry weight of your brain is cholesterol. To build a new cell,
Yep.
when your body creates new cells, it uses cholesterol to build
Yeah,
that
by the
cell
way,
wall.
what do you think testosterone is made out of? What do you think your sex hormones are made out of? Cholesterol. And
That's right.
specifically, they're
It's
made out of
pivotal to
meat
life.
cholesterols. But
Yeah.
I drink.
So instead of telling people to stop eating sugars and tons of grains and all this stuff, they tell you to eat less cholesterol, which is bad for you. It's not
It
the
is,
right way
yeah.
to go.
Yeah.
So, and if you cut out all the sugars, then your body processes and uses the cholesterol as it needs to properly.
Hey,
So
look.
it's
I
just a
am
matter of getting out of the body's way and letting it do its thing.
Look, I am 40, and I wake up pitching a tent every single morning still, and I drink tons. I mean, I go through 3 gallons of milk a week, and I eat a ton of meat, and I have for my whole life, and I'm in pretty good shape. I don't see what the big deal is. Of course, I don't smoke, and I've never done any drugs.
It's what you eat, man.
Yeah.
Do you
do
you supplement your minerals?
No, I don't supplement anything.
Well, yeah, your minerals should be in your food. If it's not
Yeah,
in your food, then
I eat a ton of meat. I literally eat a ton of meat, and I drink a ton of milk. That's like staples of my diet.
So
I eat a lot.
do you eat organ meats as well?
Do I eat what?
You should.
Organ
No,
meats.
I know what he's saying.
Organs.
Yeah, there used to be a lot more minerals and a lot of
Correct, in the
different kind of
soil.
nutrients in the soil. So since the soil's been
Which is-
destroyed for 100 years, we need to supplement some
depleted.
of it. Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
it.
but
That was my point.
I eat the meats I eat are from like organic farms, right?
Right. Mine as
So,
well.
like, where do you get your iodine and like selenium. Where do you get your selenium from? It's rarely found in any soil. That's and like all cardiac arrests, according to autopsies of like young people or who are athletes, were lack of selenium. All of them. They all died. All of them that die of cardiac arrest, it's
All of
because
them.
lack of
They
selenium.
looked at every heart attack ever.
The ones that Dr. Wall like did the autopsies on, he said 100% of the ones that he was like the most well-funded guy ever in like the medical history. There was a big like zoo project he was working on back in like the 80s or something like that. Anyway, so he did 5,000 bodies, humans, between him and his team, and 20,000 animals. And he said not one of them died of natural death. He could trace every single death to a lack of some kind of mineral. All of them. And all the heart-related issues are due to selenium, usually. Yeah,
That's
because your
what
heart needs
sickness
selenium.
is.
It's lack of something.
Well, I mean,
It's you're lacking something and you're loaded with toxins.
well, that's the thing. I never get sick or anything like that.
What kind of salt do you use? Now, that's the key here. What kind of salt you use, Meme?
I use Himalayan for just about everything.
There you go. That's it. Now, Himalayan has like more than 80 trace minerals in it. You see, so you are getting your supplements, your minerals, because minerals cannot be manufactured by plants.
Yeah, I go through a
There
ton
you
of
go.
Himalayan.
That's it then. That's it. Because so sugar is not the antichrist. Vagabond was talking like it's not. Your body will make sugar and will make cholesterol in order for you to survive. If you don't give your body cholesterol, I think your liver will make it, and if you don't give your body sugar, one of your other body parts will make glucose for you. Will turn fat into sugar and sugar into fat. Yeah.
I've done enough hiking to know if you mix some salt and some brown sugar in water, you're going to get a super energy boost like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, it's funny because they say don't put salt on vegetables.
And your body is telling you it's good for you.
You can break it down like this. The salt part, you need hydrochloric acid in your stomach. Hydro, water, chloric, chlorine. So where are you getting your chlorine from if all you're eating is like, let's say, vegan or food, whatever, you're just eating food. Where are you getting your chlorine from, man? You need salt, which is sodium chloride. Your body uses a chloride, and you use it as sodium. But yeah, it's a trace mineral, but you don't need boron for stomach acid. I was just talking about strictly creation of hydrochloric acid, which is stomach acid.
I got something for you. So, hey, Meme, are you there? You're still there?
Yeah.
Okay. So Risen in VC check-in 2, he's coming from the Cheddar box. I just did an event like 2.5 hours where he basically said I didn't answer one question. Even people who kept saying, "Well, thanks, Crit, for asking the questions." Right? It was like Flat Earth asked me anything. And then Mrs. Musk has been working on him for about 15 minutes. So I was thinking, at this point, maybe move him down and let everyone get a good laugh in the sky.
Bring him down.
I can't move him to the wolf pack. Yes.
Yeah, I can't move him down. I can move him down to live stream 2, but I can't move him down to live stream 1.
Arius, you want to move him down?
I'm on my phone. Can someone else drag him real quick? I'm on my phone. Okay. And drag Mrs. Musk too, or someone tell her. Just clear everybody out of the room. Drag them all in here.
Don't drag Mrs. Musk. That's not nice.
Just drag everybody.
We're talking about the wife. You're talking about the wife of someone who perpetuated a huge lie to humanity. I would drag her by her hair, just to make her laugh. Fucking lie to me, you bitch.
Only on special appearance, though. That would be a special appearance. That's only allowed during the special appearances.
Who was the name of the Risen? Yeah. Okay.
What's up? Oh, he dipped. No.
Oh, he ran away. Why'd he run?
Why?
What'd he run for? Crack, what'd you say to him?
He ran for.
I was getting ready to move him, and he left, you guys.
It chased him off.
He felt the vibes, I guess.
Seriously, ran away.
Yeah.
He did.
Crack comes in and all the white guys, all the American white guys start talking in Cockney.
I primed it up and he just ran. Like his claim was flat earthers can't answer a single question. Hold on, he's DMing me. He still says no one has answered one thing.
Tell him he has to come to the live stream.
Tell him we don't bite. We shall be nice. I mean, I shall be nice. I can't speak for everyone.
We should all like slow down the questioning with them. I realize that's what's going on. We're just so much smarter. We actually are thinking on a different speed, I would say. And when the idiots come in here, because we're not speaking slow enough for their stupidity, they can't catch it. Then they think we're not answering. Like, no, let's slow down here. What is your
You
question?
better not
exactly?
say he's been looking into this for a year or anything.
Oh yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, vagabond.
Let's have one person talk to him if he hops in here. Just one person, that way he doesn't run away. Like, you know.
I'm not gonna say a word.
Well, no, you can take it. Go for it. I don't care. No, go ahead. So that way you can actually have a conversation back and forth. You know what I mean? Not everyone's jumping in on every single question or every single remark.
Okay,
so
let's do it.
I myself will shut up.
Bring him down.
Risen, you're in here. Welcome to have you here.
Welcome.
Open up your mic and ask away.
Real quick, before everyone, before we start, Risen had been on 2 different events on the Chatterbox that I had done Flat Earth Ask Me Anything. He wasn't satisfied with my answers. Okay, every single time he asked me a question, it wasn't an answer. So I offered him. I'm not the expert. Okay, I'm just
That's
I'm
okay,
a very,
brother. No worries.
Okay.
No worries.
So
Bro,
just
it's
let
fine. Let him
Risen
just
know I'm
let's
handing you
start.
guys
Let's
off.
start with a clean slate. Let's give him a clean slate. Brand new clean
Risen.
slate.
So,
we'll start from
I
scratch.
second that.
Here you go, Risen. Okay, just let you know that I tried and my answers weren't sufficient. So now it's like, here's the people who run a Flat Earth server. They will be able to answer your questions perfect to the last detail.
Whoa,
you will
that's a
not
big-
walk away.
That's a big claim, senor.
It is.
Listen,
it
I'm
is.
borderline
But I'm
retarded.
confident. Okay.
I don't know if I would, give myself that much credit, but I think I'm decently
What's your
intelligent.
first
I think
question,
I-
Risen?
Yeah, shoot.
Who, me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. My first question was, due to gravity's proven existence, how can a flat Earth exist?
Prove gravity, please.
Yeah, I have a whole Google Doc proving it, but I don't
No,
think you guys.
how did you validate it scientifically?
Yeah, I just told you.
How did you
using
validate it scientifically?
So what was
What's
the
your
independent
hypothesis?
variable?
What's your
Using
hypothesis?
Arthur Emmington's experiment. That's what I used.
What experiment? Okay, first of all, what is the hypothesis of the experiment?
The hypothesis was that Albert Einstein's findings on gravity would be
What
right.
did Albert Einstein find? What was his
Yeah, what
hypothesis?
did Albert Einstein
We asked what the hypothesis was. And the hypothesis can't be somebody's findings. What is the hypothesis?
Mine or theirs?
Somebody else's findings also cannot be an experiment. Just to let you know.
It's impossible to have an
not saying I did the
independent
experiment. I'm
variable
citing
when you're
somebody
testing.
Risen, you better not give some retarded answer when we ask you what a hypothesis is. I swear by holy
know
God.
what a hypothesis is. I'm just
You don't
asking
know what a
to give me mine
hypothesis
or
is,
theirs.
do you? You don't know what a hypothesis is, do you?
God, a hypothesis is what's predicted to happen in an experiment.
So you're predicting that
that's
someone
wrong.
else's idea is part of your hypothesis?
What did you say? Can you please repeat that?
You said someone else's idea is part of your prediction? That's what you're prefacing this with.
No, I'm citing somebody else's
Just
experiment.
cite the
to prove-
hypothesis, please. Don't say based on someone's findings. Just state the hypothesis, please.
Okay, my hypothesis is that gravity exists. Okay?
No, please state the
No,
hypothesis.
not your hypothesis.
Well, I will just say really quick. I talked to Risen for about 15 minutes. We already went over correlation versus causation, what a real scientific experiment is. He knows that this guy, whatever his name is, did not actually prove gravity.
Well, we're
No,
never gonna
don't
get
say, "Oh
past
my
the
God,"
very
one more
first
time.
part, no matter how painful it is. State the hypothesis.
Of the experiment or my
Not yours,
State
for
the
gravity.
hypothesis.
For
for gravity. Okay. The hypothesis was that during a solar eclipse, the light would bend in a direction that would make the stars and a a star cluster
That is
that was
not a
near.
valid hypothesis. We
Did
are
you
asking
get-
for a hypothesis that is a prediction of cause, please.
Did you get
Yeah,
that from the
a
Einstein paper? Wait, Risen.
prediction.
Hold on, Risen. Wait. Hold on. Did you get that from Einstein's paper from 1915, General Relativity? We need the experiment from that paper.
Yep. I'm using an experiment that proved him, which worked in the efforts with him.
Okay, so that
No.
doesn't count. That doesn't count.
What do you mean that does not count? That makes no sense. If somebody proves someone
Don't
else's
get
different
angry.
experiment,
Don't get angry, Risen.
you can't do a lab
Don't get
experiment.
angry, Risen.
Okay.
Don't get
Saying, how
angry,
does that
child.
not calm now? I'm asking you a question.
Why is there no initial? We need the initial experiment that was done from Einstein's paper in General Relativity. The initial
Not
one.
do an experiment. So somebody in correlation working with
We're not
Einstein.
dealing with
Stop
correlation.
being angry, Risen.
I'm not being angry. I'm just saying somebody working with Einstein did the experiment because you needed a
Why are you
special
losing your
conditions
head
to
over
prove his
this?
hypothesis.
Don't you have the answer?
What did you say?
Why are you getting flustered?
Oh, I was asking what you said. I didn't hear you.
I said, why are you getting angry?
Oh, no, I was saying, I thought you guys said that, and I think you did say this, that just because Einstein didn't do the experiment, it does not count as proving his hypothesis.
How can he prove a hypothesis if he has no experiment?
Yes, he did do the experiment. A friend of his did, working with his hypothesis and him.
What was the
Friend
hypothesis?
of his.
The hypothesis was that the sun.
That's not a hypothesis. That's not a hypothesis.
I'm telling you what was predicted to happen.
No, we need the hypothesis.
Gravity would bend sunlight to make a star cluster look like it was there, but it wasn't actually there.
You're citing this to prove.
Okay, Risen,
wait there,
Risen,
wait there,
Risen,
wait
can
there.
I?
He's citing this
Risen,
to
can I?
prove
Can I?
gravity.
Risen, can I
He's
give?
citing-
Can I give you a visual to look at? Risen, could I just give you something to consider in your mind? Is that okay?
Hold on, Sir Vagabond. Don't, because you're gonna just confuse him.
No, I'm gonna bring him down to basics. I think you guys are going on a very like hyper intelligent level, but I'm talking
We
to him on
are
like
for a
basic,
reason,
like
because we know who
picture
Risen
yourself on the
is.
floor, look at the
We are
stars, and figure out how
trying
this
to break
thing.
Risen.
So like,
trying
okay,
to
so
break
whenever you guys are done, you let me know, and then I'll have a crack at it.
Okay. Crack villain.
Yo.
Sick him.
Well, no, I just don't understand what he was even talking about.
I was trying to say.
Yeah, but the thing is, bud, is that you're citing something as a hypothesis. It's nothing. It's not even relation to.
Proved by the numerical model and.
But listen,
also-
how are you? Listen, whether you need to understand how this is what you just talked about, right? Right, which is completely not even in the realm of science. For one, we're talking about apparently, we're talking about the pressure on photons apparently. But what I'm trying to get across to you is how is any of what you just said got anything to do with validating gravity as
media that I consider and
how would
what
that
I'm saying-
validate gravity though? How would that validate gravity as
Because
something?
if light bends, that's basically proving Einstein was right.
Whoa,
and that
whoa,
gravity
whoa.
can bend light.
Wait a minute. How?
Because, oh my, I mean, sir.
How do you know that gravity is the thing bending the light?
Yeah. How did you validate that?
Because he took Arthur, correct? He took a photo in January before the solar eclipse, and he
I thought it was affected by gravity.
Gravity bending the light.
Was
Right, before
Does
you
it
can
mean
start
light?
before you can start asserting gravity as a cause for anything, first you would have to isolate what gravity is, right? First you would have to be able to prove that gravity is a thing that could be working on anything.
Which is what this experiment is about proving.
You are one dumb Canadian.
I'm
Risen.
not Canadian, first of all.
You
and
really
I'm not
sound
dumb.
Canadian.
I'm
You are
citing an
one
experiment that
dumb
basically
idiot. Risen, you are an
Hey, you
absolute
can call me an
mongoloid.
idiot,
You are
but
the
that
stupidest person I have met tonight. You are the
that's fine.
stupidest
But I'm trying
child
to
that has
cite,
come in
but I'm
here.
trying to cite an
You are
experiment.
literally talking about correlation. You were saying because a guy took
Well,
a
meme.
photograph,
Well, meme. Listen. Okay, let's assume he's
all
done,
of a
meme. But
sudden,
listen,
all
meme.
of a
He's
sudden,
taking the time to actually
Risen
come here and have a
from one
conversation
point
with some
and then
people.
took
So
your
at the end of the
out
day, meme. Fine,
because
he's
he
an
can
idiot.
correlate.
But let me
I'm
still
being
get a chance to
interrupted.
speak to him before he leaves here,
Vagabond,
just
hold
because people are
on.
calling him an idiot. But
I'm
he
gonna
might just leave because
berate
people are calling him
this
an idiot.
child.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
gonna
Like, let me at least have a chat with him. Like, I'm not angry with him.
degenerate trash. I'm gonna berate this degenerate trash the rest of the night.
Cool.
He's not gonna
But
get
I
another
can still have
word
a
in.
chat with him.
I'm
Like,
gonna
I have not met him yet.
degenerate
He's a new guy to
subhuman
me.
trash that he is. He is degenerate subhuman trash.
Hey, Risen, do you want to just have a chat on the side?
I
Like,
don't
clearly they don't like
want
you
to
here. I don't know why, but they don't like you here, bro.
on him.
If you want to
That's
just have
all
a chat with me
deserve.
and you, Risen, I got some things that I would like to present to you. And if you like them, then cool. Have a think about them. If you don't, no pressure. What are your thoughts?
All Risen
If
deserves.
you give me actual
is
evidence
banned.
and logic, sure.
Yeah, I would love to. Listen, if you got some time, let's have a chat, bro. You don't got to get berated. Like, you're just
Not
here
right
trying to
now.
figure shit out too. I get it.
Well, look,
Okay,
I'm
not
just
right
gonna
now.
ban him
Cool.
because he wouldn't let me talk to him. It's gonna happen.
Well, I kind of just want to hear about Risen's experiment. Like, can we just move past the hypothesis part?
Yeah,
No.
none of you have even heard about the experiment.
And Vagabond, just a little tip here. I wouldn't try to go against the admin here.
What do you mean?
He like still
I'm
talking,
curious as to
but,
know
like,
what experiment actually proved gravity, and then how does that prove what's below your feet? Like how does that correlate with each other?
Because if light is being bent, can you please tell me what is bending the light?
You tell us
I
what's
can
bending
bend
the
water.
light.
I can
You
bend
tell us
light in
what's bending the
water.
light. Hold on. Tell us what's bending the light.
Yes, in water.
No, you
That's
tell us
due
what's
to
bending the light. It's your assertion.
refraction.
Risen, tell us what's bending the light.
But yeah, that's something
Risen, tell us
different.
what's bending the
How
light.
does that work
Why
in
is
an
he
empty
ignoring me?
vacuum of
Why
space
is
where
he
there's no
ignoring me?
water?
You cannot hear me. Can Risen hear me?
Water vapors doing that?
Why is Risen ignoring me?
You're coming in low, meme.
Am I coming in low? Am I
You
coming
are
in
Yeah,
low?
a bit.
You are, meme,
Now
yeah.
you're a bit better.
Okay. Risen, why is the light bending? It's your
I can link
assertion.
the
You tell us.
experiment. I mean, I can't explain it as well myself, but I can link the
Risen,
experiment.
tell us why the light's bending. It's your assertion. Why are you asking us why is the light bending?
Yeah, and then how do you prove that? Like how do you go about proving that?
What does it matter?
So,
This is the
you-
point. He needs to first validate that gravity even exists before you start
That's right.
asserting that it's the
This is what
cause
the
of the
experiment is
effect of
about,
light
though.
bending. And how do you even assert that light is bending? It could
Here
be
it is.
that light. It's the medium moving higher to lower pressure, so it appears that the light looked at in the
And a
medium
fairy
is
could
what's
have done
moving,
it.
but it could be the medium itself. You don't know.
Yeah, fairy could have done it. That's what this experiment is about. And I just remembered why it proves it.
You don't have an
Because
experiment.
the
What's your
guy who
independent
did
variable?
it
What's
did
the
a
independent
mathematical
variable?
model which
What's the
proves
independent
that
variable?
Einstein was right, and it
What's
bends
the
the
independent
exact way
variable? What is the
Einstein said
independent
it
variable?
would
What is the
to
independent variable?
gravity.
What is the independent
Unless
variable? Risen?
Einstein was
Risen, what's the
describing the
independent
fairy
variable?
tale of
Risen,
variable.
Risen,
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 what is the
stop
independent
talking.
variable?
Yes,
Risen, what is the
Hold
independent
on a
variable?
second, everybody.
Risen,
Hold
what's
on.
the independent
Hold on
variable?
a second. Hold on. Mimus, go ahead. Risen, stop talking. Go ahead,
Risen,
Mimus.
what is the independent variable? What's the thing you vary and manipulate for this? What is it?
Okay, now you can talk, Risen. Answer the question, please.
Answer. Quickly.
Wait,
Come.
can you please say it again? I muted you because
You muted me? Why?
you were talking so loud I couldn't
What is
hear
the
anything else,
independent
and you were calling
variable?
me an idiot.
What is the variable that you manipulated?
Total eclipse. That's what happened on the
You
total solar.
manipulated the eclipse.
Yes, because it bended the light. I can
You
show you the
screaming ape. You frothing slug.
How did they manipulate? How did they manipulate the?
It is. Oh,
How did they manipulate it? The eclipse. How did they manipulate it? You have to the experimenter has to be the one that manipulates the independent variable. So what was manipulated?
It was the moon. I mean, not the moon. Sorry. Oh my god. I meant the solar
It was probably
eclipse was-
time and the position of the moon, right?
Risen, what you should start to realize at this point is that if we have a naturally observed phenomena, that being the naturally observed phenomena, let's say, would be, for instance, the movement of a celestial body, right? The issue is for this to be put into the format of an experiment. If you know what the format of an experiment is, right? Okay, in keeping with the scientific method, that is what would be denoted as what science is, because it follows that method, right? It's a very reductive method. It's a rigorous method. But what I'm trying to get across to is that if it starts off with a naturally observed phenomena called moon, right, or eclipse or something like that as an experiment, it's probably likely that you're not going to be able to manipulate a single thing within inside of this, right? So is that even within the realm of experimentation? Is that in the realm of science itself? Or is it, or are you going to try and misapply a framework that is similar to the scientific method? Then that would be pseudoscience, right? It's probably what you're looking at.
Wait a minute. Oh, sorry. I meant it depended on that. I don't know what you mean by manipulated, because there's nothing that really would have
Well,
manipulated.
to know what to understand cause and effect relationships between different things, you have to be able to remove one thing, yeah, and then manipulate one thing, remove one thing. So it's to denote what thing is causing what with what we're seeing. You understand? Is it the sunlight that causes the plant to grow, or is it the very air around it? We can move different parts, can't we? We can remove bits. We can manipulate parts. Is it how long it's exposed to this? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So with the moon itself, though, you can't manipulate anything there. You understand?
What you mean? I didn't get the whole thing, which is why I'm getting the link for the experiment right.
How are you going to know if something is the cause of an effect unless you can manipulate it and change it? How do you know?
Because can you explain to me what else is doing
No.
it?
Don't ask me. Don't ask me to explain something. How do you know?
We know we did it because
Stop asking me to
there
explain
was a
to you
calculation.
your experiment. You frosty little
gravity
because
because
stupid
if it was
subhuman
gravity,
monkey.
it would have had to follow the mathematical
Oh my
model.
God,
and
you're
it won't
stupid.
Follow
You're
that
stupid.
math.
You're stupid, Risen. You're stupid. You're stupid beyond belief. You're stupid beyond all human understanding.
Then I guess I'm stupid.
Yes. Yes, thank you for admitting it. Now I can ban you.
No, don't ban it, dude.
I have to go anyway.
Yes, you do. Goodbye.
You might want to look up what a hypothesis is. What a scientific hypothesis. You need two different parts at least. Then you're going to need the experiment. So that's what we need from Einstein's paper. We need to know what was manipulated. There's no way around it. You can't test something without that.
I banned him.
There's no real point in him being here, to be honest with you.
No point
I know everyone seems to be like, don't ban them and all this sort of stuff, but the point is he originally came in here with Crit, remember, saying that this guy basically had said X, Y, and Z. If you remember what Crit actually said.
He said that flat earthers have never answered one question.
Look, he comes from the Science versus Pseudoscience server. I've known of him for years.
Yeah.
That felt very good to me.
I know who he is as well. That's what I'm saying. But I was just saying it's the concerned trollers. Like.
Still on about the same thing, man. Wow.
That's the way they do it, bro. Meme was like sick of it. I'm like, wait a minute, what am I saying? You good meme, yeah?
Yeah, I was just waiting for him. I was just waiting to ban him the whole time because I knew who he was. I was like, "Oh, Risen. Oh, I know who that is."
Yeah.
I knew exactly who it was immediately.
He plays this game. Well, Risen plays this game, by the way, guys. Like, what that guy does is he pretends to, like, not know what he's talking about when he messes up. After, like, it's not, well, not that he doesn't, he pretends to know what he's talking about. Then he messes up what he's actually saying. And then he sort of pretends to be a little bit ignorant after the fact. Pretends to be innocent and ignorant.
What's the science versus pseudoscience Discord?
It's a horrible, 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 horrible place.
That's gems, yeah.
It's
Right?
a cesspool den of vipers.
Oh, it's not.
Well, it's worse than gems.
It's
No,
where Nate Oakley's chat is for his show.
It's Nathan Oakley's.
Oh,
Platinum, though. That was platinum for the numpty clip. I manipulated the solar eclipse.
I know. They manipulated the solar eclipse.
That was really good, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That was
It's
independent variable, right?
Solar eclipse.
We need
His
creation.
independent variable was solar eclipse.
We need
His
creation
dependent variable was gravity. Or light.
Yeah.
Light bending.
Light.
Yeah. Light bending's even better
Light
isn't it, than
bending.
gravity, because that's an effect of gravity that's asserted as an effect of gravity without
The
further
effect, yeah.
explaining what the cause of the effect is. It's like a double entendre of rubbish, that is.
Cause solar eclipse, effect light bending.
Mm.
Duh.
Yeah. So what did they do to control the eclipse? Did they slow it down?
They closed their eyes.
Therefore,
They flew up there with an airplane.
They closed their eyes. Like, you should have known this.
It's like a Looney Tunes.
They turned
I
it
just,
down.
I simply blinked, therefore gravity.
No, I think they turned it up. They must have a knob for that. The eclipse knob. Turn that one down. Yeah. Turn the squelch down on that eclipse.
No, I think they are a bunch of knobs.
Would it be true as a statement to say that, let's say it took 4 minutes for light to travel from one location to another, that any change in the state of said light from that location to the receiver's location, right? Would it not be sort of like true to say that that change in light you would be able to actually observe for the amount of time it takes for that light to get to your eye from that location? The reason why I'm saying this is I'm talking about how long it would take for a change of light from the actual moon itself, right, to the eye, the receiver, looking at the numbers that they give us, then trying to calculate how quickly or how much that light change should be based on the speed of light that they say. Obviously, I know it's backward engineered probably anyway, but it would just be funny if that didn't actually fit up and work up, because they make mistakes like that all the time where they don't calculate, let's say, the speed of light to one place to another place, and then states of light change, and then when we're expecting to see another change based on movement of so-called celestial bodies.
Yeah, so none of the probers think that you can do experimental science with the eclipse.
Yeah, but Matthew, that's you. There are lots of
astrophysics, man.
Mate, there's a whole
the problem comes with black holes.
It's just
there's
that,
a whole sector of science, Matthew.
Yeah, but they're
dedicated to that.
It's not experimental science as you define it. It's observational science. So that's why you think.
Well, it's not science. It's observations, and then what they can, what story they can come up with.
Observational science? What?
I understand. I understand.
Cannot be those two things.
There's no such thing as an observational science.
Yeah, it's that.
I will rest my teeth on somebody's face for that. Observational science?
Science.
Toss my salad and give me a reach around. What is that?
Well, like marine biology, for example, you watch the animals and see what they do.
I'll read it to you. I have a definition.
So let me ask you, if I do human biology by if I do human biology by watching porno, Is that science?
No, observation is a necessary but not sufficient condition.
Marine
So it's not science. So not science.
Yeah, here I have a definition.
Cause of the
Observational
effect of memes pants.
So watching animals hump is not science.
Observational science. The definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to
not
study
science.
causes. They cannot be done in order to study causes and
So
effects.
So it's
That's
not
right.
science.
You can't have controlled observations in nature.
So
How
it's
could
like-
you control nature to observe
So
it?
it's like
Get out of
gender.
here.
So it's the same as gender science.
Right.
Gender science.
Oh my God.
If you say gender science with a list.
Gender science.
What? What's the hypothesis for any gender science experiments?
What's the hypothesis for offended femoid?
So it's observational gender science. So they just look at that.
What's the science for video games offend me?
Well, I'll send you a great meme for that. I'm not sure if I sent it to you already though. It broke down like over the years, like 1980s. Gamers are nerds, all the way to like 1990s, where they start saying chicks can be gamers too, until like games are,
Bro, let me
You're making dough.
Let me tell you something. Late 90s, I am a human biologist, and I could write a thesis on Jenna Jameson. Okay? I did so much observational science. I did so much observational science on Jenna Jameson.
That was
Lots
my next
of
question.
Yeah, lots of that.
So someone watching porn, is that observational science?
Yes, I am a scientist now.
It's called observational sinning. That's what that's called, guys. Everyone goes quiet.
And since I was a teenager at the time, I was also a teen athlete at that time, I'm going to say.
You were a teen athlete.
A teen titan.
Team athlete with a heavy right hand.
Oh, shoot.
That's what happened at the end. Yep. Well done. Well done, Sonny. Yeah, I know. To shut up the room.
There's no vaccine for retardedness.
Oh no! Do you not know there is? No, there is. It's called these booster shots they're doing at the minute.
That's right. That's what they're doing right now. Actually, my bad.
I saw one vaccine company arguing with another one the other day on the news, saying like, "Well, you don't need the boost shots because our one already encapsulates the new variant." And I was like, "Wow, they're arguing with each other about who can stick poison into one another." You know, you've got a problem when there's two people arguing.
You don't need multiples of them. Listen, you don't need multiples of this one. You only need two. That's two.
Do y'all know what happens when you're in the friend zone? You're engaging in observational biology.
Observational biology by being in the friend zone.
Oh man. It's taking place elsewhere.
I know there's biology happening, just not in my pants.
Matthew Learns. Is Matthew Learns here? Is there any, I've been away for a little bit. Matthew Learns, any more proof for the globe from your sector?
I went away for a bit because it devolved into teenage joking about inappropriate.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I was just asking Matthew if there have been any developments on evidence is found from the heliocentric side.
No, nothing new that I'm aware
Nothing
of.
new.
Look. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try and get these little animals that I achieved not through observational biology. I'm gonna try and get them to bed. So I will see all of y'all
later, bro.
See y'all
Bye,
later.
Matthew.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
meme.
boys, bro.
Meme.
Yeah.
No, head out. Yeah.
All these black swans everywhere. What are we going to do with them? The black swans have multiplied.
I gotta say, that's the first time hearing that. Pretending to manipulate a solar eclipse and say that proves Earth isn't flat. Like, it's so far out there. They got it so easy. They can literally say anything they want and have it make no sense. And somehow they're on higher ground. It's amazing. It reminds me of why I stopped debating people like a year or two ago.
There's no point in debating any one of these people.
It's a one-sided debate. We don't have the debate.
well-
They do.
Yeah, people like them, there is no debating. There's no matter what you say, they just continue with gibberish. So yeah, there is no debate. Now, if you're with someone who is kind of unaware of the topic entirely, very new to them, you can work with those people. But people like him, you can't work with that.
That's why he got banned. Yeah, he's an OG obfuscationist.
I just want to let Bufu know I gave him a thumbs up on that meme. It just looks awkward because it's an Australian thumbs up.
You good, bro? Bufu, my G.
It lines up right with the car, though. You know.
The white swan has arrived. Swan, right?
So I'm in a server with a guy. He's actually from Australia, and he claimed to be a flat earther years ago, and then went back to the ball, and it floored me because I've never actually met someone who was a legit flat earther go back to believe in a ball heliocentric model. And he's fairly awake on many things, but for whatever reason, this one thing he just cannot. He shuts
Did
down.
he say
So
why?
no, his excuse was, when I move on with things, I delete everything in my mind and forget about it. So I fished for it. I got him on a one-on-one, and I was asking him, like, what was it, for one, that brought you to believe the Earth was flat and stationary? And I couldn't get an answer there. Like, okay, so right away I knew this guy wasn't a legit flat earther. He probably watched a video
I
or
know
two.
who
Was
you're
like,
on
oh,
about.
he was bored. He was like, that seems cool for now.
I know who
And
you're on about. I've spoken to him as well. He can never give an answer as to how he became a flat earther. He's like, I just don't remember. It was a long time ago.
that's right. That's all he says.
The
And then
same
he
guy.
even said that that the Earth moving upwards causes
Yeah.
gravity. It's like, bro, that's flat Earth society, man. Like,
Well,
no
no,
wonder.
Well, no, because like as well, you've got to remember that's actually the globe model. People forget that. With 9.8 meters per second, or 9.8 meters per second square, is the globe model. Like, it's funny that this became like a meme of the Flat Earth Society, because really it's a meme of the globe. In Einsteinian warping and bending space-time, in fact, the Earth is, expanding upwardly at all times at 9.8 meters per second squared. So that's the globe model, which is funny.
But how's that work on the bottom end of the ball?
Well,
'Cause
this
I
is the
don't think
point,
I've-
mate.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, right there, you should be like, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And then when does centrifugal force come into play with the Earth spinning?
Well, with the
Like,
Earth
where's
spinning,
that
apparently
battle?
it's 3% apparently of the counteractance between. So you have the centrifugal force versus obviously outwardly, but a lot of them mistake the centrifugal force of the Earth as centripetal, and it's like, well, it's not centripetal just because you've got gravity in there. That doesn't create an inward force from spin. It's still centrifugal. You're still on the outside of a sphere that is effectively going to throw you off outwardly. But they say that's a 3 percentile, because obviously, like I've said this before, that if you were to be at the equator, right, and you were to travel
right.
northwest or southeast, for instance, you should be able to, either using one of their Foucault pendulum or in there's two ways that you could do this, where you could create a chart basically, which would be that based on longitude and latitude, based on if you started it off on the equator with a pendulum, you should be able to predict the pattern that it draws on the floor based on its longitude and latitude. Then also what you should be able to do is predict, even if it's a 3% differential in the centrifugal force versus the gravitational force of the Earth, because you don't have the same tangential speed or angular momentum, as it were, based on where you are on a globe, right? You don't have that same speed because you take bigger or smaller paths based on the sort of concentric circuit that you would be on based on where you are on the globe. You're taking either a smaller path or you're taking a wider path. So in doing so, the differentiation of that percentile, the fight between centrifugal and gravity, can't just be 3%. And then that would mean that you should be able to, based on that, even if it's a 3% differential, you should be able to basically predict how much you would weigh at the equator versus the North or South Pole. But there aren't any charts for this whatsoever.
Yep. Doesn't exist. And then that also brings up the flaws in relativity, which if I get on an airplane at the equator and I fly up to Alaska, my speed would be much different than what it was at the equator. So even if I was moving relative to the Earth, it would no longer be relative to the Earth. Am I wrong? I mean, because the speed of the floor below you would now be moving slower as the circle is smaller at that latitude than it would be at the equator.
Yeah, that would mean more exponentially more pressure on you towards the center in those locations, because
and you'd have to make that speed up.
Centrifugal wouldn't be making up for it. So the answer to the question of when does centrifugal force take effect, when a flat earther asks about it.
He's right.
Forget the orbit around the sun and the centrifugal force from that one, because you're traveling pretty fast in that orbit. So if they tell you your Earth is rotating 15 degrees per hour, if they use that argument, it's really slow. It's 360 degrees every 24 hours. We'll skip past with that one then. Go to the bigger orbit. And if that one doesn't work, we got this. There's a 1,000,000-mile-an-hour orbit. How about that one, motherfucker? How about that one? Yeah, you calculate the force. Anyone towards the outside of the ball in that orbit is flying off fucking Earth. Period. That's it. Just shut on. It's a million miles an hour, man, and people are actually living on it. Are you serious, dude? Just because they're traveling at constant speed, that keeps them on it. Are you serious? What?
Relativity, bro.
It's not even a constant speed, though. I like what you said, Cirrus.
It's not.
About what happens on the bottom of the ball. Where's that shit on the bottom of the ball?
Exactly.
Of course, there's no constant speed, but that's their argument, right? They tell you don't feel it because you're not accelerating or decelerating. It's okay, centrifugal force.
At the same time, they claim that during the summer months that we actually do slow down. Because we don't travel, what they're saying is we don't travel around the world, around the sun in a perfect circle. It's more of a
correctly. Yep, correct.
I don't remember the correct
elliptical. It's an elliptical
orbit. So when we're in the northern winter months, we're farther away. We're moving faster, but in the summer months, we're closer and moving slower. But then they say, it's a constant speed. Then they say, oh, but it's changing. They're so ass backwards.
Yeah.
That's why you can't argue.
An elliptical orbit requires an acceleration and a deceleration.
That's right. But then in the same breath they say,
yes. They double speak all the time, man. All the time.
Yeah. So, and then I've brought up the point to where if simply the angle of the sun causes seasons on the Earth, then wouldn't be millions of miles, or however the distance, I don't remember anymore, closer to the sun in the winter months, wouldn't the south actually be warmer than the north? But it's actually opposite, where the north is on an average warmer than the south, because during the summer months,
wouldn't the moon be hotter than 250 degrees because it's 250,000 miles closer?
Closer, that's right.
Yeah,
that doesn't
make any sense.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, when you get 25, so when you can go from 25 degrees Celsius, and then go up 1,000 feet in elevation and go up to 38 degrees Celsius, right? when you have that occur, so 1,000-foot change in altitude and then an increase in temperature that is that vast, the idea that the Earth somehow is thousands of miles closer to the sun at a different time of year with only a few degree differentiation in change of temperature is quite ridiculous.
And then add to the
What are you
fact that
smoking?
it's supposed to be closer in the winter or in the southern's summer and the northern's winter, but yet the southern outer rim of our world is on an average way colder than anywhere else in the world, right? In the north, it's booming, teeming with life. You have greens, you have whatever. In the south, there's literally nothing. It's a frozen wasteland.
Mm-hmm.
One species.
A penguin. And we gotta protect them, bro. That's why we can't go there. The penguins.
Yeah, but if you go to like 55 north, then there's like hundreds and hundreds of species, plants and animals. Like you said, it's thriving with life still.
Yep.
As long as you're below the timberline, yeah.
Yeah. And in the north, we can prove that there's 24-hour sun, which in the south, all they can claim is there's 24-hour light, which 24-hour light is not 24-hour sun. There's a difference. So do you see the sun for 24 hours straight in the south? And I've never seen it. I've seen some fake videos of some laughable shit.
With the same cloud patterns, yeah. That's how you do it.
I've seen that one. I had someone else send me one where it was like it was just on a loop, and it was only there was no other land that you could identify. It was literally pointed straight up, and it was a perfect circle, and it circled like fucking 100 times. It's like, this dude, like, you're a joke. Like, what? Send me something legit. What they do is they go to Google or YouTube and they pick the first option that's provided, and that's what they share, and they feel smart.
I don't know how someone can stand the humiliation on that side with all these lies over and over and over again, like fully being shown for what they're doing. And then to still be going along with that side. Oh, yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. They lied about this. They're faking it.
That's mommy and daddy, man.
They're
It's like
faking
me
it on the
telling
Discovery
your
show.
parents lied to you.
They actually got caught editing the thing with the birds going by. We saw. We should have Matthew Learns look at that. Tell us what he thinks about that.
Yeah, I shared that with that guy that claimed to be a flat earther and went back to the ball. I shared that with him. So I got in a one-on-one with him. I was like, look, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to share you short, easy to digest clips, about 2 to 5 minutes long. I'll send you one each day. It'll be a short video each day. And that was one of the first ones I sent him. So, and he agrees, we didn't go to the moon. Yeah, NASA lies. Yeah, they're occultists. It's like, well, what, bro? So, and then I started, as we continued on, I could tell I was really starting to poke at his paradigm. And then he just stopped watching the videos and gave up. That's so sad. So sad. He's into the electric universe and stuff, which is great,
Oh my God. Me too, man. That's how. Well, I was there before I got here, but that's not how I got here. But I was 100% anti-Einstein and electric universe way before flat Earth came my way.
Right.
Way about 8 years before flat Earth comes my way. I was already electric universe, or 7 years roughly, something like that.
Right. Yeah, but that's where he's at, and that's where he stays. I'm like, look, man, doesn't some of this stuff make a lot more sense?
Okay. Is he still electric universe? Like his mind?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
He tries to share shit with people.
Steven Crowthers, man. Steven Crowthers, dude. On the Thunderbolts Project channel on YouTube, that's the electric universe stuff.
Yep.
Just have him watch Steven Crowthers. He smashes Einstein and the theory of relativity. Smashes it. Smashes Hawking. Smashes the Big Bang. Just destroys it. Rips it apart. He gets really sophisticated with it too because he does the math and other lectures, but he's got plenty of material on his website and stuff like that. Just paper after paper, how Einstein is wrong and these guys are wrong. So maybe.
Yeah, and I've shared it with him. He actually watches them. That's what I
Okay.
brought up. So that's our link. That's our link right there. But for whatever reason,
It's too much. Hello? Did I drop out?
No, you're all right.
Mic check.
Yeah, your mic's good, but I think the other person might have dropped out. Not sure.
Okay, I thought I dropped out. Well, about the whole light bending solar eclipse thing, I personally, I would demolish it with the what you call black holes. So I would just go to the black hole and just rip it of light. Because light, so I mean, the gravitational pull of the bending of it. Well, it has to be the bending and warping of space time around the gravity around the black hole is so tight that even light can't escape. And it just hovers around it in a circle. So it bends it like into a circle. There you go. It's big. That's black hole stuff for you. So a smart, educated Globey that would use that line should go there immediately to back up his claim of bending of light. You should go black hole. That would be the most sophisticated, most decorated way if for a Globey to go, because that takes you to Einstein and those guys. But you're screwed if you don't know the math behind it, because they can't do math. Einstein couldn't. He's shit at it.
he was good at having sex with his cousin, though.
I guess so. He married his cousin.
And ripping off other people's theories.
Yeah, yes, plagiarist. Yeah, he's phenomenal plagiarist, I heard.
But actually proving something, creating a patent, anything like that, I think it's funny how society holds him up as like one of the smartest minds. Like when we refer to intelligent minds, that's who they go to. It's like, man.
Well, they need him for space. That's why they hold him up, those guys, because NASA falls without him. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's the same gang that's pushing these idiots, the theories of these idiots, it's the same gang. Just correct their buddies. I don't think they're buddies at all, like Einstein and NASA. I highly doubt it. But these crooks, right, will use the dumbasses like theory and push the dumbass forward so they can hide behind the bullshit. Einstein is great stuff, man.
That guy I was talking about, he's active in that server right now. I would invite him over here to have a chat, but I don't think it'd go anywhere.
Oh, Ryzen? Nah, I don't
No,
think
not
so.
that guy. Not him. No, a different guy who watches the Thunderbolts project, who claimed to be a flat earther in the past, and then went back to the ball. You know,
bring him.
And we've had some good conversations, and then I'll see him in the chat talk. It's not the ball doesn't need to be proven. Flat Earth needs the proofs, and it's like, all right, man, I've had enough of this fucking guy. So I start smashing him, and then he gets quiet. Like, he boggles my mind. You know, he's aware of all this stuff. Then when it comes to this, is like just complete empty knowledge on all of it, just like a typical Glober. Fascinating.
I saw it. So right now I was reading an email from whom? Who do you think? Well, let me just say Stephen Crothers, because his on his website a lot of the links to his papers were broken. So I'm actually surprised that he got back to me, and I just checked the mail right now. So bring your Electric Universe guy, like, you know, bring him in, man. Like, I love the Electric Universe stuff. That's the stuff I use to rip apart Einstein. I use Crothers' stuff because he does the math for you. Like, you don't have to go do it yourself. It's already been done. It's like, you want to smash Einstein? Just study Crothers, man. He knows what he's saying. So that's and his buddy Robitaille.
This guy keeps sharing quotes from. You guys ever heard of Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, I think I heard Joe Rogan talk about. No, not Rogan. Someone else told me about that. Not sure who.
Yeah, there's I don't know, some decent stuff, I guess, but I think she is cut from the one that wrote the book, Anne Rand or whatever. I think she's cut from the same cloth as like Aleister Crowley and these people. And he keeps sharing the shit. I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. I'm not really aligning with that shit, dude. But he just won't stop. Yeah, I'd like to invite him in, but honestly, I don't even know if he would. I don't know. I really don't know. Like I said, I tried with the one-on-one, and if he, you know, kind of ran away from me one-on-one, and I took a very easy approach with him, you know.
Have him tune in. You know,
weren't all the Tea Party people like shortly after like 2008, like the recession? Weren't all they pushing the Ayn Rand Atlas Shrugged bullshit? All the Tea Party people.
Yeah, maybe that's why it gives me the creeps, man. I see occultic behavior in it, and I told him about it, called him out on it, and maybe I should do a little research on it and find the connections. But it screams occult right away for me, anyway. And then one of my other buddies in the same server, same thing. He's like, I don't know about this, man. It has like this occult feel to it. All right, well, I gotta run, boys. It was good talking.
All right, man. Laters, dude. Have a good one.
Later, guys. Later, guys.
Later, man.
Howdy, howdy.
I am number 2. Are you there? Number 2? All right.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Yeah, because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Such a good song.
Space is fake AF. There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I see this global deception. How to level out my perception. Listening for you. Thinking of these mysteries. I've been waiting patiently. Now I'm looking for the edge. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. And it takes up all my time. I can feel the sound. I can feel the breeze. Oh my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. And it takes up all my time. I can feel the sun. I can feel the breeze. Oh, my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I'm looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind.
So good, he's
Once went to school to learn how to fly or how to be cool. We learned all well, had our egos swell. Now when we won't prove, no one can tell what it is. No one knows or won't tell, because the earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. We all loved space, and science was our thing. Once upon a time, Einstein was the king. To think we touched the moon, what I like of it most is that we had the technology, but now it's all too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat.
Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata.
Yo, what is up, my peeps? Yo, we got a couple of people here, man. I don't know if you noticed. We got Chaos. What's up, Chaos? You there, bud? All right, we'll move on to Sleet Love. What's up, Sleet? You have control of your mic right now. It looks like everybody's sleeping. Oh, here we go. We got Thermore. Oh, what's up, Thermore? Themore?
Yeah, I just loaded Discord up onto my phone. I wasn't sure how this had worked. Do you hear me okay?
Yep. Little background noise, but you good. Sounds like you're driving around.
Yeah, car stuff. Vegas to Cali.
Ooh, nice.
Kumbaya.
Luther, you continue with the music like nobody wants to speak right now, so I don't know if you had the music going.
Yes. Somebody.
Yeah, I was glad you jumped in there and shot to see if you could get somebody to talk, but
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we wait. Platypus was just, still good, recovering from the beating he had earlier today.
I'm just waiting for the melatonin to kick in.
What is up, Chaos? I was trying to see if you were around.
He's lost in a hole, man.
What's up, bud? So what brings you to the server? See your VC verified.
Lots of questions, no answers.
Ooh, who doesn't give you answers? The globe size, we understand.
Well, I mean, I went over there. I thought it was a kind of like a half and half server, but it was more a globe server, and there's just a lot of animosity towards Splatter. That whole negative scene just doesn't work for me. I mean, I even muted a guy earlier here just because of the way he went off on Risen, but I mean, I get it. But I'm just not like that.
We enjoyed the Globers to come here, but they have to have they when they're wrong, they gotta say they're wrong. We don't just say you're right just because this is the way they tell you, and when you understand it, it's wrong. When they tell you if a surface of a of a table isn't curving anywhere, and you can't say because it's flat, that's a problem, man. You don't have a truthful bone inside you. So
Roger that. All the balls on the pool table are round, so why isn't the table round?
Exactly. If you have a truthful bone inside you and you want the truth, man, we definitely welcome them in here, man. But don't just come here just to cause trouble and don't, If it was something on our side that we were wrong with, man, we're wrong, okay. But unfortunately, There's nothing curving. So I'm guessing you don't think the Earth is a sphere?
I'm definitely a skeptic.
Nice to hear, man. Nice to hear.
The Bible tells me it's flat. The Bible tells me everything I need to know.
It was funny though, man. I read the Bible a long time ago. It said it, and when I asked my father about the he was a pastor about the firmament, he said with the flood it went away. So and I was like, okay, I guess.
I feel like he's kind of partially right. Like a major part of our firmament went away with the flood.
I don't think so. You know why? Because it has to be stopped. I mean, according to the scripture, it says the fountains were stopped, pretty much closed. Doesn't mean the water stopped. They had to be stopped. Otherwise, it would have went away for real. And plus, what the firmament wasn't water. It was just something that divided the water from the
Divided
water.
both waters.
Right.
Right.
No, it actually pushed part of the water up, and the other half went down, stayed down, or whatever. And the land was already there, but he just told the seas to move away, but to let the land appear. So I mean, the firmament's still there, regardless. It's rock here is the surface. I mean, they call it an expanse, but an expanse is still another word for surface.
Right.
They think it's because I heard people say it's an expansion. Well, this expansion is different because it comes from the word expanse, but yeah, they and then if it was only described in the beginning, then and not described after the flood, but there's so many places after the flood that is described.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So, man, and that's not what. And if we can't just go by a book, though, we believe it's true because of it. But
sure.
But then there's other things that makes it. There has to be something up there because we're contained, right? There's gas pressure. So yeah, if there's gas pressure, there has to be some type of container. Without it, all gas will disperse to whatever medium is available. So you can show me a balloon without its rubber holding pressure, then and I believe there's nothing out there. Anybody? Anybody up for the challenge out there?
I was in the other room. What's the challenge?
Oh, if they can show me a balloon without the rubber, gas pressure without a container.
Oh.
See, I
What
think
kind of
that's
fool are you
fine and
looking
all.
for?
I think it's fine and all that we request that, but that's like step one. Step two is like, all right, now show me it moving at Mach 88 in a vacuum.
I don't need it to be moving.
Like,
I
well, no,
really
'cause
don't.
after hearing what Kiwi said, how they say that the gravity, it holds the supposed gas pressure down, but also pushes it up. That way it can be dragged through a vacuum. Like that doesn't now I think that's more extraordinary than just having gas pressure without a container. Because now that's literally sounds like an actual container because it's up and down at the same time. So it's like I don't that doesn't none of that makes any sense.
Dude, if they could show me a bit of gravity holding gas pressure, I will no longer be a flat earther. Well, I mean, that's not the only thing, but they will actually demonstrate gravity holding gas pressure. Yeah. Go by second law of thermodynamics. Still Earth measures flat though. There's no curvature anywhere.
I didn't see no curve at 10,000 feet jumping out of an airplane.
Yo, Lou, were you here when Miggy came around?
No, I wasn't, but I did hear that he was back. But
Yeah.
MJ, I think about that.
Yeah, he came back.
That's cool. Did he say he was going to be around, or was he just stopping to say hi?
No, he said he was gonna come back. I mean, as far as I heard, I had to go stream afterwards, so I didn't really stay there too long. I was only here for like 15 to 20 minutes when he was here.
When was the last time anybody saw Geo? Anybody seen Geo lately?
You said Jill or
Geo?
Geo.
Geo was unfortunately spelled server quite a while ago.
Yeah, he's been back around since.
I haven't heard from him. Let go.
Don't see Jose too often either. Where's Jose been?
he pops in and out?
Yeah, he's not on a lot. When he is on, usually he's kind of just having a good time, not taking it seriously.
Yeah, did he just get married? Or he just got engaged?
Finally got married. They've been together a long time.
I think they're about to get married. I think they got engaged recently.
It's about damn time.
To his Space Force wife, Space Force fiance.
She's in Space Force?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Not even kidding.
Yo, he needs to get all the details.
That's a match, isn't it?
No wonder he went MIA.
Elbow, who was it? You? Because my sound keeps cutting in and out, and I'm trying to figure out what's up, and I can't. But I heard most of what you said, but I didn't hear who you said was coming back. Who'd you say was coming back?
Miggy was back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, he was here earlier, about 1 o'clock.
Who makes, creates, and hands out roles? Mods, admins?
Admins and mods.
Because I was just thinking, there should be a role for parachuters, skydivers, jumpers.
You know,
Do we have
how,
enough of those?
You know how we have like way too many roles in
Well,
this?
I'm a jumper, so I would have that role.
There's way too many roles, man.
Really? So you would be. So you've had enough hours in Fight Man. You would be one that I could get up with if I wanted. Like whenever I got the money and was able to like jump in a wingsuit, right? Is that what that means?
Well, you want to progress to the wingsuit. You don't start there, but yeah, jumping isn't as expensive as some people might think. And the way I did it was solo, not tandem. A lot of people go for the jump; it'll be tandem, and they pay a one-time price. They do one jump from 10,000, and that's it. They go around. I jumped, but they were attached to someone. They didn't pull their own chute. They didn't let go of the plane on their own volition, etc. The way I did it was I paid a fee for a course. When it included the first jump, when the course was over, when the conditions were right, I got to jump. And then if after that, it was $55 for each additional jump. And then you can progress.
So you don't have to get like 1,000 jump hours or anything like that. You can just take the course and then jump once, and then you'll be able to just do it on your own after that.
Yeah, after your training and your first and second, third jumps, you progress to where you're enjoying it so much. You go for your certifications, PFF, preparation for free fall certification, and you can do 9 jumps over one weekend. And the first 3 jumps, you have two instructors on either side of you helping you. The second three jumps, you're on your own, but they're also there and the like near you but not holding you and helping you. And then the last three jumps, you're all on your own. And after that, you're certified. Then you can go to any drop zone, pay the price to jump, and tell them the height you want to go to and when you're going to pull. And that's it. That's all. You're A certified. And then there's another level above that where you're jump instructor.
That would
It's
make
about
more.
12.
That would
tell you
make more
what.
sense. The first, because when I first read about it, like I read somewhere that you had to have like so many jump hours, and I'm like, how do you get jump hours? Is that the time that you are in the air jumping, or like anyway? Yeah, that makes more sense.
Tell you
From
what.
10,000 feet to 3,500 feet, you have about 45 seconds of free fall. Now, hours could be in the air tunnel on the ground, practicing your air maneuvers. Could be hours clocked in, stuff like that.
Tell you what. If you can find me at least 5 people who want to have a role for that, and can also come up
If I
with
can
a
find
really
you,
good,
what, or did I cut out again?
a really good name for that role, like then maybe I'll make it for you.
Okay,
It would
sorry.
just be
Do that again. I didn't. My sound cut out.
parachuter slash jumper roll, skydiver slash jumper roll.
Yeah, I did the tandem one time. It was a gift for Christmas. It was like $120, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. My course was 190, including the first jump, and then I said $55 every jump after that. It could be a little bit more. Each drop zone could vary. It could be 75. Depends, right? I'm in Canada. I go over to Gatineau to do my jumping.
I think it's cool, and actually, to tell you the truth, like I mean, shit, it's not any dumber than the Flat Earth Flyer for like drone pilots and shit that I made. But we do have way too many fucking roles. So find me at least a few other people who want that role, and then I'll make it.
I'll shop around. I'm not sure if Battle Mod's done any jumps, but he might have.
I think Mrs. Musk said that she did. I think she said she did skydiving before.
That's amazing.
We should really go through and clean up some of the dumbass roles that we create like way too often though. We have to do that.
I second that.
We have to do that once in a while, and I feel like we're due because we got a lot of them right now. Like I won't be offended if you like. I've got like 10 junk rolls that I created that I'm just waiting for somebody to delete them because I know they're worthy of being deleted.
I think the only one I've ever requested, and Indio gave it to me, it was conspiracy theorist. Or no, coincidence theorist, sorry. Some of them, I think, to me, don't make any sense. They're like inside jokes for people. I mean, ones that would have to stand the test of time would be like 3-point wig snatcher. That one would have to be a
Like what's
permanent one, in my opinion.
Like what's timey kangaroo down sport? Is it especially for Australians?
Dude, I'm gonna have to look at the rules now.
I requested my maple syrup when I knew that meant it identified me as Canadian.
That's an old one, I think. Pretty sure.
Carried over from like 1.0, I think. Lazy Earther. Like that's a new one. I like the color. Honest Earther. Tiny.
I don't know what's required to get the OG flat earther, but I should probably have it, and or there should be a hustler flat earther. I've done time, not that I'm bragging, but I don't know what qualifies an OG flat earther, but I know how to keep my fucking mouth shut, so I think that kind of makes me a little OG.
Not a comp. Put your guns away.
Then again, I'm pretty good at fucking talking when I feel like it too.
Why would being able to keep your mouth shut have anything to do with being an OG? I'm just curious.
Because
I
if you
second
get
An
that.
OG flat earther.
because OG stands for original gangster. These days, the idea of a gangster is a joke, but a real gangster, when he gets caught and in trouble, he keeps his mouth shut, he does his time, and he meets his friends on the street when he's done.
Oh, I
Otherwise,
get you. That type
a
of
punk
gangster.
I
gangster, a
think
guy who thinks he's a thug, you know, he'll get pulled over with something in trouble and he'll rat out friends and stuff so he doesn't go to jail. That's not a gangster.
I remember that role being created for the original members of the Discord server.
But wouldn't
No, that makes sense. That makes
like being
Yeah.
a flat earther is kind of like the opposite, though, right?
So then I
you
wouldn't
don't keep your
deserve
mouth
it.
shut.
No, but I mean, as far as your
I think
business
But no, I
dealings,
get
your
it.
personal life, right? Like,
I get it.
into your inquiry that you feel like you should have that role. I mean, have you been a flat earther for a really long time, or?
well, I don't know what you consider a long time, but I know I've been flat earth aware at least since 2017, 18. I've been a part of the server for a while. I was watching and commenting on YouTube for quite a while before I joined the VC and whatnot. I'm very happy. I'm a silver. I take my position serious.
Sure.
I hope I never get banned. I've seen other silvers that have been banned. I thought, how did they get banned? But whatever.
You know
They're
what?
still here. They're not part of
Forget
it
that role
anymore.
exists. Forget that role exists.
Which one?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was only implying because I'm a bit street, so I might be entitled to the. But if it means original people in the server, then don't give it.
You cross is very street. Like I would not want to bump into you in the dark alley.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Can somebody help me here? There's a tag and it's called leaf soup. Does that mean you're a vegetarian? I mean, what the hell? Okay, and then there's another one. It's Norwat / Bork Bork. I mean, okay. Oh, this one's
That's a
interesting.
heavy metal reference.
This one's interesting. Complicity theorist. I don't know who came up with that. Walking, talking contradiction. These must be custom for an
Yeah,
individual.
that's one of my stupid roles that I made. I've got a whole bunch of them. Like, yeah,
So those are like custom for an individual.
yeah. Like I made that specifically for somebody.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I mean, sure.
What is slow mo mode, and does that have to do with my role, or is that something on my end?
It's basically to cut down on spamming in the voice chat. We were having a problem with people posting too many unrelated things, and when we tried to show something in a debate or something like that, it would just get pushed off the board. So we slowed it down a little bit.
Okay, Lou, I don't know if you're still looking at the list or not, but Slope Earther.
No, I might have created that one. That one sort of sounds like me, but I don't remember doing it. That one could go for sure. Kind of. Yeah, I think I did create that
My
one.
favorite.
I think I did create that one.
My favorite and is Not Here to Learn. That's one of my favorites. That's an old one.
I wish I could take credit for that one. I don't think that one.
I think that's from the original server. We had that tag.
Victim of mod abuse and won't walk straight for a week is one of mine. That's one of my favorites so far.
Yeah, I've seen a few people with that one. Okay, this one sounds like you, Lou. Highly suspect.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh. Okay, and here's the great ones. Space AIDS, Space Criminal, Space Herpes. Oh, I've never seen this one. Space Turd.
Yeah, most of those have been around for a long time.
Can those be alphabetized? I don't know that much about Discord.
They could be, but we like it to be confusing. Chaotic.
Sure, yeah.
You know, why else would you have 150 roles wherever the fuck we have?
Oh, so B Carl, so for the ones for the globe, I don't know, I think it's still on the list, but I think it's Globus hystericus or something like that. See if find that.
Yeah, you can just click like I can click G platypus and I just get like 15 different roles I can laugh at. Dirty Glober. Google Earth is my favorite one. That's a good one.
Created that one too. I'm actually
Wait, there's
I was bitching about too many roles, but I'm responsible for most of our issue. So
Yep, I found it. Globus hystericus.
We should make a new one. Observer scientist.
Ooh, that's a
That's a
good
good
idea.
Observational scientists.
Yes.
Oh, for the observational scientist in the room.
There's so many people that say observation is science. That would be a really good role to create actually.
Hey Lou, what do you think?
Oh no.
Sorry, what is it? Think about what?
Observational scientist.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, yeah, you know what? Actually, I kind of like that one. We've had a
yeah.
lot. Matthew learns and all that. Yeah.
Yes.
And you can do like
That's
math
where I
is
got it from.
science.
Yeah, give it to Matthew. He's the first one that should have it. He's an observational scientist.
I think that was 9:27 UTC minus 6 tonight. That was a good one. It's almost as good as the I manipulated the solar eclipse.
That's what
At
I'm sorry.
9:17. That was
Oh.
at 9:17 UTC -6.
Yeah, that is actually really funny for those of us who get it, like who really understand the conversations we've had with him. Because, yeah, he was even saying like he agrees with us. It's just he feels like there should be a way to call them scientists still. So like, if we just create a role in Discord for him, maybe he gets his way.
Oh, and whoever muted Mimas wasn't being mean because he didn't know the guy already. They were already in another server. If that guy's still around.
I don't think it's possible to.
You can mute anyone. I got like 3 people in here that are ridiculous muted.
Mimas is an admin.
Yeah, but he's a good guy.
Yeah, he just came off a little abrasive for me, so I just muted him during the conversation. And when it was
Did you
over,
make the
I
roll?
unmuted him.
All right, well, I was just explaining that they had history.
You're
Hey,
talking
Lou,
about
did you?
you're talking about locally muting, like you were able to just locally mute him so that you.
Yeah, I just muted his mic for the conversation, and then when the
Yeah, I
conversation
do
was
that to
over, I
Helio a
unmuted
lot.
it.
I end up putting Helio either like way down sometimes or just muting him. Nothing against him. Just sometimes
Nothing at
something
all.
happens.
Nothing at all against him. It's just it was a bad vibe for me, and that's not how I roll.
Right, I just want to let you know, like, you're not supposed to locally mute any moderators, and especially not admins. Doing it to an admin could get you out of here.
I usually just turn them down so it's not destroying my ear if they're talking really loud.
Ooh, I got a new T-shirt idea. May the numptiness be with you.
That's great.
There was
High
one time.
five.
There was one time that I remember back with Helio that I still think is just hysterical, where he was all drunk and his mic was fine, but we convinced him that it was too loud, and he started turning it down, and he kept being like, he's like, come on, like, how is that now? And we just, without saying anything to each other, we're DMs or anything, we just all jumped on board. We're like, nah, turn it, still clipping, it's still pretty loud. He's like, what the fuck? All right, and he like, how's that? And he turns it down more. Like, man, I don't know, it's still pretty loud. And he turned it all the way down to like a whisper, and we're like, yeah, that's better, I guess, And he's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but he left it that way for like 2 or 3 days, and it was really fun. It's like nobody could hear. No, is that just too mean or what?
Those were the good days.
Curious how the heck any of us great-great-grandchildren track down our tribes.
Well,
Oh, they set fire to the records here in the state of Texas. They did it like 30 years ago, 20-something years ago. They burned down the whole records department for the entire indigenous tribes in the state of Texas.
I mean, that sounds awful, but like, what in like really, how much important is that actually moving forward?
To me, kind of important, only because I'd like to reconnect with my roots. I mean, I got second and third cousins out there that have never seen me tell a joke on stage. Come on now, that's unreasonable.
That's Cuddles, eh?
Yepers.
Yeah, you made me laugh. You're a good lad.
Bro, I should have been writing my own stand-up routine for a while, because I have dropped some whoppers. No, there's something between the state government and the federal government and the tribe that I originated from. There's a lot of red tape stuff in the background, trying to catch up on things, but it's a problem because I don't quite know where to start, considering they've literally burned all of the ancestral records down, like literally to ash.
Have you
Yeah,
spoken to?
I cringe at the thought of the lost information when the Nazis burned books and shit. Like I can't even fathom what was lost.
Cuddles?
Dude, the
Have you,
Romans.
have you spoken to Battle Mod, Cuddles? That's your link to
Oh,
the tribal nations.
yeah, I need to, because my grandma, there was something that she was getting, I think she was getting a check, and it went to the family because my great grandmother had married full blooded, and because that all passed down, when they stole the land here in Texas, after they moved us here from Arkansas, the land was full of oil, so that's why they took it. So because they took the oil, they were cutting checks to everybody. I'm not after the check. I just want to figure out, because they're going to have a record of who they've been giving checks to, and that's my family tree. Tracing it to Europe was easy.
No, and don't take this to be rude or anything, but so if you're talking about like a Native American nation and tribal ancestry and history and stuff, why would it be the responsibility of the United States government to keep track of that information for you?
Law of conquering. They're not allowed to, under the law of war, the law of conquering, the law of whatever, they're not allowed to erase everything. They're
No,
not
but
even
it's your
allowed to touch.
responsibility as a nation, because it's a that's what it is, right? It's like a tribal nation. It's your responsibility to keep track of your own records and your own history.
It's a little hard when we're getting genocided. I get what you're saying. A lot of our history was on the blankets, on the teepees, on the hides that we wore. And guess what they burned up first? I don't know. Chasing the genealogy down is interesting for me. Plus, it helps me build a family tree. So when I pass down the information to my offspring and their offspring and their offspring, I'm doing this for the entire family. It's not just a me thing.
Hey, is anybody up for a song?
Yes.
Sweet.
Okay, Rhino.
Lou, you want to play one after me?
Okay, Rhino.
I think I actually had one load. I think a chocolate one. Go.
Oh, I'm gonna play What Is the World?
I think I had globe cards ready.
Here we go.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so everybody should know who that is. Chocolate saying. And so I was actually looking at the video, and look at what is underneath this video. Confirmed. It's like WTF, man. It's just a song. He must have a flat earth tag or something, or I don't know. Can't write a song about flat earth without them saying it's not true.
Well,
Right?
everything that's flat Earth on YouTube, they have that disclaimer from Wikipedia. But what's archaic
Right.
about it? I don't understand. Are you
What's
telling me that
funny
it's
is that
just old?
it's still funny, like that they even are getting to the music. It's just a rap song, like, and they're even making sure to get it too. They're really being thorough with that.
So Truth Prevailed wanted to hear Globetards, but did you want to play one, Lou?
It's the one that I had up.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Nice.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, all a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You endless sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into neglect sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push to this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery, the globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see? It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here, or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony, it's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Yeah, gotta follow that with a Drace now.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo, girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you care, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
I'm just waiting for somebody to yell at me, going like, "Lunatic, why do you keep playing the blues that has nothing to do with flat Earth in the middle of the shit?" Nobody's done it yet.
Oh, sorry, Lou.
I'll just assume people like it. That's why they're not.
My speakers are really crappy. I feel like I couldn't really appreciate the song that well.
It was good.
I
You might
mean,
need a direct link.
Well-
That's actually a buddy of mine. He was my next door neighbor for a while years ago, and he's actually playing at my family reunion in like 2 weeks.
Nice, dude. Okay, so I added him on SoundCloud. I'll have to listen to it later. Maybe it's because the link, we play it in here and it like diminishes the.
Well, it's just because they're not really great quality recordings. They're like all live recordings play on here, so like it's not really studio quality. It's
I got you.
it's not all balanced cut one time.
But hey, a band that can sing great live, I'm all for it.
Isn't the blues always supposed to sound a little rough around the edges?
Yeah.
All right, I'm liking this, Lou.
Oh, it's fire.
Great tune.
Yeah, man, he was blessed with talent. Like they recognized it early on. Like he was like years old. He started like being taught by. He started taking lessons with some guys who played with like Stevie Ray Vaughan, and like the guy who basically taught him, his mentor, played with Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimi Hendrix. Like, so yeah, he had some of the best training out there.
You can tell, man.
My aunt played with a lot of the same people back in the day. She's a blues singer.
Very impressive playing for sure. That reminded
Welcome to
me a
Flat
little
Earth
bit.
Discord.
That reminded me a little bit of my. It's hard to pick a favorite Led Zeppelin track, but Tangerine is one of my favorite Led Zeppelin tunes. That reminded me a little bit of it.
Oh, I definitely hear a Zeppelin inspiration in there.
That was a nice jam, dude. Whoever was playing that.
The YouTube or the SoundCloud file I posted in Livestream, that's him.
love that one.
All right, tell Branch to come back. We'll fight him now.
You played that one before, right?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. Tell Branch to come back. We'll fight him now.
Play wing. Wait, this was like the first one I played, wasn't it?
I got this heat-seeking missile. When I first met you, baby, I was lonesome as a man could be. When I first met you, baby, I was lonesome as a man could be. Now you're coming to my life. Yes, blinded, you're number one for me. When you first met me, baby, I was cold and cracking up inside. for you. Yeah, you know I love you, baby. I'm playing all the blues for you. You're number one for me, little girl. I wish I was number one for you. The blues, everybody, yeah.
Is it Lunatic that's being the DJ right now?
Yeah.
Is there any way you could play the song I just posted in the live stream by chance? That's a really, it has a very Eric Clapton-y sound. And you know that gentleman that does that music, he sent me a friend request on Facebook. It lit my heart up. Alex,
Hold
he's
on.
awesome.
I totally would, but we kind of called Branch back in here for a fight.
Oh, sorry. Okay, no troubles. Peace out.
What's up, Branch? Fuck.
Yo.
Yo.
Not much, dude. Chillin'. What are you up to?
We were just playing the blues.
What's new?
What? Wait, Lou. Did you just say no to the music just to talk to Branch, bro? Come on.
Dude, honestly though, I did have a very interesting conversation with two flat earthers about maybe 20 minutes ago, right?
Yeah, that was in
it
the past. That was a long time ago.
Right. And I'm bringing it up because I want to fucking talk about it. Now chill the fuck out.
Okay.
See, Branch is here. Look,
Hey, no,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Branch.
Hey, Linda, mellow the fuck out.
Who is this dude? Wants to fucking get in the middle of what I'm saying? Who's this dude?
It's only me, Branch. It's only me. Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
all right, Jemsy, go ahead, Jemsy. You be the star of the show. I'll shut the.
No, you be the star. Since you wanted to talk, go ahead.
Nah, Jemsy.
What?
You had something very important to say while I was talking, and just fucking get it out. What the fuck were
No,
you trying
you
to say?
said you said it while I was talking. You said something while I was talking.
I was midstream, bro. I was midstream, and you disrupted me.
Being quiet now.
The fuck
Just
did you have to
fucking
say,
talk.
Jemsy? Jemsy, what the fuck did you have to say?
Just
Say it.
wanted to talk to you, Branch. You know, I just wanted to talk to you, bro.
All right, Jemsy, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Go about where the fuck you want, and then I'll be back.
What?
Give me 1 hour, please, Branch.
That sounds like just enough time for another blues song.
Want an hour? You want an hour? You got it.
Check one.
Branch nonsense.
What?
Branch sense.
Branson's. What's happening? What's going on?
Just messing with Branch. Since I interrupted him, he's not gonna say what he's got to say.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he's gone. He's back in an hour.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I'll be waiting. Ask for Mr. Blue. I'll be holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lou wants to speak to Branch about a very important conversation because Branch is he's always serious about this stuff.
That's no fun. You gotta.
Stick. If he asks who changed his name, tell him.
All right.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Finally unmuted.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth.
Why is my name Stick?
I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Jesus Christ, good song. 9 minutes and 16 seconds long. Holy shit.
Don't let them take your mind. I love that, man. Moving along. Kind of shorten that up. A sweet song, man. Really sweet.
Thanks,
The music
guys.
is on
That
point.
That meant a lot to me. Thanks, guys.
No, man, groovy. Everybody else, man, when the song's playing, man, we got to mute up. Otherwise, it kind of crackles. It picks up people's audio and stuff. And it disrupts the music, man. Disrupts it. But no, it was good. Good message. Good thing, man. All right, shout
Very
out.
well made.
What's that, bro?
The music was on point. I like the instrumentals and the lyrics as well.
It
was
was
pretty
very
good.
Elvis. It was very Elvis, baby. It was like Elvis. Don't let them take your mind, baby. So Elvis, you know. I don't know if you ever talked to Alex in person, man. He's got a British accent, man. It's funny.
I hope I meet him someday.
I got to hang out with him a couple times, man. Cool guy, man. Just chill, you know. Good, great musician, man. Fuck, guy's great, yeah. And
Oh
he's
yeah.
and a flat earther, man. I can't wait. He's like he does great video work. I don't know if you've seen his videos, man. Very good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen a few of them. I saw the one where he talked about like a friend of his told him satellites were fake, so he rolled up. He hit a couple bongs or something and started researching, and he could only find CGI shit. Like it's a hilarious song.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got quite a repertoire of true stuff, man. One of my favorites is "I Told You So." It's kind of one of his newer ones. It's totally heavy rocking. I told
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And he's like,
And
I was
music.
The other one is good too.
What is it? Media Lover or something? Media.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Sounds
You gotta play
metallic.
that one.
It's been a long time since Alex has been in, but
I'm getting.
been in a couple of times.
Dude, I just I'm getting trolled a little bit in the chat, man. Sorry, by Trilly Annie. I don't know, man. She's tripping. He's tripping. I don't know if that's a chick or a dude, man. It's hard to tell these days. Yeah. Anyway,
And are you getting trolled in the YouTube chat by Trillian by any
they're
chance?
fucking like jumping on me, man. For shoot, or Trillia is jumping on me. Whatever, man. Go for it, man. I ignore most of that shit. I ignore like,
Trillian's a long-term troll, buddy.
exactly.
Long-term.
I'm not going to take the bait. I answered one question and now I got 47 more. What?
Yeah, that's Trillian. Yeah.
It's like, no, dude, I've been around this game too long, man. I ain't going for that shit. Anyway, I'm cracking another beer, taking another fucking toke, hanging out with you guys, and talking mostly flat Earth, man. Mostly. We might talk magnetics or we might talk music. We just talked music for a minute. I love music. I'm in the music business, man. So I can talk music all day long. But
Hey guys, can we play one last song? Can you play that one?
He said, yeah, everybody gets the blues, man. There's good days and bad days, man. You're going to have blues. Yesterday was kind of a blue day, Monday. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
All too common on social
We have
media.
new people, but
More
that's
alarming, some media outlets publish these
There's a
same
Ripper
fake
blues. We
stories
call those
without
Ripper
checking facts
blues, man.
first.
This is the Ripper. Straight up Ripper.
False news has become all too common on social media.
Oh, I love that vlog. That one freaked me out the first time I saw it. I was like, damn.
Because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Better fight, better mind. You believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Bust into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will never see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The teens know your very soul. Turn into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mouth. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, freebacks fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will never see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The teens know your very soul. Turn into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. To be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will never see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The teens know your very soul. Turn into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will never see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
That song's really powerful when you see the video with it. It's like, it's nice to just sit back and listen to it and not watch the video. It's a great arrangement, man. It was pretty good. What do you think, Groovy? Anybody?
Yeah, he's pretty good on putting it in visuals as well. Whatever message he's trying to put in the song with the music and everything. So he's very well timed.
Yeah, I mean that's straight up heavy rock, in your face, power rock.
I've watched the video a couple of times. I like how he uses some of the "They Live" imagery and stuff. Right?
Yeah. It's a great it's a great visual on that video as well, man. It's, for sure. It's got more of a punch but it's nice to just listen to it. Cool. That was great. Thank you. Fuck yeah,
Are you
man.
trying to talk to Groovy for a minute there?
So whoever's playing music, man. Who's fuck's playing music?
Yeah, the Groovy there, it's a bot. And so
Okay, Groovy's a bot.
I was the one controlling it, but
Oh, Lou, man. Sorry, man. My bad.
No, it's all
I
right.
don't know. You're controlling it. I see. I don't know, man. Is it like Wednesday night music night or something cool? Did I stumble into something cool here, or what happened?
Just when it gets quiet, a lot of times I'll.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, music's great. Oh, dude. If anybody wants to come on and play a song, man, do it. That's always cool. too.
We already play some. We have a new person, Sleet Love. Welcome to the server. If you'd like to ask any questions.
Sleet Love, man.
Sleet. Welcome. You can open your mic. You have control of your mic.
What is sleet? Is that like it's icy shit that's on the road? Sleet? Is that correct?
It could be many things. I don't know. Exactly. What is sleet?
Sleet love.
It's that slushy shit.
It says slushy shit on the road. Yeah. Like sometime around March, you start seeing the sleet. All right. I'm just trying to keep it entertain Sleet in here, love. Sleet love. Sleet love. All right. It looks like a sock account of some sort, man. They don't have much of it. They don't have much of it. My determination is they don't have much of a avatar, really. Avatar's so weak, man.
I think they tried to speak. Let's see. Sleet, are you there? Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Oh, there you go.
Are you good?
Welcome.
Welcome. Have a drink on me, man. I'm buying. What are you drinking?
Welcome to the server. What say you?
I don't know. What are you buying?
I said I'm buying. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking whatever you're buying.
I love that. That's a good attitude. Because I'm always going to buy the good shit. I ain't buying none of that crappy shit alcohol. Fuck that.
Then let's do it.
Mm-hmm. Right now I'm drinking an IPA, man. West Coast. 7% alcohol. It's called Chief Peak Indian Pale Ale. Topa Topa Brewing Company. Very nice. Highly recommend.
Is it Sleet?
Chief Peak. It's a good one. Shout out to Chief Crow, man. You guys ever hear of Chief Crow? And the Flat Earth Worms? You never heard that band? Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Anybody?
In fact, earlier I played one of
course.
their songs. So,
Yeah, they're great.
I missed Chief Crow. Oh, fuck. Damn.
Yes, play it again.
Play it again. Oh, shit, man. Play anything from Chief Crow. One of my favorite is Mask the Beast. Mask of the Beast. That's one of his newer ones. Anyway. Chief Crow, man. Great flat earther, man. Great flat earther musician. Good guy, man. I got to hang out with him one time, man. Good guy. He's kind of shy, man, but he's great. His music's great, man. That's all I got to say. It's good stuff.
I told this guy the earth was flat today, and he came back and he said, well, if it's flat, it must have an edge. So where's the edge? If there's no edge, it's not flat, right?
Right. That's it, man.
It doesn't quite work that way.
You were
You
totally
gotta find the curve first, right?
You were totally debunked right there, man. You should have hung your head and walked away.
Yeah. I was done. I was like, that logic is unescapable. I can't. You got me.
You're right. You know what? You're right. Where is the edge? It's a good question.
There's an edge, right?
There's an edge, man.
But it's the container.
Water is contained somewhere on the other side of the ocean, man. There's some kind of land somewhere. I know that. I can prove that in my bathtub here, man. Check it out.
The freaking ball is one. The freaking ball is nothing but one big edge. The edge of space.
Yeah. Why don't you fall up? Why don't you fall off
This guy in lobby is saying that seismic readings show that the Earth is a ball.
Is that LiDAR readings or are those
talking about penis waves again?
LiDAR proves flat, man. I don't know. LiDAR, you guys can check that out, man. That's a laser graphic topography instrument. You'd love it.
Let's not forget that whales are proof of an edge.
Yeah? Oh, that's right. Tell me more.
Are the seismic waves curved?
I'm not sure this guy's got
You
one
know
off.
what? If you look at a sound wave, man, under slow motion, man, it's just curves up and down. It's good stuff. Waves are cool, man. I like surfing. You guys are into surfing, the ocean? Anybody? Bendy water.
That's definitely on my bucket list to learn and do some surf.
Dude, when you go bendy water, there's nothing like bendy water, my friend. That shit bends right over the top of your head, and you're like, "Oh shit, here we go."
Yeah, and when water is in motion like that, it will have an effect on many things, like water bending like that. And they're saying it's bending around the world.
The vortex, man.
You'll feel it, bro.
You'll
feel it if all that water was
100%.
moving.
You feel it, man. You come out of that water, you're like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Especially on a good day when the surf's really sweet and it doesn't like beat you up. You know, it sucks when the surf beats you up.
And ocean water is heavier than regular water.
Wreck you, man. But there are days, man, where it's soft.
But it feels good.
Soft waves coming in. Nice.
Yeah, if you ride with the waves, it's a good workout.
It's a great workout. It's a great vortex for your sanity. Yeah, for your groundness to the earth. It's great, man. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to do, man. Is get in the ocean and check out the current and
yeah, and be careful too, because that current can,
oh, dude,
you
gotta know your territory, man. No one,
Yeah. You can't be that ant that tries to go to the edge and get lost,
Don't be the edger, man. Don't go on the edge.
We used to go out to Catalina once a year. That was a lot.
Don't do it.
Now you're talking, man. Now there's a big giant dip between here and Catalina. I live near LA, right?
Yeah, I'm from Orange County.
10,000 foot crevice up between here and Catalina. What's up with that?
Yeah, well, I used to be a big UFO guy, and that's supposedly like one of the biggest UFO hotspots is USOs coming in and out of that water.
I've been out there a lot, man. I never saw them, but I've only seen lights in the sky, man. move around. I've never seen like a UFO or like a.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I've seen lights move.
What he said about these lights going to the water. There's a lot of reports about that, even in the Caribbean. I remember a lot of people making those reports. These lights going into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the space between Catalina and the coast of California, it's isn't it? It's like one of the deepest points in the ocean, I think. And then
Yeah, it's like a crazy crevice, like goes down like I don't know, 10,000
There's-
feet or more. Mike,
What's the name of it? Let me find it.
I'm totally drawing a blank. Excuse me, I'm
Catalina
sorry.
Island. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on the name too, man. There is a name for it. It's like a trench.
Yeah.
I don't think it's San Andreas.
It's
or,
not Marianas, is it?
not Mariana. No, that's not it. Definitely. Yeah, man. Anyway, I've heard the rumors, man. I've never checked it out myself, man. I just
How about the rumors of Catalina itself? Are you familiar?
very familiar, man. I had a friend who spent a lot of time there and checked out a lot of the different buildings and the territory. And there's some interesting like archaeological digs that have happened on Catalina as well.
Yeah, a lot of giant supposed giant bones found there, and all
right?
kinds of stuff.
I heard that, man. I was like, damn. Okay, check it out. Yeah, I never been over there enough to really hike around and dig around and check it out, get a feel. Been a
Yeah,
long
I grew up in like Brea, Yorba Linda, Orange County.
That's not far from me at all, dude. I'm in Anaheim, so that's really close.
Yeah, I was living there right before I left.
Cool, man. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. No, I'm just kidding.
The giant bones are probably buffalo. I know Wrigley brought a bunch of buffalo over to the island.
There was some buffalo in Wrigley Field, Wrigley Cubs. Yeah, there's some stuff going on in the 40s, 60s, 50s. Yeah, Wrigley had a little chunk of the island over there.
It's great. Yeah, it's a great little day trip if you ever visit LA. Take the boat over to the island.
If you're ever going to LA and you don't go to Catalina, man, you're missed out, man. I mean, it is a wide open ocean out there, man.
Just taking the Catalina Express itself is pretty fun for for a family to go do.
That's definitely
I've swam in the Pacific Ocean like quite a lot, and I'll tell you, man, when you're in there, you feel pretty tiny.
Oh no shit, yeah, it brings you back down to reality, real quick.
I can imagine, man, just scuba diving in like the little bit that I did in Catalina. That's pretty hairy. Just being down there, I could imagine what it feels like out there.
Yeah, the ocean's a magnificent place, man. I'm a sailor. I like to sail boats with, using the wind as my power. I love that, man. When you harness the wind in your hand and you're holding on to the sail, yeah, man, you feel it and you're like, damn, it's pulling this fucking boat like 10 miles an hour. And you're like, that's so cool, man. It's
It's cool.
It is cool, man. And if you could ever get a chance to get out on the ocean and hold that sail in your hand, man, you'll be like, damn, the power.
My uncle would take me, but I'm a flat earther, and he's so proud of his sextant. I tell him how much it.
I got some videos you could send him, man. Oh, dude, traveling by the stars, baby. It's pretty easy to do, man. Once you master it, man. Pretty
Yeah,
simple.
he don't like me very much for thinking thinking that way.
Dude, I'm sure you've done the horizon thing with him, man. Dude, man, it doesn't matter where you are. If we're on the sailboat or if we're on a plane at 40,000 feet, you're not going to see any fucking bendy nothing. So I just want you to pay attention to that next time you fly. or sail.
Just thinking about that sextant. How could you rely on the stars as navigation if they're going every which direction at who knows godly miles per hour? Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's.
That's only because the ground is motionless and the luminaries are constant. They have a constant to them, so you could use them to know where you are standing.
It's a fucking clock.
Depending.
Man. You could set your
Yeah.
fucking watch. You can set your watch by the sky, man, if you know what you're looking at. Easy. I mean, like, I'd be like, okay, dude, it's 2:30. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Slade. You have a question? Slade?
So yeah, it's out there, man. Information's out there. We're piecing it together. You guys are great. Everybody's been chipping in, little nugget here and there. It's been a hell of a ride, man. Thank you guys for the fun, the education, the stories. It's been great, man. And
I wanted to ask you,
Appreciate it.
Solar.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I wanted to ask you, Solar. I'm pretty sure it was you. Sorry, and correct me if I'm wrong. A few days, maybe a week ago or so, somebody was asking how do you broach someone on the subject of FE, and you gave 3 things you want to ask first. I know one was 9/11, I think, and what was the other one? Like as a opening, like see how they feel about there was 3 things you pointed out. Was that you? I don't know.
I remember what you're talking about. It was him, and I'm totally drawing a blank as well.
I'm pretty sure it was 9/11, the moon landing, and one other thing. Fuck, I'm trying to recall the last. I smoke a lot of fucking weed, so.
it's all right, man. It's Tuesday, man. I'm gonna let you slide. The third one. I'm gonna forget all kinds of shit, man. You guys know that. But I'll remember all kinds of shit you guys don't remember too. So that's what makes us a great team, man. We all got each other's fucking memory. Dude, it's impossible, man. We watch fucking, I don't know, I've watched 3,500 fucking flat earth videos in my life, 3,500, or truth videos or whatever. I mean, you can go on my YouTube and see how many fucking videos I watched. It's a shitload, right? So, you can't remember everything. Fuck.
What's your channel name? Flat Earth Solar?
Flat Earth Dude.
Flat Earth Dude. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll sub.
I've watched so many fucking videos, and I think you can go on my watch list or whatever I've watched. I would assume that, probably half of them are fucking been scrubbed from YouTube, It goes back a few years.
I hate how they're doing that. John Thor had some really good stuff, and they shut him down. He's trying to build back up, and fuck.
Playlists and things get scrubbed, man. You're like, damn. That was a good playlist.
I just subbed you. I'll sub you from my backup channel too.
All right, on, man.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll sub you back if you got a channel.
Cool.
Yeah, it's still fun out here. We're still learning. There's a lot of the same arguments that go on, or and a lot of us just roll our eyebrows and go, or roll our eyes and go, oh fuck, here we go again. Really, gravity again?
Yeah.
What are we?
Boats over a curve? Are you kidding me?
Boats over the curve. You're bringing in sticks in the sun. Oh, come on.
You get this constant feeling,
But
like there's
I can
something
only
else
take
with-
so many sticks in the ground, bro. I'm sticked out. I'm totally sticking out.
And then did you hear today someone in the live stream was saying NASA's now saying that the moon's within low Earth orbit? Holy fuck,
Well,
it got close fast.
It was a couple years ago, man. They said it was in our atmosphere.
Oh my god.
It was a couple years ago. I remember that. They switched it, man. I don't know, 2018, maybe 2019, maybe 2018. And yeah,
See,
they
I have this weird like inner whatever about the whole thing, like even deeper than the surface shit. And I hope I'm wrong, but who knows, man. It's crazy.
It is crazy, man. It's fun. It's real. It's really happening. We're doing it. It's getting done. Meanwhile, we're living in a small zombie apocalypse, but we'll get through that. Okay. I don't know what we're living through, man. Half the time at this stage, man. But it's pretty interesting. I'll give it that.
I think it was Sonny yesterday. He said he feels like his mind's folding in on itself. I think it was Sonny. I was like, that's pretty good analogy.
Yeah, there's a lot to being processed, and the programmers are putting on the fucking heat right now, man. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're putting it on. I can feel it. Anyway.
Dude, but all the planets are spheres, man. Like, are you
Hold on,
saying
man.
the planets are spheres?
There's rocks up there, bro. Hey, there's rocks up there. Do you guys know about the rocks above your head? Have you seen the rocks above your head? Anyone? Have you seen the rock up there in the sky? The rock. Have you ever held a rock?
I don't see them up there, but I just sell the ones that fall to Earth. You want some? I got some cheap discount.
There's lights that fall to Earth. I've never seen a rock fall to Earth.
They got a name for them and everything. They're like meteorites, right?
They got a name for rocks that are gonna fall from the sky. Oh no! Tell me no.
The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
They got names for rocks falling from the sky. Yeah, they do. They got all kinds of-
What is the flat Earth explanation for a shooting star? I don't think I've ever asked that question before.
It's been asked. My explanation is I think it's part of the firmament, man, falling. That's all. They always fall in the same direction, though, man. Every single one of them. Every one I've ever seen, man. It's always at the same angle coming in. It's weird.
There's people studying right now. They think they might be cyclical. They might be just repeating, just like the sky.
That's a good, interesting. Yeah, it could be part of the clock.
Yeah, and there's people that are recording them and then trying to wait for the next cycle to come around and see if they're the same ones.
Yeah, I've seen probably, I don't know, 50 of them in my lifetime. 50.
You gotta go somewhere and watch the Pleiades meteor shower, man. That's so awesome.
I did one night, man. I ran into it out in the middle of like Sedona, Arizona. Way the fuck out there, man. And I'm like, what the hell is going on tonight? This is pre-internet, man. I'm looking up, man. I'm like, holy shit. Dude, we're getting bombarded tonight. I laid there for a couple hours, man. It was like, damn. But they all came in at the same angle. I always thought that was interesting. It wasn't like one was shooting to the west and the east. No, they were all coming down like, I'd say like northeast. Maybe, I don't know, 35, 40 degrees up, 40 degrees, probably 40, 45 maybe. I don't know. It's tough to tell, man. I didn't have a sextant with me, man. Damn it.
That question is sort of annoying, though, right? Like, flat Earth has nothing to do with shooting stars or comets. It has to do with the curvature of Earth. There is no, so-called ideas when it comes to that.
I'm 100% with you on the fact that if I want to measure what we're standing on, because it's right in front of me. That tree is how far away? I can actually measure how far that fucking tree is, Is it 200 yards or 400 or half a mile, whatever. I can actually
Yeah, but-
measure, and those are real things I can check, man. And I like to be able to check stuff. I know the rest of you do too as well. And it's just fun to go out and yeah, got my P900. That
You always
island.
get that as a flat earther, though, when you go out and start talking to people about flat Earth. All of a sudden, they assume you know everything about everything. It's like,
Yeah,
nah, man, I'm just
you're the
talking about the
fucking
curve of the Earth,
expert.
bro. Like, I'm supposed to explain like comets and meteors and what do you mean? Like,
Well, I
curve of the Earth.
easily can defend that with just the fact that they won't know the first thing about what they think they live on.
For the record, I didn't ask the question assuming that you had some kind of like an alternative answer. I was just curious if you
Yeah,
had.
that was it. It was the ice coming out. I don't know. Could it be part of the dome falling? I don't know. Is it part of the clock that's been kicking around all the stars in the sky that we see anyway? I don't know. If there's a time of year that we can guarantee we're going to see something lights in the sky, I'd say it's part of the clock.
If you're talking about meteors and the meteor showers, that happens. That happens every single. That's always happening, and it's called. And daily, you see what they call sporadic meteors, and then meteor showers that they call it daily showers and all that kind of stuff. By observing the North Toroidal field, it has been observed that all sporadic meteors and the meteor showers are caused by 6 radiant sources in the same region of the sky, like basically around the North Toroidal field, which what we observe the North Star.
Yeah.
And around that region of the sky, there's 6 radiant sources, which from all meteors come from, all the sporadic meteors.
They all come in the same angle too, man. That was like really weird, man.
No, but what we see, what we actually observe from down here, it's an effect that is overimposed to what we can observe. So we see an effect. Okay, we're looking through a medium that we don't even know what it's made of. So what we're looking at is we're looking at an observable phenomena, but through a lens or a medium. But yeah, the sporadic meteors come from the same region of the sky, 6 radiant sources.
Dude, I'm gonna have to smoke that one for a couple of days, man. That's a good one. Damn, I don't know, meteors, man. That's a great question. I've been asked that a couple times, and by people that don't know the first thing about the cosmology that they've been taught in school, but they don't know how far the moon is, or the sun is, or the radius, they don't know anything.
Yeah, they grew up something like basic as what we can observe about the sporadic meteors, and they make pre-assumptions and presuppositions about what it actually is, and they say, "Oh, it's rocks coming from every direction."
Yeah, baby.
What I was actually fascinated about that, because we're talking about the meteors. Did you guys notice about the meteors? They have like different, like a certain amount of tails. Like some of them will have like 2 tails and 4 tails on them.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what I was curious about. I'm glad like you guys even brought it up. I was waiting to say something about that.
Go ahead, say what you gotta say. We're just talking about it. You know?
Oh no, I mean I'm just curious if you guys notice about the tails. I'm just fascinated. Like I'm like wondering like if you guys know the symbolism behind the tails. Like I don't. I'm just curious. I'm curious. I'm trying to ask questions. Like I'm wondering if anybody else knows.
Yeah,
I haven't seen. We gotta look through the photograph, because that term with the 2 tails, I haven't actually like looked through I haven't seen them with my eyes, like that, or haven't noticed that, because I've seen many what we call what we call sporadic meteors or shooting stars, which is basically looks like an electrical phenomena, observable phenomena that we see above us. But what it is, some people have claims about it. But those two tails ones, that sounds interesting to me. I'm not sure. I gotta look through some photograph for you to see if we can see the two tails, see how it looks. Do you have any photographs of that? Because
Actually, I was about to go and look right now.
yeah, there's videos about meteors and all that stuff. So. Gotta find the two tails. Come on, guy, get on with it.
Hey, man, you guys can't prove flat Earth, man. What do you got to prove flat Earth? Anybody? Come on. Anything to prove flat Earth? That would be cool, man. Break it out. I'm in. Oh shit, we got an observation of like 26 miles, 30 miles. I've seen observations at 1,500 miles, which is half the radius. All right.
There was a guy, like maybe it was, I don't know, like more than a month ago, but he's here normally, and he said that he lives like pretty up in the mountains, and when the sun is rising from the east, he can see like over 500 miles. He can see like everything.
Right.
He can see like a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Tolan, man, he was out there with his infrared camera getting like 1,200,
Oh yeah, I seen that.
1,500 miles, no curve.
Mhm.
I'm like, that's some awesome footage, man. Okay, you got that for proof. Okay, flat earthers, what else you got? Okay, the
Just
stars.
every observation, every photograph, every
We got
test.
photographs, man. Photographs are like NASA, bro. You can't prove that shit, man. So
No, because NASA gave you images. You could actually photograph the Earth as
see,
it
there's the
is, right?
difference. You caught me. You got me. Okay.
Yeah, like when somebody says, "Is there a photo or image of a picture of flat Earth?" I'm like, every single photo, real photo, is a flat Earth photo because it was taken on Earth.
Boys.
He's of the flat Earth, bro. He's of...
Boy, man. You guys write that shit
Yeah,
down.
I'm gonna put the link down in the
We've been knowing this.
Down in the live stream.
Let's write that shit down, man. Oh, you guys like, okay, what else you got? Besides real photographs of the Earth being flat. Okay, so there's a picture, a flat Earth picture, man. It's like,
What else you got?
there was a picture of 250-mile picture of some mountain range.
Yeah,
It was the
French
world
Alps.
record, the world record picture, right?
The French Alps.
The French Alps. And the whole entire mountain range that you were seeing should have been hidden by a mile of curvature.
Yeah.
One whole mile. And you could see the entire mountain range. And I'm like, wow. That guy wasn't even a flat earther that took the picture. He was just some dude, man, wanting to get a really cool picture. Anyway, fascinating photograph. That's an actual photograph picture.
There you go.
All right, you flat earthers. What else you got? Besides, what about that bendy water thing, man? You got the bendy water? Anybody? I know you guys can see the bendy water.
Yeah.
Especially left to right. I love left to right at the ocean, and you can see like when I go out to California here on a clear day, man, I can see San Diego, and I can see like Santa Barbara, LA, which is like 100 miles. You know, on a good clear day, man, 100 miles left to right. Okay.
Yeah, but the boat goes over the horizon at 3 miles.
7,000-foot mountain of water in the middle. Where the fuck is it? I've been looking. I can't find it. I need help. Help me
By
find
the Glober's logic, we live on a slope or something. I don't know, on a ramp. I don't know what it is. On
Okay.
a slope.
Slope. That's a new one.
Yeah, because they say, okay, so the boat goes over the horizon, I don't know, 6 miles, whatever, or less, but you can see the city to the left and to the right through the coast, right? You could see over 30, 50 miles on the coast, but the boat in front of you is going over a curve, but left to right, there's no curve.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the curve is hidden by the curve. Is that what you're saying?
No,
The bend is hidden by the curve.
It's not a ball. It's like a tube, like a slope. It's not a sphere.
Are we back to Dick Earth? Please, come on. We can. Help us.
That goes with what you were saying. You could see the city's 100 miles. So yeah.
Yeah. Left to right, man. No 7,000-foot mountain of water in front of me. Where's the curvature? Where?
Hey, wait. Would you call that the globe girth model?
The what model?
The globe girth model.
The girth of the Dick Earth. The girth. No, man.
Girth model.
I'm just, you guys know me by now, I hope, man. I'm going to take a piss on all this shit, because what else are we going to do, man? It's all crazy. I can't believe we're here. This is awesome. Keep at it. Don't give up. Anyway, yeah. Bendy water. Anyway. Flat earthers, man. You guys got no proofs, bro.
That's why you've been getting in your DMs a lot.
I love it when they say that, man. I just giggle. I usually giggle and go, okay, yeah, we got nothing. We don't have, excellent telescopes and excellent, optical recording devices. And yeah, we don't got nothing. We don't have things to measure shit with, lasers, mirrors.
Did you guys, not to intentionally change the subject, but I'm just curious if you guys heard my firefighter joke.
Not yet. Coming soon.
Okay, so this firefighter's having it's not as spicy in the bedroom as it should be. So when he's at work, he asks his coworker for advice. And his coworker says, what you need is a system like we have here at the station. When we hear bell 1, we slide down the pole. When we hear bell 2, we get suited up. And when we hear bell 3, we get on the truck and head to the fire. And the guy's like, that's a great idea. So he goes home, and after dinner one night, he says, honey, from now on, we're going to have a system around the house. When I yell bell 1, we're going to run to the bedroom. When I yell bell 2, we're going to tear our clothes off. And when I yell bell 3, we're going to start going at it. She agrees to this. So one weekend, the kids are at the grandparents or whatever. Husband's like, bell 1. They run to the bedroom. He's bell 2. They tear off their clothes. He's bell 3. They start going at it. About 10, 15 minutes later, the wife's bell 4, bell 4. The husband's bell 4. What the fuck is bell 4? The wife says, more hose, more hose. You're nowhere near the fire.
You're not even close to the fire. Do you guys have a dome or? Oh wait, there's this thing called air pressure. I've been looking into it. Okay, I found out, man. This is kind of top secret shit, but I found out.
You look into pressure, air pressure.
Air pressure, man.
Or
Check
you
it out,
just
man.
breathe it.
No, I was looking into it and I was researching, and it turns out that you have to have a container to have air pressure, man. I just checked that out. It's really,
yeah, like your lungs. A container for the air.
Or pipe.
To be able to breathe.
Smoke a cigarette. You gotta have some kind of pressure going, right? Container.
What you really need to look into is that type of refraction that makes curved surfaces look flat. that refraction, you gotta look for that.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. That one? What you're seeing here is a mirage. You guys seen that picture? I'm sure you have, right? Chicago skyline video. The newscaster guy with the weather. That guy. What you're seeing here is a mirage. Anyway, good times, good times. That goes back a few years. A lot of you trolls don't know about that, and that's good. All right. I got trolls in the chat, man. What are you gonna do? They're in the chat. What are you gonna do with that? You can't do anything with
Where
it.
are you in the? Where are you in the lobby?
No, just the chat and on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
A lot of trolls in there, man. That's trying to bust our flat Earth, man, with their balls. It sucks, man. So I ran into this guy, man. He was like giving me some shit, and fucking the cop came over. He's like, "What happened, man?" I'm like, "Dude, that guy's head. He fucking tried to bust my knuckles with his fucking head like 40 times. It was amazing, dude. That dude's insane,
Bro.
And
I
the cop
just
was
picture his head like
starts
he hit
laughing.
headbutting your
The cop
knuckles like
starts
the entire
laughing.
time.
And he's like, "Dude, right on." Yeah, that guy, he's a total maniac, man. He smashed his head against my knuckles like a bunch of times. I couldn't count. I think I need to
He
go
ran
to
into
the
your
I think
fist.
I need to go to the emergency room and get my knuckles checked out because they kind of hurt.
He
Damn.
ran into your fist. You should charge him with assault.
I think so, 100%. So there's that. Yeah. Anyway, a little levity in
The last time I had a chance to, take things into my own hands because I had to, I got to crown the guy pretty good. Yeah, yeah. And then I would tell him the story, and Jin's like, "Well, you didn't hit him. The bottle did." I just laugh, and I'm like, "You're priceless."
That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a physical fact. Yeah. I didn't hit him.
I'm fucking doing a delivery, and they're trying to jack me. Like, are you kidding? Too lazy to work and too stupid to steal anything worth stealing. For all they know, all I have is their delivery and change for their 50. Like, who are you trying to rob?
Right.
And I'm not an armored car driver, like.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ah, that's hilarious, man. Yeah.
But I'm not your average boo-boo bear, so they were a little surprised.
Good on you. Good. That's good. Oh man. It's I have to continue to make fun of this amazing place we live, by the way. It is amazing, man. I don't know if you guys are
Well, when you consider without whales we wouldn't have a rover on Mars, I mean, it is a pretty amazing place to be.
It's amazing. It's so amazing, man, that they can change your DNA structure with an injection, dude. They can do this. It's amazing. That's how amazing this place is. They've actually figured that out, man. Wow. That's a heavy one. I've been thinking about that one for 15 months. Like, wow, that's some serious stuff, man. Virology is an interesting subject. You guys ever look into virology at all? Anybody?
That's a big talk right now.
It's a big talk right
with
now.
everything going,
It's a lot
if
of
it's they talking about it in the in the politics and stuff too. So it's kind of
virology.
crazy.
That's the tricky thing, man. What's going on with the human body, man? It's pretty cool. Should look into it, man. I mean, there might be some people talking about that on like BitChute or 153
But
News. I don't know.
you guys know that they attaching it to evolution, right?
Yeah.
This evolution science, and the science says this, and you guys, you're not following the evolution science. It's kind of crazy now.
There's one subject I never thought I would fucking be looking into is virology. It just came into my radar in the last 15 months or so. And really spent a bit of time looking into virology, man. And I would encourage all of you to take a peek at that. And I'm sure you have actually.
Is the term cloning involved with it, right?
Who knows, man? Could be. Yeah, there's a lot of different tech involved in this new virology, the new virology of.
Yeah, cloning is the necessary thing for the the virus to produce or whatever. Anyways, I'm not an expert on
Germ
it.
theory.
Anyway, I'm
I
just
don't know if
being.
I even believe in germ theory anymore with this whole thing recently. I mean, they're saying it might be exosomes, that basically these cells are putting out toxins in these little
You only see
patchings that look
ten
like
billion of them a
viruses.
second.
They might be thinking that this virus is, injecting its material into a cell and cloning when it's just an pouching of, waste material from the cell itself. This
Exactly.
whole theory needs to be looked into.
Yeah. Well, see, you've looked into it. I've looked into it. Anyway, I get my head around it. It took a minute. I was like, damn, there's some stuff to know here. I'm gonna have to spend a couple hours here or there. And
They're
I
saying
Lemon, have you been following? Lemon, have you been following what they doing? That Fauci didn't went to a meeting about the questioning they got about the lab that they had connections with the U.S. in China and all that stuff. They taking this into Congress and all that kind of politics side of things. And
it's
and Fauci
dog
had a
and pony
meeting
show.
today, and they had questions for him about what's actually happening, and he didn't show up. Fauci.
Fauci didn't show up today.
Wow.
To
Oh,
you know
dude.
that during the when everything started, he was everywhere. Like, hey, he show up everywhere. Questions
Get the
here, questions.
fuck outta
He
here.
had the answers. He had the answers for everyone.
The
And now they
Jesuit
wanted to ask him.
fraudsters like Fraudchi and them know that they're untouchable. They're just going through the motions
Yeah.
at this point. This
You're
is
right.
all just one big
Right.
Vatican
Right.
medical inquisition.
Yep. It's he's the
Yeah.
fall guy. He's the bad guy. He'll get out the back door. They'll blame it on him. I don't know. Just a theory.
I can't believe they let Fraudchi and them get away with this, and they probably murdered Kerry Mullis right at the start of this whole sham because he died mysteriously. The creator of the PCR test, who could have blown the lid off of how fake this whole thing is and how fraudulent the testing itself is. He dies mysteriously like 3 or 4 days before this whole thing, starts popping off with this Corona stuff back in August of 20, I want to say 19 or whatever. The whole thing just stinks.
Dude, I don't know if you guys are probably a bit younger, but I don't know, back in maybe the early 2000s, there was a bunch of biologists that just died all over the world, man. All over the
Bunch of
planet.
holistic doctors as well. I think back in 14, 15?
They were super biologists, man. I mean, these people were like super well known, but a lot of them started dying, man. All these weird deaths and boating accidents, all kinds of crazy shit, man. And I was just like, wow, what's going on? Why are they getting rid of all these biologists, man? What the fuck?
Probably trying to keep the lid off the thing. I mean, people are starting to wake up about vaccinations and everything too. People were starting to sound the alarm about all this different stuff. I'm surprised that Stefan Lenka is still around, and he tried to blow the lid off of AIDS and HIV, saying that they've never even had a pure isolate of the virus itself, so it might not even exist even with that.
Well, Terry was doing the same thing, man. He was blowing the lid off of it too, man. And Kerry, not Terry, Kerry. And yeah, he was blowing dude, this whole thing's fucking bullshit. the whole AIDS thing, everything, man, was like, whoa.
The PCR test itself just magnifies products that are already in the body. So to prove causation, you need to show that there is some sort of lethal invader that is entering the body that wasn't there before. And they say based off the number of cycles, you can get anything to be reproduced in the body. Anything. Anything beyond 30 cycles is very questionable. And they're running this at 75, 100 cycles. There's no standard for how many cycles you're supposed to run, what you're supposed to interpret, what this interpretation even means. It's like people need to look into this stuff.
You got to look into this stuff, man. And yeah, I've been looking into it. You've been looking into it. It's a deep. It's as heavy as flat Earth. I mean, there's a lot more pieces, even, because it's so, micro. We're talking micro stuff here, man. And it's crazy, man. Anyway, I don't know. There's a new documentary that just came out, man. I'm trying to find it. It's called Following the Science. We are following the science. Have you seen that one? Anybody?
No,
Brand
Not yet.
Can you share the link?
brand new. I'm going to share the link in the back chat right now, or in the.
I need a good documentary, maybe a couple if you have.
I guarantee you, this is going to keep your attention, and you are going to fucking snap your skull, and you're going to wake up with a new attitude, man. This is amazingly done, bro. And you will. I cannot recommend a better documentary right now. I cannot recommend a better one. I mean, there are some other ones that are great too, man. But if you ever
Ooh,
see,
I can make it. I can speed it up to watch it faster. Good.
yeah, you can zip through it. A lot of the information you'll probably already know, but it's just nice to have it
I like it to play fast.
It's
Save the time.
such a concise presentation of what we've been through the last 15 months. It is absolutely precise in every detail, man, I could think of, man. There was not one part of it I went, oh, I should have left that out. Oh, that's bullshit, but no.
I follow the science when it suits my agenda and helps me push the New World Order. Other than that,
I think that's what this documentary is going to expose, man. 100%. That's what it's there to expose, is the New World agenda, man. And it does an amazing job through the COVID-19 perspective. In the last 15 months.
Well, the C virus has turned people into veritable zombies. They just absorb the fake news and go along to get along, hoping they won't get fired and can ride out the storm. But I think the storm's just going to get rougher from here.
Well, you can see them, man. They're shaking. I've seen some interviews, man, with some of these guys trying to get up there and spit out their shit, man. They look scared, man. These people look scared, and they should look scared because they're pulling off a fucking total scam, man.
Yeah, I was blown away.
Trying to pull it off.
Germ theory of disease. That term alone, man, I just started laughing. I was like, no, it can't be.
No, please, no, not there. Oh man. So yeah, we've had fun in the last 15 months. They keep using 15 months, so I was kind of anyway. It's an interesting number, 15. Anyway, I should probably use weeks or something. Days would be good. How many days has it been since this shit started?
It's a great story, right? I mean, they went from thinking that disease was caused by the smell of decay, right, to thinking that it's invisible shit that's coming into your body. Like,
dude, and they got the people like afraid to breathe. Fucking everybody's running around with their fucking diaper on their face, and you're like, whoa, man.
Well, there is some validity to that if you're smelling like snow, particulates and stuff. It just depends on how nasty your environment is. That's why you got to get fresh air, good nutrition, keep your body from being acidic. But these viruses and bacteria are naturally in the body, and they just turn virulent when you're really nasty or just decaying and rotting from within. Then they kick into overdrive to break down, dead and damaged tissue, at least according to the terrain theory. So, getting crazy about these germs and taking these drastic chemical interventions is a little unjustified. Just don't be nasty, get some fresh air, clean living, and get some good nutrition.
Crazy, man. I can't fucking believe they did this, man. This is, yeah, man. I don't want to get our channel in trouble or anything, man. I'm not. But yeah, I'd love to talk about this stuff all day long, man. There's some things going on that we have to kind of be a little bit obscure about around here. A little coded. We have to talk in code sometimes. And yeah.
I just call it the Myshirona or,
Yeah, exactly, man. Like Coco 19, whatever you want to call it, man. Just give it a. But yeah, But these subjects are seriously in front of our faces every day now, and they need to be discussed. I mean, there has to be a place where we need to talk about this stuff, man.
This one lady calls it the man-made pestilence jab. She's so cute with her little accent. Don't take the man-made pestilence jab.
Yeah, there's a lot of code involved to try to get
The
around that.
killer jab.
Censored, man. We're getting censored up the ass, man. And that's
When people just watch these channels line and wait to like strike you and stuff like that, they got their little agents and snitches everywhere. And the corporations, even the foot soldiers, the loyal foot soldiers that are just out in the world ready to just snitch on you for having too much freedom. It really is dark times, man.
How dare you talk about
How dare you?
Twin Towers? How dare you?
You're stolen my hopes and my dreams while your vaccination stole my like heartbeat and stole the functionality of my nervous system. That's crazy.
Yeah, watch that documentary, man. I dropped it in the live stream voice text. And yeah, it's great, man. I watched it today while I was working, and like I need to actually sit down and watch it again. It was so good, man. I was just listening to it and kind of peeking at it again and again. But yeah, it's good. It's great. You've seen most of the videos, the sources that they use in this documentary, man. I know you have. And highly recommended. If it fucks, you guys don't like it, I get it. But
I could
it has
use some more
everything
red
to do with the
pill.
last 15 months, man, and more. Actually, it goes deeper than 15. But it's a great documentary, man. Check it out. All right, moving on. Any fucking Globers in here? Fuck. Talk to me, Globers. Any fake Globers in here? Just
The way all
Flobers. We call them Flobers. Any Flobers? Fake Globers?
We have someone new. Clary, welcome to the server. You're unmuted. You can open your mic and speak if you like. If you have any questions.
Who's that?
Clara.
Yeah, I was just saying that the way this ties into flat Earth is you don't realize that science is a religion, right? It's all faith-based. There is no proof with all this stuff they're calling science. It's ridiculous.
That's what the documentary I just posted in the live stream voice chat says. It's are we following the science? That's the question. It's actually a question is the name of the documentary. Are we following the science? And just watch that documentary, man. 100% they're not following any kind of science, man. There's no science involved here. It's not even close. It's crazy, man.
It's almost like what they're following is a personification or a character of science.
An agenda, man. And it's like, whoa, that's a heavy agenda, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because that's the lie. Go ahead.
Well,
What
I'm
was
not
that?
really new. I already went through the 3 questions. I can't answer. I'm kind of like on your guys' side. I pulled up the YouTube live ISS feed, and I just kind of want to analyze that, and see like what you guys think about it, like the whole thing, like because right now it's showing like an astronaut like outside of the ISS, and I don't really know how that works.
Hollywood, Disney, they can put it, because this is not actually live. It says live, but it's actually not. So that's something that you gotta know first of all. And then they can put video and images on top of videos and images and give you a video or an image, and it's there for you to decide if what you're looking at it's even real, even though it goes against natural law, the claim that they have in the place that they're claiming they are at. it's a violation of natural law. So it goes against reality. You understand? So they're giving you a video and telling you this video, it's real.
Right. It goes against.
Oh, you're bringing back good times, man. I remember being in that place where I had to go look at
You can tell it's fake, bro.
stream for
I'm like
myself,
watching it right now.
and then I saw it
and-
loop. I'm like,
and, like-
wait, it's looping.
Yeah, but I'm watching it right now and you can't see any stars in the black background. But you can see them from Earth. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
NASA trains in a pool, in a swimming pool, right? That's where they do their training. They have a full-size live mock-up of the ISS in a swimming pool. So maybe that answers some questions, because then you got the bubbles in space, you got all kinds of anomalies that point to what they would be filming in a pool.
Hey man, has anybody ever seen the camera spin around 360 on any of these? Anybody got 360 video of the?
No gimbals in space.
No, it just keeps on doing
No,
the same ass shit, bro.
No, hey, hold on. Oh,
We
literally,
can't hold on. We can hold on. We can't show you the fourth wall, bro. Sorry, that's off the video.
Fourth wall. That's it, bro. I need the fourth wall. I've been looking for the fourth wall for 5 years, man. I've been checking it out. I have not seen the fourth wall yet. Hey, I did watch this movie called Gravity, man. That showed the fourth wall. That was cool. Anyway, it was in Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood.
hey, real quick, somebody just asked why they don't spin the camera around. Like literally, as you said that,
Really?
that stream link about 7 minutes before the live point, the guy literally starts spinning the camera around. I actually don't think I've ever seen them do that before.
Wow. I want to see
Oh,
that.
I think he's saying he's outside. They've done that in the past, like when they're outside. Yeah, when they're like in, because this is the montage that we're talking about.
Or in the inside.
The montage.
I've been looking for that inside footage. 360.
Holy fuck!
They're listening.
No, dude, when they turn the camera around, the camera adjusts the gain.
Yeah.
Stars totally come into view.
I want to see them.
Oh, there we
I
go.
want to see the stars.
It's a beautiful Hollywood effect.
Really?
I love Hollywood.
Really,
man.
GE?
You guys-
I've been watching this for a while and I haven't seen any.
No, go
stars.
backward. Go at basically from the live point right now. Everything from minus 10 minutes to minus 7 minutes is fascinating. They pan the camera all the way around, and at one point it looks like they're passing from the light side to the dark side of the Earth. And when they pan out away from the direction of the Earth, the gain on the camera adjusts, and you can totally see stars.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful.
Wow.
And can this be accomplished with high altitude footage and maybe high altitude technology as well?
Dwayne Killiam, man. YouTube high altitude balloon aficionado, did get some stars at high altitude, like 105,000 feet, 104, somewhere in there.
The one thing the ISS never does, and I don't know why they don't try to incorporate it, but you never see multiple movement, right? Like if you're going around 17,000 miles above, the Earth is also spinning underneath you, so you would have multiple motions, right? Not just the motion of the vehicle or the ISS, but the motion of the Earth. They never show you that. They never show you multiple motions. It's only one motion. They leave it out. Don't know why.
They don't like that. That's too much work.
I get dizzy when I do that.
How do I clip part of a YouTube video that is in a live streaming mode?
Do you have OBS?
I did once upon a time. I don't think I have it on this laptop.
OBS.
Have you guys heard of 360-degree cameras and video footage?
Yes, I have. Stan Smith.
Is that out of NASA's budget?
No, they NASA can't afford the 360 cameras. They're like $300.
Oh,
They start at like $300, and they go up to like a couple grand for a good one.
all right, all right.
That's
So
way way
they
out
gotta
of
use the fish the they gotta use the GoPro. They use the GoPro.
Yeah, the 360 cameras, NASA, they don't like
Wait,
those. If SpaceX doesn't like them either, they can't afford them.
you know high altitude, let's say technology, let's say these Satelloons that we know they use them. Attach a device on it, record really high footage, and give it to people. Like, there you go, boys. Space.
There you go, boys. Check it out. Yeah, man. what a crazy concept, huh? Damn.
Flat Earth,
NASA,
dude,
man.
you sound
360 cam, bro.
you
Where's
sound
that
like you are on something really good.
Who's that? Me?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Just a couple beers, and I think I might have taken a hit some weed, a little bit, little taste.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been drinking as well, and I cannot find any stars GE. Like, I am looking through this live stream right now, and I cannot see a single
him
star.
That's why I'm pissed that YouTube doesn't have any built-in like clip it software. If they were doing this on Twitch, I would know exactly what to do.
Exactly.
Hey, Platypus. Platypus. Is you know that that curve that we can see, pretty obvious curve in the live stream? Do you see that? The curve? Platypus.
What live the live stream text?
Yeah, you see the curve. Do you see the curve?
Did you post something and I just don't see it?
No, the video that we were talking about, you were watching it.
Oh,
you
yeah,
see,
yeah,
you
yeah.
see the curve right there in
No,
in the video.
again, this is another one of those things where you can't when the camera does that 360 thing, if you watch everything around the edges, you can tell whatever is over the lens is to some